are doing another amazing recap. If you enjoy this, please like and subscribe. If you have any requests, please let me know in the comments. Let's begin. The story starts by showing a large ominous red tower. We learn that a guild called the Black Dragon Guild has set out to raid the 40th floor. But they failed yet again. In a brightly lit press room, a man with glasses holds up his phone, capturing the moment as another man with long light brown hair stands confidently. The man in the red coat is the main character of today, as he is the number 1 ranked hunter. The number 1 ranked hunter looks unfazed by this. Flame Emperor raided the boss by himself again. The Flame Emperor is interviewed by the media. He does not really care that he set a new record today. Since the appearance of the tower, you, the Flame Emperor, are the only one to have defeated boss monsters by yourself. Against a vibrant purple background, the microphone is handed over. That's all, whatever. Can we do some shit about that shitty nickname first? The Flame Emperor says. Annoyed, he asks, why are you calling me with such a dumbass nickname when I have a proper name? Met with a stuttered, He watches a performance on his laptop, confused by the title Flame Emperor. What in the world is Flame Emperor? Flame Emperor, really? Why don't you call me Flame Retard while you're at it? It's fucking embarrassing. A young man with short, dark hair confesses, I'm envious. Alone in his sparsely furnished room, the young man hunches over his smartphone. I'm going to find and beat up the motherfucker that came up with this nickname. Sounds from the laptop. The screen displays a forum post titled, Did you see the Flame Emperor's interview? 3 figures stand in a hallway, their faces replaced with images, a gray cat looking confused, a young man listening intently, and a blonde-haired girl in a sailor collar making a point. The girl continues her animated explanation, what are you, a fan of the Flame Emperor? There's better people to defend online. I'm just stating facts. It's not like people don't know he's that kind of a person. The news networks put him on air despite knowing that. A 4th figure joins the conversation. Since when have they been dating? Yep, I have a friend who is a hunter, and he saw the 2 of them together. Bullshit, I'm friends with the Saintess and she said that's not true. Swift fingers type on a Korean keyboard, the message, I want to become like the Flame Emperor. The young man with dark hair contemplates the words echoing in his mind. I want to become like the Flame Emperor. I want to become like the Flame Emperor, repeats, fueling his fascination. The words, so Mr. Flame Emperor, hang in the air, followed by the odd observation. He's so amazing that they pay attention to every single word he says. The man with the sleek ponytail, caught off guard, hears whispers of admiration. He's also said to be really rich. I'm envious of that, too. Seriously, again with the Flame Emperor. Call me by my name. And, if the world was a novel, then someone like him would be the main character, right? Standing triumphantly amidst fallen monsters, bathed in the warm glow of a fiery background, the man with the ponytail brandishes his glowing sword. In an ordinary kitchen, the young man from before looks up in surprise, his simple life about to change. There are a lot of hard-working hunter applicants inspired by Mr. Yu Su-ha. Awakening to your skills as soon as you entered the tower in your early years. More newspaper clippings tell the tale. Defeating a boss monster that couldn't be cleared for 10 years in 1 month. You are truly a legendary hunter. To the aspiring hunters, could you give them a quick tip on the secret to success? The man in the red jacket sighs wearily, muttering, sigh, as he holds the microphone, his other hand tucked in his pocket. Holding up a white sheet of paper, the young man states firmly, I'm only going to say this once, so pay attention to it if you want or whatever. In the end, those who are destined to succeed will succeed. The man's face contorts with seriousness, a warning delivered with chilling intensity. But even if you succeed, don't start beef with me. A menacing grin spreads across the face of a pale-skinned character with sharp teeth, a threat escaping their lips. You will die. The man with the ponytail strides confidently through a throng of admirers, met with excited cries of, Am I Mr. Flame Emperor? What did you mean by that just now? The young man's question hangs in the air, the name, Mr. Flame Emperor, echoing around him. Sitting on his bed, the young man absorbs the information displayed on his device. With that, we will end our special report. In the quiet solitude of his room, the young man kneels on the floor lost in thought. Tears stream down the young man's face, a mixture of anguish and rage contorting his features as he spits. He makes me furious. If you're that successful, are you allowed to look down on people? Crouched on the floor, the young man reaches out to the wall plastered with news clippings, murmuring, "It feels like you look down on me and not the reporter." Hands pressed against the wall, if only I had the same kind of talent as the Flame Emperor. The thought echoing, then I wouldn't have to live in this tiny one-room apartment. Nor would I be looked down on as a lowly F-rank hunter without a single skill. I want to become like the Flame Emperor. He rages, clutching his hands. He is envious of the Flame Emperor's success. Clutching his arm, tears welling up in his eyes, I want to succeed with my own strength as well. If the Flame Emperor's skills were mine, how nice would that be? Suddenly, the young man gasps, a single word escaping his lips. Huh? The scene abruptly shifts to a brightly lit room, a large window glowing with an intense this is. Startled by an intense light. I've seen it in videos thousands of times. A young woman with her hair in a high ponytail dances excitedly in a well-lit room. Could it be? The golden card still hangs in the air. A skill card? An unprecedented foul envy. A young man with surprised eyes reacts to something unexpected. The blue pane reads, "The tower is astonished by your envy and throws you a skill." We're shown previous videos that the protagonist has watched of people receiving skills. He thinks to himself, this is kind of different from the skill awakenings I've seen in videos. The young man stands contemplatively in the kitchen. This is the moment I've wished for ever since I came here. He thinks to himself. He reaches out to the glowing card, his hand trembling with anticipation. He grabs the golden card. As a skill that's greater than S rank. Glowing blue and yellow lines and squares depict the digital creation of a skill card. A dark digital interface displays a chilling skill description, the ability to copy skills by being killed. Hoover, you will die. A dark-haired man with a contemplative expression ponders the immense power of stealing skills from slain enemies. Tears stream down the young man's face as he cries out, visibly distressed and shocked. He realizes that he will die if he uses the skill. The young man sits on his bed reading the skill he received. What the fuck kind of skill is this? A sprawling city, dominated by towering skyscrapers, stretches out below. A crimson tower, crafted from intricate metal, pierces a star-studded sky, its base wreathed in swirling white clouds. A young boy and an older man stand in a grassy field, their gazes drawn to the majestic tower dominating the horizon. Amidst a raging inferno, a man with a glowing orange sword confronts a colossal green serpent, its jaws agape, revealing a fiery maw. In a bustling marketplace, a bearded man excitedly recounts a heroic tale, his animated gestures captivating an unseen audience. A middle-aged man in a chef's apron raises his hand thoughtfully, a puzzled expression on his face. Resting his chin on his hand, a middle-aged man in an apron contemplates the admirable qualities of someone unexpected. Slumped over at the counter, a young man with messy black hair stares downward, lost in melancholic thought. The diner, now shrouded in shadows, reflects the despair of the young man as he lies face down on the table. The middle-aged man, his face resolute, raises his hand to silence the young man, demanding his attention. Tears stream down the young man's face, a look of utter anguish etched upon his features as he grapples with shocking news. Racked with grief and disbelief, the young man struggles to comprehend the devastating reality of his situation. The concerned middle-aged man watches as the young man, overcome with despair, hunches over the counter. A young man, his face etched with annoyance, glances at the hunter rankings, seemingly unimpressed. Clutching his head in agony, the young man winces, overwhelmed by a searing headache. A sudden sound jolts the young man, his eyes widening in alarm as he raises his hand to his face. On a city street, a surprised young man finds himself confronted by a stern, black-haired man and a white-haired woman. The black-haired man, a smug smirk playing on his lips, revels in his apparent control of the situation. Startled, the white-haired woman turns, her eyes widening in surprise as someone addresses her with a knowing tone. The white-haired woman recoils in horror, her eyes wide with shock, as a hand holding a vial of glowing blue liquid appears before her. The black-haired man hurls a purple bottle at the white-haired woman, his words laced with a dangerous mix of anger and self-satisfaction. Shards of glass, propelled by a burst of blue energy, fly towards the top of a dark red tower, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. A smug smirk graces the man's lips as he confronts the white-haired woman, her eyes reflecting her growing apprehension. The dark-haired man in the blue jacket claps a hand over his mouth, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. A man with white hair is sent flying backward, his body colliding with an unseen force. Terror grips the dark-haired man as he clutches his neck, his eyes wide with fear. Rage contorts the white-haired woman's face as an unseen assailant chokes her, her fingers digging into their hand. A disembodied voice, laced with menace, offers a chilling proposition: honesty in exchange for an antidote. Anxiety clouds the face of the dark-haired man as he stands frozen, a hand clamped over his mouth, facing a grave accusation. A lone woman with long, dark hair contemplates deeply, her back to the subtly designed wall. Suddenly, a woman with long white hair is being strangled, her blue eyes wide with terror as she grasps her assailant's arm. Despite achieving a high rank, he remains grounded, a refreshing sight for those weary of facades. The white-haired woman is now being choked, her head tilted painfully as she struggles against the pressure. The scene shifts abruptly to the blurred edge of a building shrouded in the mysterious darkness of night. Inside, amidst the flames, a blonde-haired character firmly grasps the arm of a brown-haired character. Nearby, a dark-haired figure in red sits serenely with closed eyes, engulfed in powerful flames, bidding farewell to Saintess Isabel. From the inferno, a brown-haired character emerges, staring in shock at the red-clad figure with their back turned against the brick wall. A man with brown hair and glowing orange eyes looks on in confusion, his face drenched in sweat. Amidst a raging inferno, a shadowy figure with outstretched arms, adorned in black and an earring, appears, radiating an aura of mystery. The man in the blue jacket stumbles backward, falling desperately as accusations of murderer and psychopath fill the air. He frantically runs, a green light emanating from his shoe, leaving behind shards of green light on the ground. A shocked face, a hand reaching out, and flames engulfing the bottom of the scene heighten the tension. The man in the blue jacket, still sweating, locks eyes with a long-haired man in black, a wall of flames blazing behind him. Against a stark purple background, a man with black hair, adorned with gold earrings and a confident smirk, savors the thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, a young man with short dark hair falls backward, his blue jacket a blur against the dark background, ambushed by an unseen assailant. High above the ground, a woman with long black hair and a white streak plummets from a tall building, the ground a distant blur. The falling man in the blue jacket is engulfed in flames as a hand reaches out, casting a fiery attack from the building above. The young man with messy dark hair reels in shock, the red background swirling around him as a chilling realization dawns. His shock morphs into a shout, the horrifying truth about the man falling from the building and the potential scale of his crimes washing over him. The young man in the blue jacket plummets towards the ground, one arm outstretched in a desperate attempt to brace himself. His green and white trainers hit the asphalt, the right one scuffed and dirty, a silent testament to the impact. Dazed and disoriented, the young man lies on the purple ground, his mind struggling to grasp what just happened. He groans, feeling a surge of despair as he realizes the extent of his injuries. A figure in black boots stands triumphantly over him, a glowing orange sword embedded in the checkered floor. The man on the ground cries out, his face contorted in pain as the weight of the situation crashes down on him. A woman with long black hair towers over him, her red top a stark contrast to his vulnerable position on the ground. "TCH, shouldn't have run," she mutters as a small burst of fire erupts near her hand, leaving him pleading for his life. A man with a confident smirk and a long ponytail, dressed in red and black, appears, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Overwhelmed with fear, the young man on the ground cries out, desperately trying to convince them of his innocence. In the dimly lit alleyway, the shocked young man in the blue jacket cowers before a menacing figure wielding a flaming spear, a look of amusement dancing in his eyes. "On top of calling me Flame Emperor, you just happened to be at the right place at the right time, and you didn't see anything?" The man with the long black ponytail questions with suspicion. "Damn, that's so convincing." He chuckles, choking the green-haired man, "If I was even a bit of a fool, I would have believed you." If you don't want to become like the saintess, answer properly. He snarls, a wicked grin spreading across his face, revealing sharp teeth. The world. The man with the swept-back hair stammers, fear evident in his voice. The scene shifts abruptly to a computer screen displaying three men. One with short dark hair, another with a ponytail singing into a microphone, and a third in a suit and tie. The man with the sharp eyebrows and magenta jacket muses, his expression unreadable. You'd know. That I'm really nothing. The young man with messy hair chokes out, a hand gripping his neck tightly. The man with the ponytail and crimson jacket stares in disbelief, his surprised expression betraying his shock. Newspaper clippings litter a surface, one featuring a woman with long, light hair, identified as the saintess and a big donor. Without any certainty, you killed her? A voice asks from somewhere unseen. Just because she was a bit suspicious. A voice hisses, tightening its grip on the young man's neck as tears well up in his eyes. Hey, how dare you say such hurtful things? Who do I look like? The man with the swept back hair roars, his face a mask of anger. Who? The young man cries out as a fist collides with his face, sending him reeling backward. Kook, he groans, fear etched on his face. How do you know that? He stammers. I have my ways. The man with the ponytail replies coolly, conjuring a spark of orange magic in his hand. Since you're bringing up the lie detection, I guess you really must be innocent. The man with the ponytail muses. Thank you. The green-haired man exclaims, overwhelmed with relief. Thank you for believing in me. However, a voice booms, a glowing orange hand appearing above the young man's head. You've already seen too much. The city burns, consumed by orange flames as the man with the ponytail smiles cruelly. So I need you to die. My name is Yu Su Ha. Farewell. The scene shifts abruptly to a cheerful memory, a young boy named Gong Ya beaming brightly as a hand rests on his shoulder. A young man in a blue jacket lies lifelessly on the floor, illuminated by a futuristic blue box that coldly announces, "You have died." Died va uoi. As glowing blue cards float on the edges of the frame, a message appears asking, "Why did I have to live like that?" and declaring, "The condition for your skill has been fulfilled by your death." A blue box with glowing cyan outlines appears, bringing a message of hope as it states, "Lived a bit better," and randomly copying Hunter Yu Su Ha's skills. Against a backdrop of stars, three cards lay face down as a fourth, shimmering card floats above them, while a message announces, "Creating skill cards," with a magical sound. Four cards, each bearing a circular emblem, shimmer against a backdrop of streaking stars, anticipation building with a quiet emanating from them. The man, now with tears streaming down his face, lies down, overwhelmed by grief as the words, "Live a better life," echo above him. Cards fly towards a bright light, as a message within a blue box requests, "Please select a skill card," while a desperate plea whispers, "If I was given just one more chance." Golden. Two hands reach out, one grasping desperately at a glowing golden object as the other strains to reach it, accompanied by the plea, "Just one more." White shapes blur against a black background, converging towards a bright light as if in a rapid transfer of data, with the messages, "Selection complete," and "Copying skill," appearing. A television set displays a blurred image of a studio, the words, "This is Babylon News, reporting live," barely visible above the screen. The Black Dragon Guild has set out to raid the 40th floor of the tower. Haven't they boasted that they will show the skills of a top guild this time? A young man lies peacefully on his bed, a laptop glowing softly beside him, seemingly unaware of the empty bottles and scattered clippings that surround him. He lays sprawled on his bed, surrounded by empty bottles and clippings plastered on the walls, a caption stating, "Unfortunately, they came back empty-handed again." The young man's face is frozen in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape as he utters, "What in the—" A man's face flickers on a screen, a caption below dramatically revealing, "Flame Emperor raided the boss by himself again." The young man sits with his back to the viewer, watching as the same man with the earring appears on a screen in his bedroom. Only the young man's hair is visible as he looks up in astonishment, stammering, "What is happening?" He sits up in bed, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as the words, "Return home," appear above him. His shocked expression deepens as his eyes dart between a news article about the Flame Emperor and a chat window filled with messages. A man in a red jacket glares at the camera, microphone in hand, angrily shouting, "Why are you calling me with such a dumbass nickname when I have a proper name?" As the label, Flame Emperor, hovers above him, the young man stares at his phone, blue light illuminating his surprised and flustered face. A man with slicked back brown hair and a mischievous grin leans towards the camera, whispering, "I." A hand reaches up towards a bright light as the caption, "Just a moment ago," appears above. He raises his hand defensively, a concerned look on his face as he clutches his phone, his earring glinting in the light. Two glowing panels hum with energy, the words, "Skill card, open," appearing between them. He turns towards a glowing rectangular panel, his right hand raised, phone still clutched in his left. A yellow text box with a white outline appears, displaying the intriguing message, "One is the most trash skill of the century." Above, "I want to become just like you." Rank, S+ effect, automatically activated when killed by an enemy. You copy one of the skills of the enemy that killed you and make it yours. His eyes widen in shock, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he stammers, "This is." His fingertips ghost over a bright yellow panel, whispering in disbelief, "No way. Is this the Flame Emperor's skill I copied when I died?" A white text box with a yellow outline details the skill, Returner's Winding Clock. Rank, X effect, activated automatically on death. You will return 24 hours back in time from the moment of your death. Your memories and experience points are preserved while returning. However, there is a greater penalty the higher your rank. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face as he stutters, "I automatically return to the day before my death." Newspaper clippings cascade down, a bold yellow and a blue return, superimposed on them, accompanied by the question, "While keeping my memories and experience points." Surrounded by intricate clockwork, he reaches out with one hand clutching a glowing yellow object in the other, murmuring, "The secret to becoming a legendary hunter was this." A man with a confident smirk and sharp eyes states, "I just do. I have my ways." As a caption reveals, it's because he was actually poisoned by the Saintess the next day. He clenches his fist, face contorted in a grimace as he cries out, "And even me, who was innocent." He stands with his back turned in his sparsely decorated kitchen, seemingly lost in contemplation. A man with slicked back hair speaks into a microphone, declaring, "In the end, those who are destined to succeed will succeed." While the young man below him retorts, "But even if you succeed, don't start beef with me." The man on the screen glares down, uttering a chilling, "You will die." As the young man below stares back defiantly. Head bowed, he stands alone, the word, "die," echoing around him. He turns his head, his face a mask of shock and anger, earring glinting in the light. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, as a bright yellow glow, fragmented and electric, emanates from its center. He looks up in alarm, mouth agape, as the word, "fire," flashes above him, a building's corner framing the scene. He listens intently, a framed picture on the wall behind him, a subtle detail in the tense atmosphere. Through a barred window, a large fire rages, a hand reaching out towards it with a desperate. Gripping a wrapped sword, he charges forward, declaring, "Let's stop standing around and go put out the fire." A group of people rush towards the fire, a determined man with a fire extinguisher leading the charge, as a woman behind him shouts, "I agree." He pauses at a doorway, framed against a breathtaking twilight sky, a caption revealing, "This place where I live is different from the outside world." He stands with his back to the viewer, gripping a sheathed knife, silhouetted against a cityscape painted in hues of orange and red, as a caption explains, "A city built by people who entered the tower to become hunters." A fiery red sky dominates the scene, flames licking at the clouds, as the words, "Florai, Tower," appear, stark against the inferno. A multi-story building is terribly engulfed in flames, the fire's intense heat reflecting in the windows of the surrounding buildings. A young man with a white hoodie frantically runs down a busy street, checking his phone while a concerned woman runs alongside him. Someone checks the time on their phone, 6:37 on Monday, the fiery cityscape reflected on the screen, a stark contrast to the teal background. A group of people bravely battle a massive fire, water spraying from hoses as they work together to control the blaze. A woman with striking purple hair listens intently as someone gives orders amidst the chaotic nighttime scene. The purple-haired woman, revealed to be the Black Witch, walks through a grand orange room, annoyed by the many names for the city. A green-haired woman, her face illuminated by the city lights, announces that the area is secure but survivors might still be trapped. The green-haired woman, revealed to be the head of the Healer Pharmacist Guild, looks on in shock, her glasses reflecting the city lights. A guard clad in silver, blue, and gold armor stares in disbelief, learning that the city is known as both Babylon and Fluorite City. The armored guard raises his hand, relieved to hear that the isolated location they've stumbled upon hasn't been accessed in 5 years. He adds that some even call the city of Ascension, but it's essentially the same. He describes it as a city you can't leave once you enter, the image showing a city overtaken by a raging inferno. On a city street, a young man in a white hoodie throws his arms out in panic as a massive fire rages behind him. Against a blue background, a young man with black hair wonders why the Saintess hasn't arrived yet, finding her tardiness unusual. Inside a building with yellow walls, a surprised-looking armored man recalls seeing the Saintess with the Flame Emperor, suspecting a date. The green-haired woman, arms crossed, declares that their profits will suffer if other hunters reach their target first. Against a purple background, the green-haired woman admits with a suspicious frown that she doesn't like the Flame Emperor. "Goddamn!" erupts from the group, the frustration evident in their expressions as they stand against a vibrant orange background. In a park, a man with long black hair smirks arrogantly, demanding to know who played with fire without his permission. The man in the red jacket walks purposefully down a busy city street, his face hidden as he blends into the crowd. The man in the gray hoodie tenses, a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes, as he whispers, "He arrived." Holding a tablet, the man with the long black hair grins, thanking the Flame Emperor for coming as the armored figure acknowledges his presence. A worried man with long black hair explains that a fire has started in the old slums, pleading for the Flame Emperor's help. The Flame Emperor, smirking confidently as he clenches his fist, questions what he'll gain from helping. Gripping a green cylinder tightly, a man in a striped shirt fumes over the Flame Emperor's audacity to ask for a reward for a fire he started. Annoyed, the man in the orange shirt dismisses the suggestion of gaining public goodwill by arguing that he doesn't care what others think. A nearby conversation reveals that while some find the Flame Emperor's personality off-putting, others admire his honesty. "I refuse to do charity work. See ya," the woman with long brown hair waves dismissively as she walks away. 3 phones held high capture the departing woman's image, their owners impressed by her refreshing authenticity. The man with the long black hair and red shirt smirks subtly, revealing that the public remains oblivious to his true nature. As the man with the ponytail walks away, a chilling thought appears. He's the only one who knows the Flame Emperor's true nature as a cold-blooded killer. The brown-haired man clenches his jaw, a dangerous glint in his eye, consumed by a single-minded objective. He needs to kill the Flame Emperor. The young man in the gray hoodie abruptly turns and walks away, leaving his surprised companions to question his sudden departure. It's dangerous to get close. A man in a blue cap desperately tries to stop the young man as a bright light emanates from his back. A powerful statement hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes, for humanity, and for the honor of hunters. 2 men walk down a busy nighttime street, their figures swallowed by the darkness, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Tension crackles between the 2 men as the one in red states matter-of-factly, "Hunters are people who are supposed to hunt monsters." The words, regardless of the method, hang heavy in the air, a single foot stepping onto the red-tinged floor with determined force. The man with the red jacket appears troubled, lost in his thoughts, as someone urges him to get his head straight. On a street lit by the glow of streetlights, the man in the red jacket finds himself face to face with a mysterious figure. The man in the red jacket is confronted by the other man, who brandishes a teal weapon, their movements a blur of urgency. That monster deserves to be exterminated. A desperate cry rings out as panicked people flee a fiery inferno. "You're heading into the fire." The man with black hair reaches out as the other man stumbles backward, falling towards the flames below. A wave of heat washes over the onlookers, their faces contorted in shock and pain as they recoil from the intense temperature. Engulfed in flames, the man with short black hair appears to manipulate the fire, his expression a mix of pain and determination. The stark white letters against the vibrant blue box deliver a chilling message. You have died. A glimmer of hope emerges as a message appears. You will return 24 hours back to the past. A sudden shift in perspective is marked by a rush of black and white, signifying a dramatic transition. A young man with short gray hair lies unconscious, his body a blur against the streaks of motion, his fate uncertain. The young man remains unconscious as the scene is set for a news report, the voiceover announcing, "This is Babylon News, reporting live." The young man sits on the edge of his cluttered apartment bed, contemplating the Black Dragon Guild's raid on the 40th floor. He turns his head, still clad in his casual clothes, towards a faint grid-like pattern, a digital interface confirming his low rank as an F-rank hunter. A bright blue rectangle materializes, boldly proclaiming, "There is no penalty for the skill usage." Standing resolutely before a massive pocket watch, the man clenches his fists, realizing, killing the Flame Emperor as I am right now is impossible. The man with long dark gray hair falls backward, arms raised in defeat, thinking, even if I somehow get lucky and manage to kill him, he'll just go 24 hours back to the past. The man crouches in his kitchen, reaching into a cupboard, wondering, so the only way for a lowly hunter like me to hunt him. A photo of a man with slicked back dark gray hair and a serious expression rests against the wall. The question, "When was the first time you awakened?" displayed below. The blonde woman in the red suit sits opposite the man with long black hair during the interview. "It was the summer I was 21. So it's already been 11 years. Since you remember it so clearly, you must have a good memory," he replies. The man with slicked back dark gray hair takes a sip from his blue mug, a contemplative frown etched on his face as he mutters, "That's not necessarily it." The man in the black shirt sits, recounting, "So that was. It's just that the day I awakened happened to be my birthday." Holding his teal and silver sword, the young man calculates, 11 years ago, on June 7th. So if I calculate from today, that's 4,050 days. Two hands grip the teal object, the words, "by dying 4,050 times," echoing in the air. With a powerful downward swing, the gleaming sword cuts through the air. Against the swirling blue backdrop, the young man clasps his hands, determined, "I will return to the time before he awakened." Streaks of white and blue converge, signaling a dramatic shift perhaps through time and space. Black gives way to white as the stark message, "You have died," appears. The man in the white shirt lies down, his face sweaty and scared as he lets out a scream. Hours later, the man stands in an empty room, clutching his green-hilted sword, his face still damp with sweat. He faces forward, resolute, "Good, now. Only 4,049 days left." Two hands grip the sword with incredible force, swinging it with power and intensity against the white backdrop. A bright light shines above, fading into a black abyss below, a mysterious and ominous presence lurking within. The young man lies sprawled on the wooden floor, clutching a thin green object, the words, "You have died," 1 inch appearing above him. His face frozen in a silent scream, the young man is dragged down by a dark, swirling substance, a hand clutching a green sword emerging from the darkness as, "You have died." 1 inch flickers above. Blood trickles from the young man's lips as he cries out in pain, his life fading fast. Kneeling in the room plastered with news articles, the young man hangs his head, the weight of returning to 24 hours ago, heavy on his mind. He clutches his chest, gasping for air as a hand draws the sword, its reflection showing a young man with haunted eyes. 2020 days. There is no penalty for the skill usage. You have died. A green rectangle lies on the wooden floor as the world dissolves into a black void, a gasping face appearing within. You have died. 1 inch, 543 days. Finally. A manic grin spreads across the young man's sweaty face as he grips his gleaming sword, his wide eyes burning with unsettling excitement. Knees slamming against the white surface, the figure lands with a forceful thud. Bright yellow energy crackles around the hunched figure, striking him with violent force. Legs clad in dark pants stumble backward, bright yellow energy crackling around them as the message, "1 day left," hangs in the air. The clock on the wall ticks past 12:53, a sense of anticipation filling the air. The young man lies sprawled on the bed, a box cutter held loosely in his hand, his posture radiating exhaustion and resignation. A look of concern etched on his face, The young man peeks cautiously around the corner. Back turned to the empty room, the young man sits lost in contemplation as the clock on the wall quietly ticks past 10:50. Newspaper clippings featuring various faces are scattered across the surface. The words, "I did it," scrawled above. A hand grips the green-handled blade, fingers tense, poised to strike. The clock ticks past 12:51 as the thought, "I came back to a time before the legend of the Flame Emperor began," fills his mind. Leaning against the wall, the young man sighs heavily, his hand resting on his head, a picture of weariness and resignation. The young man sits slumped on the floor. "I died 30 times more than the originally planned 4,050. He thinks, that's including the time that it took to kill myself, as well. The man with the long black hair lets out a sinister smile, flames licking at his back. As taking breaks here and there, he muses, "I held on all that time to prove that the legend of that devil isn't eternal." Bare feet move across the wooden floor, a sense of calm pervading the air. Clutching a knife, the young man in the white hoodie hurries out the door, his back to the quiet home. He pulls up the hood of his light gray hoodie, his expression serious, concealing his identity from the world. Standing tall against the backdrop of the city, he thinks, "I am." He peers through the window panes, his gaze falling upon the unmoving figure lying on the bed, a sense of concern washing over him. A loud alarm jars the man with the long, dark hair awake, his phone flashing beside him, as a figure lurks outside the window. He mutters. The muscular man with long, dark hair rises from the bed, phone in hand, groaning, "My head hurts like hell." The man in the light-colored hoodie watches with a serious expression as the shirtless man beside him glances at his phone. "I shouldn't have drunk so much last night," he mumbles. Through the window panes, the man with the ponytail rushes forward, his face a mask of urgency, shouting, 10 times. Every day at 9 a.m., he woke up in the F-rank dormitory. He watched sadly as his roommate left for work, thinking, "Time to go to work, goddamn life." He catches slimes in the second-floor hunting ground. Holding up a slime, he sighed, "Damn, it's boring as hell catching slimes all day every day." He glared enviously at the other man, thinking, "Fucking hell. When will I get to live an awesome life like the Sword Saint?" The 21-year-old, gripping his sword tightly, is just an average F-rank hunter wishing for a golden ticket. "Could I win the lottery or something?" he yelled in frustration, "or at least get an S-rank skill?" Normally, his wishes would come true a week later. Suddenly, he was struck by a blinding beam of red energy. A man in a white hooded jacket swung his glowing sword with intense power. "But that kind of future isn't coming to a guy like you anymore." A voice echoed as dread washed over him. He braced himself, arm instinctively covering his chest, a feeling of defeat settling in. Determined, he strode through the building. "Take me to floor 6. He declared. Yu Su-ha decides that he won't get anywhere just catching slimes, so he moves to a difficult higher area that beginner hunters seldom go to. Anticipation thrummed within him, moving to the floor 6 hunting grounds. He found himself in a circle of swirling light, alone, a place where, for the next 36 minutes, he'll be alone. A drop of blood fell from his shoe onto the grass. "Excuse me, Mr. Hunter," a voice called, snapping him out of his thoughts. He screamed, blood splattering across his white hoodie, fear gripping him. "I got attacked by wolves. Gi, give me a potion," he pleaded desperately, hands outstretched, covered in blood. Rage burned in the eyes of the man with the slicked-back ponytail. "That means there's no point in hunting here today," he spat, watching the wounded man plead, "Please. A potion. What goddamn potion? I won't even get to fulfill my daily quota." "How much will you give me?" he asked, surprised by the desperate plea. "Pardon?" Impaled and bleeding, he choked out, "How much will you give me for the potion? To a stranger I just met? Don't you have morals?" He scoffed, "My hunt's been ruined, yet I need to give this expensive potion for free? It's sold at the Alchemy Castle, for 20 gold, he explained, holding up the potion. "I'll give you 2 to 20 gold, so please," the injured man begged. "You don't seem to understand the situation here," he growled, pushing the injured man back with his arm. A look of realization dawned on his bloodied face as a strange light engulfed him. He clutched his wound. "You're on death's door. yet you only want to pay 20 gold? Is your life only worth 20 gold? Then 4 to 40 gold. The injured man stammered, nah. He smirked, leaning back. He grinned menacingly, grabbing the injured man. Just give me all you've got. I'd known already. Oh, right, you want to give it to me, but you can't even use your hands. He chuckled, taking the blue wallet. Don't worry. I'll take it for you. He shoved the injured man back, thinking darkly, let's see. That he was this kind of a person. 1, 2, 3. He counted the coins, roughly 60 gold. He scoffed, dang, dude. Why are you so poor? Carry around more money. That's my entire savings. He stammered, eyes wide with shock as a hand clamped down on his head. Don't worry, he said with a confident grin, I'll spend it well. Isn't that how life works? He remarked, closing his eyes with a self-satisfied smile. Then, the potion. The injured man began, only to be met with an amused glance. He gripped the glowing purple javelin, its aura crackling with power. But if I let you go, you might come after me for revenge later. He said, eyeing the injured man nervously. I need to be able to live without worries. The injured man muttered, staring at his hand, but since you've seen my face. Worries? He snarled, a purple aura engulfing his outstretched hand. Why don't you go ahead and die? Okay, she said, launching a swift attack with her purple staff as the man desperately dodged. The two men clashed, their struggle erupting in a blinding explosion of purple energy. I'll live without worries, he roared, racing through the air, fists clenched. Fucking hell. He gasped, clutching his stomach, his weapon falling from his grasp. He sprinted across the grassy field, his bloodied hand gripping a glowing green sword, a look of grim determination on his face. Their blades clashed and sparked, a whirlwind of red and blue energy filling the air. He twisted and dodged, barely avoiding the attacks that seemed to come from all sides. His vision blurred, his single yellow eye burning. Gasp. Gasp. He breathed heavily, clutching his bloodied sword, shock and exertion etched on his face. He sprinted through the forest, clothes drenched in blood, his determined face illuminated by the warm sunlight filtering through the trees. His hands, a blur, tightened around the emerald blade as he prepared for a final, desperate attack. Silhouetted against the dying light, he raised his sword high above his head, ready to strike. Blood stained the grass around his feet as he caught his breath. Phew, ha, he murmured. He walked away under the bright orange sky, his shoulders slumped with grief. Having killed me is whatever, he thought bitterly. He stood over the man in the red shirt, his face grim, the knife poised to deliver the final blow. But there was something weird that bothered me, the man on the ground choked out. The man with the earring leaned forward, his expression serious. Why you told me your name at that moment? My name is Ha. Farewell, he stated coldly. You bastard. He spat, his face a mask of rage and resentment, fresh scratches marking his skin. He slammed his blood-soaked foot down on the wooden staff, his fury radiating outwards. How fucking dare you? She screamed, her face a mix of defiance and terror as she faced the man with the earring, his eyes blazing with fury. He stood silently in the building, rain lashing against the windows, his face a mask of contemplation. Acting righteous after killing all those innocent people, he roared, his face contorted in anguish, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. Step by step, he walked away down the dirt road, the setting sun casting long shadows as he left the forest behind. He stood on the forest path, the last rays of the setting sun catching the sheathed sword at his side as two sets of glowing eyes materialized in the gathering darkness. Surrounded by slavering wolves with glowing eyes, he could only wait in terror for the inevitable attack. You guys want to eat him, right? A voice echoed through the trees. I don't need him, go for it. A voice cried, and he urged himself onward, his breath catching in his throat as he fled through the forest, a monstrous red figure close behind. He stood his ground, a fierce light in his eyes, as the pack of red dogs charged toward him, leaving a trail of red in their wake. He stared down at the ground, his face pale with fear, the setting sun painting the forest in hues of orange and purple. His bloodied hand clawed at the dirt, leaving a gruesome trail as he dragged himself forward, desperate to escape. A black jacket and two discarded water bottles lay at the bottom of a shallow pit, a testament to a hasty escape. He stumbled through the forest, his white shirt stained crimson, a gasp escaping his lips as pain lanced through his body. A blood-soaked hoodie lay crumpled at the bottom of the shallow grave, a silent testament to the struggle that had transpired. With practiced movements, he zipped up his black jacket, his expression calm and collected as he prepared himself for what lay ahead. To floor 1, he breathed, his eyes wide with surprise as he emerged into the dense, unfamiliar forest. Moving to floor 1, city, he announced, the grand hall around him bathed in the ethereal glow of the teleportation beam. He hurried down the narrow alleyway, a sense of unease settling upon him as the silver-clad figure with the spear followed behind. "It's the Vigilante Corps," he muttered under his breath. He stood tall, his expression hardening as he met the imposing gaze of the armored guard. A moment later, the tension remained, but surprise flickered across his face as the situation took an unexpected turn. He watched in disbelief as the guard, his armor gleaming under the hallway lights, let out a wide, jaw-cracking yawn. "Oh," he murmured, glancing up at the serene beauty of the city skyline as the sun painted the sky in vibrant hues of pink and orange. "It's over," he stated flatly, his footsteps echoing down the empty hallway as he walked away, leaving the armored guard behind. "No one knows what happened," echoed through the city streets as twilight descended, casting long shadows across the sprawling cityscape. "The Floor 10 raid team was met with another defeat today," announced the blank digital billboard, a stark contrast to the vibrant lights of the bustling cityscape. "Criticism of the Sword Saint is growing," a gruff voice stated as a drink thudded onto the wooden surface of the bar. "For his refusal to participate in the raid despite being rank 1. He spat, slamming his hand down on the bar, his knuckles white against the glass. "The terrible legend of Flame Emperor, Yu Su-ha is no more," a voice announced, and he threw his head back and laughed, his eyes closed in pure joy. "Manager, can I get another pint of beer?" he shouted, unable to contain his delight as he gestured towards his empty glass. "Aren't you drinking quite a lot?" the man in the white shirt remarked, a smile tugging at his lips. "Your hunt must have gone well today." Yes, it went well," he responded cheerfully, balancing 2 plates in his hands as he weaved through the crowded bar. "It went super well." He threw back his head and laughed, raising his glass of beer in a toast. "There are even some calling it a useless ranking system," he chuckled. "Open hunter status window," he commanded, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he gestured with his free hand, the bar noise fading into the background. He tapped the display screen, his eyes scanning the information displayed within the window. Name, Kim Gong-ya. Rank, F. Skills 2/4. 1. I want to become just like US+. Passive, 2. Returner's winding clock X. Passive, 3. None. 4. None. "Ah, it tastes so sweet," he sighed contentedly, taking another sip of his drink. "Just looking at these precious skills." He mused, his gaze drifting towards something off-screen. He stared down at his drink, a troubled expression on his face. "Is this what they call human greed?" he wondered aloud, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over him. "Let's just think about what's possible with the skills I've got," he declared. He gazed at the overflowing treasure chest, his mind racing with possibilities. "I could win the Merchant Guild Sang Ryan's lottery," he mused. "Or I could sell the clearing method for the upper floors that no one knows yet." He thought aloud, excitement bubbling up inside him. "Dang, things are finally looking good for me." He leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Now what should I do from here on out?" he wondered, the weight of his newfound opportunities settling upon him. The bar, bustling with activity, fell silent as the imposing figure in the doorway paused, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room. "Milk," he stated simply, his red sneakers a stark contrast to the elegance of his suit as he stood in the doorway, drawing the attention of those around him. "Please, just mix a little bit of vodka and sugar with warm milk," he requested, his blue eyes holding a hint of sadness. He casually taps his bright red sneakers on the floor. The young man at the counter stammers, bewildered, "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not a bartender." He nervously glances over his shoulder, whispering, "Hey, that guy, is it really him? Why is he here?" The older man calmly places his hat on his head as the younger man watches intently. The older man's stern face flickers on the screen as he announces gravely, "There is a lot of public opinion that we need to cooperate." His eyes widen in alarm, his face etched with sudden fear. The old man's face, weathered and wise, remains deep in thought. He asks quietly, his gaze distant, "So where is the Sword Saint, and what is he doing?" The headline reads, "Sword Saint, whose real name is Marcus Callenbury." Above a shadowed figure against the cityscape. The man's image fades as the caption below reads, 22 days since the disappearance of the Sword Saint. Is this the occurrence of the worst chaos in the hunter industry? A lot of people have forgotten him 11 years later, as it's been a long time since his disappearance. The ornate border frames the statement, but until the Flame Emperor rose to fame, he was the true number one of the tower. He adjusts his tie thoughtfully, murmuring, "That guy would be the strongest in this time." He takes a sip of his beer, contemplating, not some weird skill like mine, but proper combat ones. Bold yellow text proclaims, "I want to become just like you, rank S+ effect. Automatically activated when killed by an enemy. You copy one of the skills of the enemy that killed you and make it yours. You may not copy from an opponent you've already copied from. The copied skill is selected randomly. However, you will die." Large, bold letters ask, "This skill, will it let me copy a skill from any hunter as long as I die to them?" He ponders, "Even the skills of the current rank 1? Golden gears whir behind them as they stand frozen in the white void, bound by heavy chains. He stares down at the giant watch face. "And now, I can't even die." He clutches his phone, a determined glint in his eyes. This seems quite doable, doesn't it? He sits alone, his back to the viewer, while in the bustling bar nearby, whispers arise. Anonymous 6 months ago. It seems no one really knows what skills he has. And, anonymous 1 year ago. Apparently, even though he had all the fortune and connections one could ever want, he abandoned it all to come to the tower. He stares at his phone, eyes widening as he reads, "What? Anonymous 2 months ago. I heard that he was the head of a rich north. Anonymous 6 months ago. Seems no one really knows what skills he has. Anonymous 1 year ago. Apparently, even though he had all the fortune and connections one could ever want, he abandoned it all to come to the tower." He scrolls through more messages, eyebrows furrowed. This guy, he's completely shrouded in mystery. There is no useful information, they're all rumors. The man in the red jacket conjures a small flame in his hand, smirking, "Best hunter." As the other mutters, "It would have been great if he was even half the attention whore that Flame Emperor was." The man in the suit snarls, "Shut up. Don't be so loud," as the other scrambles back, fear flashing across his face. He levels a cool gaze, the other man sighing behind him, "That spooked me." The white-haired man leans back. Understand his feelings? He reads his phone with a scoff, muttering, "At least the rumors about him talking to himself are true. Does there always have to be something wrong with the rank 1? Eyes widening in horror, he reads from his phone, "Caution," a word that should never be spoken in front of the Sword Saint 8 months ago. The muscular man grins, leaning towards the white-haired man. "This is a 100% true story that I witnessed with my own eyes. If you don't want to die, never say this to the Sword Saint." "Hey, old man, this is a communal hunting ground. Let's follow the rules, okay?" The muscular man presses on, undeterred. "Can't you see that we've already claimed this spot as ours? A few days ago, some high rankers picked a fight with the Sword Saint on the floor 9 hunting grounds." The white-haired man frowns slightly. "That's odd. I never heard about such a thing." The muscular man throws back his head and roars with laughter, "Ha! Either it's time for you to get some new hearing aids, or you didn't hear it because you're so full of yourself." The old man's face crinkles with concern as a storm rages atop a distant mountain peak. The older man attacks with a flash of blue energy, forcing the younger man to raise his own sword defensively. "You're saying the Sword Saint committed murder?" The bald man throws up his hands, frustration edging his voice. "Think what you will. I just wanted to share it, since I thought you guys should know about it as well." He reads intently, the message clear. "Anyways, if you don't want to die, don't talk about his grandchildren in front of the Sword Saint." The phone displays a forum post, a gray cat as the profile picture. Announcements, something I should never say in front of him. The old man slams his hand down. "Silence. I'll take care of it, so leave it alone." He sits back in his chair, his vodka untouched, muttering to himself, "I can't drink my vodka because of you. I need to test this out." 3 gold coins hit the table with a resounding clang. "Thank you, owner, it was a good drink." The older man exits the bar, a cheerful voice calling after him, "Yes, yes. Have a nice day." He sits at the table, back turned, deep in conversation with the woman beside him as another woman stands nearby, observing the scene. One man walks away as the others stare after him, bewildered. Does he have Alzheimer's? Why was he mumbling so much? Damn, that was such a mood killer. The man in the black jacket lays down a coin, grinning. "Ah, thank you very much. Come again." He walks alone down the empty street, bathed in the pale glow of the streetlights. They fan out across the sidewalk, eyes scanning the crowds. Where did he go? They hurry down the street, eyes darting around. I followed him out right away, so he couldn't have gone that far. They round a corner, one of them calling out, "Found him." The old man in the blue suit approaches, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He walks away, his back to the viewer, leaving the others to wonder. I wonder what skills he has. The Flame Emperor had an X-rank returner skill, so what will the Sword Saint, who'd succeeded even before the Flame Emperor, have? Returning. The man thinks to himself that skill is about to be his, he just needs a bit of luck. Red shoes meet the grass as someone mutters that this place should be adequate. Underneath a large crescent moon, a man calls out into the night. In the dark forest, he faces an older man in a blue suit, clutching a black sword. The man in the black and white jacket hides nervously behind a tree, certain no one will know what happened out here. He leans against a tree, speaking in hushed tones to the older man. The older man smirks, and the younger one, wearing a gray jacket, sighs an annoyed, "Hey." The man with the blue hat narrows his eyes suspiciously. He questions why he is being asked for a favor in such a scary manner. "Huh?" The young man questions, his shocked face quickly morphing into one of concern. "And I'm not particularly armed or anything," he adds nervously. "But he's holding a sword, as if he's about to attack me," the young man thinks as a hand gripping a silver sword comes into view. "Pardon?" He breathes out, eyes wide with alarm as an orange streak whizzes past him. "How? An F rank like me?" The young man's thoughts race. "Congrats, Kim Gong-ya. You can die without insulting his grand." I'm sorry, but I don't quite follow." He stammers, hastily retreating from the strange scene. "How shrewd," the older man observes, a stern look on his face, acting even now. "But you can't fool my eyes." Please, Gramps." The young man calls out, glancing back as he runs through the dense forest. "I'm asking because I really don't know," the older man replies, clutching his sword as the other flees. "How do I look like a first-class assassin?" The older man exclaims, "I'm actually quite proud of how normal I look." A man, his face obscured by an ornate sword, readies himself. "Shut your mouth," the man with the sword commands. "I possess many skills." A voice cuts through the white void, among them is. The man in the gray jacket doesn't react to the red splatters on the ground behind him and the hooded figure. "I might know that the person I killed would have become a monster." A voice speaks through the stark white, "But it's true that I don't have an excuse to give the people of this time period." The man in the black and white jacket stands silently, dread settling in his stomach as the weight of the situation sinks in. "As much as it sounds like I'm making excuses, please hear me out." He pleads, "I committed such an act with good reason." Panic lending speed to his feet, he runs through the forest, desperate to be heard. The older man watches him go, a sad and defeated expression settling on his face. He raises his sword, a determined glint in his eyes. "I can swear to the heavens." The younger man's cry is cut short, rage and hatred swirling in his eyes. The older man glares, his presence radiating power as he prepares to accuse. He raises his sword, silver glinting menacingly, as someone tries to reason with him. The bright silver sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of light against the red blur. "But I at least haven't committed senseless mass murder like you," the younger man shouts. "In my entire life, the only one he begins, and he crumples to the ground. "You keep lying without any shame," the older man states coldly, sword still raised as he towers over the collapsed figure. "For the number of people you have murdered till now, A voice rings out as the number 4091 blazes above a red skull and crossbones. I can clearly see the number 4091 on top of your head. The older man declares, his fist clenched as he stares down at the younger. I killed Yu Su-ha once. The figure states, sword dripping against the bloody background. I killed myself 4090 times to get to the past. The young man says, his gaze unwavering, his scarred face a testament to his words. The older man walks away, his blue suit a stark contrast against the darkening woods. He stops, hand resting on his sword. Did the Witch of the Black Dragon send you? He questions, not turning to face the younger man. Killed 4091 people. The younger man yells, charging forward as a red blur whizzes past him. Then as long as the sword saint has that skill, he mutters, fear lending speed to his escape. No matter when he encounters me, the sword saint will try and kill me. The older man roars, swinging his glowing sword against the night sky. I will kill you with my all. The younger man screams, blue eyes burning with determination as he races toward the older. You devil! A voice booms as a white-hot explosion fills the space between them. 3 white streaks cut through the black, the raw energy radiating outwards. A figure, wreathed in blue light, reacts to an unseen attack, red lines marking the point of impact. The younger man narrowly avoids the older's sword strike. You could dodge my blade? As expected of a first-class assassin, the older man exclaims, a hint of respect in his voice. He lies sprawled on the ground, yelling furiously, this deaf fucking geezer. Suddenly, a powerful kick, a blur of motion, cuts through the air. He takes a surprised step back, uttering, wah. An anguished cry of, pierces the air as a red and white blur streaks across the sky. The man cries out in pain, arg, as he is knocked backwards. The man lies unconscious on the grass, his thoughts fading, I can't. The first time was pure luck. The older man raises his sword above his head, as the younger man on the ground thinks desperately, I can't dodge it another time. His face, slick with sweat, is a picture of intense concentration as he growls, shut up. He lies on the ground, looking up at the older man with a questioning. The older man, face contorted in rage, shouts, stop interfering with everything I do. The younger man turns away from the older man who continues to yell. It seems too much like a conversation to be schizophrenia. Is that a part of his skill? He stares in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. No way. Telepathy? The older man exclaims in astonishment, I've heard rumors that skills like that exist. He stands rigidly, his fist clenched, his expression troubled. His face falls as he sees the number, 4091, below a chilling red skull and crossbones symbol. The seated man continues, that there's a murderer who killed 4091 people here. He stares at the wanted poster, his face a mask of fear as he thinks, and I'll be hunted down by big guilds and high-ranked bounty hunters. Until I'm publicly executed on floor 1 of the tower. He thinks, imagining the noose swaying ominously before a large, silent crowd. Blood trickles from his mouth as a surge of determination washes over him. I can't have that happen. His thoughts race against the backdrop of the night sky. I need to die right now. Before 24 hours pass. He hunches over defensively, sword gripped tight, facing the older man who roars, old man. The young man turns away, his expression resolute, even if you are my teacher, don't bother. I've already made up my mind. The older man's single blue eye stares intensely as he asks, are your grandkids doing well? The younger man walks through the darkened forest, his unease growing, thinking, I heard you're from a nice family in North Europe. You know how things are with those kinds of families. His face etched with worry, the blue-haired man asks, if people find out their grandpa is the sword saint, what do you think will happen? The older man hangs in the air, a blue light emanating from his hand, his expression unreadable. The gray-jacketed man plunges headfirst through the night sky, his eyes wide with shock. 3 figures stand silhouetted against the night sky, their faces hidden. 2 figures tumble through the air, the older man letting out a soft sigh, A single blue eye, reflecting the crescent moon, stares upwards in wonder, beautiful. He stares at the empty space, awestruck. I couldn't even see his last strike. How can I get to that level? He hangs upside down, his eyes shining with admiration, I want to be like him. He dashes through the forest, consumed by envy. I'm envious. The old man grips his sword. I also. He walks away, oblivious to the large hand reaching towards him. The blackness seems to pulse with longing, want to have that strike. The blue screen flashes, the words stark and final, you have died. The condition for your skill has been fulfilled by your death. He stands in the dimly lit room, the blue lines casting an ethereal glow on his determined face. 3 cards materialize in the air, gleaming silver, bronze, and a tantalizing unknown, as he whispers, finally. Bathed in orange light, he stands on the precipice of change, the blue display screen announcing, creating skill cards. His eyes widen as cards swirl around him, and he exclaims, rank hunters. Please select a skill card. He strides forward, blue energy crackling around him. All right, where's that golden card? He points at a card, a confident smirk on his face. I'll just pick one like I did with the Flame Emperor. His eyes widen in alarm, his thoughts coming out as a soft. He stands, back still turned, a sense of unease radiating from him. He stares upwards, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Chapter 06. Wait. His jaw drops as he stares at the copper card, his eyes wide with disbelief. The dark-haired man smirks. Are you telling me? Unlike the Flame Emperor, the legend of the Sword Saint Marcus Allenbury, the silver-haired man stares intently at the cards. Was achieved without a single S-rank skill? A figure plummets through the blue void, a single word escaping their lips. No way. The young man in the suit wonders. There has to be something overpowered in one of these silver cards. He desperately pleads, there has to be, as he reaches out. 3 brown cards with a faint blue glow fly through the air. 3 shit-colored cards. He sweats as 4 silver cards with a faint blue glow fly through the air. And 4 silver cards. Several cards, mostly blurry, fly through the air in front of a blue background. Ignoring the shitty ones. Crouching low to the ground, he prepares for his next move. Suddenly, he is attacked by something incredibly fast in a green forest. My chances are 1 out of 4. He thinks frantically. That kill count skill is probably among these 2. He throws his hand out, a blue light emitting from it. I don't want that. Give me a cheat. Clutching a card, he charges forward with lightning speed. Come on, I'll never ask for anything ever again. He crouches back down, examining the card in his hand. The skill behind the Sword Saint's success. A message appears, selection complete. Copying skill. You will return 24 hours back to the past. A clock face materializes, the numbers 11, 12, and 1 glowing as white lines stream downwards. He wakes up suddenly, his eyes wide with shock. He stares blankly, exhausted, and mutters, open hunter status window. Eyes wide with disbelief, he asks, did I get it? Sword Saint's main skill. A list appears displaying his skills. 2. Returner's Winding Clock X, passive 3. Sword Throne A+, passive 4. None. Disappointed, he sighs, well, at least it's A+. It doesn't seem like the kill count skill either. He relaxes back into the bed, grumbling to himself. Man, I wanted a cool active like a rare martial arts skill or aura awakening. He sits up, a thought occurring to him. Well, I guess I shouldn't complain about an A+ skill. Skill card, open. The skill card appears before him displaying, Sword Throne A+. He ponders, I can't tell what it does just from the name. Suddenly, he hears a loud noise and sits up, confused. What's with all this noise? A close-up of a shocked face appears. A voice calls out, Gramps, I've told you this before. Go outside if you want to train in the middle of the night. The man with bandages on his arm raises his hand, demanding, let's be a little more respectful. He collapses as a woman with long, red hair rushes to his side. His eyes widen in shock. Huh? Go outside if you want to train in the middle of the night. The voice continues, Gramps, as your master, I've told you this before. The bandaged man slams his hand down on the desk. Let's have some basic manners. He growls. The red-haired woman frantically checks on the unconscious man. The young man's eyes open. I'll be pulled to you if you go far away enough. A voice says above him. He sits up in surprise. I've told you there's no need to wake me up. Excuse me. A man with vibrant red hair glares down. Who are you? He stares back at the red-haired man, fear creeping into his eyes. And you can hear me? The red-haired man asks, startled. I'd assume so, since we're having a conversation. He replies from the bed. What? The young man asks, bewildered. The red-haired man runs a hand through his hair. Weird. That's not supposed to happen. The red-haired man looks around the room in confusion. Where the hell am I? Why is it so small here? Where the hell is Marcus? The young man raises an eyebrow, concerned. He looks down at the red-haired man, a realization dawning on him. Marcus. Calenbury? Oh, are you talking about the Sword Saint? The red-haired man scoffs. Yeah, that title is too much for a beginner like him, though. Tisk. But yeah, I'm talking about the grandpa that goes by that name. Where is he? He should be around here somewhere. The young man explains. He suddenly freezes, eyes widening in horror. A shadowy figure throws their hands up in frustration. The Sword Saint is a beginner? I can't see anything out of this small-ass window. What? They both breathe as the red-haired man reaches the window. A bright yellow display shows the words. Sword Throne. Rank. A plus effect. From another world. He cleared his world's tower up to floor 99 but failed on the 100th. Unsatisfied, he was unable to give up on his earthly desires and has become a spirit. He cannot physically affect anything in this world, but is able to communicate with the holder of this skill. Be awestruck by his skill and experience, and ask him for advice. He stares at the display, stunned. From another world, and he's a ghost? Excuse me, but were you the Sword Saint's guardian spirit? He asks, turning to the red-haired man. The red-haired man shrugs. I guess. He walks with the red-haired man through a rocky landscape. I'm sorry, but I think I accidentally. The young man stares up at him, his face pale. Cloned you. The red-haired man's jaw drops in shock. Return me to Gramps right now, he shouts. Below, the bustling cityscape sprawls out before them. The red-haired woman angrily argues that everything should be refundable nowadays. The long-haired man, visibly distressed, cries out in despair. He desperately reminds her that it's beyond his control. Panicked and drenched in sweat, the man with short dark hair gapes in response. The scene abruptly shifts to a dark and ominous setting where a man in light robes is informed that his master has been kidnapped. He nervously pleads with the upside-down, crying man to stop as they hang in a room with dark gray walls. Later, at home, the short-haired man expresses his frustration about the situation, recounting his demand for respect. Distressed and on the verge of tears, he laments that he's already dead in response to a suggestion to live quietly. Someone, enraged, calls for attention and accuses a disrespectful person of bad-mouthing the dead. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor, the muscular man with spiky red hair, dressed in a martial arts uniform, points angrily with tears streaming down his face. An older man in a black suit walks away, surprised by the ghost's chattiness, silencing further commentary. In a display of dominance, an older man with a long white beard yells at someone to shut up and stop interfering. The man with black hair stands with his arms crossed, deep in thought, letting out a thoughtful, "Ah." Frustrated, the red-haired man complains about hiding from the Sword Saint and being stuck with a useless skill. Confused, the man in black questions why he would hide from his seemingly nice grandfather. Covering his face with his hands, the distressed man in the kitchen acknowledges the warning about the grandfather's grandkids. Lost in thought, the red-haired man listens as someone explains the Sword Saint's skill of seeing kill counts. The man in black confidently points to his head, revealing the number 4091. The scene shifts to a blurred red and blue background, focusing on a circular shape with the number 4091. Against a dark blue background with abstract red designs, a muscular man with red hair, dressed in white, stands with his arms crossed, exuding an aura of strength. Stunned, the red-haired man exclaims in disbelief, questioning the sanity behind the revelation. Standing in a dark room, the red-haired man is criticized for being an amateur who doesn't know how to use his aura. Sitting sullenly on the bed, the man in the black turtleneck is questioned by the red-haired woman about the plausibility of his kill count. He resolutely justifies his actions, revealing that he only killed one person, a future tyrant. Against a pale blue-gray background, a man's outstretched hand symbolizes countless sacrifices, explaining he killed himself 4,090 times to return from the future to kill the tyrant. The narration reveals he gained the ability to copy a random skill from those who kill him and received the returner skill from the future tyrant. The red-haired man calmly explains that upon death, he's transported 24 hours back in time. A woman with long brown hair, standing before a burning city, explains her immortality and her goal of seeking revenge against the seemingly invincible Rank 1. A young man with glasses hangs upside down against a giant pocket watch, revealing his plan to travel back in time to before his target acquired their revival skill. The focus returns to the red-haired man, who contemplates the gravity of the situation, questioning if his companion truly turned back time for personal vengeance. The man with short dark hair stands in the kitchen, troubled by the conversation, lost in thought. Sitting on the bed, the gravity of the situation weighs on him as he questions if the 11 years of suicide were the price for this power. In a sparsely furnished room, the young man hangs his head low as the older man in a martial arts uniform observes with a serious expression. Tension fills the air as the red-haired man leans closer to the young man, demanding to know the identity of the person he seeks revenge against. Against a blue and yellow background, the young man is interrupted by a pointed finger, prompting a question about his choice of target. The young man's face contorts in shock and confusion as he grapples with the question. A hand presses firmly against his chest, emphasizing the answer. The target was the strongest, and their skills were the fastest path to power. A conversation unfolds against a muted green background, suggesting that the skill card prevents others from sensing the speaker's presence. The young man, leaning back thoughtfully, confirms that it's impossible for him to tell anyone else. In a simple room, the young man freezes mid-motion as the red-haired man in a martial arts uniform confidently commands him to stand up. The red-haired man, muscles taut, declares the young man has enough perseverance for physical training. Flanked by the imposing figures in white, the young man listens as the red-haired man acknowledges his ambition. Leaning against a tiled wall, the red-haired man, nursing his neck, admits that the experience wasn't so bad. He then turns towards the dark-haired man, angrily calling out to him. Under the light of a full moon, a voice calls out, challenging someone to hunt monsters in the forest. The scene shifts to a misty forest floor, illuminated by the moon, with strange red plants scattered around. Standing among the strange plants, the dark-haired man questions if he only needs to kill a few. He stands in the forest, knife in hand, ready to face the task at hand. A teal-blue energy beam cuts through the air, leaving a trail of red in its wake. As the young man watches, a large red plant is sliced by the energy beam. He backs away quickly, streaks of red still hanging in the air. Suddenly, a thick red substance explodes outwards, engulfing a nearby figure. Red bubbles float around him, his face a mask of grim determination. A hand, clutching a green hilt, tightens its grip as blood splatters around it. The gleaming blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of red in its wake. A whirlwind of red explodes against a backdrop of green, the violence of the unseen action echoing through the air. He attacks with a sweeping blow, his blade a blur as it cuts through the air, leaving a trail of red. "Yep," he mutters, his gaze unwavering and intense. Standing in the eerie moonlight, he raises his fist, red streaks swirling around him. "I knew it." He stands silently, back turned, a green-hilted knife clutched in his hand, a pool of red staining the ground beneath his feet. Blood splatters his face, his eyes widen in shock. "Knew what?" A majestic pagoda rises against the skyline. "Back when I was alive, I was known as the Sword Emperor." He gestures towards the sprawling cityscape. "I was born in a different world." Under the dim glow of a streetlight, he states, "The Flame Emperor became a legend after clearing Floor 40. He throws his hands up in disbelief. "It said that he cleared Floor 99. That's crazy." He speaks with a serious expression, his red hair almost glowing in the moonlight filtering through the trees. The muscular man with a bandaged hand replies, "The talent for becoming a hunter. That's why I wanted to see you hunt. Because I have no talent for fighting," he says quietly, staring at the moonlit forest floor. He stands tall, sword gleaming, while the red-haired man watches him intently from the ground. The red-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth opening in protest. He raises an eyebrow skeptically, "An immense one, in fact?" You're just making fun of me, aren't you? He asks, glancing at the red-haired man beside him. The man in the suit states coldly, of course, you have no talent for martial arts. Your moves are too clumsy, your body isn't trained, and you don't even seem close to sensing your aura. He soars through the air, a splash of red behind him, but you have a talent that no one else has. You're not afraid of death. The red-haired man observes him, arms crossed. Normally, people instinctively protect themselves when they fight. But surprisingly, you don't have that instinct at all. It probably disappeared while you were dying more than 4,000 times. A voice says. He frowns. Does that even count as a talent? The blonde-haired woman stands with her sword drawn. Talent isn't something you have to be born with. Anyone can gain a talent at any time in their lives. The bones form a macabre display as the white-haired man adds, and one of the hardest to get is transcending the fear of death. He stares in awe at something unseen, whispering, it's incredible. A hand reaches out towards his chest, the forest looming around them. He looks down, his expression heavy, not even myself. He touches a gash on his cheek. I just couldn't stand being treated like a bug by the Flame Emperor. He lunges forward, a wild grin on his face as he brandishes the knife. He continues, I couldn't stand it, to the point where I killed myself 4,000 times. Streaks of energy surround him, that death became my talent. The red-haired man fixes him with a serious look. Let me ask you one thing. You died to Gramps, right? What were you thinking back then? He closes his eyes, his face unreadable. Blue streaks of light fall through the trees, illuminating the dark forest. I thought it was beautiful. The red-haired man soars through the air, his white uniform a stark contrast to the forest around him. He's thrown backwards, his body tumbling through the air in a blur of motion. The red-haired man throws his head back and laughs. Interesting, very interesting. Good. One of the red-haired men asks, you said your ability is to copy, and not steal, right? They stare at the imposing figure before them as the older man says, then Marcus still has another me as his guardian spirit. A hand reaches for the small blue flower. I want to see which one of you will become a greater hunter. The red-haired man grins mischievously, his sharp eyes gleaming under the moonlight. He places a hand on his chest, his expression sincere, I'll help you. An unseen voice cuts through the silence, to a point where you can stand toe-to-toe with Gramps. No, to a point where you can reign on top of him. He smirks, the crescent moon casting a faint light on his face. Let's take over this tower. He whispers. No. He cries out in anguish, his hands flying to his face. A young man with dark hair is laying peacefully in bed, thinking 5 more minutes. 5 minutes? You're slacking off. A voice scolds him. That old man Marcus might be clearing the 10th floor as we speak, and you want 5 minutes? You're slacking off. He covers his head with his pillow, a disgruntled look on his face. Huh? Are you really covering your ears? I am going to sing songs from my hometown until you wake up. Just so you know, I learned sound martial arts while I was alive. The voice threatens. He pulls the blanket over himself as he senses danger. I could decapitate at least 30 heads with a single verse. The blanket is ripped away as he lies angrily in bed, eyes squeezed shut. Do you even know what time it is? What time is it, then? The man with pink hair asks. He is met with a furious glare from the man with dark hair, who holds up his phone. It's still 4 a.m., you crazy asshole. He yells, tears streaming down his face, as the clock flashes 4:01 a.m. The man with pink hair remains unfazed. Even bugs start crawling at 4 a.m., he states, since you're weaker than a bug, you should wake up earlier. You're just saying that because you're bored from your inability to sleep, he retorts, visibly annoyed. ID always wondered why the Sword Saint trained at 4 a.m. every morning. He yells furiously, turns out it's not because he was hardworking, but because you annoyed the sleep out of him. The man with dark hair sits calmly on the bed as someone shouts, all right. I woke you up because I was bored, happy? Everything fades to black, the feeling of anger almost tangible. I want to kill you thanks to that. You get to wake up early and train, so be thankful. The voice continues, now get up and bow down to me. He looks up in surprise at the commanding hand before him. If you have a problem with it, why don't you try dying yourself? A man with short red hair appears. I am already dead, so you can't kill me. He crosses his arms, a confident smirk on his face. Silence falls. Oh, right, you can't die even if you want to. You zombie-ass motherfucker. The voice sighs. From today on, your name is Zombie Kim. Damn it, he mutters, concern and frustration etched on his face. The man with red hair walks down a city street as the sky begins to lighten. He runs down the street, the man with red hair now floating serenely above him. Hey zombie, let me remind you again. The man with red hair says, his face unreadable. Other than your perseverance, you don't have any talent. I prefer to start teaching from the basics, but you're not at a level where that's possible yet. You're somehow a tier below being able to learn the basics, he states, watching as the man with gray hair clenches his fist. It's already been 4 days since I copied the Sword Throne skill from the Sword Saint. I killed Yu Su-ha one more time since then, he thinks to himself. He stands alone in a quiet forest, streaks of red and black energy radiating from him. He walks quickly down a city sidewalk, an older man trailing cautiously behind him, and avoided the Sword Saint as much as possible. In terms of potential, you're like a bottomless black hole, the man with red hair shouts, exasperated. Dang, that's so cool. I am so jealous. Don't distract me. He leaps into the air, delivering a powerful kick. While a few I am running, the other man yells, desperately sprinting away. I am currently following the training routine that the guardian spirit made for me, the man with red hair says, making an OK sign with his hand. That's why I am saying you need special guidance. And in order to receive special guidance, you need to pay the high tuition. He leans closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hey zombie, let's go win the lottery. She stands confidently before the cityscape. Their official name is Merchants Union. The guild master is the rank 3 hunter, Countess. She is the only one who possesses the skill that lets the user trade with the outside world. 2 hands reach out, about to touch a glowing orb. Due to this cheat skill, Sang Ryan has a monopoly on the tower's economy. Thank you for coming to Sang Ryan. What can I help you with? A man wearing cat ears asks. A young man with a mischievous grin smiles back. He carefully stacks the lottery tickets, and it became the only place in Babylon that sold lottery tickets. I came to collect my lottery winnings, he announces confidently. The man with cat ears beams excitedly at him. Hey, I've always been curious, but do you know why they're always wearing cat ears? One man whispers, haha, it's nothing. She likes cats so much that she makes regular people wear cat ears. I can guarantee that she's a pervert, the man says. Have you double-checked the date? The man throws his head back, laughing. You can't redeem a ticket that you bought more than 2 years ago. This is the first thing I did after getting the guardian spirit, he thinks. That's fine. I bought this last week, the man with cat ears assures him. He smiles, remembering what happened earlier that day. The sword spirit said that I needed some starting capital, he thinks, so I needed to win the lottery at least once. All right, can I check your identifica? The waiter starts to ask. His eyes widen in shock as he sees the identification. He stares at the lottery ticket. Sang Ryan Happiness Lottery, it reads, first place prize, 53,000 grams. His jaw drops as he processes the information. Previous winners, 43,000 grams, 41,000 grams, 49,000 grams, the holographic display flickers. He smirks quietly as murmurs erupt around him. First place? Someone asks, stunned. The red-haired man throws his head back in amusement, muttering, wow, making money is pretty easy, huh? The young man in the cat-eared hat stares in shock. I've confirmed your number. See, can you give us a second? The confident red-haired man simply nods as a nearby employee assures him, he'll call the manager right away, sir. The man with ginger hair drums his fingers impatiently on the bar. Yeah. Take your time. A voice from off-screen questions, hey zombie, what if you get robbed in an alleyway or something? The dark-haired man in the blue jacket smirks slyly. Before I return to this time, he begins. Yu Su-ha had also used this skill to win some lotteries. There was something I learned from that. This isn't something that can be hidden even if you tried. The red-haired man stares in confusion, his hand flying to his temple. Even if you tried, the man in the blue jacket finishes as a man in a suit watches from the background. A thought bubble hangs in the air, filled with worry. If it's going to be revealed one way or another, it's safer to just be open about it, it reads on one side. If a winner is attacked, the party that takes the hardest hit is the Sangrian Guild, it concludes on the other. A kind-looking older man with a cat-eared headband smiles warmly, "Thank you for waiting." The older man gestures calmly with one hand, "I am the manager here, Arthur Taylor." The dark-haired man nods to the older man in the cat-eared headband. "I am also known as Safekeeper," the older man offers with a small smile. "Please feel free to call me by my alias. I am Gong Ya. That's a fitting nickname for this guild," the dark-haired man replies, glancing back at the red-haired man. An astonished thought bubble appears, containing a single shocked statement. If he has an alias, he's a ranker who's at least in the top 300. The older man throws his head back and laughs, his cat-eared headband slightly askew. "Haha, I hear that often," he chuckles. "Come with me to the upper floors," he instructs, turning to the man in the blue jacket. The red-haired man smirks, red eyes gleaming, "Because I'm a customer worth 50,000 grams. The dark-haired man stares in shock. The taller man pulls the shorter man into a warm embrace, chuckling, "I feel like you get impressed a little too easily because you've never received this kind of treatment before." The brown-haired man scowls. "Can't you shut up for like 1 second? Red light flickers across the red-haired man's face as he listens to the voice echoing around him. "You shouldn't be such a pushover. Take after me," the voice booms, "just believe everyone in the world exists for you to step on." The red-haired man lunges, a manic grin splitting his face, while the brown-haired man scrambles back in fear. A thought bubble appears, filled with disgust. Are all people with Emperor in their name a psychopath? It wonders. They're people I never want to take after. The man in the cat-eared headband peers down, eyebrows furrowed in concern. "Sir, is there something wrong?" he asks gently. "Oh," the young man in the blue shirt starts in surprise, "It's nothing. I was just spacing out for a second. That's a relief." The voice of the older man says, "You had a concerned face." The older man's face softens sympathetically. "I was wondering if anyone treated you rudely before I got there." Tears welling in his eyes, the brown-haired man chokes out a single, odd whisper, "Is he an angel?" The red-haired man can only stare in confusion. The man in the teal jacket clutches his chest, speechless with astonishment. "So easy," the other man says, a hint of amusement in his voice. The older man in the cat-eared hat gestures toward a grand, intricately designed door. The young man stares, jaw slack with disbelief, as the older man's voice rings out, "This is the prize that you won." The older man gestures gracefully towards a gleaming mountain of gold coins piled high upon an ornate chest. 53,000 gold, he announces. "This is gold that equates to over $5 million where I come from," the young man thinks to himself. The young man swallows hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his nervous face. The camera pans over a table littered with empty bottles. "With this amount of money," a voice whispers, heavy with unspoken implications, "you can take it all or leave it to the Sangrian Guild safe," the older man's voice says from behind the younger. "I can probably live comfortably," for the young man begins. "The rest of my life," he finishes, staring out at the luxurious room. "If success was my goal, then I've already achieved it." Deep in a serene forest bathed in glowing lights, the red-haired man clasps hands with the man in black. "Small step," a voice whispers through the trees. The young man closes his eyes, a brilliant yellow light emanating from his chest. The young man in the blue shirt folds his arms. "I've already experienced far more beautiful gold before," he states, "I'll keep it in the Sangrian safe. I personally recommend that all the winners do." The older man in the cat-eared hat agrees, a knowing smile on his face. The young man stands with his back to the older, considering. "I understand that they want to take it with them, but there are bad people," the older man begins. A slow smile spreads across the young man's face as he reaches for a gold coin. And he murmurs. He turns back, his tone casual but with an underlying note of certainty. "I'd like to buy Sangrian's honorary guild member title. It takes 10,000 gold to become a second-class honorary member, right?" he asks, already reaching for his winnings. "I'll pay up front." The older man raises an eyebrow, peering down at the young man over his round spectacles. Do you not yet have a guild you're a member of, sir? The young man leans back, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Yeah. The red-haired man chuckles, shaking his head in amusement. You're smarter than I thought, he admits. A guild isn't just a simple friend group for hunters. A voice explains. The biggest reason hunters join a guild is because 4 figures stand bathed in the blue light of a holographic shield, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension. 5 pairs of hands clasped together, radiating a blinding light. They want to be protected. A voice exclaims, "You're quite clever." The young man in the blue shirt leans forward conspiratorially. There are the guards and the Hunter Association, he murmurs, but the city is too wild to rely on just the 2 of them. The young man in the black turtleneck dangles helplessly as the man with the gold earring sneers down at him, his eyes cold and predatory. The vast cityscape sprawls below, dwarfing the figure standing at its edge. You can tell that from how the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint killed me recently. The young man says. A figure wreathed in fire extends a hand, a white hot beam of energy lancing from their fingertip. The Flame Emperor was never bound to a guild and was proud of his freedom. A voice explains. He won the lottery twice, but he probably never paid a protection fee to anyone. Shimmering purple liquid streams from a bottle held in a gloved hand, swirling ominously as it pools beneath the smirking face of the man with the silver earring. That's why he almost got poisoned, a voice whispers. A shadowy figure leans in, a gloved hand holding a pen outstretched. One more thing, the figure murmurs. Yes, anything is fine, the young man replies quickly. The man in the suit meticulously writes in his book, I live in a cheap 1-bedroom right now. I'll give you the rent, above the man's head. So can you get me a nice place to stay at? The man in the blue jacket smiles confidently, adding, and if any news outlet asks who the first place winner was, can you please let them know that it was an anonymous honorary member of the Sangryung Guild? In a richly adorned study, a distinguished gentleman with a meticulously groomed mustache pauses his writing, deep in thought. The older gentleman adjusts his cat-eared hat, startled by the imposing younger man with fiery red hair who leans in closely and says, You're very prepared, sir. Adjusting his dark notebook, the man in the well-tailored suit hears a voice say, Lol. Look at his face. The man with the white collar smirks, pleased with himself as he thinks, he probably thought that you were a pushover. Adjusting his blue jacket, he confidently remarks, I mean, it's a big world out there. Gotta at least do a little bit of preparation. The red-haired man looks up, a smug grin on his face as he asks, Who was the one who called me a pushover again? Did I say that? I don't remember. The older man in the cat-eared hat glares angrily as he retorts, You're correct, sir. That dumbass emperor. The man with brown hair looks worried as a large hand rests on his shoulder and a deep voice booms, Well, I guess you're managing pretty well on your own. I thought I'd need to change your diapers, too. The red-haired man smirks arrogantly, the words, I'd hate you less if you didn't speak, man. Echoing around him. The man in the blue shirt smiles confidently, hearing the words, You look pretty happy, too. Wash over him. The man in the blue jacket admires the vast pile of glowing coins before him, a symbol of his newfound wealth. A single gold coin gleams, representing a chance to rewrite the past, to reclaim the power lost in pursuit of revenge after 4,000 deaths and a return 4,000 days back in time. A blue-sleeved hand holds the glowing coin aloft, the words it's time to enjoy it, signaling a new, powerful path. The young man in the orange and white sneakers strides confidently down the hallway, oblivious to the figure dangling upside down above him. The red-haired man looks down smugly, asking, And you just got enough to pay for it? What do you think is the next step? The man in the blue shirt pauses thoughtfully, murmuring, a competent teacher? The red-haired man scowls with frustration, exclaiming, he's already in front of you. The man in the blue shirt narrows his eyes, muttering, shameless, under his breath. Light blue wisps dance across a white background, accompanied by the words, It's textbooks. Scrolls to teach you martial arts skills. Arms crossed and brow furrowed, the red-haired man retorts, or potions to boost your physical abilities. The red-haired man jabs a finger accusingly as he exclaims, But at your level, you won't be able to learn anything by reading a scroll. The man in the blue jacket tries to soothe the anxious man beside him, saying, "So the only thing you can get is potions. Extremely good ones." The dark-haired man in the blue jacket clutches his chest, distressed as he asks, "How good does it have to be?" Lost in contemplation, the red-haired man strokes his chin, struggling to find a solution. The red-haired man points emphatically, explaining, "I think it was called the Alchemy Castle because there were a bunch of healers and alchemists. You need something made by the best person there. I know a store you can go to." Eyes wide with alarm, the man in the blue jacket sputters, "Aren't those extremely expensive?" A sly smirk spreads across the red-haired man's face as he points and asks, "Of course. You want to know how much?" The red-haired man leans in, whispering conspiratorially to the shocked man in the blue jacket. The man in the blue jacket stumbles back in alarm, crying, "Wha, wait." The red-haired man calls after him, pleading, "I can get, like 4 bottles with my entire fortune." An irritated voice booms, "You can probably get 5 if you get a bundle deal. If you want someone to blame, then blame your lack of talent. Now shut up and follow me." The man in the blue jacket runs frantically, his cry of "Ah, slow down," echoing behind him. Whoa! The man in the blue jacket crumples to the ground, swiftly taken down by a kick from the red-haired man in the white GI. "Why did you stop all of a sudden?" The red-haired man's question is met with a frantic, "Gong ya, hide." As the man in the blue jacket ducks down, eyes blazing with determination, the red-haired man in the white GI stands ready to fight. The red-haired man strides purposefully forward, casually mentioning, "I forgot to tell you, but..." Huh? The man in the blue jacket trails behind, confusion etched on his face. Alone and filled with anxiety, the man in the blue jacket glances nervously to his right. Red sneakers hit the gray bricks as someone in a blue jacket hurries forward. The red-haired man in the white GI points with surprise, exclaiming, "This is Gramps' go-to potion store. Tell me things like that in advance." The white-haired man in the blue suit brandishes his sword, panic in his eyes. "Why couldn't you say this earlier?" The dark-haired man in the light blue shirt throws his hands up in frustration. The white-haired man in the blue suit glowers, his disappointment palpable. Red shoes echo on the tiled floor as the lone figure walks on. Steely blue eyes, filled with determination, pierce from the shadows. The dark-haired man hides behind a dumpster, fear etched on his face, as a white-haired man and a red-haired woman approach. Eyes wide with terror, the dark-haired man claps both hands over his mouth. He peeks nervously from behind his hands, whispering, "What should I do? It's gonna be a pain if I get caught here." An old man in a blue suit walks briskly away, disappearing into the depths of a mysterious room. Fear washes over the young man as he sits on the floor, his hands muffling his heavy breaths. Suddenly, a red-haired man standing by a dumpster gasps in disbelief, "Out of all the places to hide, we picked a trash can." Crouched nervously behind the grimy dumpster, the dark-haired man whispers, "Bad news. If Gramps is here, then..." A fierce intensity burns in the eyes of a man with long red hair as he glares angrily. His jaw drops in astonishment. The red-haired man stammers, "He probably came to clear out the potions." A sense of urgency hangs in the air outside the building as a voice calls out, "Gong ya, quick. Follow me." The red-haired man sprints away, his face etched with determination, as the other man chases after him, yelling in confusion, "Wha." Rage contorts the red-haired man's face as he roars furiously, while the black-haired man watches in stunned silence. A piercing shriek of agony, "Ah," echoes through the air. A desperate cry pierces the air, "No." The old man in the blue suit, cane gripped tightly in his hand, eyes the woman in yellow with suspicion as the younger man strides confidently away. Distress clouds the red-haired man's features as he cries out, "We were too late. What should we do? That's the best store in the area." He reaches out a hand towards his companion, his brow furrowed with worry, but the other man only responds with a somber. A thought bubbles up, cautious but clear. It would be too risky to use the same shop as the Sword Saint. A single word, but, hangs in the air, filled with a glimmer of hope as a finger hovers over the Google search bar on a smartphone. Disbelief tightens its grip as the search results on the Hunter rankings page declare, not in the top 20, with Sword Saint holding firmly to the number 1 spot. Disappointment washes over the man in the blue jacket as he mutters, "Not in the top 100 either. Not even in the top 300. The red-haired man stares at his phone. "They're not here." The other man scoffs. "What's not there? Your luck?" Looking down at his phone, a slow smile spreads across the face of the man in the blue jacket as he murmurs, "No, quite the opposite, in fact." The man in the blue jacket flashes a confident smile. "I don't think I have to spend as much money as you said." As he turns to leave, the red-haired man stares after him, bewildered. "What?" Eyes bright with excitement, the man in the blue jacket murmurs, "We can probably get those potions pretty cheap." A smug grin plays on his lips as he strides down the street, pleased with his own ingenuity. A whisper, heavy with intrigue, hangs in the air, "I know a pretty good alchemist." He walks deeper into the shadowy alleyway, two imposing figures flanking him, as if to confirm his companion's wary question. "You know you're going deeper into the slums, right?" The man in the gray t-shirt stands tall, his gaze unwavering, as he addresses the old man seated on the ground before him. With a confident, "PCHK," his foot splashes into a puddle, a silent promise of the action to come. Incredulity colors the red-haired man's voice. "A decent alchemist lives in a place like this?" The other man, back turned as he continues walking, replies with quiet conviction, "They're not just decent. They're a once-in-a-generation genius." The red-haired man throws his hands up in disbelief. "Stop capping. Why would a genius like that be in a place like this?" Hands on his hips, he challenges the other man. "All right. Don't believe me, then." Ignoring the skeptical tisk from the two men behind him, the man in the blue shirt sighs, "Ah," his shoulders slumping with a hint of resignation. The old man, hunched over in embarrassment, mutters, "They were trying to see if I was worth robbing, but they gave up because they saw me talking to myself and thought I was crazy." His companion walks away, worry etched on his face. "What would they say if they found out how much I have in my pocket?" A condescending voice rings out, thick with sarcasm, "Hey zombie. You do know how to get there, right?" Unfazed, the young man in the blue jacket ascends the stairs, where the red-haired man sits in peaceful meditation. A desperate plea hangs in the air, Please don't take my equipment." Exasperation drips from every word. "Do you know how many times you've asked us that already?" The young man, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, nods towards the other man. "Yep. It looks like we came to the right place." A voice booms, thick with anger, "You're behind half a year's worth of payments, half a year. You have to pay your dues." The man in the gray shirt throws his hands up in desperation. "If you take my equipment, I won't even be able to make a living." But the woman beside him remains silent. The other man, his grip tightening on the woman's arm, sneers, "I don't care. You will never make enough to pay it back anyway." "Seize everything you see," roars the man in the blue shirt, reaching out towards the woman as if to pull her along, but she resists, fear flashing across her face. He turns away, his shoulders slumping as he pleads, "1 week. Please, just 1 more week. No, just 5 days." But a bitter retort cuts him off. "Last time, that 1 week became a month, and that month is now half a year. There are still potions I couldn't finish." He cries out, twisting back to look at the cart as worry creases his brow. Behind him, the woman lies sprawled on the ground, shoving at the cart wheel in frustration. "Goddamn, why was I assigned to some crazy alchemist?" Her eyes widen in alarm as she loses her grip and tumbles backward, a startled "ah" escaping her lips. 4 figures in black stand impassively, their faces etched with boredom as one offers unhelpful advice. "If you want some advice, find a different career." The muscular man stares down at the fallen woman, his eyes wide with concern. A lone woman with long green hair sits contemplatively on the ground, her gaze drifting towards a cart being pulled by 2 men. 4 figures stand in a line, their whispers revealing their disdain for a struggling store owner. The green-haired woman spins around, a look of concern etched on her face as she hears the accusations thrown her way. In a dimly lit room, the woman throws her head back in annoyance. 2 men watch in amusement as the woman in the white coat laughs, her words met with disbelief. Startled, the green-haired woman glances over her shoulder, her hand outstretched as she walks away from a dismissive crowd. Nervous and unsure, the woman adjusts her glasses. The woman throws her hands up in shock, her mouth agape as she processes the harsh rejection. A red-haired man fixes a serious gaze on the green-haired woman, a sense of unease hanging in the air. With an open hand and a disappointed frown, the man voices his doubts about the once-in-a-generation genius, leaving the woman to stare dejectedly at the ground. Confused, two men in a yellow-tinged alley share a perplexed look. What? The red-haired man explodes, his face contorted in anger, while his companion smirks. A man in a blue jacket stares in shock, his eyes wide with concern as the green-haired woman kneels on the ground, struggling with an unseen force. A giddy man with brown hair scans his surroundings, his eagerness palpable, as he stands before the indifferent green-haired woman. On a gray pavement, the green-haired woman glares down at the apprehensive man, her impatience evident in her tense posture. "Are you still open?" The woman with green hair gasps, her face etched with alarm and confusion. With a serious expression, the green-haired woman stands against a blue and gray backdrop, her request for an expensive order echoing her determined spirit. The green-haired woman, now adorned with a braid and a confident aura, commands attention as the master alchemist. Standing before a building with large windows, the green-haired woman gapes in surprise at the framed message revealing her future. "Ah, yes, yes, of course," the woman exclaims, her earlier surprise replaced with enthusiastic confidence as she assures her client of her abilities. Against a pale orange background, the green-haired woman clutches her glasses, her anxiety growing as she stammers, but how expensive are we talking?" I'm not sure. Maybe around 20K? The woman replies casually, her words sending a wave of shock through the green-haired woman. The green-haired woman can only manage a stunned whisper, her eyes wide with disbelief. A man with short brown hair pauses on the street, his mind racing with the exciting possibility of connecting with a high-ranking individual. Before they even enter the ranks, the green-haired woman thinks incredulously as the man beside her beams with a self-satisfied grin. Eyes wide with worry, the brown-haired man stares at the ground, a perplexed frown etched on his face as he questions the situation unfolding before him. With a confident smirk and a mischievous glint in his eye, the man in the blue jacket throws a challenging question over his shoulder. A bold declaration hangs in the air, encased in a thought bubble, as the man confidently promises unwavering loyalty. With a warm smile and an inviting gesture, the green-haired woman welcomes her guest into her humble abode. The brown-haired man hesitates at the threshold, his gaze fixed on the floor, while the woman awaits his response. The green-haired woman gapes in shock, her eyes wide as she glances back at the nervous brown-haired man, while a muscular, red-haired man behind them surveys the scene with a serious expression. The woman in the white coat and the man in the blue jacket stand frozen, their surprise palpable in the shared look of bewilderment. Amidst a jumble of crates and a precarious ladder, the green-haired woman gestures urgently, her face etched with an anxious plea. A shadowy figure, shrouded in darkness, looms over a stack of boxes, creating an air of mystery and intrigue. A muscular man with red hair gasps in astonishment, while beside him, a young boy cowers, his eyes wide with fear. A grimace twists the red-haired man's face as he covers his ears, his disgust evident in the cramped space. Anxiety clouds the face of the crouching man in the blue shirt as he shoots a worried glance towards the green-haired woman standing behind a barrel. Are you really going to commission me for 20K gold? The question hangs in the air, laced with disbelief. The green-haired woman offers a hesitant smile, her hands clasped nervously in front of her, a flickering candle casting long shadows across her face. "If you really don't believe me, should I pay up front?" The man in the blue jacket offers with a confident grin, oblivious to the flustered woman beside him. "Actually, if possible, payment up front would be." The green-haired woman trails off. She's so broke that she can't display basic manners. The man in the blue jacket chuckles, his arrogance on full display as he grants permission to empty his safe. "As much as I need." The green-haired woman murmurs anxiously, her gaze darting nervously to the side. "Of course, please try and keep the budget within 20K gold if possible." The man in the white shirt says with a relaxed smile, his tone betraying his concern for limited funds. "Then, what potions do you want to commission?" The green-haired man asks, his brow furrowed in concentration as he prepares to take notes. "If you want to commission me to manufacture illegal drugs, I would like to decline." The green-haired man states firmly, his discomfort evident in the tense atmosphere. On principle, that's the one thing I will not make. The green-haired man declares, his gaze unwavering as he sets a firm boundary. The green-haired man stands lost in thought, impressed by the woman's integrity in the face of financial ruin. You don't have to worry, I swear it's not drugs. The green-haired man assures, his kind eyes meeting the brown-haired man's with reassuring sincerity. So, exactly what kind of potion do you want to commission? The green-haired man inquires, his pen poised over his notepad as the brown-haired man launches into an enthusiastic explanation. The smug man in the blue jacket thinks to himself, well, all right. She doesn't seem all that skilled, but I'll give you the recipe. As he looks at the upset, muscular man with red hair. Listen closely. The serious man with red hair says, I'll only explain this to you once. The man in the blue jacket intently writes down, the liver of a rabbit pig, as instructed. The eyes of a balloon cat, the skin of a giant desert worm. He continues, watching the doubtful man in the blue jacket as a man with long curly green hair watches in surprise. Holding the book, the startled woman with long green hair reads aloud. A total of 23 ingredients, is that right? And continues, and the tail of a dirt lizard. Yeah, that's it for the ingredients. The serious red-haired man confirms. Now, in terms of how it's produced, that all depends on the pharmacist's skill. That is correct, the woman in the white coat states plainly. He stares intensely at the viewer. These would all combine together to produce an effect that increases your reaction speed. He declares. On the table amongst herbs and a lit candle, a parchment reads it's an extremely high-level recipe. You create it by mixing all the ingredients at once instead of refining them one at a time, right? The woman with green hair sits on a stool, intently studying the book in her hands. That's indeed right. The red-haired man stammers, surprised. The man in the blue shirt stares with wide eyes. That's right, he confirms. Of course, the woman with long green hair exclaims with a happy smile. Normally, the skin of a giant desert worm has a small amount of poison, he explains. One of the ways to nullify this poison is to consume the liver of a rabbit pig. He continues, however, depending on how you consume it, the effects are like night and day, if it was refined. Yeah, these kinds of experts exist, the green-haired woman says with a proud smirk. The red-haired man stares, surprised, while the man in the blue jacket looks impressed. Instead, there are other side effects that follow. He warns, forcibly increasing your metabolism is fundamentally. How soon can you prepare this? The man in the blue jacket asks with a hopeful smile. The green-haired woman looks up from her book, concerned. 4 days, she states firmly, staring intently at the man in the blue jacket reflected in her glasses. As long as there is enough money, I can make it in 4 days. She stammers, normally, I could make it even sooner, but I need to repurchase my equipment, she explains. The green-haired woman holds her hands up, counting on her fingers as she thinks. Those who have a prescription from the master alchemist, please come on in. The man shouts, why are you standing in front of me? I've been waiting for a year now. A man in white cries out, throwing his hands in the air. A year? I've been waiting for a year and a half. The man in the blue jacket exclaims, exasperated. The man in the blue jacket smiles smugly, pleased with himself as the green-haired woman stares at him with wide eyes. As they walk through the city at sunset, the man in the blue jacket complains. Hey, I still don't approve of her. Do you know how many people there are that talk a good game but have garbage skills? He rants as the man in white floats beside him, his arms outstretched. Those are the kinds of people that grow up to sell snake oil. Dang, we just wasted good money. Where did you learn that recipe? The man with red hair asks, stunned. The man in the blue jacket is equally surprised. It's a recipe I conjured myself. He announces proudly, it's the greatest potion invented after drinking all sorts of poisons myself. He tilts his head back with a smug smile. She complimented it as a high-level recipe. He brags. She was able to recognize the value of the recipe at once, so try trusting her. The red-haired man says, trying to stay calm. Even though she may be like that now, she becomes the head honcho of the alchemy castle 10 years later. The man with red hair crosses his arms and scowls, unconvinced. A thought bubble appears above the scowling man's head. Mark my words, zombie. It reads, I bet she is going to just take your money and run. A young man with green hair sadly holds out a box. I'm sorry, he mumbles. I wanted to get it to you sooner, but it took longer than expected trying out various combinations. 4 days later, the woman with short green hair smiles, holding 3 boxes. Residence provided by Sang Ryan. The man in green reads. The red-haired man frowns. But didn't you originally say it would take 4 days? It's okay, the man in green assures him. There are 3 boxes with 30 potions each. The man in green says with a smile. So that should be about 30 days worth. He adds, handing the surprised woman a box. The man in green beams. This was 15 times more cost-efficient than the store suggested by the guardian spirit, he exclaims. The man in green hesitates, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Hey, you were insulting me in your head. This is how you're supposed to spend money. Yes? He asks innocently. Me in your head, weren't you? The red-haired man sputters as the green-haired woman watches calmly. This might be weird to ask now. The green-haired woman begins, but why did you give such a costly commission to an unknown pharmacist like me? While I am confident in my skills, she says quietly, just by looking at the recipe provided, I think there are only about 2 people in Babylon who could make this. But people treat me like a total nutcase. She finishes sadly, her back to the viewer. The reason, the man in green states, it's because the pharmacist standing in front of me is a once-in-a-generation genius. But is that the only reason? A voice calls out. The area has been secured. Another voice reports, but there might be survivors inside. Let's send in a rescue squad. The woman with green hair gasps, her eyes widening in alarm as she hears the commotion. The one who came running to the scene faster than anyone else when the city was on fire. Someone muses. She said she had something to do tonight. It's probably a date? I've seen her together with the Flame Emperor a lot lately. The woman with green hair narrows her eyes, deep in thought. Someone who wasn't fooled by the Flame Emperor. She thinks, something about him creeps me out. She's skilled, kind, and even a good judge of character. She thinks, looking down at the floor. The man in the green shirt turns towards her, a serious expression on his face. Pardon? The woman with green hair stammers, startled. Someone like her? Because you seem kind, he explains. I helped you out because you seem kind. The man in green says with a smirk. Well, I think you would have been successful even without me. I think good hunters like us need to succeed. He continues, holding out his hand, so that we can help each other later on. The green-haired woman stares at his outstretched hand, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. I want to wish both of us the best, she thinks. It's frustrating to see only crazy-ass psychopaths succeed. The man in green smiles faintly. I meant everything I said, he assures her. The green-haired woman states firmly, so much so, that I don't think I can be any more honest than this. That's true, she agrees confidently. We need to succeed first in order to change the world. With a bright smile, she excitedly shakes the man's hand as a sparkling deal appears above them. If you have anything else you want to order, she says excitedly, call me anytime. I'll always prioritize your request. I'd love nothing more, he says warmly, waving goodbye to the green-haired woman as he departs the luxurious lobby. Deal, he exclaims, happily waving as he heads out. The red-haired man smirks at the annoyed dark-haired man. What? He asks. Good hunters, like us. Clenching his fists nervously, the dark-haired man stammers. I know I said something embarrassing, let's just train. The next day, the forest bathes serenely in the sunlight, the air filled with the promise of a moving to the floor 3 hunting grounds. He gazes upward in awe at the muscular, ponytailed man descending from the light, 3 orcs flanking him, into the lush forest. These guys are a bit too much for me to handle. He gulps nervously, eyeing the 2 menacing orcs, one gripping a club and the other a large sword. So, what should I do? He wonders fearfully, as the 2 orcs, one brandishing an axe and the other a sword, snarl at him. First, drink the potion, commands the red-haired man, eyes closed sternly as he sits cross-legged, while the dark-haired man stands before him, worry etched on his face. He carefully pries open the lid of the black cylindrical container. The red-haired man watches intently as he calmly sips from the black container. HM? He ponders. It tastes very normal? There's a hint of lemon, and I think there's some honey. His brow furrowed in suspicion, he continues to analyze the taste. He shouts in surprise, staring at the sudden hole in his shirt. What's happening? He gasps, reaching out into the night, his face a mask of panic. His breath catches in his throat, fear gripping him as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He lies sprawled on his back, gazing upward, a wave of vulnerability washing over him. Ah, ah, the red-haired man cries out in pain as if struck by an invisible force, the dark-haired man watching in distress. Oh, impressive. A voice wonders, so her skills were the real deal. What is he saying? He groans, clutching his head. Don't repeat yourself. My head feels like it's going to explode. How is it? The red-haired man snarls, jaw clenched. It feels like you can count every single hair on your head, right? Even the feeling of your sweat dripping must feel lively. He exclaims, eyes squeezed shut in anticipation. That is the effect of the potion. A voice booms, as a monstrous, red-outlined mouth with rainbow-colored teeth fills the frame. It increases the rate at which you perceive reality. The voice explains, the monstrous mouth looming above. His eyes, now ringed with rainbows, focus intently upwards. Can you not feel it? The voice questions, as the air shimmers with a rainbow glow. What are you talking about? He stammers. He recoils in fear as a dark red figure, clutching a white stick, lunges towards him, his chest glowing red, his body outlined in a faint green. The thing squirming around in your heart. A voice echoes, as his heart throbs rapidly, a pulsing red mass outlined in frantic lines. He pushes himself up off the ground, his brow furrowed in confusion and unease. That's aura, the voice explains, as he stares down in astonishment. It exists inside every hunter that enters the tower. The voice continues, as the two men listen intently. Most just live their days without being able to perceive it. Hee. The voice chuckles, how freely you can control this aura. That will be the deciding factor. As he grips his head, anxiety etched on his face. Normally, you'd feel the flow by meditating in this state. The red-haired man explains, a serene smile on his face, as the green-haired man strains with the effort. But that would take too long. The voice interjects, if you lack talent, you need to at least work hard. As he lies there, overwhelmed and defeated, he shrinks back in terror as a grotesque green monster, eyes burning red, looms over him, its gaping maw drooling. Run, Kim Zombie. A voice urges as he scrambles to his feet, his eyes wide with terror. A large green humanoid with red eyes and fangs raises his arm to attack. Now, if you don't want to get fucked, release your aura. Behind a concerned man in a red jacket, the drooling humanoid looms over him. Someone like you needs to train by experiencing it firsthand. The man in the red jacket gapes in shock, his mouth wide open. You. God. Damn. Ghost. The muscular man with red hair smiles, teeth bared, at a nervous man in a red jacket. I can't understand you because you're a loser that can't even use aura. The red-haired man smiles cruelly, eyes wide, as the gray-haired man cowers beside him. Is it painful? If you don't like it, just kill yourself. The gray-haired man stares at the ground, his face a picture of distress. Oh right, if you did, the kill counter would increase again. The green humanoid, enraged and powerful, attacks with a furious expression. 11. The green humanoid continues his enraged attack as a terrified man in a red jacket cringes nearby. Slow. A man in brown shoes and dark pants runs forward. Even though I can see the attack, why won't my body respond properly? The red-haired man and the man in the red jacket fight aggressively. The long-haired man is shoved forward by the man in the red jacket. You can dodge it, don't give up. A man in a red shirt lies exhausted in the forest. Orcs are low-level mobs with simple attack patterns. It's easy once you figure out their attacks. Now, gather aura in your legs. The man in the red jacket runs determinedly through the forest. Easier said than done. A foot wearing a black shoe with rainbow lights takes a step forward. I can dodge it if I move just a single step. The brown-haired man yells desperately. Legs, please move. A heart pulsates, emanating bright white light. A man walks forward, electricity crackling around his leg as an orc swings at him. The black-haired man in a red shirt stands triumphantly, having dodged an attack. I dodged it, harder than expected, right? The red-haired man points at a glowing red heart. That's because you don't have any proper tunnels for the aura to flow through your body. If I were to come up with an analogy, your body is like a small path deep in the mountains. The red-haired man sits cross-legged, floating in midair on a pipe, watching the brown-haired man race below. You need to reconstruct that into a highway in order to use aura properly. The man in the red jacket sprints through the forest. You can feel the aura now thanks to the potion. Normally, you would feel jack shit. A green creature's arm blurs as it swings with intense power. The green creature grins, swinging its fist as red and blue energy crackles around it. TCH, that girl may have poor sanitation standards, but her skills are first-rate. The green creature roars, red streaks marking its body, as the man in the red jacket falls from the sky. Goo-ah! The man with short brown hair plummets, helpless and distressed. The red-haired man, face set in a determined expression, speaks. Once I turn this small path into a highway, happen? Red sparks crackle around the brown-haired man's clenched fist, his face a mask of anger and frustration. It frustrates me, but the guardian spirit is right. The man in the red jacket concentrates, red sparks erupting from his trembling fist. Flow. Aura. The green creature sails helplessly through the air, an abandoned path covered in weeds. The man in the red jacket tumbles uncontrollably through a blue tunnel. Damn it, it's a fitting metaphor for the current me. Uncertainty hangs in the air. What might happen? The red-haired man smirks, arrogance in his gaze. Hey. A blood-splattered sky sets the scene. You had your head cut off by old man Marcus without being able to do a thing, right? That's right. An upside-down man with white hair, clad in a blue suit, clutches a glowing sword as red flowers swirl around him. A large moon hangs in the blue sky as pink flowers drift down. That was the skill of someone only at the level of a neighborhood street. The dark-haired man glares, his expression a mix of anger and disgust. Even that beautiful strike? Gramps still has a long way to go. As for you, do I even need to say it, you zombie? The brown-haired man, clad in red and gray, lets out a sound, shock and anger on his face. A green monster with glowing red eyes swings a massive club. The brown-haired man, still in his red and gray attire, flees from the monstrous creature. Bathed in white light, the brown-haired man yells in anger and frustration, trees blurring behind him. Sword drawn, the man in the red jacket faces down a large, angry creature. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. A red-haired man with a smirk peers out from the edge of the panel. Would you look at that? Anger and determination etched on his face, the man in the red shirt races through the forest. The man in the red jacket kneels, white and red energy crackling around him. That's pretty creative. Gripping a green sword, the brown-haired man prepares to attack, excitement in his eyes. White energy flares around the legs of the kneeling man in the red jacket. Sword held high, the man in the red jacket plunges his blade into the chest of a roaring monster. White energy bursts from the legs of a leaping green creature clad in a blue robe and brown belt. Through the eye of a slain creature, the man in the red jacket glares, clutching his green sword. A glowing blue sword pierces the roaring green creature, a look of pain and fear twisting its features. He swiftly attacks with his green sword, a surge of red light emanating from his strike. With a determined look, the red-haired man in a white shirt moves quickly, a blur of motion. Don't let your guard down till the end. He attacks the colossal green creature with his sword, leaving it writhing in pain. Orcs have a thick skin. His hand glows intensely as he swings his sword, aiming at an unseen target. Focus your aura on the edge of your blade. Well, that might be too hard for you. With fierce determination, he attacks the large, red-eyed creature. Just pour all your aura into the tip of your sword. He cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony, as he struggles against a powerful force. Fuck, ing. Enraged, he roars with fury, ready to unleash his wrath. Die. A giant red Korean character, outlined in green, dominates the scene as a massive explosion of green and white light erupts beneath it. He attacks the monstrous green creature, his sword a beacon amidst the blinding green explosion. Surrounded by streaks of green light, he stands with an unflinching gaze, emanating an aura of immense power. Fear flashes in his eyes as he struggles to push back the hulking green creature with his glowing blade, bright green energy erupting from the point of contact. He lies on his stomach, surrounded by lush greenery, pain etched across his back. Does it hurt? He desperately stabs at the roaring monster's chest with his weapon, a surge of green energy erupting from it, while the red-haired person watches. It hurts, right? The red-haired person, their face obscured, glares disapprovingly. I bet it really fucking hurts. You haven't even cleared a proper tunnel, yet you used your aura willy-nilly. Head bowed in defeat, the black-haired man is the picture of despair and agony. I bet it feels like you're dying, with how weak your body is. You ruined your whole body simply trying to catch a single measly orc. Tears stream down his face as he cries out in anguish and frustration. You asshole. Words of encouragement fill the air, but what you did at the end, compressing your aura like a spring, that was good. I'll compliment you for that. A hunter must always use their head while fighting. The muscular red-haired man, a confident smirk on his face, gestures towards someone unseen. Astonishment hangs in the air. Something like that, doesn't. He clutches his chest, his face contorted in pain as he lies helpless. Make me, blarg. Covered in blood, he lays in the darkness, his face contorted in agony, a white cloth clutched to his chest. Do you really feel like you're gonna die? Tears stream down his face, his expression etched with anguish. Are you blind? He stares resolutely ahead, a small cut marring his face, but his spirit unbroken. So you'll feel fine if you die. Words of explanation hang in the air. If it weren't for your returner skill, I wouldn't suggest this kind of training method. Old man Marcus also just meditates after taking this potion. He doesn't use his body recklessly like you. Standing over the green figure, he stares down in disgust. This fucking ghost? He grins, a wide, carefree smile, the white bandage around his chest a stark contrast to his jovial expression. But you simply return if you die. How sweet is that? No matter how rough the training is, your body will remain normal. Damn, I'm jealous. A curious proposal hangs in the air. Hey, zombie, since your kill counter goes up when you commit suicide. He stares in bewilderment, perched atop the massive green figure, its eyes wide and mouth agape. A strategic shift is announced. Let's use a method that doesn't increase your kill counter. The gaping maw of the green figure looms in the foreground. He sits atop the green figure, his expression serious, a towering, muscular figure looming behind him. The red-haired man frowns, a hint of concern in his eyes. You know, you got the hang of using aura on your first try. At this rate, I think dying about 100 times should be enough. He pumps his fist, a wide grin spreading across his face. A journey starts with one step, and 100 deaths starts with one death. The monstrous green figure, eyes blazing red and mouth agape, attacks with ferocious intensity. His eyes widen in alarm, a gasp escaping his lips as he catches sight of something off-screen. Standing in the stark black and white room, he steels himself for what's to come. First death, let's go. The blue rectangle, stark against the black void, bears the stark message, you have died. He crumples to his knees, burying his head in his hands, despair washing over him. Damn it, fuck, my head hurts. He stares in astonishment, eyes wide, as the red-haired man beside him gasps in surprise. Wow, what's this? He looks down, dejected, lost in thought as he absorbs his surroundings. This is the place where I remain for a bit after dying. I'm temporarily calling this place the Netherworld. He can't help but be intrigued. Damn, this is super cool. After a bit, you'll hear it go. You will return 24 hours back to the past. Eyes wide with shock, he points. Killed by the Flame Emperor and Sword Saint. He stares, stunned, at the message hovering before him. The condition for your skill has been fulfilled by your death. A skill. A brown card, adorned with a black design, materializes. Was also copied, randomly copying monster orc's skills. The red-haired woman turns towards the card, her gaze fixed on it in wonder. while the dark-haired man peers over her shoulder, his face a mask of astonishment. He stares in awe at the towering, muscular man beside him, his own small stature dwarfed by the newcomer's imposing presence. Both stare in disbelief, the red-haired giant gesturing emphatically. Monsters also have skills? The red-haired man throws his hands up in the air, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. What the fuck? This really is a super cheat-like skill. A blue box, edged with glowing blue lines, displays the message, "Please select a skill card." The words hang in the air, vibrant with longing and desire. I want this skill too. He stares at the blue box, his brow furrowed in frustration. Who the fuck is supervising this tower? A man in a red shirt stares angrily at a square brown object. Why in the world did you give this godly skill to a loser like this and not a great hunter like me? This is going to shatter the hunter meta. The green-haired man in the red shirt exclaims nervously. Behind him, a red-haired man clutches his head in worry. The green-haired man stares with shock at the square brown object in his hand. A skill of a monster, he whispers. I'll just pick whatever, he says with sudden determination, glancing upwards. Huh? Wait, you're going to pick that one? The red-haired man asks in disbelief. What about it? The green-haired man retorts confidently. It's not like it matters what I pick. He hesitates, staring at the brown object. Shouldn't you pick the best option while you have the chance? Asterisk, he thinks anxiously. But I don't have a way of telling which card is better. They're both shit-colored. This is just a game of luck. Asterisk. The red-haired man glares at the green-haired man, who returns a confused look. What do you mean? You don't know which skill is better? The red-haired man shouts furiously. Seriously, do you not get what I'm saying? The green-haired man glowers, an angry expression on his face. The colors of the cards are the same, and I can only see the backsides, he thinks with frustration. How am I supposed to know which skill is better? Two blurry cards, edges glowing, float in the air. I can see them, though. The red-haired man in a white karate gi gapes in shock and anger. What? The brown-haired man in a red jacket clutches his head in confusion, staring at a screen that reads, "Please select, I can see them." He murmurs, "The front sides." Eyes widening in shock, the man in the red jacket looks down at the stern, red-haired man in a white karate gi, arms crossed. Above them, a blue screen reads, "A skill card." The location. The skill cards always move in a way that the backside is always facing me. A brown card hangs in the air. It's the same even if I tilt my head upwards. So, you're able to read the contents of these cards? The brown-haired man questions, pointing with a bewildered expression. But the guardian spirit can fly around freely. The text declares. That's why he can see the other side of the cards. The red-haired man lies on his stomach, an exasperated expression on his face. Propping himself up on his elbows, the red-haired man in the karate gi looks up at the other man. Of course I can see them. Do you not trust my eyes? He asks, gesturing at the brown card between them. I was well known for having good eyesight ever since I was a kid, you know? When I grew older, I even obtained true sight. Eureka. No way. The dark-haired man in the red jacket pumps his fist excitedly, a triumphant grin on his face. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly shout? The blue-shirted man cries, recoiling from the pink-haired man who snarls in fury. Whatever, the dark-haired man in the red jacket says with a shrug and a grin. He gazes upwards at a white-clad figure flying upside down. Just tell me what skills they are. All right, the pink-haired man concedes, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I'll only read it once, so listen closely. Card I. A volcano erupts against a fiery sky. Oh, nature gives us a place to call home, but it also gives us hardships. In this harsh world, the orc race raised its reproductivity and didn't lose to nature. Two green orcs kiss passionately, a red rose clutched between their teeth. One orc died. Don't worry. In a place you can't see, there are still 9 more. More orcs embrace amidst a field of flowers. Blessing of reproduction, rank F. Card 2. An orc in a white t-shirt, sunglasses perched on his nose, leans back casually. We always add shweek at the end of our sentence shweek. We don't know why we do this either, Teachwick. Two orcs in sunglasses stand side by side, their faces grim. But you should also take a sip of the Shweek, Teachwick. Then you'll never be able to escape the fun of the Shweek for eternity. Teachwick. Shweek Teachwick rank F. The dark-haired man in the red jacket stares in open-mouthed shock. The pink-haired man sits with his legs crossed, eyes closed in thought. Do you see now? If I didn't stop you, you would have selected Itchweek, Teachwick. Now, Gong Ya, don't you think that since you were born a man, it's worth it obtaining the strength of an orc? Hey, I think you have your speech and thoughts mixed up. The dark-haired man in the red shirt glances back at a white-robed man hovering in the air. You're just spouting garbage. They're both garbage, the floating man retorts. But if I were to pick, it'd be Itchweek, TCH Wiki. Anyways, I think I'm right. The green-haired man says with a confident smirk. Shweek, TCH Wiki, is better than blessing of reproduction. No, no, no. Gong Ya, wait, the text hangs in the air, urgent and bright. Stop, please give it a bit more thought. A muscular, red-haired man in a white robe lunges towards the green-haired man, who looks up in alarm. The green-haired man throws back his head and laughs, glancing at the shocked, muscular man beside him. It seems like you were having the same thought as me. The red-haired man chuckles. What are you? Ah, the red-haired man gasps, hands thrown in the air as a blue square materializes. Selection complete. Copying skill. A man in a red shirt sprints towards it. No, the man in the red shirt cries, flinging his arms above his head. Yes. You are currently an F-rank hunter. The message glows coldly. The green-haired man sits on the edge of a bed, a confused frown on his face. All right, the blue digital interface confirms. There is no penalty for the skill usage. Aw sweet, Sang Ryan really is the best. Staying at a nice place really does make my mind and body feel refreshed. The text reads. Damn it, I thought he would fall for it. The dark-haired young man laughs, watching as the muscular, red-haired man rushes past. Who would pick blessing of reproduction there? The red-haired man in the white karate outfit fumes, clutching his head. Stop throwing a tantrum, and let's go hunting. The dark-haired young man strides confidently, a cup of coffee in his hand. Hunter status window open. The yellow digital interface displays the information clearly. Name, Kim Gong Ya rank, F skills 4/4 1. I want to become just like you S+, passive 2. Returner's winding clock X, passive 3. Sword thrown A+, passive 4. Shweek, Teachwick F. Active. Alright, I don't see any problems. So, Gong Ya, I thought about it hard. What? And I think you should just train by sitting still in a lotus position. It hurts to die. The red-haired man in the white karate uniform stands before the young man in the blue jacket, an eager look in his eyes. Let's just take it easy and train lotus style. Yeah? The red-haired man suggests, pointing at the younger man. I'll let you achieve aura in just half a year. To the floor 3 hunting grounds. Moving to the floor 3 hunting grounds. Can you not hear me? The red-haired man roars, his face a mask of fury. The man in the blue jacket takes a long drink from his water bottle. Delicious. In a sun-dappled forest, the man in the blue jacket shields his face with his hand while the man in the white robe smiles mischievously. Hey, Mr. Sword Emperor, did you know? The large green creature raises an eyebrow in surprise as the man in the blue jacket speaks. Huh? What? You want to get into the lotus position? The clouds drift lazily across a bright blue sky. You call me zombie when you're at an advantage and Gong Ya when you're not. The man in the blue jacket smiles confidently, wielding 2 swords with practiced ease. The wind whispers through the trees. And earlier, you called me Gong Ya. The annoyance is clear. I'm kindly letting you know so you can fix that habit. With a swift parry, the man in the blue jacket deflects the axe blow from the large green creature. The green creature stares in disbelief, its jaw agape. Garuk? The green creature roars in fury, its muscles coiled tight with rage. The green creature lunges forward, its yellow eyes blazing with anger. He stares in disbelief at the creature before him. As expected, his movements look slow again. A green hand shoots out, grabbing for a fallen branch as the man in the blue hoodie raises his red sword. Goo! The green monster reels, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Activating skills. He narrows his eyes, a sudden thought striking him. Shriek? The large green monster, axe held high, stands opposite the man in the blue hoodie, their weapons crackling with energy. The green monster jerks its head up, startled by the sudden movement. Shriek! The man in the blue hoodie stares in shock. Shriek? The green monster cries out, shriek, as the man in the blue hoodie lands a blow, a triumphant grin on his face. The man in the blue hoodie attacks with lightning speed, his sword a blur as he catches the surprised monster off guard. Chewy! The large green monster staggers back, green liquid oozing from the wound on its neck. The large green monster lies defeated on the forest floor as the man in the blue hoodie sprints away, his footsteps light and swift. The man in the blue jacket stands over his defeated opponent, a triumphant grin on his face. You fucking cheater, I knew this would happen. He stares at the green sword in his hand, a wave of guilt washing over him. Are you happy with tricking an innocent orc like that? Are ya? The voice echoes through the trees. Can you not even take a moment to consider how the orc might feel? Anger flares, hot and bright. The innocent orcs of this world are getting hurt because of dirty humans like you. Shriek! The man in the blue jacket smirks, his arrogance evident in the way he shoves his hand in his pocket. Oh, fuck, I'm so angry. The red-haired man crashes through the trees, his face contorted in frustration. He shoves the man in the blue jacket, sending him stumbling back. Oh Tower, why did you give a cheat-like skill to a little shit like this? A calm voice responds, don't sweat it, and just follow me already. The large orc, a crown perched atop his head, smiles gently. Gorik. The Goblin King, a fearsome figure in his black cape and crown of bone, sits upon his throne. Floor 5 Boss Monster Goblin King. The large orc, clad in a simple orange shirt, regards the man in the black suit with quiet intensity. He stands in the dimly lit building, his brow furrowed in concern. Red lines of energy swirl around the man in the brown jacket as he focuses his power. Activating skill. A yellow rectangle shimmers into existence, edged with glowing orange light. Skill name. Gorik. The man in the gray jacket unleashes his attack, a surge of red and white energy erupting around him. A single red line streaks upwards against a teal and white background. Goblin High Society, rank, F. How can someone other than I? The man in the brown jacket launches himself at the startled goblin. Gorik? Speak such a perfect language of the king. He stands over the defeated goblin. You were the strongest enemy I'd faced all week. He lies on the ground, his face a mask of pain, but a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. Farewell, my honorable opponent. He chokes out a response, bullfucking shit. Why are you getting so emotional over defeating a single monster? The red-haired man stares, jaw agape, as the man in the black shirt walks away, his expression unreadable. The red-haired man stands frozen, his disbelief evident in his shocked expression. God damn. He gestures towards the pixelated image. I just barely got him after 6 coins. He rounds on the red-haired man. Am I not allowed to get a little emotional? He slams the knife down on the table, his eyes narrowed in fury. 1 coin equals 1 life. I'm only stating facts. The red-haired man throws his hands up in exasperation. Besides, could you even call that an honorable fight? The man in the white shirt glares at the man in the black jacket, who stares back in fear, clutching his chest. He gestures towards the yellow panel. Look at this. I fought him fair and square with the skill that cost me 5 coins worth of life. Goblin High Society. Rank. F effect. The Goblin King was lost in thought. Our goblin culture is too unsophisticated. All our words end in Karuric. How can I show off my royal authority like this? That's when the ingenuity of the Goblin King came in. That's right, from now on, the noble I will speak Gorik instead of Karuk. Gorik, what a dictation fit for my noble essence. He shakes his head, a smirk playing on his lips. However, the struggle between tribes will worsen. Skill copied from the Goblin King, he chuckles softly. It's kind of amazing that even goblins worry about such worthless things. Karuk or Gorik, doesn't make a difference. The red-haired man scoffs, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. That's why they're goblins. Humans are not different. Excuse me? The man in the black jacket recoils, his eyes wide with surprise. The red-haired man clenches his jaw, his frustration evident in the set of his shoulders. What do you mean by? He pauses, his curiosity piqued as a blue panel materializes before him. Your existence becomes better defined. His face pales, his eyes widening in alarm. ReaperScans.com. Two men, one with short black hair and the other with long red hair, stood in a glass building, their faces etched with concern. If the other hunters get it first, our profits would dwindle. Excitement crackled in the air as a bright blue screen in the glass building flashed. Hunter Kim Dong-ya is leveling up. The man with short black hair stood in a red room, red particles cascading around him, his arms raised defensively as if summoning a powerful force. ReaperScans.com could be seen in the corner. Suddenly, a light blue box materialized above the man's head. Your skill slots have expanded. It declared, bathing his surprised and delighted face in a blue glow. Finally, he breathed, red particles swirling around him. A wide smile lit up the man's face as a new message appeared above him. You are now an E-rank hunter. He stretched out his hands confidently, red particles dancing around him in the white room. The glass-walled room blurred as red lines of light and particles swirled within, creating an atmosphere of mystery. Finally, echoed a voice. In a pink room filled with gently falling white particles, the man stood with his eyes closed, a peaceful smile gracing his face. May fortune be with you. The two men stood in a room with a gray floor, confusion clouding their expressions. Was it sparks? One voice wondered. Or maybe drops of blood? Another chimed in. Tisk, that was fusing. A third voice declared. The man with black hair looked down at his companion, who sported a new bandage on his arm, a smirk playing on his lips. Just now, that was the level up effect, right? He asked. Yeah, it doesn't happen just for you to look cool. The man in the dark gray coat stared down in confusion, a single word floating above his head. A hint? A person with brown hair stood amidst a city skyline, silhouetted against the orange glow of burning buildings, sparks flying from a glowing object in their hand. The shape of aura you'll possess is foretold by what effects show up when you level up. The man with long black hair examined the glowing object in his hand, sparks flying around him. Around him, the city blazed. For example, the flame emperor you killed. He said, I bet his was fire. In a dimly lit corridor, the man with long brown hair smiled at the glowing object in his hand, sparks reflecting off the walls. Sparks, you say? Outside, massive structures loomed against the backdrop of a blue, cloud-dappled sky. The shape of one's aura usually takes after the hunter's trauma. The red-haired man, his face etched with contemplation, stroked his chin. Well, it's not always a bad memory, he mused. It's based off of a life-defining moment or event that gets reflected in the shape of your aura. I guess it's like a form of subconsciousness? Tension filled the large room as the red-haired man locked eyes with the black-haired man. Based on my judgment, zombie, you are either fire or blood. Then, what is the Sword Saint's aura shape? The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, casting a serene glow over the sleeping forest below. Moonlight, a voice whispered. In a moonlit field, a lone figure in a black suit stood with their back turned, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the night. The person with white hair, their face creased with contemplation, stared sadly into the distance. When the old man was a kid, he got lost in the mountains. They began. He didn't want to die, so he crawled up to the mountain top. The person in the dark suit gasped, their gaze fixed upwards in wonder. He says that the moon in the clear sky was absolutely astonishing. The words hung in the air, imbued with a sense of peace and optimism. The moon shines not with its own strength but by receiving light from the sun, yet a life where you only receive is still beautiful. The red-haired man stood with his back turned, oblivious to the shock on his companion's face. 12 years old, he breathed, staring at the bursts of light. The Sword Saint definitely ain't normal. Anyways, the red-haired man declared, snapping his fingers with a confident grin. We cleared floor 5, let's go to floor 6. The man in the gray jacket smiled confidently. "Oh, about that," he began. "Can't we just go and raid the floor 10 boss?" Disbelief filled the air. "What? Hey, aren't you being overconfident despite being a newbie? I promise you, that's not it." The man in the gray jacket held his ground, a confident smirk on his face as the red-haired man glared at him accusingly. "Do you know how many years several great hunters have wasted on floor 10? The red-haired man roared, his face a mask of fury. The man in the gray jacket held up 2 fingers, his confidence unwavering. "If I can't clear floor 10 in 2 coins, I promise to start calling you master." "Huh? You're saying you can defeat it after just 1 death?" Arrogance dripped from every word. "It took you 6 coins to defeat the Goblin King, yet you think you can clear floor 10 in 2 coins? You don't seem to know your place, but I don't take it easy with bets, however. I have a condition." The red-haired man pointed at his companion, a smug smirk playing on his lips, his arrogance almost tangible. The man with brown hair pointed a finger directly at his companion, a sharp glint in his eye. "You have to be honest and tell me what skills the floor 10 boss has," he demanded. The red-haired man crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. Well, that seems fair," he conceded. "Also." The man with brown hair smirked, his gaze fixed on something beyond his companion. "If I win, you have to call me Gong Ya Nim, asterisk as politely as you can," he declared. Tien. Nim is an honorific added to refer to someone very respectfully. A taunting smirk spread across the red-haired man's face. "Why, you want to chicken out? You can call it quits if you want," he challenged. The red-haired man's face crumpled in distress, his gaze fixed on something off-screen. Suddenly, rage consumed the red-haired man's features. "You goddamn motherfucking little piece of shit," he roared. "You think you can pick a fight with the Great Sword Emperor just because you have a cheat-like skill? Bet," he yelled. "Kim Zombie, be prepared to serve me as your master your whole life, because you won't be able to clear the floor 10 boss. Right, since you can't die, you'll have to call me master for all eternity." The man in the black turtleneck, arms crossed confidently, met the red-haired man's pointing finger with an unflinching stare. "Do you have the delusion skill?" the red-haired man spat. "Just be ready to serve me as if I'm Confucius." A menacing grin spread across the red-haired man's face as he locked eyes with his opponent, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. "Ehehehehehe." The man in black returned the grin, his own laugh echoing ominously. "Muahahahaha. Tien." It's a play of words as Gong Ya Nim is how Koreans commonly refer to Confucius. The man in the black jacket stood confidently in the archway, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he glanced sideways. Hehehehehe. Beside him, a woman and a man in a green hat watched in bewilderment. "I think he went crazy," a concerned voice whispered. A silver emblem gleamed on the wall, its crowned figure seeming to pronounce a silent decree. "You may not." Before a massive wooden gate, a knight stood guard, his expression severe, his spear held at the ready. "Not," he echoed the emblem's message. The man in the green hoodie stared at his red-haired companion, who sat lost in thought on the bridge railing. "Why is that?" he asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The knight's face contorted in apprehension as he reread the messages above. "You want to challenge the boss by yourself? Going on a solo hunt is an act of suicide. Didn't you watch the news?" The man in the green hoodie gestured emphatically, exasperation lacing his voice. "The Black Dragon Guild went on a raid with 34 of its elite members and still failed." He threw his hands up in the air. "So what? It's the association rule to allow any hunters that want to raid in." The knight stood rigidly, his fists clenched, a red aura radiating from his chest towards the man in the green hoodie. The man watched with a curious frown. "I'm sorry, but I have to keep a record of all hunters that enter here." The knight stated formally, "My superiors will be looking over those records later. I'll be the heartless bastard that let someone head to their death." The frustrated voice boomed, "Think about the position I'm in as well. What, Hunter Association? My world didn't have something like that." The man in the green hoodie watched helplessly as his red-haired companion stormed away. "What should I do?" he wondered aloud, his face etched with worry. The man with short brown hair glares down, frustrated. Playing these lame games of politics is the reason why you guys are still stuck on floor 10. Kim Zombie, just beat this guy up and go in. Mr. Guard. The man in the green hoodie faces the armored man, who smiles slightly at him. "IAP appreciate your hard work. And what you're saying is right." He flashes a wide smile. "To be honest, The man in the green hoodie stares down at his feet in the pink room, despair heavy in his posture. "Really do want to commit suicide." The redhead stares at the silver-helmeted man with a serious expression. "Pardon?" The confused man in the silver helmet responds. Memories flood his mind, bringing a wave of sorrow. "A year ago, my significant other died, and a little while ago, the Alchemy Castle told me I have an incurable illness. They say I have half a year at most, but I can't live on with my lover gone." He smiles, placing a hand on his chest. "But here's the thing, I might be of the lowest tier, but I'm still a hunter. Instead of waiting for my life to end in the Alchemy Castle's hospital ward, I'd like to challenge some monsters till the end." The armored man gazes sadly upward, his grip tight on his spear. Such a tragic story. With a serious expression, the man in the green hoodie holds out a red bag to the silver armored man. "Here, this is the money I saved up for my treatment." He looks down at the offering, a serious expression on his face. "I can't accept this money." The man's face is etched with worry. "Since I'll disappear anyway, I want to go without leaving anything behind." He keeps his back to the viewer, his request barely a whisper. "Mr. Guard, please don't leave any records of my entry either." The worry in the guard's eyes deepens. "This is my last request as a hunter." He grips his spear, a hesitant look on his face. "I understand, please go on ahead, I didn't see anything." The redhead glares at the two men. "You're both fucking dumb, are you two filming a movie?" The guard stands alone beneath the archway, his gaze fixed on the ground. The red-haired woman stares down at the man in the green hoodie. "Does it matter how, as long as I reach floor 10? He asks from below. The cloudy sky looms over the treetops, the words, "floor 10 inches" hanging heavy in the air. The two men stand before the imposing gray building, their gazes fixed on its upper floors. The man in the green hoodie walks towards the red-haired man lounging on the wall. A floor that should have been cleared by Yu Su-ha. He observes, his brow furrowed. A woman with long pink hair peeks nervously out from a doorway, her brow creased with worry. The man in the green hoodie cowers back as a man with long red hair lunges at him, his leg raised high. Two dolls with glowing red eyes stand ominously on the stairs, a legion of similarly eerie figures behind them. "Teehee," echoes from the stairwell. The two dolls continue their chilling laughter, their red eyes gleaming in the dimly lit room. "Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee," their unsettling giggles fill the air. The man with red hair watches the inferno raging below with a delighted grin, while the frightened woman beside him shrinks back. "Will you play?" he asks excitedly. "What should we play?" The woman scrambles for ideas, fear tainting her words. "Freeze tag? What's the time, Mr. Wolf? All the ice melted, and the wolf is dead. Let's play hide and seek." The man in the green hoodie stands amidst the flames, a determined look on his face and his eyes glowing red. The challenger is one person. Hunter Kim Gong-ya announces a booming voice. "That's right, play with us. Play hide and seek with us." The eerie voices chime in from above. He squares his shoulders, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. "All right, I'll play." The words, "Black Dragon," stark white against the black background, announce the presence of the formidable guild. Black Dragon, the guild that has secured its spot as the strongest guild since the opening of the tower. The purple-haired woman shoves her way through the throng of reporters, her face a mask of fury. "Unfortunately, it has achieved its 30th failed raid today," a voice announces above the chaotic din. The unseen woman stands on the platform, the weight of the crowd's gazes heavy upon her. "What do you think was the reason you failed?" a voice inquires from the assembly. The purple-haired woman strides confidently down the street, her head held high despite the flashing cameras and the clamor of the crowd. The woman with purple hair stands tall, her expression serious. "There is nothing wrong with our skills." She raises her phone, a sly smile playing on her lips. "We just had a bit of bad luck." The man with the sinister smile throws his head back and laughs. Who said that? The man in the red jacket raises his phone, a triumphant smirk on his face. Floor 10 has been cleared. Luck is also a skill, losers. He taps his temple, his smug expression unwavering. Here's the interview, later known as the loser assertion. The group of young women, their red eyes burning, stand before a wall of flames. Clear floor 10? One voice asks. The boss stage starting. Another adds. Floor 10 boss monster hellfire maiden. A third chimes in. Play with us? They chorus, their voices dripping with menace. The man in the green jacket stands on the platform, flames licking at his heels. Promise to make it fun? He asks. The remnants of the room blaze fiercely, the air thick with smoke. Clearing floor 10 is relatively simple. Reads a message amidst the wreckage. You're it, who's the real one? Another taunts from below. Flames engulf the room, casting an eerie orange glow on everything. Hidden somewhere in this mansion, a voice whispers through the crackling fire. The boy with black hair grins mischievously, while the red-haired girl beside him flashes a wide, unsettling smile. Find me, they chant in unison, their voices echoing through the inferno. The man in the green hoodie screams, fear twisting his features as he stares at the magical flames surrounding them. You need to find the real doll and destroy it. These aren't just flames. The red-haired man beside him explains, his expression grave. The man in the white coat coughs, struggling to breathe through the searing heat. It's hellfire created with aura. No matter how much you protect yourself with your aura, 10 minutes is the time limit one can handle these flames. The man in the red jacket slams his fist down, a scoff escaping his lips as he surveys the scene. But it would have no effect on a hunter that uses a fire-type aura. Another dud. The man in the green jacket coughs violently, his gaze flickering over the group of young girls dancing amidst the flames. Ready or not, they sing, their voices eerily cheerful. That's why he was able to clear it safely, he rasps. Yet he has the audacity to claim that luck is also a skill. Cough, cough. The red-haired man glares down at the figures struggling below, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Come and find us, he taunts. You're the zombie that survives off of luck. The man in the red shirt throws his hands up in exasperation, confusion evident on his face. What do you mean, I survive, off of luck? Damn, it's hot. The man in the green jacket stumbles back from the flames. Look at this, I'm barely hanging on with my aura. The red-haired man glances at his companion, concern furrowing his brow. Well, you'll hit your limit in a minute. The man in the green jacket spins around to face his companion, his expression a mixture of anger and desperation. Your limit? He repeats. The red-haired man throws his head back and laughs, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Just so you know, old man Marcus can withstand these flames for 30 minutes. He's training like hell right now to lengthen his time limit to an hour before challenging. Unlike someone that just barged in recklessly. Clutching his wooden staff, a man with wary eyes mutters, I'm super grateful for that information. Dozens of dolls with red eyes and unnerving grins stare leftward, a chilling message hanging above them. Ready or not, and below, so now what? What will you do, when you only have 2 coins? 3 such dolls, clad in blue, white, and green dresses, seem to beckon with a haunting, come and find us. While a desperate voice whispers, what do you mean, what? I'll die first, think later. Perched confidently on a railing, a red-haired man in white shrugs off the question. You think your aura will exponentially grow if you die here? A single hand points skyward, accompanied by a challenging statement. Guess the right doll immediately, which is a 1 in a million chance. The brown-haired man in the green hoodie gapes in astonishment as a voice advises, or get so good at using your aura that you can last in this flame until you find the real doll. A bandaged hand reaches out, the owner hidden from view except for a glimpse of the green hoodie and brown hair as they glance back in fear. Smirking with red-rimmed eyes, the man in the green hoodie stands with hands in his pockets opposite the seated, white-clad man, who offers a peace sign as a voice mocks, yet you only bet 2 coins like an idiot? You probably can't do it. The man in the green hoodie turns away, a smug look on his face as he counters, you forgot about option 3. Holding his breath, the man in the green hoodie clenches his fist, determination etched on his face as he declares, Let's see who will win after I die. Desperation etched on his face, the man in the green shirt sprints with all his might, flames licking at his heels. A timer appearing below. My aura will run out in. He skids to a halt before a group of children huddled within a fiery circle, his eyes darting frantically as the seconds count down. 10 seconds, and he mutters, "Why don't I just grab a random one?" Among them, a young girl in a pink dress bites her lip, her eyes wide with worry. Another girl, with mischievous green eyes and a red shirt, peeks out, asking playfully, "Will you play with me?" Got it. The man breathes, scooping the girl in the red dress into his arms, shielding her from the inferno. Her eyes widen in terror. Suddenly, she cries out, "BZZT," as a surge of energy erupts from her. A hand reaches down, pulling her free from a sticky substance as she yells frantically, "I'm not it. I'm not it. I'm not it. I'm not it." Her small face contorts in fear, still repeating, "I'm not it. I'm not it. I'm not it. I'm not it." Gripped by panic, the man in the green hoodie stumbles back, clutching a chain. "I'm not it. He cries out, I. As his body begins to melt, viscous liquid dripping down his face, consumed by the red structure. 3 seconds. The clock ticks down, flames swirling around the man in the green hoodie as the circle of children trapped with him scream in terror. Did they really have to put on this kind of show? A voice mutters, and the man in the green hoodie peeks out from behind a tall, red-haired man with a stoic expression. He clutches at his chest, his face racked with pain, as if an invisible force crushes him. How could one possibly understand the Great Tower? Echoes a chilling question. It's a psychopath that gives a cheat-like skill to a little shitling like you. He spits, rage contorting his face as he glares at the unseen accuser, children shrinking back from his fury. Exhaustion washes over him, the fire a dull roar compared to the turmoil inside. "Do you really have to say it like that?" he mumbles, staring at the ground. "I second." A voice cuts through the air, and the man in the green hoodie winces, shards of glass reflecting his terrified face. He throws out a hand, a strangled cry escaping his lips as the golden chandelier blazes behind him. Ah! The room, once opulent with gold trim, is now an inferno, flames consuming everything in their path. A lone figure in a green hoodie races through the blaze, desperately seeking an escape. Ah! A searing pain rips through him as a voice booms, "Time's up, zombie." It burns. Flames engulf his vision. Burns. The voice echoes, filled with righteous fury. "And you're a pervert that exceeds the tower. No matter how great a hunter you want to be, to willingly go for a plan where you burn to death." The red-haired man howls in anguish. Then, a chilling laugh escapes him. "I'll acknowledge you, Kim Zombie. You're a real pervert," he wheezes between chuckles. "Ah!" A blue box materializes, stark against the darkness. "You have died." The man in the green sweater sits up, eyes wide with disbelief. Above him, the blue box announces, "The condition for your skill has been fulfilled by your death." "Phew," he exhales, a shaky laugh escaping his lips. His expression hardens, a determined glint in his eye, randomly copying Monster Hellfire Maiden's skills. The blue box declares. He points a finger, a steely glint in his eyes. "You didn't forget our promise, right?" "I remember. Don't worry." The red-haired man scoffs, tossing cards into the air. "Do I seem like some petty-ass bitch that'll break his promise?" "Wow." He flips upside down, a gold card clutched in his hand. "Damn, this is amazing," the man in the green hoodie cries, staring upward in awe. A yellow box appears, outlining the terrifying power he now wields. Hellfire Barrier. Rank S. Effects: grudge, resentment, regret. Your unending grudge, your unheard resentment, your unfulfilled regret. Burn all of it. It burns. Is it hot? Burn the world to ashes. I feel like I'm dying. Then kill. As long as you desire, an aura of hellfire will descend within a radius of 2 kilometers, 1.25 miles. Without your permission, no one may escape this hell, no matter who it is. A voice whispers urgently, "This is the one. Just shut up and pick this. This is the only S-rank skill this boss monster has, anyways. Whenever you want, the hellfire from earlier will go boom." The red-haired man grins, extending a hand, palm out. He frowns, his expression turning serious. Why are you acting like that? The man in the green hoodie crosses his arms, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Is something wrong? No, it's just, he hesitates. I don't know why, but something doesn't feel right. What is it? A voice asks gently. The girl, still covered in goo, shakes her head desperately. I'm not it. Sitting right with me. The words hang in the darkness. Anyways, please read the other. I don't get you, but as you wish. The man in the green hoodie says, staring up in bewilderment as the red-haired man sails through the air, delivering a powerful kick. A list of skills appears, stark and official. Labyrinth Architect. Rank A, Puppeteering. Rank B, Remote Control. Rank B, Trap Installation. Rank C. The red-haired man rests his arms behind his head, 4 silver cards orbiting him as he ponders. The last one is. The man in the green hoodie gasps, eyes widening as he sees something off-screen. The red-haired man, face flushed, yells in anger and frustration. The man in the green hoodie turns slightly, a sly look on his face as the red-haired man says, "That's what I thought." "Wait, Gong Ya," he adds, suspicious. Hear me out," the red-haired man shouts, face red with fury, dressed in his karate gi. "It's fine, I already get what kind of skill it is." The red-haired man excitedly holds up a golden card. "Look at this, wow, a golden card," he exclaims. "So epic. If you got this one, hellfire barriers would go boom kablam." The red-haired man floats, looking up at the man in the green hoodie. "No matter who it is, your hellfire would charm them like pow pow," he begins. The man in the green hoodie stares seriously up at him. "No, this is the card I truly wanted. I thought something was weird from the get-go," the man in the green hoodie says, a sly look on his face. A single white figure kneels among tens of thousands of black figures. Among tens of thousands of them, there is only one real doll. Echoes above them, the real one wouldn't burn since it's its fire aura. A voice adds from below. A hand clad in green reaches up to the sky. But why weren't the fake dolls burning? The red-haired man, face grim, looks upward with determination. There is only one answer. The man in the green hoodie faces the red-haired man, holding up a card. "I thought there might be a skill that helped targets selected by the caster to not burn," the red-haired man says with hope. "Only you can prevent fire." The card reads, rank. Ouch, it's hot. If you left something this hot alone, it could burn down your house. Well, worry no more. Any object or life form designated by you gains immunity to fire and can no longer burn. Enjoy your new life safe from the fear of the fire demon. However, damage from water and ice skills increases by 300%. Fucking hell. What a shitty ass game. The man in the green hoodie groans, sprawled upside down, surrounded by twinkling lights. The red-haired man, also upside down, holds up a black belt. "Ha ha ha ha, repeat after me, Gong Ya Nim, come on. Now, I can just go back and take a leisurely tour of the mansion until I find the doll." The upside-down man in the green hoodie muses. "Damn, what shall I do? The game just got too easy. You are penalized by the skill." A message appears. "Wait, trauma?" The man in the green hoodie cries as the red-haired man hangs upside down above him. "Recreating trauma of an opponent that killed you." The message above him reads, "The level of the penalty is weak." It adds below the red-haired man. "What in the?" The man in the green hoodie says, bewildered. The bright blue sky is dotted with fluffy white clouds, recreating the trauma of the monster Hellfire Maiden. A large, 3-story house sits peacefully behind a black, wrought iron fence. A purple butterfly, wings glowing, flutters upwards, 3 glowing diamonds trailing below. "Sir, I'm so hungry," it calls out. The man in the green shirt turns towards his door. A young girl with white hair stands in the doorway. "Could I get a piece of bread?" she asks, hands clasped. "Even just the crumbs," she adds desperately. The young girl, terrified, runs down a set of stairs. "Why the fuck is a homeless kid the first thing I see in the morning?" a voice complains. A woman in a purple dress walks down the street. "Just one piece of bread," she pleads. "Aren't there a lot of homeless kids in the neighborhood recently?" A man in a brown hat comments to a nearby woman. It's okay even if it's moldy, the first woman says desperately. A small child in a white hooded jacket walks through the street, head down. Food is scarce because of the famine these days too, someone says. I'm so hungry, a man nearby adds. Sigh, annoying ass kids. A third man grumbles, frowning deeply. Inside a dimly lit building, a silver-haired man frowns, just one piece. He mutters. Where are they even coming from? A woman beside him asks, arms crossed. A man in the middle looks at them, his face tense. Can't someone just take them away or something? The man in the green coat complains, frowning down at the silver-haired child. Ow, the child whispers, a pained smile on their face. I'm so sorry, sir. The man in the green coat stammers, hands thrown up in shock. The silver-haired child beside him hides their face. The silver-haired child shrinks back, yellow eyes wide with fear, as a gloved hand reaches out to touch their hair. Do you not have parents? The red-haired man asks sternly, reaching out a hand towards the silver-haired child. The child looks up at him, their expression heartbroken. You seem hungry, a gentle voice says. The silver-haired child looks up, tears welling in their yellow eyes. And your body is aching too, right? Come with me, the red-haired man says with a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. A large, white building stands tall, a beacon of hope. I'm a doctor, a voice announces, and I have a lot of friends for you at home. I'll help. You feel better, the red-haired man says over his shoulder as he and the silver-haired child walk towards the large, welcoming building. The massive metal gate, bathed in white light, seems to radiate gratitude. Thank you, kind sir, is etched across its surface. When can I go out and play? The man in the top hat murmurs sadly from his prison cell. I'm so hungry, the man whispers, clutching the bars of his cell. In the background, another man in a green coat and hat watches impassively. Be patient, the man in the green coat purrs, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Polished black shoes click across the brick walkway. Only animals succumb to their urges. The man in the green coat declares. Just because you were birthed by a beast doesn't mean you should. Mean you should be raised like one too. The man finishes, his foot coming to rest near the terrified face of a white-haired woman trapped behind bars. I know you orphans very well, the man in the green coat says, a cruel smile twisting his features. He brandishes a knife, standing over a cowering woman bound in chains. You don't work because you say you're too young. A voice spits, filled with disgust. And you spread diseases from village to village. The man in the green coat throws back his head and laughs, his eyes glowing red. In his hand, he holds a bloody knife, standing over a young woman bound in chains. And I'm a nice man who has the duty of getting rid of kids like you. The man says, the sharp point of his knife inches from the terrified face of the white-haired woman. The man in the black hat glares menacingly, a cloaked woman standing behind him. The current famine is caused by these orphans, he proclaims. Trapped in a cage, a young boy cowers as a mob of hooded figures surrounds him, torches held high. They are witches' kids, the poison of our land, the dirt of our society. They roar, their voices filled with hatred. A hooded figure raises a glowing stick towards the heavens, his face a mask of desperate hope. We will sacrifice you to God and save this land. A gray-haired man stares in horror, his hands raised in a futile attempt to protect himself. Die. The mob screams, their faces contorted with rage, a torch illuminating their bloodlust. Kill them, a lone figure shouts, his fist clenched, his face a mask of pure hatred. A splatter of red stains the black, accompanied by a single, chilling word. Ahahaha. Kind sir, a voice calls out from the shadows. A young boy sits in a cage, his shoulders slumped in despair. The number of sacrifices is dwindling. The voice continues, we should get a couple more before the next ritual. Taking our friends? A voice asks from below. Above, a pair of legs dangles lifelessly, a bloody baseball bat and hammer lying discarded on the ground. Why do you keep on hurting us? A voice cries out from inside one of the cages. Chains hang ominously from the ceiling. Why? Whispers a young boy trapped within. A man in a green hoodie stands on a tiled floor, his gaze fixed on the ground where two knives and a broken baseball bat lie amidst bloodstains. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. He says to the man trapped in a cage, who stares up at him with terror in his eyes. Suddenly, the man in the green hoodie finds himself in a dark room with brick walls, his face etched with shock and disbelief. Wow! What the fuck is this? He exclaims, turning to the source of a voice. Were you also watching? It asks. I was here from the start. Another voice replies from his right. I didn't know you were in here. The man in the green hoodie hangs his head, resting his forehead on his hand, accepting his fate as a man with long red hair stands behind him. Either, the red-haired man says. I guess we're both just animas right now. A man with short pink hair stares up in confusion and anger. Well, that's not that important. A voice booms. What kind of crazy fuckery is this? He yells back, his anger rising. Who is he telling to repent? The man in the green hoodie watches with a worried expression as the red-haired man turns, revealing sharp teeth in an angry snarl. He turns his back to the red-haired man, fear gripping him as he takes in the dark, brick walls and the blood staining the floor. This is probably the origin of the boss on stage 10. A voice echoes around him. A wave of surprise washes over him as he reads the text floating before him. Trauma of your killer. It reads above a single line of dialogue. I had no idea. I didn't know that monsters used to be humans. He finds himself in another room, this one inhabited by a man with long red hair kneeling on the ground in a white shirt and pants, a hammer and knife discarded before him. Not all monsters, though. Generally just bosses. A voice tells him. Boss monsters are made based on real-life events from different worlds. The man in the green hoodie whirls around, his face a mixture of shock and anger. They're all otherworldly lifeforms, heroes, etc. The voice continues, and it only becomes more frequent after the 11th floor. Why didn't you tell me that before? He demands. The red-haired man keeps his head bowed. You never asked. In the dimly lit jail cell, the man in the green hoodie clutches his stomach. I'm hungry, he mutters. But this is my first time seeing the origin, he adds, glancing at the unconscious man in a white karate uniform slumped against the wall. A man in a black suit with slicked-back blonde hair walks solemnly down a dark hallway, a flickering candle illuminating his path. Is anyone here? He asks. I knew that they were from other worlds. He continues, his gaze fixed on the door ahead, but there was never a way to find out what had actually happened to them. The darkness presses down, heavy and suffocating. It's different looking at it myself. A voice whispers, the words tinged with sorrow. Fucking shit. A burst of movement shatters the quiet as the man in the black suit spins around, kicking the man in the green hoodie with brutal force. The red-haired man watches in surprise, his eyes wide. The man in the green hoodie stumbles back, his eyes widening in fear as a hand materialized from thin air, a lit candle illuminating a pale face. This always happened, a voice whispers, the words hanging in the air. Flames roar, engulfing everything in their path. Fire. A voice screams over the crackling inferno. Somewhere in every world? Panic erupts as people rush down the hallway, their faces etched with fear. Wait. A man in a white robe yells, pushing his way against the tide. Hurry, leave the mansion. Another voice shouts from the back. Grab all the valuables before you leave. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the man in the black shirt sits on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on his hands. Behind him, a man with long red hair watches silently. The red-haired man stares intently at the slumped figure on the bed, his brow furrowed in thought. He murmurs. The man in the black shirt turns, his expression strained. I know it's a depressing situation. The man in the white karate outfit says. But there's nothing we can do about it now. Wow, is that really the first thing you're going to say? The man in the black shirt replies. The red-haired man glares, his expression hardening. But what are you going to do about it? That's how the real world works, he spits. Yeah, I have a shitty personality. The man with the bandaged hand runs a hand through his hair, worry etched on his face. That boss is now just a monster, and the kids from that origin are all dead. He says, for a long time now, too. What can you do about it? The red-haired man scowls, his gaze fixed on the floor. Find the real doll and kill it, a voice commands. But this is from another world, he protests. No one here can do anything about it. He crosses his arms, his expression stormy as the man with the bandaged hand fixes him with a challenging stare. A figure shrouded in shadow stands at the top of a staircase, red dots swirling ominously around him. Then move on to floor 11. A voice booms. He ascends the stairs, his steps measured and determined. 20, 30, 40, 50. This is what you have to do now that you've decided to climb the tower. The voice continues. If you want to reign from the top, then figure things like this out yourself. The man in the red jacket stands silently, his back to the viewer, as if deep in thought. That's probably how he begins. He continues up the stairs, his gaze fixed on the steps ahead. The Flame Emperor thought too. A voice agrees from beside him. The red-haired man turns, his expression grim. Yu Su-ha would have 100% found the doll and killed it. He states, whether he saw the trauma or not, with no hesitation. The man in the green hoodie stands with his back to him, his shoulders tense as the red-haired man continues to speak. So what? He asks. Standing on the rooftop, the man in the green hoodie stares out at the sprawling cityscape, his shoulders slumped. I don't want to be like that bastard, he mutters. So what are you gonna do? A voice echoes from the building behind him. The woman with red hair throws her hands up in exasperation. Are you a child? She exclaims, rounding on the man in the green hoodie. Are you not going to clear the floor because you don't want to be like him? He glares at the metal bars in front of him, his jaw clenched tight. You have to get rid of the boss if you want to clear the stage, you dumbass zombie. The woman yells. Says who? He shoots back, defiance blazing in his eyes. He lunges, landing a solid punch on the red-haired man, who stumbles back in surprise. Damn it, I was so stupid, he groans, his anger tinged with regret. The red-haired man recovers quickly, his expression hardening as he faces him. What are you talking about? He demands. I'm saying I'm stupid, and so are you, the man in the green hoodie yells back. He turns away, his shoulders slumping as a wave of despair washes over him. God damn it, everything was laid out for me, but I didn't even notice. A voice breaks the silence, heavy with meaning. Remember the S-class skill you told me to choose? Who do you think I am? Another voice replies, laced with amusement. Of course I do. The red-haired man crosses his arms, his annoyance evident in the set of his jaw. A man in a long black robe walks slowly, his gloved hand clasped around the wrist of a young woman with long white hair. Grudge, resentment, regret, he murmurs. A distressed man in a striped uniform suffers, chained within a dark cell as a message hangs above. Your unending grudge, your unheard resentment, your unfulfilled regret. Burn all of it. An ominous statement hangs in the air. As long as you desire, an aura of hellfire will descend within a radius of 2 kilometers 1.25 miles. Without your permission, no one may escape this hell. No matter who it is. Leaning against a wall, a sad man with black hair in a dark green hoodie is questioned. Don't you think something is wrong? An irritated man with red hair and a beard, dressed in a white uniform, looks to the side and demands, what are you talking about? What's wrong with the skill? The final part. The man with black hair, now clad in a green jacket, reddens with anger as the words hang in the air. Without your permission, no one may escape this hell. No matter who it is. Holding a walkie-talkie, a serious woman with black hair in a black jacket questions, then how did the Black Dragon Guild escape without killing the boss? Arms outstretched in surrender, the man with the green hoodie mutters, I don't know. I'm not sure. Below a large chandelier engulfed in flames, a chilling realization emerges. There's only one possibility. The boss allowed them to leave. The man in the green hoodie stands before the flames, glancing over his shoulder at the figures within the fire. A mischievous young woman with blonde hair and large eyes, adorned in a red and white dress, peers down at the flames below, giggling softly, tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Above her, the words, has yet to clear, hang in the air. Standing on a white platform beneath a candle chandelier, a man with short black hair in a green jacket and jeans faces a crowd, their eyes fixed on him as a single word escapes them, tee-hee-hee-hee. Bathed in an unsettling orange light, 2 girls sit, one in a black dress and blue hat, the other in brown, their smiles strained as a voice calls out, play with us? In the darkness, a man with black hair narrows his eyes, a serious expression etched on his face as if steeling himself. Okay, let's play. He smiles broadly, hands raised, glowing with an eerie orange light. Within a room, beneath a grand chandelier and a looming window, flames dance as a message appears. Activating skill. Only you can prevent fire. The man in the green jacket strides down a hallway, followed by a line of watchful eyes. Two dolls, one in green and white, the other in white and yellow, share a look of shock, their words tumbling over each other. Huh? That man isn't burning. Isn't it hot? He flashes a nervous smile at a girl in a yellow dress beside him. So you can play with us? Yep. With a serious expression, a man with brown hair observes the inferno behind him, a voice booming. It's hide and seek, right? Watch out, I've never lost a game of hide and seek in my life. A confident smirk plays on the lips of a green-haired man in a green hoodie as he stands before a crowd of wide-eyed dolls. A nervous whisper escaping them. It's a weird old man. Covering his eyes, the man in the green hoodie smiles playfully, calling out, "Hurry. Everyone, hide, I'm gonna get you soon." A game of hide and seek with kids who couldn't go anywhere. Hide, well, let's go hide super far. Somewhere he'll never find us. Don't get caught by him. Cry the terrified children as they scatter. A man in a white karate uniform floating menacingly above, while the man in the green hoodie joins them, covering his eyes. Anxiety washes over the man in the green hoodie as he calls out, hand outstretched, "Okay. I'm looking now." A child in white pants and a black jacket, a blue ribbon bobbing in their hair, looks up in fear, hand raised, "I got you." Nope, it's not me. Frustration mounts as the man in the green hoodie, a small child in his arms, searches, a chorus of voices rising around him. Hey. Is it you? Nope, not me. How about you? Not me either. Nope. It's harder than I thought. Is it you, then? He wonders aloud, placing a hand on the head of a red-haired child in the circle of expectant faces. Nope. Try again. Disappointment clouds the face of a man with long red hair in a white shirt as he turns back to look at three long, tongue-like objects lying on the floor. An empty doorway stands open, a golden candlestick glimmering nearby, as a voice whispers, "Hey, are you appeasing their spirits?" 5 children, their faces beaming, sit on a red carpet, ankles adorned with bracelets, one kneeling beside another, gently touching their hair. Flames lick at the staircase behind them as 4 children look up, fear etched on their faces, towards a man in a green hoodie, a gentle hand resting on one child's head. "Nope, not me," calls a voice. "It's not me, too. Not me." The man in the green hoodie cries out, crouching low on the stone stairs as a girl with melding red hair sits behind him, a small boy with blonde hair clinging to his knees, eyes wide with fear, as flames lick at the bottom of the steps. "Nope, not yet, me neither," echoes through the desolate passage as the man in the green jacket hurries away, a small girl in a pink dress clutched in his arms, flames raging beside them. "Are you?" A voice trails off, the only sound in the stillness surrounding a lonely wooden cage. Inside, a small child with gray hair and mischievous yellow eyes sits within the metal bars, their blue and white dress a stark contrast to the cold gray floor. A young girl with short silver hair, a mischievous glint in her one open yellow eye, the other stitched shut, stares ahead, a black bow tie contrasting sharply with her light blue dress and dark red lipstick. Crouching beside a wooden cage, the man in the green hoodie peers down at a small girl with silver hair in a blue and white striped dress, her expression uncertain as he asks, "Going to play with us?" A child with white hair and yellow eyes, clad in a blue dress, flinches as an unseen hand strokes their head, the words, "I got you," hanging in the air. A confident smirk spreads across the face of the man in the green hoodie. "You're it," he declares, looking off to the side. Confusion washes over the child with white hair and yellow eyes as they look up, startled, an unseen hand still resting on their head. "Kind sir," a voice calls out as a child with white hair and yellow eyes cries, face stained with a viscous liquid, their expression a mixture of shock and despair as an unseen hand wipes at the dripping substance. Slumped in a blue dress, a baby cries silently, saliva dripping from their chin, their tiny hands clenched tight, a picture of sadness and helplessness. A boy with white hair throws his head back and beams, an unnervingly wide smile revealing sharp canines as an unseen hand hovers above him, a disturbing juxtaposition of innocence and something more sinister. "Thank you," the man murmurs, his gray shirt the only visible feature as he stands with his back to the viewer, a sense of quiet gratitude emanating from him. Despair hangs heavy in the air as two men stand within a prison cell, one kneeling, feeding a piece of fabric to a flickering fire, the other, his red hair a stark contrast to the gloom, staring down at the floor, a heavy chain dangling from the ceiling. On a futuristic screen, a message glows. "Cleared by party of one, Hunter Gong Ya. Calculating clear rewards. Complete." Two men, one in a green jacket, the other in white with red hair, stand before a towering building, bare branches framing the message hovering above. "Rewards will be redeemable 24 hours later, once you enter floor 11. "Why the long face?" a voice asks as a man with dark hair, his green hoodie blending with the verdant trees, walks with a heavy heart, his gaze cast down. "Clearing a hidden stage is something I barely did too," a voice calls out, tinged with pride, "but you did it in one try. You'll probably get nice rewards too." Sigh. "You probably won't get it," the man in the white martial arts uniform states, hand outstretched towards the dejected figure in the green hoodie, who stands head bowed. "You don't have a heart. I just feel like the world kind of sucks," the man in the green hoodie mutters, hand covering his mouth as he stares ahead, lost in bleak contemplation. "The scene we saw at the boss stage. Things like that happen no matter what world you're in." The man in the ripped karate uniform frowns. "I mean, that is just how life is." The two men walk solemnly side by side. "Oh, whatever, I'm not fit for things like this," the man with red hair screams, clutching his head as the other man watches. "By the way, I'm pretty impressed. Clearing the stage in your own unique way. It's a compliment." He places a hand on the confused man's shoulder. "This is kinda sus." The man in the karate uniform smirks confidently. "Hey man, I can recognize a great man when I see one. You got through this stage on pure skill and no luck. And besides, we're partners. I should be happy for you." He spreads his arms wide, looking at his partner. This is a public service announcement. His face is shocked as he stares past his partner. Floor 10 has been cleared. Brightly colored fireworks explode across the night sky. Floor 11 will open in 24 hours. The city waits below the announcement. Three people look up at the display. "Anon, 1 second ago, what's going on? What's with the fireworks?" "Anon, 1 second ago, they're shooting fireworks. Is this on all floors or just the first?" Someone stares up in awe at the purple and white fireworks. Even a large man in the forest is mesmerized by the show. "Anon, 1 second ago, I'm on the 3rd floor and there are fireworks here too. 24 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds, flashes across the sky. Anon, 1 second ago, did anyone see the announcement that floor 10 was cleared? Anon, 1 second ago, was it Black Dragon? But where was their announcement?" The man in the green hoodie checks his phone. "Anon, 1 second ago, the Hunter Association had said that they would clear it in 2 weeks. It's finally time to enter the main story." The light intensifies. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. "I've seen something similar in my past life." The red-haired man stares intently at the other, who thoughtfully watches the fireworks. "This is my second time too." 4 people gather near a window, some looking out at the fireworks, others at their phones. "If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle." He nervously eyes his phone. "Anon, it's not Black Dragon. Black Dragon's rankers are in a cafe on the 1st floor. Photo attached." "Anon, I'm at the shrine right now. And it's also not the Heresy Inquisitor." His jaw drops, pointing at the message as the priests behind him look on. "Anon, none of the guilds cleared it? Then isn't it the Sword Saint?" "Anon, the Sword Saint is currently drinking milk next to me." Photo attached. "WTF does this mean? Anon, this doesn't make any sense. Anon, no one knows who cleared it. Anon, then who was it? How does it feel to be promoted from a random extra to a main character?" He smirks, arms crossed confidently. Fireworks paint the sky as the young man gazes upward thoughtfully. "It's fucking great," he smirks, pleased with himself. "I feel like the world is mine. Right?" A smug grin spreads across his face. "Don't get ahead of yourself, though. All you did was clear floor 10. But you're the man closest to the top. He smiles confidently as the other man smirks down at the floor. I know. Mr. Hunter, am I? And all that's left is actually getting there. He races after the fleeing man in the helmet. Just now. Are you the one who did it? The armored man yells furiously. See, clearing the 10th floor. I don't know what you're talking about. He stares in confusion. Deng, deng, asterisk. You're the only one who challenged floor 10 today. My upper management is going crazy. They're demanding to know what's going on. What if I did clear it? He asks the stunned man in the silver armor. Well, I just wanted to ask you for your even though you even got 100 gold from me? Please tell me your alias at the least. He waves desperately. I don't have one. He walks away. Look at his face. The man in armor runs ahead excitedly. Good job. That's how you make yourself more known. Hide who you are and make them work to find you. He smiles at his companion. I think I figured something out. He sits back serenely, a small smile playing on his lips as the other man frowns. What did you figure out? Please state the floor you want to transfer to. Why you're complimenting me all of a sudden? He stretches casually as the red-haired man glowers. You swore to call me Gong Ya Nim. If I cleared it within 2 coins, right? Wow, isn't it crazy that I cleared it within? He grins triumphantly. Cleared it within 2 coins? Hey, Gong Ya, we're partners, right? His eyes gleam menacingly. Think about it, partners should be equal in status. You and me, equal. Someone who cleared floor 99 and his partner, the person who will clear floor 100. A partner, a friend, wow, isn't that beautiful? Floor 1. Moving to floor 1 inch, he smirks, touching his ear. Gong Ya? Shush. Add the Nim if you want to talk to me from now on. He smiles confidently. Forever. He walks through a ring of light, hand outstretched behind him as another reaches for him. A bright light shines, full of promise. Who's the one who cleared floor 10? I keep checking the news, but it's not showing up. Do you think Black Dragon is hiding the fact that they cleared it? The mystery remains unsolved. A man in a blue jacket sips his drink as a woman gestures emphatically towards him. No, I'm telling you that it's the Sword Saint. The man smiles serenely into his cup. What do you think, Sword Emperor? Isn't victory sweet? Just like this caramel macchiato. He lifts a hand to his ear, his brow furrowed in confusion. Are my earphones broken? I don't hear an answer. A man with fiery red hair glares downwards, fist clenched, as a string of greetings hangs in the air. Hello? Mr. Sword Emperor. Sir Psychopath. Mr. Crazy? The man with the earphones smiles brightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes as the red-haired man behind him growls, yes. He grins at someone off-screen. Wow, I can hear you again. I thought you went deaf for a second. You shouldn't make the very respectable Sir Gong Ya worry, right? The red-haired man glowers. And also, can I speak comfortably with you, Swordy boy? It'll be weird if I use honorifics while you call me Sir Gong Ya, right? His face contorted in anguish, the red-haired man cries out, just kill me. As the man in the blue jacket watches him from across the table. The man in the blue jacket stares downwards, a determined look on his face. Just copy a new skill and put it over the sword throne. I want to go back to Marcus. He takes a sip from his cup, a playful smile on his face. That's a funny joke. Aren't we partners for life? As the red-haired man beside him smiles too. The sky shimmers, painted with clouds and stars as a digital clock shines brightly. 22 hours 32 minutes and 50 seconds. It's been about an hour and a half. I think it's almost time to get here forever. In a cozy cafe with exposed brick walls, a man in a blue shirt enjoys his drink, lost in the music playing through his headphones. A fluffy brown cat, collar bell jingling, looks up with an excited meow. Wow, I can't believe this high of a ranker would come in person. Nya. The man in the blue shirt chuckles, holding the cat gently against a cheerful, cat-themed background. Well, no one knows about this cat, yet. I guess I should pretend to not know, too. Are you lost? Do you want to play with me? Nyan. His eyes widening in surprise, the man in the blue shirt looks up at the armored figure beside him. I heard she was obsessed with cats, but this is some impressive acting. Excuse me, but are you Hunter Kim Gong Ya? Inside the bustling cafe, 5 figures stand together, their faces serious and alert. The man with the headphones sits on the floor, lost in thought. He glances sideways, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he holds up a hunter ID card. I was wondering how long it would take, but it took exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. Hunter Kim Gong-ya. Across the street, a group huddles together, voices urgent. We found him, in the cafe across the street from the bank. Don't worry, I won't let the other guilds take him. A man in gleaming armor approaches the man in blue, a confident grin on his face as he points towards him. Nice to meet you, I'm a director of the Civil Militia Guild. If you come to our guild. A man in a white shirt wrings his hands, a nervous question mark hanging above his head, as a man in a suit stands behind him. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let's go over some rules first. The man in the green jacket throws his hand up, face creased with worry. First, don't tell the media about my name. Until when? And the reporters are going crazy right now. There's a limit to how much we can hide. A hand gives a confident thumbs up to the man in the red jacket. Not for long. Settling back in his chair, the man in the blue sweater smiles down at the ginger cat nestled comfortably in his arms. He glances at the text floating above, just until the clock reaches 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. I just don't want to run into reporters while trying to get to floor 11. The man in the black jacket nods curtly as the woman beside him beams. If that's all, and secondly, this is a public place, so let's respect the other customers. The man in the blue sweater says mildly, even as the woman beside him squirms under the attention. A blond man snaps a picture with his phone as the woman in the background hides her face in her hands, her companion looking down awkwardly. The man in the blue sweater clutches his mug and cat protectively, his face flushed. Excuse me. We're from the Hunter Association. How much would it take to rent this cafe for an hour? The woman in blue fixes her eyes on the cafe owner as the red-caped man behind her chimes in. Hey, order some drinks too. 1 drink per person. Beaming brightly, the man in the teal shirt spreads his arms wide. Thank you so much. If you come to the Chun Moon Guild next time. 3 cups of coffee sit on the table, steam curling gently from their depths. T.N. Celestial Martial Arts Clan. Now. 6 figures sit around a table, the air thick with anticipation. Let's start negotiating. Start the bid. The blond man whirls around, eyes wide with surprise, as the man in the suit behind him announces calmly, Civil Militia is willing to offer 10,000 gold as a signing bonus. The man in the suit leans back, a smug look on his face. The militia's really flexing how broke they are. Join the Adventure Guild. We will offer 20,000 gold and an executive position. The blond man slams his hands on the table. Come to our Chun Moon. We will give you the trainer role and 25k gold. A trainer's position is just a hassle. If you come to our Omnipotent God Guild, we will give you an honorary position. The man in the blue shirt leans forward, determination etched on his face, as the woman beside him nods firmly. The Hunter Association, please become our ambassador. Disbelief and frustration color the air. The militia will offer 36k gold, the undisputed rank I without belonging to a guild. Can the broke guilds stop bidding? Why are you even increasing it by the thousands? An existence like that makes people question the importance of guilds. The Alchemist Castle will. The man in the blue shirt stares ahead, brow furrowed with concern, as 2 figures loom behind him. If someone of his caliber suddenly shows up. A hush falls over the room. Sang Ryan, 50k. In the quiet cafe, the 2 men chat as the woman in blue listens intently. Startled, a brown cat leaps from its perch, its gold collar glinting as it darts away. Bathed in ethereal white light, a woman in a blue dress stands tall, her presence radiating power. And the Vice Guild Master position. The woman in yellow and blue stares, mouth agape, as the other woman smiles serenely. How is that? Rank 3, Merchant Union, Guild Master Countess. The man in the navy sweater smiles to himself as he slips on his headphones. The man in the blue sweater stares impassively ahead. You've got some nerve. You don't seem that surprised even though a cat just turned into a lady. The woman with the fan chuckles lightly, her eyes sparkling. I tend to be like that. I see dead people too. Ha ha ha. You also have a sense of humor. An astonished whisper hangs in the air. I can't believe she's in her 40s. She probably found a way to get her hands on the fountain of youth with her wealth. The blonde man turns, a question in his eyes. Excuse me, Ryan Ju, but you're excused. The man in the navy sweater replies calmly, as the red-caped man leans forward attentively. T.N. Ryan Ju means merchant leader, and she goes by that name as well as countess. The blonde man's eyes widen in disbelief. Isn't 50k gold in the Vice Guild master position a little too much? I know he's the first one to clear the 10th floor, but we don't know what. The man with blonde hair clutches his waist, his face a mask of worry as he stares in shock at the woman with fear in her eyes. No, what ability? He averts his gaze, clutching a white cup, his expression troubled as she fixes him with a neutral look. Are you done being excused? Yes. A sly smile plays on her lips, her eyes burning with a quiet fury. Okay, now call your leaders out before I have to excuse you again. Calmly, she stands, her expression unreadable, a closed fan held casually in one hand. Light filters through the white blinds, casting long shadows on the brown wall, the air thick with anticipation. Unless there's someone here who can bid more than 50k gold. He glances to the right, a neutral expression on his face as she stands with her arms crossed, a picture of relaxed authority. He shoots a worried look towards the source of the woman's sly smile. That damn bitch. No, pussy. They're here. The older man charges forward, his face a grim mask, a black eye patch doing little to diminish his menacing aura. He throws a powerful punch, his fist clenched tight, his black and red outfit a blur of motion. Rage contorts the older man's face, his teeth bared as he points accusingly. Fucking Ryan shit, fuck you. A sly grin spreads across his face, his blue eyes gleaming with confidence. You were a step ahead of us. I guess it's because I was slacking. He shrugs, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. We weren't slacking, per se. Our job is to keep the hunters in order, after all. Ryan Ju is just ridiculously fast. Arms folded, he stands with quiet determination, his gaze serious beneath the blue and gold helmet. A stern expression hardens her features, her silence speaking volumes. He glares, his expression thunderous. It's about time you came. He swivels in his chair, eyes wide with shock. These are the top rankers of the tower. She smiles brightly, oblivious to the look of disgust on the older man's face. It's been a while since we've met up. It seems like it was just yesterday that we were clearing floor 2 together. I guess we're old now. Shut up before I make cat soup out of you. His jaw drops, eyes wide with astonishment. 50k gold? Vice Guild leader? I know wasting money is your hobby. But the Vice Guild master position. Wait, let's all order coffee first. He gapes, utterly speechless, his surprise mirrored on the face of the blonde man beside him. Arms crossed, he fixes them with an annoyed look. It's rude to come into a shop and just loiter. We should be setting a good example for the rest of the hunters. He leans forward, a wide smile on his face. I think I'd like a mocha coffee. How about you guys? In the cozy cafe, the man in the helmet announces, I'm in the mood for a cold latte. While the woman beside him chimes in with, hazelnut latte. Hot, extra shot, grande. I'd like a warm Americano please. She says with a smile, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Bold letters scream across a green background, radiating anger and disbelief. What? The entire tower is in chaos because someone cleared floor 10, and you guys want to drink coffee? Do your brains run on caffeine or something? A menacing grin spreads across his face, teeth bared. So you want a strong espresso? Coming right up. Excuse me, can you take our order? He roars. While the blonde man behind him mutters, this goddamn religious nut. I'm not drinking it. The barista's face crumples with worry as he scribbles frantically on his notepad. Yes, so, 1 tall iced mocha coffee, 1 tall warm Americano, 1 tall iced latte, 1 grande warm hazelnut latte and a shot of espresso. The group sits in expectant silence, their faces a mixture of boredom and anticipation. What will you be having? His brow furrows, a wave of confusion washing over him. They planned this whole thing out, huh? Red hair practically vibrates with fury as he glares at the floor. All the guild leaders came after the executives left. That's not a coincidence. They coordinated this to mess with me. A comforting hand rests on his shoulder. Don't be scared. They're just trying to intimidate you. His eyes widen as he recalls a painful memory, a steely glint entering his gaze. I know, this isn't much compared to being burned alive. Composure. He squeaks, startled as the man across the table leans forward. Excuse me, can I see the drink menu? He flashes an easy grin. I just had a macchiato, so I'm not really feeling coffee right now. Could I get a hot chocolate? Oh, of course. He stares apprehensively at the table, the words echoing in his mind. If I had an actual reason to not be afraid. A sly smile plays on his lips, his blue eyes glinting with curiosity. Quite amazing that you haven't had any notable achievements before clearing floor 10. Did something change? He sighs, running a hand through his red hair. I could just kill myself if something goes wrong. Yeah, that's your greatest strength. Just kill yourself if something goes wrong. He forces a smile, his eyes betraying his unease. Thanks for the support, but you better keep your end of the deal. Damn it. She stifles a laugh, her eyes sparkling with amusement. He has had one achievement. This youngster recently won our guild's lottery. She taps a finger thoughtfully against her cheek. He's pretty lucky. He also has guts. He probably also has some skill. A youngster with those three will succeed no matter what. He freezes, his hand flying to his ear, a look of dawning dread on his face. Did you think someone who cleared floor 10 would just be some newbie? I told y'all, let's just drop the act and recruit him. Let's not waste time, he says, his expression hardening with determination. She cuts him off. Stop talking about unrelated things. We can talk about that on our own time. Her eyes widen, her arms tightening around herself as the name hangs in the air. Hunter Kim Gong-ya. The air crackles with tension. Which guild are you interested in joining? If you plan on not joining a guild, tell us that too. We'll need time to make our positions clear to the media too. She finishes, her gaze unwavering. He smirks, tilting his head arrogantly. And what if I plan on joining one? She gestures towards the towering structure that dominates the skyline. We've wasted far too much time on floor 9. But because of you, there's a reason to advertise the worth of the tower to the outside world again. A chance to pull in people of all backgrounds from the outside world. And a spark of motivation to all the hunters who've been contentedly sitting on the first floor. What lays beyond floor 11? Curiosity is one of the forces that power the tower. The man gestures with his hand concerned. You're right. We're starting to reach the limit on how much food can be farmed below floor 9. The woman, relaxing in her chair, says confidently, I do keep a trade route open 24/7 to the outside world, but that's not enough. We need new products. With an intense look in her eyes, the purple-haired woman declares, we have to pull hunters into the new world. We need people to explore and find things of value there. Standing with her back turned, the woman in red, holding a glowing object, states, we need a way to appeal to the masses outside the tower. An icon that symbolizes it's time for a revolution. Bathing in a bright light, the surprised woman exclaims, just like the Flame Emperor did. And you're saying that's me? Looking down with concern, the white-haired woman reveals, Black Dragon tried to murder that icon. Was it the Witch of Black Dragon? Gripped by the neck, she looks up in terror, whispering, I don't know why, but if they were his enemy. The man in the blue shirt smiles at the viewer, stating confidently, I'll probably vibe well with Black Dragon's guild leader. Leaning forward slightly, the man declares, I understand. The guild that recruits me will represent the new generation of hunters. And the other guilds won't be able to do anything about it. With a determined look, the man with short brown hair announces to the group, I'd feel bad if that happened, so let's do this. A hand grips the ace of spades, a sense of urgency in the air. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. Holding up a deck of cards, the black-haired man grins, poker cards? Let's play a game of poker. I'll join the winning person's guild. I don't need money or an executive position. However, he adds with a mischievous glint in his eye. Tension crackles between the two men as the one with an eye patch declares, if I win, I will multi-join every guild at once. The purple-haired woman's jaw drops in surprise, while the man with the fan chuckles at her reaction. The man lays down a card, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I'll look like a guild member to outsiders but receive equal treatment as all of you. The woman in yellow smiles slyly, fanning herself with an air of casual power. A challenging voice rings out, you want to receive the same treatment as us after clearing just one floor? Interesting, I'll take it. The blonde man leans back, a confident smirk on his face. If there are no tricks involved, then I'm fine as well. The silver-haired man slams a deck of cards on the table, his one eye narrowed. Then let's ban the use of skills. Or else you guys have too much of an advantage. If you're caught using a skill, then you're automatically out. Clutching his deck of cards, the armored man grins. Well, our guild is too poor to fight in a bid war, so I'm in. The purple-haired woman sighs, leaning back with exhaustion. All right, she concedes, we accept your conditions. Huh. The dark-haired man mumbles, staring at his cards in disbelief as a voice booms behind him. Yo, Sword Emperor. You really don't want to call me Gong Ya Nim, right? The red-haired man's jaw drops. I'll allow you to stop after this game is over. He stammers, really? I can do that? The blonde woman, back still turned, states her terms. In exchange, I want you to tell me what cards everyone has. The blonde woman smirked at her opponent across the table. I know a good fucking deal when I see one, good sir. Beaming, the red-haired man gives two enthusiastic thumbs up. Wow, you are as gracious as the ocean. I'll tell you every card they have. The dark-haired man beams, glancing towards the heavens. Gong Ya Nim is so merciful and kind. The red-haired man leans over the dark-haired woman's shoulder, a smug grin on his face. Sir, this guy has a straight. Fold this round. The dark-haired man meets his opponent's gaze, an unflinching confidence radiating from him as he calmly lays down his ace of hearts. With a dismissive sniff, the red-haired man slings an arm around the scowling, eye-patched man. This guy's bluffing with just a pair. How pathetic. Call his bluff out. With a triumphant grin, the dark-haired man slams down a card, pressing a gold coin into the table. Call. The armored man stares intently at the cards, his expression unreadable. This guy's aiming for a full house, but don't worry, he assures. The red-haired man stabs a finger at the table. I stuck my face in the table to check the rest of the cards, and he's not gonna get it. Just trust me and we can beat him. Eyes closed, the dark-haired man shoves a mountain of gold coins towards the center of the table. I'm going all in. Tension hangs heavy in the air as the players eye each other, cards clutched tightly in their hands. The armored man leans forward, his gaze fixed on the table as the players prepare to reveal their hands. The gray-haired man explodes from his seat, his face contorted in fury. What the fuck? This is a scam. The armored man recoils in surprise as the brown-haired woman lets out a surprised gasp. The gray-haired man gestures wildly. There's no way that this is statistically possible. We've played more than 30 rounds and he hasn't lost once. I can't even bluff. He's 100% cheating. The gray-haired man jabs an accusing finger at the calmly sipping figure across the table. You got proof? The woman pointed two fingers, small sparkles emitting from them. I don't appreciate you pointing fingers at me with no evidence. I could just be a genius poker player. Shocked, the man in the robe throws his hands up, fingers outstretched. Holy crap. His audacity. There's no way he's an F rank. The man in the red sash brought his hand to his forehead in surprise. Wow. How did you know I wasn't an F rank? I couldn't notify the association, but I just ranked up to E yesterday. The man's eyebrows shot up in surprise. That's right. I knew he started, but was cut off, huh? Thanks for the high praise. The gray-haired man sneers, sauntering past the purple-haired woman and her companion. By the way, he adds nonchalantly, it looks like you're out of chips. The man in blue groans. Welcome, Chun Moon Master. The gray-haired man calls out, a triumphant glint in his eye. I thought it was about time that you lost. The blonde man in the black suit gapes at him in astonishment. The man with gray hair glared at the man in the green cap. I told you I don't want to drink. But the other man replied calmly, so I ordered you an extra espresso. Drink to your heart's content. The man's face twisted in anger as a steaming cup of tea was placed in front of him. I know, you have to overcome your desires, the man in the green cap said pleasantly. A hush falls over the table as the three players exchange a tense look. The armored man stares at his cards in disbelief. I lost, he mutters, shaking his head. I was pretty confident in my poker face. Can you read minds or something? The man in the blue shirt smiled, entirely relaxed, as the armored woman beside him watched him. Youngsters these days are hard to deal with. Yo, why did you give up so easily, you loser? A gray-haired man in a black shirt bellowed, shaking his fist angrily as he stormed across the cafe, nearly knocking over a passing waitress. You should have tried till the very end. Are you just gonna let that scammer cheat you? His face, twisted in a grimace of rage, was even more severe with a black eye patch. Don't call our new hero a scammer. The gray-haired man growled, annoyance flashing across his face, even as the armored woman beside him looked down in disapproval. He's using a skill, I guarantee it, the man in the black shirt confidently declared, even though only his arm could be seen. The woman in white armor smirked, a knowing glint in her eye. We all knew from the beginning, she began, her words dripping with smugness. What? It would be weirder to not know, chuckled a voice from above, amusement lacing the words. Did you really think a newbie would challenge us to a game of luck? I'm distributing the cards. Unfazed, the man in the blue shirt calmly watched the woman with long black hair gracefully move around the table, casually dealing out cards to the purple-haired woman seated across from her. He basically said, I am confident enough to win without revealing my skills. And we accepted that challenge, the man in blue declared, a playful smirk on his face as he held up his cards. Chun Moon Master, I know you like exercising, but you should use your head too. A voice sighed from behind the shocked, gaping face of the gray-haired man. We never had anything to lose in this game. Winning would have been great, but we have a pretty good deal even if we don't. The man in the navy blue shirt mused, calmly regarding his cards. But we have our pride. How can we just let a newbie be on the same level as us? A voice cried out, a trembling hand clutching a single card. Pride won't get us through the tower, the armored man stated resolutely, a determined smile on his face. Drink your espresso, you forgot to finish. A woman with blonde hair chided gently, placing a hand on the shoulder of the stunned, blue-haired man beside her. Fuck. The blue-haired man swore, staring in horror at the cup of blood in his hand as the blonde woman gasped beside him. I'm glad, the man with the black earring said plainly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he examined his cards. About what? A curious voice inquired from below. That you're a sensible person, at least. The purple-haired woman grumbled, shooting a frustrated glare across the table despite the mountain of gold coins before her. I'm originally from Ukraine. To be exact, I'm from a place that used to be called Ukraine. The owner of the hand calmly explained as they idly pushed a pile of coins across the table. The scene shifted abruptly to a landscape of rubble and ruin. After I lost my family to the Civil War, I became a drifter, the purple-haired woman said solemnly. Nearby, the blonde woman stood atop a pile of debris, her expression wistful. Living alone sucks whether you're in or outside the tower, she sighed sadly, watching as a lone figure in the distance walked away. The man looked to the side, a concerned expression on his face as he flipped a gold coin. Call. The woman with brown hair crossed her arms over her chest and stared intensely at the purple-haired woman before her. So what are you trying to say? The man stared intently at his cards, thinking to himself, everyone who's come to the tower, especially the first generation, has a sob story. I'm also just a normal orphan in the tower. The red-haired man froze, eyes widening in shock as he gestured to the cards. She has a diamond flush right now. The purple-haired woman gazed steadily at the red-haired man across the table. This tower is basically my hometown. The blonde woman smiled confidently as she sipped from her cup. In this tower, no one asks where you're from. And we've made that happen. The gray-haired man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Whether you're from Korea, I'm from Ukraine, or the celestial martial master is from China. The purple-haired woman didn't look up from her cards. None of that is important in the tower. The brown-haired woman looked down at her cards, a thoughtful expression on her face. We can even understand each other due to the tower's blessing. We're all equal challengers in here. It's at least fairer than the outside world. The brown-haired woman stood confidently behind her cards and gold coins, her expression serious. The hand slammed down on the stack of coins, sending one flying into the air. People out there treat the tower like a garbage can. The purple-haired woman scowled. It's called garbage can, not garbage cannot. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow across the room as the clock ticked past 1809. The city lights twinkled outside the window, a reminder of the life that awaited. When the clock hits 0, the media will not stop talking about you. Your life will completely change. The purple-haired woman fixed her gaze on the man in front of her. I trust that you will deal with it wisely. The man glanced at the mountain of coins beside the purple-haired woman before nodding curtly. Sounds good to me. The purple-haired woman leaned back in her chair, a smug look on her face. I'm not bragging, but I like being the center of attention. I want everyone to look up to me and respect me. That's all. The man seated across from her chuckled. You're pretty honest. The opposite of the sword saint. The hand deftly bent the gold coin between two fingers. She still has a flush. It's disadvantageous for me right now, but... The purple-haired woman pushed a stack of coins forward. All in. The man grinned, leaning back on his pile of coins as if it were a throne. I'm confident. Frustration simmered within him. Let's make another thing clear. I don't expect to be treated like this just because I cleared floor 10. His gaze was resolute as he stared at the towering stack of coins. I will be the one clearing floor 20, 30, 50 and even 100. No matter how long it takes, I will conquer this tower. The air crackled with tension as the man addressed the group. I respect that you hold this tower close to your heart. I don't have any intentions to fight with you guys. Who will be the first to scale the tower? Who is worthy of being called a hero? But I will consider you my competition. The man gestured towards the mountain of coins with a confident smirk. My goal isn't to see the world inside the tower but the world beyond it. Honestly, I have no idea about the famine or refugee problems here. Feel free to use my name whenever you'd like to solve those problems. However, I want your support in climbing this tower. I need to experience that feeling of supremacy again. The purple-haired woman's eyes widened as she took in the sight beyond the cafe windows, her brow furrowed in concern. The purple-haired woman slumped in her chair, a deep sigh escaping her lips as she stared dejectedly at her cards. Sigh. Disappointment filled her voice. I was wrong. You're exactly like the sword saint. The card flipped over, revealing the red 5. Is that a compliment? The hand hovered over the table. Nope. I'm just calling out your greed. Black Dragon Master. Flush. Kim Gong-ya. Full house. The hand scooped up a pile of gold coins, the diamond flush glinting under the lights. It's Kim Gong-ja's win. A genuine smile spread across the man's face. Thank you. The woman fixed him with a serious look. Can we also expect you to uphold an equal amount of responsibility? The man took a sip from his mug, his expression calm. Isn't a hunter's responsibility to climb the tower? Don't worry about that. The purple-haired woman leaned back, a smug smile playing on her lips. You talk big for a newbie. Yeah, if shamelessness were a skill, he'd probably hit S rank with it. The three red-haired men roared with laughter. Phew. Oh my god, I can breathe again. Fuck calling you Nim. Zombie. You damn zombie. Wow, I'd never realized how beautiful that word was. The black-haired man looked up at them, disappointment etched on his face. Is this really the person called the Sword Emperor? Pathetic. Are you leaving already? He turned towards the purple-haired woman. Yeah, floor 11 is opening soon. I have to get ready if I don't want to fall behind. The blonde woman throws down her cards with a smirk. I know a good fucking deal when I see one, good sir. A single word hung in the air. It's roleplay. That's the theme for floors 11 to 20. The purple-haired woman scowled, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. The man with short brown hair leaned in conspiratorially. I got an extra hint for clearing floor 10. That's the extent of my knowledge. The purple-haired woman sighed, shaking her head in annoyance. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. We'll make sure to return this favor later. The two men walked away, their figures silhouetted against the warm glow of the setting sun. A man and a woman stand on a rooftop, gazing out at the city. Has the official statement regarding floor 10 been released yet? Did you see the video of the Sword Saint saying it wasn't him? the woman asks, frustration tinging her voice. Inside a bar, the man angrily slams his beer down. So angry when he said it. The media isn't giving us any information either, he complains to his friends. Someone did see all the guild leaders in one place yesterday, though. A man with short brown hair comments, curious about the implications. So who's the one who cleared it? A young man with a brown backpack walks confidently down a busy street, a slight smile on his face. Look. A voice calls out urgently, drawing attention to the sky where the time reads 0 hours 0 minutes and 11 seconds. A group of people stand eagerly, their eyes glued to the sky. Just 11 seconds left, someone shouts excitedly. A bright yellow, 10, appears on a light blue background as everyone erupts. 10. A woman with purple hair cheers, a glass raised high, beside her a blond man pumps his fist in the air. 9. 8. In the background, a man with black hair watches with an intense frown. All eyes suddenly turn towards a man with black hair, standing in the middle of the bar. 7. 6. Someone shouts, pointing, as whispers break out around him. The man calmly checks his phone, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. 5. 4. The man chuckles, glancing at his phone as he scrolls past search results for Floor 10 Clear on Google. 3. He quickly navigates to the news section, the screen still dominated by articles about the mysterious clearing. 2. His eyes widen as he sees a hand-drawn image on an article titled, Urgent, 10th Floor was Cleared. Revealing the clearer's name, Kim Gon. 1. His friends erupt in cheers around him as he shows them the news, a broad smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, a blinding light shoots out from a brilliant white Z in the sky. Everyone stops, staring upwards in awe as beams of white light cascade down, illuminating the cheering crowd below. The tutorial has been cleared as of today. A voice booms through the air as the man with the black jacket smiles, illuminated by the fading light. The light intensifies once more. The tutorial has been cleared as of today. We are alerting all hunters again. The light explodes, revealing a message that echoes across the sky. Open Floor 11. Floor 11. A beautiful woman with blonde hair materializes amidst the blinding light, her arms outstretched in welcome. Warriors, the ones who choose to climb the tower. The woman's white dress flows around her as she floats above the cityscape. I congratulate you on clearing the Hellfire Mansion. Eyes widen as the image of a beautiful woman in white appears on the screen. An angel, someone whispers, awestruck. A goddess? The woman in white smiles gently, her eyes twinkling. Of course not. That ain't a goddess. A collective gasp fills the air. That's just part of the system that explains the quests to you. The woman gestures to the city below. Like an NPC? Her expression turns serious. Warriors, there is a world that is in dire need of your assistance. This world is suffering under the Demon King. The crowd watches in stunned silence. You will now be summoned there and save humanity from extinction. One man breaks the silence. How do you even know that? A man with fiery red hair looks towards the source of the question, surprise etched on his face. Oh, that? A single red shoe rests on a wooden surface. If you choose to accept this destiny, say, transfer. The man with the brown backpack watches in disbelief as a figure soars through the sky above. High above, a man in a black suit stares down at the world below, determination hardening his gaze. The man in the black suit blurs as he moves with impossible speed. Choose to accept. The blonde woman in white smiles serenely, hope radiating from her form. Destiny, say, transfer. Her lips curl into a sly smirk, confidence exuding from her. She glances up at the man in the black suit standing on the rooftop as she rises into the air. Boo, it was just a hologram? A woman in a red hat throws her hands up in disappointment, drawing the attention of others around her. High above, the man in the black suit watches, a glowing red circle pulsing around him. Because I did that exact thing before. A young man with black hair exclaims, a hint of bewilderment in his red eyes. What did I tell ya? It's an NPC. The sun shines brightly against a clear blue sky, illuminating the white cross atop a tall building. Ha ha ha. A man with brown skin and a purple jacket bursts out laughing, drawing shocked stares from those around him. A man with slicked back blonde hair storms forward, pointing accusingly. I lost first place again. What a great day, Heresy Inquisitor. I hope to see everyone on floor 11. Transfer. The man in the black suit beams, his excitement contagious. Transfer, stammers a man, fear flashing across his face as another man in a blue jacket jabs a finger in his direction. Warriors, the ones who choose to climb the tower. Transfer. The man shouts, staring up at the woman in white as she hovers above the city. Transfer. From the 11th to the 20th floor, your faith will be tested. And during that, you will find an answer. The woman continues, and the answer you find will serve as a reminder of who you really are. A young man with kind eyes absorbs her words, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. This is how you are destined to learn about yourself. That's too bad. A woman sighs, her shoulders slumping in disappointment as she watches a man in a black jacket walk away. What's too bad? The man spins around, his brow furrowed in concern. Think about it. The blonde woman stands alone in the deserted city, her expression wistful. I'm not sure what existence created this tower, but it seems like a lot of effort went into it. That's a message that the creators left us. But no one cares about it. She gazes up at the towering structures, a hint of awe in her eyes. Ordinarily, we should be looking at this full of admiration. The existence of the tower, skills. They're all miracles in their own right. But we've already grown accustomed to everything by floor 10. A man in armor observes the man beside him. You're more emotional than I thought. The armored man boasts, I used to study music before I came in here. Why, am I more charming now that you know how artistic I am? A nearby caption clarifies, TN, she is a girl. To which someone else comments, oh, GN. Definitely wouldn't have known otherwise. The black-haired man laughs loudly, haha, that hurts, man. Yo zombie. His friend with red hair stares at him, unimpressed, as someone remarks, it sounds like a hard major to find a job with. Startled, the man with the brown bag glances over his shoulder and stammers, why, as a voice warns, be careful. This human is a little suspicious. The man with black hair blinks in surprise. Are you Mr. Gong Ya? Someone asks. Whoops, you must have caught their attention because of me. He murmurs anxiously. Silly me. Well, I'm heading to floor 11 now. The armored man announces cheerfully, striding through the city with the black-haired man at his side as onlookers stare. Mr. Gong Ya. The man in the black jacket cries out desperately, his face a mask of fear. The man with dark hair clenches his jaw, his expression strained as he faces the throng of reporters. Is this why you came to talk to me? He demands. The man in the blue and white suit smiles warmly, extending his hand. Well, I have an eye for gauging sincerity, so I just wanted to see what kind of person you were. The dark-haired man stands frozen, his back to the viewer, as the confident man in the blue suit gestures to the city behind them. The answer is in your heart. Transfer, he declares. You're just going to run away. The brown-haired man roars, his face contorted with rage, while the red-haired man points at him worriedly. I told you she was suspicious. The man with short brown hair shifts uncomfortably as a reporter shoves a microphone towards him. We're from Wan Moon News. Can you please answer our questions? The reporter presses, is it true that you cleared floor 10 by yourself? Microphones and cameras swarm the brown-haired man, blinding him with flashes. Everyone is wondering which guild you're planning to join. A voice calls out from the throng. The dark-haired man chews his lip anxiously, trapped in a whirlwind of questions. I have to go to floor 11 now. What should I say? He wonders, while voices bombard him with inquiries. What relationship do you have with the paladin? And, are you really in E rank? The man forces a smile, anxiety churning in his gut as the reporters close in. Floor 20 will also be cleared by me, he states. Well, work hard, everyone, transfer. The dark-haired man calls out, a sudden urgency in his voice. Huh? Wait, no, Mr. Gong Ya. A voice cries from below. Bathed in a radiant light, the woman in the white dress ascends gracefully into the clouds. All those who wish to climb the tower. A voice echoes from the heavens. A simple message appears against the swirling black and white void. I wish you the best. A blinding white beam cleaves through the air, leaving behind a trail of defeated figures and a resounding chorus of Above. The older man in the blue suit glares out from the image, his expression thunderous with anger. A desperate plea rings out against a backdrop of chaos and swirling gray. Where are? Don't let them push. Stop the demon army. The older man in the blue suit stands resolutely on the dirt path, sword drawn, with the man in pink and the girl in the red jacket behind him. For the kingdom of, the inscription begins. The man in green armor rallies his troops, his words laced with desperation. Don't fall back. Our empire is done for if we lose any more ground. Fear grips the soldiers as they face the imposing green monster. It doesn't seem to be possible, sir, one shouts. There are too many enemies, sir. The older man in the blue suit marches forward, his face grim. What the hell are these monsters? He mutters under his breath. What's going on? The man in the blue jacket asks, casting a worried glance over his shoulder as he runs. Don't give up. We are the last line of defense. A voice calls out from behind. Watch out for the arrows. The gray-haired man shouts, his eyes wide with alarm. The muscular man in the black tank top yells in shock, stumbling back as if struck. Confusion reigns as fragmented phrases hang in the air. What's going on? The tutorial's over, that's what. Situations like these become common in future stages. Oh. The brown-haired man in the black jacket looks up with anticipation, the man in the light blue jacket peering over his shoulder, as the armored figure salutes towards the sky. Heroes who will save our kingdom, the caption declares. The armored man stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he holds his sword aloft. Please assist us in our quest to defend humanity, he implores. The white-haired man in silver armor stands poised for battle, his sword gleaming in the sunlight. Fear etches itself onto the faces of the two men. This port is the only place with an open trade route. One says, without this port, our kingdom will not be able to sustain itself. Hey, people in the front, shut up, we can't hear from the back. Someone yells from the distance. The black-haired man, his eyes glowing red, ignores the outburst. You've gotten ridiculously good at strengthening your sight and hearing with aura. A voice notes from beside him. A message flashes across a bright blue screen. Heroes from another world. Bestow your blessings upon Egum. Quest name. Defend the port. Difficulty. FA. Goal. Disaster has fallen upon the empire of Egum. The legendary Demon King has gathered his army to overthrow the empire. The Demon King is cunning, ruthless, and strong. He wants to cut off the supplies to the city. Protect the port. The armored man grips his sword, his gaze resolute. This is the first step in saving the empire. Floor 12 will not open if the battle is lost. The warning hangs in the air. A quest. The blonde woman gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in astonishment. There's a Demon King? The white-haired man exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where the hell is this Egum empire? The blonde woman shouts, her frustration mounting as she and the gray-haired man battle their unseen opponents. The person with blue hair struggles to keep up with the onslaught. They're coming at us non-stop. Let me read the quest at least, they plead, their voice frantic. The fighter in the blue pants parries a blow from a green monster, their face creased with worry. How are we supposed to clear the quest anyway? They mutter under their breath. The white-haired man slices through a green monster with a decisive swing of his sword. I don't know the details, he says, his expression grim, but I think I just have to kill them all. The white-haired man, his sword flashing, cuts a swath through the enemy ranks. Follow the sword, Saint. A cry rises from the watching crowd. Shitty-ass goblins. The man in the black tank top scoffs, his companions flanking him with equally disdainful expressions. I've killed thousands of goblins in the last 6 years. The woman with long brown hair channels her magic, amplifying the power of the spear in the black-haired man's hands as they face their opponents with unwavering focus. Destroy them, a voice booms. The black-haired man in the white shirt nods curtly, his expression grim. Calm down, and push them away after you kill them, another voice advises. The black-haired man stands over the slain creature, his sword dripping, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Welcome, Kim Gong-ya. A message appears, as if heralding his arrival. The red-haired man throws his head back and lets out a triumphant shout, his grin infectious as he celebrates with his brown-haired companion. The man in the black jacket stands calmly as a blue holographic display materializes before him. The words, "Receiving floor 10 rewards," shimmering in the air. "Normal stage reward." The brown-haired man reads aloud, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stares at the map. Excitement washes over the brown-haired man as 2 new messages pop up on his display. "You are blessed by the goddess of war," and "You have access to the maps of floors 11 to 20. Hidden stage reward." The blue text proclaims, "You should focus on training lying on these like skills," a voice advises, tinged with amusement. "What the fuck? I knew it was going to be something crazy," another voice exclaims, a mixture of disbelief and excitement in their tone. The man with brown hair throws his right arm in the air, shocked as a blue box reading, "You are blessed by the goddess of humanity," appears before him. "What?" The red-haired man beside him yells, throwing his arms out in anger. "You have access to NPC locations of floors 11 to 20. The blue glowing text box declares, buzzing with the thrill of unexplored territory. Above a card depicting a sword, a blue text box glows, "Hidden stage reward." "What?" The green-haired man holding the card gasps, his eyes wide with surprise. Smiling, the green-haired man holds up a card with an axe on it as the blue text box in front of him announces, "You are blessed by the goddess of merchants." The red-haired man beside him stares in shock at the 2 cards. "You can obtain 1 item that exists on floors 11 to 20 right now," the blue text box proclaims, radiating a sense of thrilling possibility. "Ah." The brown-haired man breathes, gazing upwards with a delighted smile at the large, red glowing map displayed before him in the dark room. "This is what real talent is." The man in the black jacket murmurs in awe, gesturing excitedly with one hand raised towards the smaller, red-haired figure below. "Fuck this RNG," the smaller man in the white robe cries, his mouth open in a wail. 3 boxes bordered in black appear against the backdrop of a majestic, stylized cityscape reflected in water. Themes. The top box states simply, "Each section of the tower has a theme." The middle box elaborates, "The theme for floors 1 to 10 is tutorial." The bottom box reveals, "It's a city made," someone comments from below. The imposing, red tower dominates the image, jagged streaks of white lightning flashing across its dark surface. And the theme for floors 11 to 20 is Demon King and Heroes, a box in the corner declares. For beginners to get used to the tower, and the floors have designated hunting areas. It adds above. The older man charges forward, blue suit jacket billowing behind him as he brandishes his sword with a fierce snarl. "You need enough might to be able to destroy armies," hovers above him. Muscles taut with focus, the man in the blue suit blasts the 2 green creatures with a wave of white energy. "Lead an army into battle yourself," the caption proclaims as the young man with the brown hair and black jacket surveys the assembled soldiers with a confident smirk. The ground trembles slightly under the weight of the armored soldiers, their formation unwavering in its disciplined might. "And you're going to pick the latter?" the red-haired man demands, his face a mask of outrage. "Do you have any experience with that? Have you led anything before?" "Of course not," the young man with brown hair replies easily, his palm raised as if weighing the question. A ball of energy crackles to life above it. "But I'm confident that I can learn." A hand taps decisively at the second skill on the list glowing on the yellow and orange grid. 2. Returner's Winding Clock X. Above it, the other entries read, Class, E rank, Skills 5/5. 1. I want to become just like you S+. 3. Sword Throne A+. 4. Going High Society F. And 5. You can prevent fire. Hey Sword Emperor, you complained about my RNG before, right? The man with black hair asks calmly, his arms crossed as the muscular man with red hair behind him throws his hands up in frustration. "Yeah, it's complete shit. I'll show you why this game is all skill and no luck." The caption declares above a list detailing, Enju, position, Scout, location, floor 11, Port City Concours, Carrier, position, Foot Soldier, location, floor 11, Port City Concours, Sort, position, Farmer, location, floor 13, Baron's Field, Lapa Casabella, position, Government Official, location, Floor 14 building. DOF. Position. Blacksmith. Location. Floor 12, Empire Capital Hakarnia. Turning towards his goal, the man with brown hair raises his right arm in greeting. Locating NPCs. A blue box flashes at the bottom of the bright space. Only display the ones on floor 11. The command echoes in the futuristic space as the man with black hair gestures sharply with his right hand, activating the yellow rectangles glowing behind him. Only display from the top 100 NPCs with high-level skills. The command prompts: Enju. Position. Scout. Location. Floor 11, Port City Kunkor, flashes in a yellow box, followed by Carrier. Position. Foot Soldier. Location. Floor 11, Port City Kunkor. Wait, no, zombie, this isn't it. Let's just fight them one at a time and get stronger. One voice cries out in dismay. Wow, I know you're shameless, but this really isn't it. Aren't you embarrassed to call yourself Gong Ya? Another voice adds, disgusted. Not at all, the muscular man with red hair states flatly, his hand outstretched towards the shrinking form of the man with black hair. Only show the NPCs with leadership skills. Just the top 3. 2 more yellow boxes appear. Rohan Pansaba. Position. Pansaba Nightage Leader, and Sarbased Egam. Position. Kunkor Offense Leader. Put them on the map. The man with black hair orders, his arm outstretched towards the glowing yellow box as if pulling the information from it. On the pink and white map, a single blue spot pulses. And my location as well. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. The man with short brown hair explains, jabbing a finger at the 2 blue orbs hovering above the mountain range on the map. Isn't this a game of pure skill? The man with short brown hair smirks confidently at the map of the mountain range, his smugness radiating off him. Arms crossed, the man in the black jacket stands beneath the single blue orb, utterly self-satisfied. I've turned my already good rewards to extremely good rewards. He boasts, all because I'm so skilled. You call that skill? You're just a hack. The accusation rings out as the man with short brown hair walks confidently past a furious, red-haired man, pointing at the blue orb displayed on the map. That's part of my skill, too. He throws over his shoulder with a smirk. The closet blue dot on this map. The armored man rumbles, hefting his sword as he eyes a small, green creature cowering nearby. As this NPC, the man with short brown hair blurts, staring in shock at the imposing, sword-wielding figure before him. Hello, General Egam. The man in the black jacket dips his head respectfully as he addresses the stoic knight standing beside him in the forest clearing. Ooh, the armored man exclaims, turning in surprise. How can I help you, hero from another world? You have a magnificent mustache. The man with short brown hair observes, meeting the armored man's gaze with an amused grin. This hero has a request for you, General. A voice calls out as the man with short brown hair throws a worried look over his shoulder. Don't believe him, you stupid NPC. He's a liar. The red-haired man in the white robe bellows, shaking his fist as the man with short brown hair walks determinedly away. As long as it's within my limits, I will do everything in my power. The silver-haired general begins, his gaze steady despite the storm clouds gathering above. Kill me. The general jerks his head up, eyes wide with disbelief. Excuse me? I have a secret last resort. The brown-haired man insists, facing the general even as another voice cries out in warning. No, he doesn't. When my heart stops, the god of war will bless the battlefield. The brown-haired man clutches at his chest, a fervent light in his eyes. It's essentially self-destruction, the caption clarifies. If we can activate the blessing, we will be able to win. AB blessing. Another voice breathes, a flicker of hope in the face of despair. But to take your life, I could never. The armored general shakes his head, sorrow etched on his face. General Sarbased Egam. Consider what's at stake here. The caption urges, if you don't kill me, I plan to take my life right here. The stakes are raised, a dangerous ultimatum hanging in the air. Clutching a green object in his hand, the brown-haired man holds his ground as the red-haired man yells behind him and the armored general glares in disapproval. Because I know that this is the best way to help our kingdom. The red-haired man throws his hand out, his expression earnest. That's why I'm requesting this from you. A request. Eyes squeezed shut, sword held high, the red-haired man steels himself. I want to leave my life to you, the honorable general who is risking his life to protect the kingdom. The red-haired man's eyes fly open in alarm, snapping up towards the sky as the man in the black jacket watches the unfolding scene impassively. There's no time, hurry, but a heavy weight settles over the scene, a sense of terrible, inevitable consequence. No matter how high the stakes are, to think I have to take the life of a hero from another world. Is he really going to believe this? The armored general breathes, staring down in stunned disbelief at the man kneeling before him. The world feels cursed and wretched. What a cursed, wretched world we live in. The attack of the supposedly legendary Demon King, as well as having to take this hero's life. Covering his face, the armored man is in disbelief at the red-haired man's words. I think what's actually cursed is your intelligence. With a determined expression, the armored man holds his sword, ready to strike. May you never forgive our sins, Lord. I shall make this swift and painless. Standing confidently before the shining sword, the man expresses his gratitude. You have my sincerest gratitude. The armored man looks down seriously, seeking an answer. Please tell me your name. He calmly replies, his demeanor peaceful and serene. Kim Gong Ya. Kim Gong Ya, I thank you for your sacrifice. The man in the gas mask mourns, his head bowed in sadness. Standing powerfully in a large white area, the armored man raises his sword towards an old man. The man in black stands proudly, the weight of the words, "You are a true hero," settling upon him. The bright blue glow of the message stands out against the stark black background. You have died. There's a saying. The screen glows, displaying the message, randomly copying NPC SAR-based aging skills. There's someone who flies above the person who runs. The words hang heavy in the air. Shitty-ass goblins. I've killed thousands of goblins in the last 6 years. There's also another saying. The man charges, sword raised, while the woman summons her power and a green goblin snarls. Shock paints the faces of the 3 figures against the vibrant background. There's a hunter who wields soldiers next to the hunters who wield swords. 3 figures on horseback ride across the horizon, their forms radiating power. Who is that hunter, and why is he riding with them? Confusion ripples through the crowd as they stare at the dark-haired man overlooking them from his position of power. Said by the great Gong Ya Nim. The man smiles confidently, his determination evident. He stands firm, his grip on the gleaming sword unwavering, ready to face any threat. He calmly explains that his battlefield insight ability, ranked B and copied from SAR-based EGM, allows him to instinctively feel the battlefield's flow, discerning advantages, disadvantages, and weak points. It is a skill that lets one have insight over the battlefield. Whether my allies are at an advantage or disadvantage, the strengths and weaknesses of my enemies, and where weak points are in their defense, these can be instinctively felt. Skill copied from NPC SAR-based EGM. This is the ability I created. Excitedly, the man with brown hair explains the route. If you keep going straight and then take a right, you'll find the demon army's general. There are some monsters around, but it'll be okay. Just wipe them out. The knight, looking determined, responds, "Ooh, understood." A screen displays a map with red and blue dots, a red and gold flag waving hopefully in the foreground. The goddess's hero will protect us, as displayed above the screen. 4 knights on horseback charge forward resolutely, ready for the battle ahead. Knights on horseback surround a group of goblins on the ground, the air thick with anger. You fucking goblin shits, wipe them out, a skill that lets me pretend to be a military expert and gain the trust of the general. Pointing confidently at a large screen depicting the battlefield, the brown-haired man declares, turn right here. Of course, this skill is only super effective thanks to the minimap. The man watches with frustration as a goblin, wooden staff in hand, plummets from the sky. And the knowledge from having repeated this day a few times. He rides his horse with unwavering determination, knights blurring behind him. Hey, that goblin is flying away today as well. He raises a hand, the shining sword in his grasp radiating power. Skill isn't everything, though. His eyes widen in awe as he holds a silver sword before a golden frame proclaiming, Leifanta Agim's holy sword of protection rarity, legendary. It's the light of the goddess. A short-haired man kneels, receiving a sword from a winged woman bathed in light. The holy sword of the founder. Legend says that a goddess gifted it to the founder of the Egam Empire. Before history became a legend, the founder went missing, and the holy sword also. The blonde woman, wings spread, looks down solemnly as she and a dark-haired man pray amidst a crowd. Sword also vanished, only leaving behind a prophecy. When the fateful day arrives, the one wielding the holy sword shall also arrive. The one who possesses the holy sword of protection will receive absolute trust and support from the people of the Egam Empire. Dark clouds part as if in reverence, a voice booming through the sky, it's the founder's holy sword. Ah, God has not abandoned the empire. All hail the empire, all hail the hero. He rides triumphantly atop his horse, glowing sword held high, the armored men below gazing up in admiration. With fierce determination in his eyes, the brown-haired man raises his hand, a glint of light reflecting off it. Attack! The black-haired man pumps his fist in the air, a wide grin on his face. Good, really good. It was worth clearing the hidden stage, since I got to see this sight. Red-faced and furious, the man yells, his anger almost tangible. What do you mean, worth it? You traded it for a shitty-ass item. A green-haired man leans over the red-haired man's shoulder, a smug grin on his face. It's just a hard and shiny fucking sword. He stares at the glowing green screen, utterly perplexed. There were a lot of epic items, so why did you pick that one? He holds up the sword, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. It's durable, shiny, and makes all the NPCs up to floor 20 go nuts over it. Do you get it? NPCs aren't just tools. He charges forward on horseback, blue glowing sword raised high, leading a group of armored warriors. That give out quests. 5 warriors stand at attention, swords drawn, their expressions grim. They are entities that should be used to beat quests. A lone warrior kneels, offering his sword in reverence. Oh hero, please look over us. 3 men watch, intrigued, as the general walks by. Why is he the only one with the general? From his appearance, he looks like a hunter. He stands with his eyes closed, a blissful smile on his face, oblivious to the judgment. This is exactly it, that voice of envy and jealousy. I taught you aura, yet instead of practicing your swordsmanship, you're using it to strengthen your ears for listening in on people babbling? A map displays a scattering of blue dots across a mountainous terrain. So what if I like it? Sue me. The left wing of the demon army has been annihilated. He raises his glowing sword, his excitement palpable. Don't stop, and keep charging towards their main forces. With a determined cry, the white-haired man charges into battle, a green monster falling before him. We can win. A blonde swordsman soars through the air as a man with an eye patch rallies the troops. Follow the general, follow the hero. A shadowy figure wielding a spear stands amidst a group of startled, multi-armed monsters. He's the demon army general. Huh? 2 hulking, goblin-like creatures, clad in purple and gold, brandish a massive black staff, their faces contorted in rage. Floor 11 boss monster Goblin Emperor. The monstrous creature, eyes blazing with fury, swings its staff towards a lone rider. Stop them, you idiots, Gogorik, Goru. He lunges towards the blue-caped creature, silver sword flashing. He stands tall, energy crackling around him as he prepares to unleash his power. Activating skill. A furious roar echoes across the battlefield. Goru Ruk. His sword glows brightly as he strikes a powerful blow against the blue-caped creature. Goblin High Society, rank F. The purple-caped creature lies defeated, surrounded by the bodies of its fallen comrades. 3 riders on horseback gallop across a cracked and barren landscape, their mission nearly complete. A sword pierces the air, framed by the victorious red and blue flags. We defeated the evil monsters. He stands amidst the cheering crowd, the weight of their adulation heavy on his shoulders. The goddess's hero defeated the enemy's leader. A single word rings out, filled with pride and fervor. Long live the Egam Empire. Inside a dimly lit cave, a goblin clutches his head, his agonized cries echoing off the stone walls. Karuk. Keruru. He watches in bewilderment as a horde of small, green creatures swarms the battlefield. 3 figures stand amidst the chaos, their expressions a mixture of anger, amusement, and confusion. Would you look at these little shits? He and the woman fight back to back against the relentless goblin horde. Solo hunting is our area of expertise. Kill them all. Silence descends upon the battlefield, littered with the bodies of vanquished goblins. Stage cleared. Today, the floor 11 stage was cleared. They stare at the screen, their faces a mixture of disbelief and elation. We beat floor 11 in one day? Is this for real? Assessing raid participants. Assessment complete. They erupt in joyous celebration, their victory hard-earned and well-deserved. Aren't we too fucking strong? Maximum number of participants exceeded. Long live the Black Dragon Guild. A screen flickers to life, displaying the rankings for the raid. Announcing the top 10 participants. Raid contribution ranking. 1. Kim Gong Ya 2. Sword Saint 3. Heretic Inquisitor 4. Viper 5. Paladin. They crowd around the screen, their expressions shifting from excitement to puzzlement. 6. Black Witch 7. Countess Huh? First place doesn't have an alias? Sword Saint is ranked second? Kim Gong Ya is the one who cleared floor 10. The man in the black jacket walks confidently forward as the two men beside him watch in surprise. The red-haired man looks thoughtful. Is he like a hidden master or something? He glares down at the other man in annoyance. Master, my ass. He's just a smart-ass wimp. The other man smiles. Do you finally admit that this is a godly game of skill? Nope, I refuse to acknowledge it. He walks away angrily as the other man, who he thinks is a ghost, watches. He looks straight ahead confidently, really values one's abilities over skills. I promise to practice some swordsmanship before I clear floor 20, so stop pouting. He smiles at the red-haired man who simply replies, really? The red-haired man looks down in frustration. Of course, you think that I would waste my chance to learn from the Sword Emperor. If anything, I should be begging for you to teach me your swordsmanship. He grins widely, looking excited. Ain't that right? He throws his head back and laughs. Zombie, you're finally recognizing my true worth. Too easy. You know, the tower that you're climbing might be just a smidge different from mine, but in my world. He pauses. It's too easy to make this ghost happy. He says with an amused smile. Armored legs stand firmly on the rocky ground. Oh, goddess's hero. The man in armor looks down at the other man. We were victorious thanks to you. Truly, you have my deepest gratitude. It was nothing, he replies, looking down at the armored man. We won thanks to everyone's hard work. The armored man looks down in thought. I was worried about nothing. Huh? A cloaked figure stands before swirling clouds. Long ago, there was a prophecy. A monstrous black creature looms over two men. One day, the demon army will arrive. The text warns. However, do not fear, as heroes from another world will also be summoned. The mustached man narrows his eyes. However, I was skeptical. A hand clad in armor clenches into a fist. Would those heroes truly fight with all they have for a world that isn't even theirs? It seemed like it was just an old man's worry. I want to give you a proper thanks. The armored man looks determined. He smiles, extending a hand. A handshake. The two men shake hands, the armored man smiling brightly. I have great expectations of you. I'll try my best, the other man replies. Assessing clear rewards. The process has begun. Assessment complete. He turns away, the results in. Rewarding top raid contributors. The excitement builds. His eyes widen in surprise as he's suddenly lifted into the air. The top contributors will be given early entry to floor 12. The prize is revealed. The three people on the platform stare in shock, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Until the top contributors are given their rewards, the remaining participants are banned from entering floor 12. The announcement causes widespread frustration. He trails off, holding out a hopeful hand. Leave the fate of my empire in your hands. A blinding light fills the air. He turns away from the colorful light, confused. Wait, only the top 10 are going to be summoned? Won't old man Marcus also be there? What are you going to do? Another man asks from behind. If the old man spots you, he's going to come at you like a madman. Don't worry so much. The worst that can happen is me dying, he says with a determined look. Are you being for real right now? The other man asks, incredulous. Transfer complete. I'm saying that it's fine because I have a plan. He walks towards the light, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Is this Egam Empire's palace? Someone breathes. Oh ho? To be summoned to a place like this, he murmurs, looking around in awe. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, you were amazing, the blonde woman exclaims excitedly. He continues walking, his expression hardening. Heretic Inquisitor? He became younger by using his ability. The truth is revealed. I was quite entertained by your performance on floor 11. To use the NPCs like that, he gestures with his arm, a smirk on his face. You were using an unusual sword. Is it perhaps a reward from floor 10? The blonde-haired man nods slightly. Well, yes. The blonde-haired man smirks. I thought so. Using the floor 10 reward to blitz through floor 11. You've astonished me with how efficiently you use what you've got. No, well, it's not that amazing, he says, trying to appear modest despite the smirk on his face. The old man gets into a fighting stance, white energy crackling around him. Holy technique, god of flesh. The old man strikes a powerful pose as the blonde-haired man is sent flying through the air. What a surprise, Sword Saint, he says, staring at the newcomer in shock. Since when did you become an assassin? The Sword Saint demands, his hand outstretched. Move aside, the Sword Saint commands, his back to the viewer. The man with white hair shouted angrily, I will be killing that man. Standing in the building, he gripped his large silver blade tightly, his face a mask of anger. Chapter 22. In a grand hall, a person with black hair placed a comforting hand on the blonde-haired person's chest, asking, Pardon me, but by that man, do you perhaps mean Hunter Kim Gong-ya? The dark-haired man, clutching his sword, replied, That is correct. As the man in the blue suit walked briskly away, the white-haired man warned, And if you don't move aside, I will cut off one of your arms in the process. The blonde-haired person, their back to the others, exclaimed nervously, That would be quite the pickle. I have a lot of uses for my arm, and if we let Hunter Kim Gong-ya die, the reputation of the 5 great guilds will fall to the ground. The blonde-haired person turned, a confident smile on their face, and asked, May I please know the reason why you are after Hunter Kim Gong-ya? The white-haired man responded flatly, his face bored, I have no obligation to tell you. Anger and shock crossed the blonde-haired person's face as they questioned, Does that mean you're not willing to back down, sir? The blonde-haired person held their hands out, confidently summoning a bright magic. Holy technique, god of teleportation, materialized across the air. Beams of light erupted as the robed man swung his arm toward the other man, who stood ready with his sword. The white-haired man closed his eyes, his face tilted upwards in a show of formidable power. Hiya! The man in black and red roared as he raised his sword, engulfed in beams of white and blue light. Frustration evident on his face, the man in the dark suit slammed his foot down, muttering, Damn pesky fruit flies. Crouching low, the white-haired man glared at the ground, his rage echoing in his words, You monstrous old man. What do you need to fucking eat to still be this healthy? The real young ones would laugh. The white-haired man scoffed as he walked away, Even you're past your 40s, aren't you? Old, my ass. Life starts in your 40s. How do you not know that? The gray-haired man bellowed, ignoring the taunting words, Celestial Clan Master. It is true that you are old. Just look at your face. Eyes wide with disbelief, the man in the black and red outfit pointed, exclaiming, That thing is on my team, right? Focus on the fight in front of you, Viper. The white-suited man commanded. We are at a disadvantage in this fight. The silver-haired man muttered, glancing down at the smiling blonde woman. That is certainly true as it stands. The silver-haired man stated confidently as the blonde woman gestured enthusiastically beside him. Countess, please give me just 10k gold. The blonde woman pleaded, her face a picture of desperation. The brown-haired woman offered slyly, 15% compound interest. No interest if completely repaid within 3 months. Does that sound like an acceptable condition? You've misunderstood my words. I didn't ask to borrow, the brown-haired woman snapped, her hand shooting out accusingly. Exasperation filled the brown-haired woman's voice. Excuse me, are you demanding charity from a business person? Yes, it's dirty money anyway, the brown-haired woman replied, a self-satisfied smirk on her face. Donate it to the temple and go to heaven. The brown-haired woman scoffed, he's even more of a nasty thief than me. The gold skull pulsed with an internal light. Withdraw. 10K gold. Echoed through the hallway. Gold coins rained down, the blonde woman gazing with wonder as the man in white gloves stared upwards in awe. Thank you for the payment. The blonde woman cheered, her face alight with joy as coins glittered around her. The blonde-haired man basked in his success, standing triumphantly atop his mountain of gold. Holy technique, god of donation, the blonde woman proclaimed, her hand glowing as she channeled magic, imbuing holy attribute, body strengthening. Buff targets, paladin viper. The gray-haired man smiled with satisfaction. Buff duration, 300 seconds. The blonde-haired man exclaimed, his mouth agape, gold shall grasp our hands. Holy technique complete. The gold coins are. The black-haired man trailed off, stunned, as the gray-haired man beside him stared in disbelief. The gray-haired man stated firmly, starting now, for 300 seconds, Paladin and the Celestial Clan Master will be completely different. Even if it's you, you'll struggle dealing with me, Countess, Paladin and the Celestial Clan Master. Also, the Countess has yet to run out of money. If you like, we can test out which comes first, your death or the Countess's bankruptcy. Seriously, why do you have to drag my money into this? The gray-haired man and the brown-haired woman bickered, their expressions a mixture of challenge and annoyance. The purple-haired woman stood tall, her face determined. Let me add a word of advice. She declared, there will be more than just 4 going after you. I'm going to make it clear that I will join the fight as well. Hunter Kim Gong-ya made an official agreement with the 5 guilds yesterday. Agreement? The gray-haired man growled, his expression thunderous. Yep, came a voice from below. Currently, Hunter Kim Gong-ya has joined all 5 guilds with the same status as a guild master. A voice explained, therefore, Sword Saint. The voice continued, as the black-haired man listened with concern, if you point your sword at him, that is akin to pointing your sword at us. Do you really think you can face all of us? The man in the suit drew his sword, his expression resolute. This was the plan I'd come up with. The white-haired man's voice rumbled with barely contained fury. Do you remember the words I said on floor 11? What words? The red-haired man asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. There are 2 ways to fight against a strong opponent. The red-haired man explained, his gaze fixed on the black-haired boy. The white-haired man's voice dripped with icy determination. One is to have enough raw power to crush an army by yourself. He stood, a figure of ruthless power, his hands outstretched towards the terrified creatures. And the other is to raise an army yourself. The voice finished, and the black-haired boy's eyes gleamed with excitement. An army clad in metal stood ready, their presence a silent testament to their might. A solo player is powerless against a hunter in a mighty alliance. The black-haired man murmured, worry etched on his face as he looked towards the sparkling sky. 4 swords whirled around the white-haired man, his face a mask of grim determination as he prepared to face the coming battle. A man in black pants stands casually on a wooden floor, facing the viewer. Let's have a conversation, Sir Sword Saint. Inside, the smiling man with black hair stands confidently with his hands in his pockets while the sword-wielding man in the suit eyes him with apprehension. A conversation? Yes, honestly, I'm shocked by this whole ordeal. The gray-haired man, his bright blue eyes glaring with anger, stands against the white background. I don't know why you are attacking. This may be the first time you've seen me, but I've been a big fan of yours for a while. Indoors, the suited man with gray hair looks down doubtfully. He's not buying it. Outside, the gray-haired man hangs upside down, staring intensely at his sword-wielding opponent in the black jacket. The Sword Saint probably still assumes that I'm an assassin sent by the Black Dragon. The gray-haired man stares up in surprise at his assailant. To dodge my sword, you truly are an exceptional assassin. A red skull with crossed swords is displayed against a stark white background. From an outsider's perspective, you're more than just a little bizarre zombie. And in Gramps' eyes, you would most certainly seem like an underling raised by a major guild and not just some upstart hunter. The black-haired man stands mysteriously against the faded black and white background, clutching a silver sword, the number 4093 looming overhead. The gray-haired man, his dark undershirt barely visible, looks up maliciously against the black background. In other words, scheming together. Indoors, the gray-bearded man in the suit exudes confidence and authority. A round piece of artwork depicting white flowers within a circle is framed by pillars and visible through a window, a look of disbelief on a hidden character's face. The outside world and the Babylon really aren't much different. The gray-haired man stands seriously in the large room, the light reflecting dramatically off his dark blue suit. The purple-haired character speaks directly to the white-bearded man below as the blonde and brown-haired characters look on seriously. To join a guild, after I entered the tower, you guys pressured me every day. The silver-haired man with an eye patch, dressed in a dark suit with a red sash, locks eyes with the viewer, challenging the figure in silver armor beside him. However, I firmly rejected your offers. Do you all know why? The purple-haired woman stands powerfully before a door adorned with 6 shimmering mirrors, her sword gripped tightly in her hand. A hand clad in white clutches a sword, its blade reflecting a blue light, as a declaration hangs below. In this tower, I wanted to show people that one could stand on top by himself. A dark tower pierces the blood-red sky above a darkened city, a bold statement emblazoned across the top. Bloodline, nationality, affiliation, unlike the outside world that reeks, tangled up by such lowly things. A ray of hope shines from the angular tower in the center of the city, silhouetted against the fiery hues of the setting sun. One can become the greatest here with just a single sword. The older man, his blue eyes piercing, points urgently out of the frame, emphasizing his point with a serious expression. They can succeed with just talent and effort. The older man in the dark suit jacket yells furiously, his anger palpable. I wanted to deliver such hopes to the people. Yet, what have you bastards been doing? The woman with dark purple hair glares down at someone with fierce anger and disgust. You have all already become stagnant moldy mudwater. The dark-haired woman, dressed in black, stares down sternly, her disgust evident. How could you, of all people, say such a thing? Accusatory words hang in the air, tinged with sadness and anger. You survived by yourself because you only cared about yourself. Had you helped out, many more hunters could have survived. You were the only one to not help with the Floor 5 raid. And Floor 7, as well as Floor 9. The casualties could have been cut in half if you had just helped, Gramps. The gray-haired man with an eye patch yells in a fit of rage, his frustration evident in his expression in traditional Chinese attire. Words filled with guilt, disappointment, and a longing for change appear above a head of dark brown hair. Had you used your outside influence to help, the current food shortage wouldn't have been as bad. That's not all. The current tower society could have been established much more securely. The woman with long dark hair, wearing a yellow and blue jacket, voices her sadness and frustration. We're rotting mudwater? If that's true, you are a child without a sense of responsibility. The purple-haired woman, her eyes blazing, glares down fiercely in anger and disgust. If you are rank 1, display a sense of responsibility befitting that of rank 1. The purple-haired woman yells downwards, her anger and disgust palpable. The 3 women, the central figure with dark purple hair, stand seriously in the shadowy setting, ready to face whatever comes their way. Silence. The white-haired man in the dark blue suit, seated upon his throne, glares angrily at the noisy crowd before him. You're all grown adults, yet you can't stop yapping. Do you all think I'm your actual grandfather or something? The white-haired man in the blue suit, a large sword a testament to his power, stands ready to fight. Cut the bullcrap. If you want to fight, fight with your swords. The red-haired man in a white GI strikes a fighting pose, ready to prove himself. As expected from Gramps, like my one and only disciple. The red-haired man in the white GI faces the man in the black suit, a large building visible through the window of the ornate room. The determined character in the white suit stands in the futuristic setting, refusing to back down. You guys still fight even with just 10 people around. Don't retreat. If we are pushed back here, it will be the end for the Empire. The character in the green and black suit despairs as enemies surround them in the dark and gritty setting. That's impossible. There are too many enemies. The brown-haired man in the dark gray suit surveys the situation in the room with the dark green tiled floor. Even the floor 11 NPCs came together in order to save their country. The man in the black clothes stands ready to fight, knife in hand, in the ornate room, as shadowy figures watch from the edges. The purple-haired woman, clad in black and white, looks down intently, her focus unwavering. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, this has nothing to do with you. It's about something more serious than you. The purple-haired woman looks worriedly at the ground, her white jacket with a blue fur collar doing little to conceal her somber mood. I understand that, I really do. The white-haired man in the blue suit stands thoughtfully in the large room, contemplating the situation. But as hunters, shouldn't we first focus on clearing floor 12? Instead of pointing fingers and holding a grudge, shouldn't we act better than the NPCs, not worse? Tension fills the large room as the black-haired man in the center, silver knife in hand, reacts to the blue-suited man beside him and the women behind them. The black-haired man stares in disbelief as the blue-suited, white-haired man stands beside him, revealing a surprising truth. They're asking for your help, even if they might be just NPCs. The armored man in the red cape stretches out his hand, his expression a mix of despair and hope. They say that their nation is on the brink of collapsing. I leave the fate of my empire in your hands. The white-haired man with the eye patch, his black robe billowing around him, glares down at someone, sword at the ready. How can we, the summoned heroes, put the empire second? Is there really much to being a hero? If you solve problems that others can't, you're heroes. You insolent. Determination fills the blue-suited man as he grips his sword tightly, the armored man behind him a silent observer. Let's focus and clear the rest of the stages like floor 11. The white-haired man and the armored man stand in the throne room, a silent understanding passing between them. Kim Gong-ya is right. The white-haired man in the blue suit gapes in disbelief, his eyes drawn to the armored figure beside him. Paladin. The armored legs stand firmly on the tile floor as words of contemplation and understanding hang in the air. It is hard to understand why the sword saint suddenly attacked Kim Gong-ya. But at the very least, it is clear that this is not the time for us to be fighting amongst each other. The armored man in front of the large building dramatically extends his glowing hand. I'll make a small sacrifice. With a sword secured on their back, the armored figure confidently walks across the red carpet. Everyone, watch closely. A screen flashes, displaying information about the rank. A lie detection ability. Effect. You are able to know whether someone is telling a lie or not. This effect applies to not just people but also NPC and monsters. However, something that the other party believes as the truth might be. A robotic arm presents a screen reading, objectively false. To believe, to suspect. In the end, the final choice is always up to you. However, there is no guarantee that people will believe your words. The older man in the blue suit confidently addresses the room. As you all can see, I have an ability that lets me discern people's lies. The sword-wielding man in the black jacket prepares to strike the woman in the white coat. It is not an exaggeration to say that this skill was what got me to the position of vice captain of the Vigilante Corps. The armored man stands resolutely in front of the building, identified as Sword Saint. Kim Gong-ya. He calmly states, if you too will trust in me, I will guarantee the validity of your statements. The armored figure confidently grips the golden sword hilt, prepared for action. The brown-haired man with determined amusement states, suspicion is a poison that gnaws away at people. Truth is the antidote. The white-haired man listens intently, then suggests, isn't this the perfect opportunity? We can't do anything about the distrust that has built up till now, but we can at least cooperate on floor 12. The man in the dark jacket raises his hand thoughtfully. To clear suspicions raised by a skill by using another skill. I'm fine with that. In an ornate room, the gray-bearded man addresses a young woman with a serious expression. Miss Paladin, you are the only one here to have never harmed another human being. The man in the blue suit brandishes his sword with unwavering resolve. All right, I shall put my faith in you as well. The armored figure stands resolute, eyes closed in deep concentration. Then I shall proceed, as both are in agreement. The conversation continues, then Sword Saint, please ask Kim Gong-ya. I will put my honor as well as the honor of the Vigilante Corps on the line, and fairly validate your answers. The man with short black hair watches nervously as the white-haired man raises his sword, preparing for a serious action. A giant hand clenches tightly around a sword. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, you have murdered over. The dark-haired man stands calmly, arms crossed as he questions 4,000 people. Is that true? The man in the black jacket smiles down confidently. Yes. Outrage fills the air as accusations are hurled. Aha. Do you all see, you lowly filth, to be using this man as an assassin for who knows what? The white-haired man points accusingly, his face a mask of rage. It is false. Confusion washes over the white-haired man as he stares in disbelief. Hangs in the air above him. With a grave expression, the white-haired man points to the young man with black hair. That answer was a lie. Looming over the kneeling knight, the man in the blue suit declares, in other words, he has not killed 4,000 people. Standing on the platform, the black-haired man smiles. Do you have any more questions? Bewilderment and confusion are etched on the white-haired man's face as he stares, a single, hovering above him. The white-armored knight stands perplexed. What a weird question to begin with. Can one person even kill that many people? The white-haired man gestures with concern as the black-haired man, face tight with anger, retorts, that's because you guys have raised this young man as an elite assassin. The white-haired man points angrily at the black-haired man, who confidently proclaims, that's right. I am an elite assassin. The white-haired man's face contorts in fury. That is a lie. The gray-haired man in the blue suit gestures angrily. Paladin, I have completely misjudged you. I believe that if it was you, you would mediate without lying. The man in the blue suit walks away from the armored man, who counters, isn't that why I asked you at the start? If you would actually trust me? Disappointment and shock fill the white-haired man's face. Are you going to go back on your words now? The gray-haired man sputters in disbelief. Wait. It is impossible that he hasn't murdered a single person. That's right. The white-haired man throws his hands up in exasperation as the black-haired man calmly states, it is the truth. A smug grin spreads across the black-haired man's face as he points, but it is exactly one person. It is the truth. The black-haired man leans forward. Of course, murder is still murder. However, that bastard really deserved it. The black-haired man smiles confidently. It is the truth. The black-haired man explodes in righteous fury. Not only did he try to kill me first, he was actually, in fact, an unbelievable mass murderer. The black-haired man pauses, his anger simmering. The gray-haired man stares in horror, eyes wide with terror. They are all the truth. With newfound determination etched on his face, the gray-haired man strides forward, leaving the man in the black robe and the armored man behind. The blonde-haired woman laughs lightly. What an interesting theory. It would have been great if it was true. Unfortunately, yesterday was the first time we met Hunter Kim Gong-ya. The blonde-haired woman throws her head back in genuine amusement, her laughter echoing around the startled man in the suit. The red-haired man hangs his head in disappointment. Sigh. Gramps, I told you before that you'd be doomed by relying on stuff like skills. The black-haired man flashes a satisfied smirk, pleased with himself. The gray-haired man glares at the black-haired man, who only smiles wider in response. It seems like there was a great misunderstanding on both sides. The gray-haired man pinches the bridge of his nose, struggling to contain his frustration, while the black-haired man remains coolly impassive. The man in red shoes exhales, visibly relieved. I'm glad that it was merely a misunderstanding. The man in red shoes turns slightly, a mischievous glint in his eye. But the battlefield is full of particles as the young man angrily argues. Had the guildmasters not protected me, I probably would have died, right? The old man, his face a mask of rage, stands nearly nose to nose with the younger man. Standing in a dimly lit room with deep red walls, the brown-haired man firmly states, I think at this point, I need to receive an apology from you. He smirks as he looks down, a dangerous aura surrounding him. A palpable tension fills the air as the gray-haired man with piercing blue eyes asks, what do you think, Mr. Sword Saint? The older man in the dark suit stares ahead, his face unreadable. In a room with an elaborate floor pattern, the two men stand locked in a heated conversation. I think at this point, I need to receive a word of apology from you. The older man declares, while the younger man looks down, pondering the older man's next words. What do you think, Mr. Sword Saint? The tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife as their serious expressions betray their inner turmoil. Inside the detailed building, the truth is laid bare. It is the complete truth. You are fully in the wrong. With his back turned, the old man with the sword commands, apologize to Kim Gong-ya already, Sword Saint. As the younger man and a woman in blue armor stand to his right, the old man in the blue jacket stammers, his face panicked, I am. The young man with dark hair stands in a room of mirrors, a woman in a yellow dress beside him, contemplating, to that hunter. How will he act? A thought bubble wonders. A sense of mystery hangs in the air as a question is posed. Though famed for being clean, the paladin is still a member of the 5 great guilds. Will he claim that the paladin lied? Red with fury, the old man points accusingly, shouting, so you are all conspiring together to fool me. Or will he reveal his skill card to exonerate himself? Though it won't fit his image, it will be the perfect evidence. The text ponders against a yellow background. Standing calmly in a grand building, the old man with the sword asks, did you say your name was Kim Gong-ya? Yes, sir, the younger man replies respectfully. Gripping the sword tightly, the old man stares intensely into its reflection. He might try to silence me by killing me, just like the Sword Emperor. If you have truly never massacred innocent people. 2 figures stand silhouetted against a red background. Oftentimes, when people are in the wrong, they make excuses or distrust others. Just like how the Flame Emperor revealed his evil nature by choosing to silence me. One figure says, their voice full of sadness and betrayal. Against a backdrop of red and black, doubt creeps in. No, this isn't right. With how the Sword Saint resolves this, he will decide on his own what kind of a person he is. Clutching his sword, the man looks down determinedly and pleads, please let me try this again. He sits on the bench, utterly dejected, his head in his hands. I sincerely apologize. With a determined look, he grips the gun tightly, his finger resting alongside the barrel. Lost in thought, the man with long white hair sighs, I was in the wrong. I thought lightly, and lightly made an assumption. His face contorted in a mixture of anger and regret, he roars, which almost made me lightly kill someone. Standing tall before a wall of glowing red numbers, the man in the blue suit reflects, up until now, from my own judgment, I believe that anyone who deserved to die should be purged from this world, even if just a second sooner. He confidently grips his sword, his resolve unwavering. I killed according to my beliefs. The hand in the blue jacket grips the sword tightly. The old swordsman, instead of doubting the paladin or making excuses with his skills. Words alone are useless. If there is anything you desire, I shall do it, he declares, his grip unwavering. The man with white hair looks down thoughtfully. Or even killing me to silence me, he instead accepted his faults. At least, that would be the gentlemanly thing to say. Standing before a grand door, weary and defeated, the white-haired man pleads, however, please spare me from taking my own life. I beseech thee. Please forgive this shameless old geezer so that he may live on to reach the top of this tower. He looks up, his face etched with worry, begging for his life. He pleaded without hesitation to the greenhorn hunter. The man in the black jacket reflects on his past actions with a heavy heart. I am sorry, I might be in the wrong. From now on, I will never kill anyone simply because of my skill, he vows. He turns to the man in white armor, his face a mixture of worry and hope. And I want to live, so please forgive me. The armored warrior stares down in contemplation. They are all truth. The older man bows deeply, his staff held respectfully. Sir Sword Saint, he murmurs. Desperation fills his eyes as he looks upward. Please teach me the sword, he begs. Well, to be more precise, from now on, please accept my request for a duel whenever I ask. The younger man requests, his face full of confidence. He sighs, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. I somehow ended up having a teacher, but I don't actually have anyone to duel with. Keeping my promise to the guardian spirit, it will be great to partner up with the Sword Saint here. And it'll result in my gain and growth, he muses. A mischievous glint enters his eye. If the Sword Saint could be my duel partner. He clutches at his collar, his face a mask of shame. I'm sorry, please let me try this again. He stands tall, his expression a mix of humility and embarrassment. To be honest, I could forgive you without any payment. However, I would feel embarrassed. His eyes widen in shock, his mouth slightly agape. He stares at the floor, his shame evident, from appearing to be the bigger man. And I'm not someone that great. Lost in thought, he rests his chin on his hand. I would feel content with just someone as great as the Sword Saint not viewing me as his enemy. The woman in the fur-trimmed coat squirms under his gaze, her face flushed with shame. Swords were crossed, so I feel a bit ashamed to forgive you, pretending to be the bigger man. He admits, avoiding her gaze. He can't meet her eyes, his face burning with embarrassment. That's why I want you, the Sword Saint, to teach me your best sword technique. Fucking hell, I feel so embarrassed. He buries his face in his hands, mortified. How was the Sword Saint able to let out all his feelings like that? He stares in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. Unbelievable. He stares down at the red carpet, stunned. Amazingly, that was all the truth. The group stands anxiously, their eyes drawn to something off to the left. The gray-haired man with an eye patch, dressed in black with a red ribbon, glares with frustration, his arms crossed, standing amidst large stone pillars. Are you being serious? He fumes, his anger and disappointment evident. You're okay not asking for anything, but you won't? Because you're too embarrassed to act all high and mighty? Inside, the woman with short purple hair stares at the ground, her disappointment and frustration reflected in the 3 black mirrors on the wall. How should I say this? After watching children immaturely preoccupied with self-profit, she begins. It is surprising to see someone like Hunter Kim Gong-ya after so long. The woman with short purple hair, adorned in a white robe with purple fur trim over a black dress, smirks confidently, her right hand on her hip and her left hand extended, fingers outstretched. A blonde woman in a black jacket and white shirt beams brightly, her hands clasped in front of her, her excitement and joy palpable. Woo, she exclaims. How beautiful of a sight is this? Standing outdoors, the blonde woman covers her eyes with her hand, her amazement and wonder evident as she reflects on the scene before her. Someone who earnestly apologizes with someone who earnestly forgives. Humans fight without end, she muses. That is why a true apology is a holy miracle. The blonde woman in a black suit jacket and white shirt walks towards the left, her annoyance evident in her text. Stop being so noisy, and shut the fuck up. And, yep. Inside, the woman with long brown hair, dressed in blue and yellow, extends her right hand towards a gray-haired man in a blue suit, her disappointment and anger palpable. I hate to say this after such a happy ending. She begins, but doesn't this mean that my 10k gold was wasted for nothing? For me to have. A gray-haired man in a blue suit throws his head back and laughs heartily, his white beard and mustache shaking with mirth, while a brown-haired man beside him watches with a slight smile, relief and happiness radiating from both of them. Misunderstood such a kind young man. Confusion and surprise washes over the gray-haired man in the blue suit as he places a hand on the shoulder of the brown-haired man beside him, both their faces etched with astonishment. Excuse me? The young man with dark brown hair, dressed in a white t-shirt and black jacket, eagerly shakes the hand of someone unseen, his wide grin revealing his excitement and anticipation. You wanted a duel partner? He exclaims. Of course, it would be a pleasure. I would be elated to do so any time. The brown-haired man, still clutching a metal sword, stares in startled surprise, his face creased with confusion and uncertainty as he shakes the hand of the unseen person. Sir Sword Saint? He stammers. The older man with gray hair and beard booms across the room. As the younger man stares back in shock, please call me Grandpa Marcus. Tension crackles between the two men as they shake hands, their expressions revealing the underlying conflict and disagreement. The man on the right, visibly shocked and confused, mutters under his breath, "Pardon?" Gong ya. A voice drips with arrogance and self-importance. How old are you, young man? You can't be older than 30. In the outside world, I have a very kind granddaughter. If she ever enters the tower, I promise to sell her on your charms. Pain flickers across the face of the red-haired man as he sits on the ground, bandages wrapped around his arm, his white shirt visible beneath his black jacket. Beside him, a man in a suit watches with a similar expression of fear as another man, dressed in a black t-shirt and jacket, looks down in confusion. The man in black stammers, "I'm really okay." The older man with gray hair and beard leans in close, his face a mask of anger and tension, as he confronts the younger man, who avoids his gaze. "Are you currently implying that you're not interested in my granddaughter?" he demands. Yes, the younger man mumbles, his discomfort evident. "I'm sorry, but I'm just not interested at all in seeing someone." "Nonsense," roars the muscular man with red hair, his white shirt straining against his chest. "The spring of love cannot be absent from youth. When you are in love, you are able to see what you couldn't before, such as your own depravity." The red-haired man, dressed in white, floats effortlessly in the air, his legs crossed, a look of unwavering determination on his face. "Do you know how important it is to acknowledge your own depravity?" he asks. "It was the year I'd become 16. The older man, his face contorted with rage, towers over the younger man in the black jacket, who cowers beneath his furious glare. "What did I say?" the older man thunders, his anger palpable. "I told you he was a boomer geezer. Do you know what a boomer is?" A voice, laced with judgment, questions. "Someone is a boomer when they won't listen to others. If it were to be put nicely, you could say he has a spine. He has such a spine that he might ascend to godhood with it." The older man with gray hair places a reassuring hand on the younger man's shoulder, concern etched on both their faces. "Anyway," the older man says gently, "do not worry, young man." "I didn't know that," the younger man replies, his brow furrowed with anxiety. "Nor did I want to find out." The older man, his face full of care and concern, rests his hand on the younger man's shoulder. "From now on, I promise to properly look after you," he declares. "Your clothes are very shabby. Let's start with a suit." "Should I just fucking kill myself and start today over?" a voice screams in despair, the words echoing against the blue screen that reads, "Welcome, Hunter Kim Dong-ya. You ranked first while clearing floor 11. Bathed in the blue light of the room, the black-haired man in the white shirt gasps in shock, his eyes wide with surprise as he stares upward. "Receiving floor 11 clear reward," the blue screen announces. "I know a highly skilled tailor," a man in a suit, his hand resting on a table, begins. The man with brown hair, clad in a gray jacket and red shoes, turns away, his face unseen. "Since I ranked first, it's rewarding me first," he declares. "Are you listening, young man? Please pick from the following 2 rewards," the blue screen instructs. "I wonder what the reward will be," a voice whispers, filled with wonder and anticipation. The black-haired man, dressed in a black jacket, stands with his back to the viewer, a woman with blonde hair and a man in a black robe beside him, the woman radiating a golden glow. "Goddess of protection," the blue text box proclaims. Explanation: the goddess protecting the Egam Empire was deeply moved by your efforts. The yellow text box below it reveals, excitement and wonder radiating from the words. The goddess has decided to bestow an important position in the empire to you. You may become the empire's chancellor, the great general, or even the head knight. Once you select your position, you will. This, a voice booms, filled with excitement and amazement, "I've heard of. Hunters take up positions within the Egam Empire." The text above the image declares, the words, "Role-playing," scrawled above. Below, a man in green with a sword stands frozen, his features obscured by a knight in a metal helmet adorned with a red feather, both facing off in silent conflict and tension. "And receive abilities and status of said positions." The text within the black frame continues, emphasizing the importance and power associated with these roles, as the armored back of the man remains in view. A golden object with wings, bathed in shining light, takes center stage. Displaying the special classes available for floor 12, the blue text above announces. Egam Empire's Chancellor, Egam Empire's Great General, Egam Empire's Minister of Finance, Egam Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs. The text below lists, highlighting the significance of these positions. The man in the black jacket stares in disbelief, his brown eyes wide with wonder. Before, he breathes, "I could only choose from positions like Security Guard A. Dressed in a dark jacket over a white shirt, the brown-haired man eyes the monstrous creature before him with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. The monster, a shadowy figure with a glowing red chest and a menacing claw, brandishes a sword, its gaze fixed on the man. But what is this Demon King's reward? The man wonders aloud. The large black and red symbol, adorned with 2 horns on each side and encased in a black frame, radiates an aura of danger and mystery. Demon King of the Autumn Rain. The text below proclaims, revealing the identity behind the symbol. Explanation. The Demon King was deeply moved by your efforts. The text continues, its words laced with intrigue. The Demon King is asking for your cooperation in secrecy. The Demon King promises the exact same reward as the goddess, but with one additional gift. A sinister undertone creeps into the final sentence. Kill all the top 10 heroes except for yourself. The black symbol with the red gemstone at its center pulses with an ominous energy, its intricate design hinting at the dark power it represents. If you achieve such a feat, the Demon King's authority will immediately ascend you to floor 99. The text above entices, its words a dangerous temptation. However, only one person out of the top the 10th of May receive the Demon King's reward. It warns, its message heavy with caution. If multiple people choose this reward, it will randomly select one person. If no one chooses this reward, the Demon King's reward will perish. The man, his face obscured by shadow, stands in silent contemplation, his dark jacket emblazoned with a red symbol that hints at the choice he faces. Kill all the top 10 heroes except for yourself. The text above him screams, its message a chilling command. If you achieve such a feat, the Demon King's authority will immediately ascend you to floor 99. However, only one person out of the top the 10th of May receive the Demon King's reward. The text below reminds him, the words a stark reminder of the high stakes involved. The gray-haired man in the red shirt and eye patch jerks back in surprise, his face a mixture of confusion and intrigue. What? He mutters. Why is he suddenly staring into thin air? A voice whispers from the left, echoing the man's own thoughts. If I kill everyone here, the man thinks to himself, his words trailing off as he grapples with the implications. Fear and anxiety wash over the black-haired man as his eyes widen in alarm. I can make my way to floor 99 in one go? He thinks. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, the blue rectangle proclaims, its glowing outline illuminating the name at its center, mystery and anticipation hanging in the air. The gold and black frames, each containing their own cryptic message in Korean, stand side by side, their contrasting colors adding to the sense of mystery and anticipation that surrounds them. The black-haired man, clad in a black shirt, stands in the center of the dark gray room, his back to the viewer, confusion etched on his face as he stares at the glowing blue rectangle before him. Please pick from the following 2 rewards. It beckons, its message both alluring and ominous. It's a trap, a voice warns, cutting through the silence as the black and gold frame, each containing its own cryptic message in Korean, comes into focus, the air thick with surprise and suspense. Clutching a silver and red weapon in his right hand, the black-haired man glances upward, his face etched with surprise, as a larger man with red hair and a bare chest stands behind him, arms crossed, in the opulent room. It's definitely a trap, a voice whispers urgently. Don't fall for it, zombie. The black-haired man in the black jacket, still clutching his weapon, stares down at the marble floor, suspicion clouding his features as he navigates the hallway. I know that, he mutters. Of course, it's a trap. Because. The brown-haired man, lost in thought, stares down at the floor of the darkened room, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There is no way the flame retard wouldn't have chosen the Demon King's reward. He muses to himself. Chapter 25. The title card announces, signaling the start of a new chapter. Inside the opulent room, confusion reigns supreme as 3 black-haired men and 1 with gray hair stare upward in bewilderment. The flame retard would have definitely chosen the Demon King's reward. A voice reminds them, the words echoing their own thoughts. However, instead of floor 99, he was only at floor 40. Another voice observes, adding to the perplexity of the situation. Therefore, the Demon King's reward is a trap. The man with black hair and a red sashed jacket concludes, as he addresses the gray-haired man in the blue suit, who stares down at the floor in thought, the armored man listening intently. Inside the room with red walls and floor, the black-haired man dressed in black with a silver sword at his hip contemplates the golden object before him, a thoughtful expression on his face. He probably chose the Demon King's reward first. He begins, and once he realized it was a trap, returned back to the past. Beside him, a red-haired man with a concerned expression, his bare chest partially covered by a white cloth, stares intently at another golden object in the distance. The air crackles with suspense as the men search for answers. The man with black hair bites his finger, a concerned look on his face as he thinks, but I'm honestly quite tempted. The red-haired man stares downwards, a serious expression on his face, wondering, what if I just went and died once to the floor 99 boss monster? Gong ya, the red-haired man whispers, a look of realization dawning on his face. Please don't do that, the man with black hair pleads, concern etched on his face as the red-haired man beside him stands rigidly. The man with black hair, a sword hanging at his hip, watches as the red-haired man beside him stares at the ground. Bold text warns, look at me. I'm the Sword Emperor. I'm someone that got to floor 99 and failed. I'm telling you this now, but this is a trap. An absolutely nasty one at that. The man with black hair, his sword a stark contrast to the white of his shirt, stands beside the red-haired man, his bare chest and bandaged arms a testament to past battles. The man with black hair chews his lip, doubt filling his eyes as the words hang in the air above him. With your current skills, you can't kill the rest of the top 10. And even if you somehow did, you won't make it through floor 99. He whispers, is the floor 99 boss monster that strong? Blue chains encircle the ominous message, there isn't one. Floor 99 doesn't have something like a boss monster, instead, something much more sinister. Sigh. The red-haired man, chained to the wall, cradles his head in his bandaged arms, his face a picture of utter despair. Anyways, this is a trap. I've warned you, the man in black says, worry evident in his voice. The red-haired man, eyes wide with shock, whispers, what's there for you to act like this? I've never seen you act this way. You're scaring me. The red-haired man, back turned as if facing a challenge, is encouraged by the words echoing around him. I don't want to admit it, but you're doing well. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Then, you'll be able to naturally clear floor 99. Clutching an unseen object, the man with black hair navigates the dimly lit hallway, his face etched with worry as a solitary hangs in the air. A small smile touches the man's lips as he declares, all right. Then let's go for a mulligan. A confused voice responds, a mulligan? Yeah, I want to only pick the safest route. I'll even ignore the reward. I just want to see how things turn out. The black-haired man says seriously. The red-haired man beside him can only look away, confusion and fear swirling within him. Even the goddess's reward. Why, you don't have to go that far. The red-haired man questions. Unable to understand the black-haired man's strategy. It's okay, I'm taking one step back so that I can take 2 steps forward. Everyone, currently, the floor 11 rewards are displayed for me. The black-haired man announces. Raising his hand in triumph, the black-haired man beams as someone calls out, is that so? That's great. The man with black hair speaks steadily, his back to us as he advises, I've been bored, wondering how long I'd have to wait for the quest. Once you select your reward, we should get our turns according to our ranks. So, take your time choosing. Right, I've already made a decision. The man with black hair states, his hand outstretched as if about to grasp his chosen path, while a woman with dark purple hair observes him closely. I won't be selecting a reward. The blonde-haired woman declares, a soft smile gracing her lips as the purple-haired woman beside her listens intently. What? The black-haired man blurts out, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. The black-haired man walks away, the weight of the announcement pressing upon him. You have not selected a stage reward. Confused murmurs fill the air. The goddess of protection is confused by your decision. A chilling laughter echoes. The demon king of the autumn rain laughs hysterically. Kim Gong Ya, what have you just done? A man in blue armor roars, his face a mask of shock and anger, while a voice calmly replies, Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the white-haired man in the blue suit muses, so is it my turn, as second place? I can see it now too. I I now understand. You've made the safest decision. But was it really necessary for you to yield your reward? I might be worrying like a geezer, but if you're only ever careful, you'll forever remain in place. A concerned voice cautions. Thank you for your concern, but I won't regret it. The black-haired man replies. If that's true, I'm glad, but that's a tactic that I don't think I can copy. I'll be picking the goddess's reward. The white-haired man declares, his gaze filled with determination. With his hand raised, a golden aura surrounding it, the white-haired man announces, also, I'll be picking Lagam Empire's head knight. Bathed in golden light, a silver sword shimmers as a chorus of voices rises. We swear our loyalty to the greatest sword of the empire. 4 knights stand at attention, their armor gleaming, their swords held proudly as they await orders. The white-haired man observes the orange-haired man beside him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Aha, so this is how our roles are assigned. So that's how it is. I get it now too. It's like a game of mafia. The blonde-haired man exclaims, a look of sudden understanding illuminating his face. I don't understand a single thing you're all saying. The blonde-haired man confesses, his brow furrowed in confusion. TLN. Sounds Seuss. He mutters under his breath. Glowing hands reach out, a reassuring voice emanating from their owner. Don't worry. With a confident grin, the blonde-haired man points his glowing finger. I'll show you right away. Take a look, everyone. The blonde-haired man urges, pointing towards something on the ground. A purple-haired woman and a knight peer at something, their faces etched with curiosity. Floor 99. Seriously. The gray-haired man with an eye patch sputters, his face a mask of disbelief and annoyance. This is. The purple-haired woman seethes, her anger palpable. Yep, it's similar to a game of mafia. She spits out, clearly unhappy with the situation. The blonde-haired woman smiles slyly, her words dripping with faux sweetness. For convenience, why don't we call the people who side with the goddess as heroes, and the one who sides with the demon king as the traitor? Except there's one major difference. The man in blue and white armor declares. The traitor is at a greater disadvantage than in a game of mafia. We have 9 heroes, and we even have the vice captain of the vigilante corps. He's right. If you guys can trust me, we'll be able to weed out the traitor. As you can see, this game completely favors the heroes. A man with a gun declares, ignoring the blonde-haired woman beside him who protests. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, I think it was rash of you to give up the reward. Disappointment flickers across the blonde-haired woman's face as she addresses the soldiers before her. I do respect your decision, but with that, I'll pick Empire's great general. We swear our loyalty to the highest flag of the empire. The soldiers bellow, their voices echoing the blonde-haired woman's triumphant smile. A sly smirk graces the gray-haired man's lips as he declares, so you're saying that picking a reward is more beneficial? Then I'm choosing head royal bodyguard. Then I shall choose Minister of Foreign Affairs. It seems like the best option for me. The man in blue and white armor states calmly, his demeanor radiating confidence. I'll take the role of Chancellor. Please do me a favor. The purple-haired woman pleads. No matter what, don't select the Demon King. Don't forget, if no one picks that reward, it'll perish on its own. With a graceful swirl of her golden fan, the woman with long brown hair smiles confidently. Don't worry. Of course, I'll be the Minister of Finance. A man in a black leather jacket stands solemnly on the red carpet with a woman in a yellow dress holding a baby. A silver-haired man in a blue suit stands with his back turned, facing a line of helmeted figures as the reward distribution is finalized. Finalizing reward distribution. A man with black hair calmly reassures his anxious, red-haired companion. Will you be all right? I get that you're going for a mulligan, but isn't this going too far? No. This is the right answer. Above, the ceiling with a red banner hangs, signifying the finality of the contributors' decisions. All the top contributors have made their decisions. A chandelier hangs from the ornately decorated ceiling as the names of the contributors echo through the room. Kim Gong-ya, Sword Saint, Heretic Inquisitor, Viper, Paladin, Witch, Countess. TLN. Rip the 3 extras. The black-haired man stands resolutely on the red carpet, his fate as a reward forfeiter sealed. Reward forfeiter, 1. Mystery and intrigue surround the identities of those who have received the goddess's reward. People who have received the goddess's reward. The purple-haired woman is taken aback as the gray-bearded man in the suit reveals a surprising truth, while the helmeted man behind her mirrors her astonishment. 8. Tension fills the air as the gray-haired man with an eye patch stands beside the blonde woman, a shocked man behind them, as they are revealed to have received the Demon King's reward. People who have received the Demon King's reward. 1. The bold text on the blue background announces the contributors' momentous decisions. All the top contributors have made their decisions. The purple-haired woman shouts in anger, her fury radiating through the image. Against the red and pink backdrop, the woman's words hang heavy with disappointment and warning. How foolish. I told you guys that no matter what, don't pick the Demon King's reward. The blonde-haired woman laughs, her blue eyes sparkling with mocking amusement. Oh, how surprising. A man's hand with blonde hair is seen against the red background, his words betraying a sense of intrigue. Picking the Demon King's reward even though it's a game where the traitor is at a complete disadvantage. The gray-haired man with the eye patch grimaces, his frustration palpable. God damn it. A man's shoulder tenses as a chilling premonition grips him. This atmosphere. It's just like when we were first raiding the tower. I have chills running up my back. A few people are definitely dying today. The dark-haired woman hides behind her fan, her red attire blending with the background as she observes the unfolding events. A conversation unfolds against the red backdrop, recalling a time of great loss and bloodshed. You mean when the 5 great guilds were the 10 great guilds? Truly many died then, and we killed many. The urgent command echoes through the air, demanding immediate action. Paladin, interrogate everyone with lie detection now. Bold red text screams a chilling order, a sense of danger and urgency permeating the message. May fortune be with you all. Don't leave a single one out. The purple-haired woman, her face contorted in anguish, vows revenge against the unknown traitor. I shall declare this as the master of the Black Dragons. I don't know who betrayed us, but to them, I will present the most painful death. The image shows the bottom of a person's robes and the paladin in armor. Paladin, immediately interrogate everyone using lie detection. If even a single person refuses to answer, I will kill them right here right now. Standing tall in his plate armor, the paladin prepares to face the accusations. Let's start by declaring that I am innocent. In a tense standoff, the paladin, sword half drawn, directs his questioning at the black-haired man. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, since you gave up on the reward, you are clear of suspicion. However, I shall still ask, did you select the Demon King's reward? The black-haired man meets the paladin's gaze directly, his denial firm and unwavering. No. As the paladin confirms the man's truthfulness, a blonde woman and another woman react with differing emotions in the background. It is the truth. The white-haired man swears his innocence, while the young boy beside him vehemently denies any involvement. Swearing upon all my honor, I have not, it isn't me either. I don't want to die to the Black Dragon Master yet. The gray-haired man explodes in a furious denial, stepping towards the composed man with the fan. Fuck, I'm telling you, it ain't me, it is not me either. The armored figure and the purple-haired woman stand on the red carpet, the weight of the paladin's words hanging in the air. They were all truth. The purple-haired woman, her frustration evident, vehemently denies any association with the Demon King's reward. Black Dragon Master, have you selected the Demon King's reward? No, it wasn't me. Confusion descends upon the room as the realization dawns that the traitor may be someone unexpected. It is the truth. Wait, it wasn't one of the 10 people. The gray-haired man with the eye patch stares upwards in shock, his beaded chain dangling from his hand, as the mystery deepens. Anger and bewilderment fill the room as the search for the traitor intensifies. Then who exactly is the traitor? The chapter title hints at the gravity of the situation, invoking both divine and demonic forces. Chapter 26 Inches. The goddess of protection laments the hero's foolishness. A sinister aura emanates from the text, highlighting the Demon King's malevolent amusement at the unfolding chaos. The Demon King of Autumn Rain laughs hysterically. Against the dark purple background, the armored figure stands resolute, urging calm amidst the growing panic. Do not panic. The text presents unsettling possibilities, suggesting that the traitor possesses extraordinary abilities. The traitor might have a skill that hides their lies. It might sound crazy, but there could also be someone with a multiple personality. It isn't entirely impossible. The blue-haired man stares at the ground, his heart heavy with disappointment. Or the dirty traitor might just be thy. The gray-haired man's stern expression morphs into one of furious disappointment as he confronts someone unseen. The confrontation escalates as the purple-haired woman, her anger palpable, challenges the gray-haired man's accusations. "You're accusing us right now?" The gray-haired man ponders the situation, a serious expression etched on his face. "That is correct. Even if Miss Paladin isn't the traitor, it is possible that she is lying for the sake of the 5 guilds." As the gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman look on, a figure in silver armor interjects, their voice laced with disappointment. "Objection. It is entirely within the realms of possibility that I am the traitor." The helmeted figure appeals for calm and unity, reminding everyone of their shared experiences. But the important part is for us to not lose our cool and rationality. Have we not broken through countless trials together before? If we trust in each other again. The helmeted figure throws back their head and laughs, their amusement a stark contrast to the tension in the room. Ha ha ha. The text highlights the disparity between ideals and reality, cynicism seeping into the conversation. "You're so pure, Vice Captain. Trust, you say? Those are beautiful words. However, it takes a long time to build up trust." The silver-helmeted figure's words land like a bomb, leaving the blonde-haired person utterly dumbfounded. The speaker emphasizes the fragility of trust, their words echoing in the silent room. "It took a whole 10 years for us to become the 5 guilds and cooperate with each other." In other words, the white-haired man voices his mistrust, his words revealing the deep-seated divisions within the group. "I'm finding it hard to trust anyone other than the 5 great guilds." The man in the purple hoodie looks up in shock, his eyes wide with anticipation. "TLN. We finally got to above the panels," he exclaims. The armored man gapes in astonishment and fury, his eyes fixed on something below. See their fucking faces above the panel. But also it seems quite inefficient to take 10 years to build trust with the other hunters here. In the panel above him. Wait, in a panel below him. Now isn't the time to think about efficiency. "Heretic Inquisitor, I below the panel," he sputters. The blonde woman presses her hands together, a determined look on her face as she glows with white light. "Beg of you, above the panel. Holy Technique, God of Flesh, in the panel below her," she whispers. The gray-haired man, his single eye narrowed, barks orders amidst the unfolding chaos. "Viper, you take care of rank 10. In the panel above him. Heretic Inquisitor, stop, in the panel below him." Surrounded by a surge of white light, the blonde woman in the black suit charges forward, her face a mask of determination. The brown-haired man cries out in surprise as the blonde woman grabs him, a bright smile on her face as they are enveloped in white and red light. Holy Technique, God of Teleportation, in the panel above her. The gray-haired man, his sword a blur, lunges with ferocious speed towards the black-haired man, who can only stare in shock. The older man, his face contorted in rage, slams his fist down. "You filthy youngsters, you're finally revealing your true colors," he roars. He was not the Demon King's agent. With a furious snarl, the older man swings his sword, the blade glowing a menacing blue, as the same blue panel from before hangs below. One hero has died. He was not the Demon King's agent. The woman in the black dress is thrown backwards, her blonde hair flying, as the black-haired man sprints away from her. "Nothing change. If you do not stop immediately, I shall personally above the woman." Summoning a surge of white energy, the blonde woman propels herself backwards, her eyes filled with fierce determination. Holy Technique, below the woman. The black-haired man stares in horror, his hand clamped over his mouth as his eyes widen in shock. His face pale and drawn, the black-haired man keeps his hand pressed against his mouth, unable to speak as the weight of the message sinks in. One hero has died, below the man. The brown-haired man hangs his head in sorrow, the weight of the news heavy in the air. He was not the Demon King's agent. Above the man. The blonde woman turns away from the fallen man, her shoulders slumped as she surveys the scene. Above the woman. Clutching a piece of fabric, the short-haired blonde woman beams with excitement. None of the three were it. Above the woman. An air of tension and fear hangs heavy in the room as the realization dawns. We're now in quite the pickle. I was sure it would be one of the three. Above the image, however, the culprit is still among us. Our bonds of 10 years are about to crumble apart in an instant. Below the first text. The blonde woman walks away, her back to the armored man, who calls after her in exasperation. I told you to wait. Below the woman. The armored man looks up, his expression pained and disappointed. I clearly asked you to wait. I pleaded with you to keep your cool, yet as always. Above the man. The ginger-haired man in blue and white armor stammers in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What a strange thing to say, Vice Captain. I am being cool-headed. Below the man. The white-haired man gapes in terror as the blonde woman unleashes a flurry of blue and white energy behind him. I might have been wrong in the end, but luckily, this scene won't be leaked to the media. Below the woman. With my cool head, I judged that one of those three had the highest likelihood of being the traitor. Above the woman. The gray-haired man, his face a mask of cold fury, attacks with a surge of purple and white energy, pushing the blonde woman back. Goddammit. Below the image. The white-haired man unleashes a blinding torrent of blue and white sword energy. Hey, religious nuthead, give me a heads up first before killing someone. Above the man. The gray-haired man deflects the attack with his own burst of purple and blue energy, a low growl escaping his lips. Below the image. The blonde woman sits dejectedly on the stairs, her shoulders slumped as she cradles her injured hand. I apologize, everyone. I am unable to be of any help right now. Above the woman. This is quite serious indeed. I can't complete the rituals for the holy techniques without both hands. Above the woman. The gray-haired man in the blue suit stares in disbelief, his glasses slightly askew. Is that the problem, right now? Below the man. The gray-haired man with the eye patch cries out, his face contorted in pain as he struggles to maintain his grip on his sword. Somebody, help me, I'm about to die. Below the image. The black-haired man in the black suit listens with a worried expression as the armored man speaks. As the only person to pass up on the rewards, you are the only one who is 100% not the traitor. Below the men. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, I shall trust in your judgment. Above the men. The gray-haired man launches a determined attack, his sword flashing as the purple-haired woman casts a spell above him and the brown-haired woman watches in alarm. So please, I ask of you, please stop the sword, Saint. Below the man. The person in the black and green jacket pours the yellow liquid, their face illuminated by the eerie glow. It will be better to consolidate power and assign it to someone who is definitely not the traitor. That's a good idea. Being democratic isn't the best option right now. Above the person's head. The brown-haired man narrows his eyes, his jaw set in determination. I shall also pass my authority on to Hunter Kim Gong-ya. Until we catch the traitor, I shall not trust in my own judgment. Above the man's head. The black-haired man in the alleyway turns his head, his expression intense. Yo, Sword Emperor. Above the man's head. Standing tall in the large room, sword in hand, the man in the black robe sighs. I even received full authority over the situation from the vice captain and the temple master. Above the man's head. Am I fated to be a psychopath magnet? Above the man's head. The black-haired man keeps his back to the camera, listening intently. You're climbing up the ranks, congrats. Didn't you give up on the reward knowing this would happen? Above the man's head. I was actually impressed by your decision. Below the man's head. The black-haired man walks through the shadowed hallway, a worried frown etching his features. There was so much tension between the rankers, I assumed a fight would break out if there happened to be a traitor. Above the man's head. That's why I gave it up, but I didn't imagine it'd be this bad. Above the man's head. Pausing in the hallway, the black-haired man sighs, guilt etched on his face. I feel so bad for the three innocent guys. I guess I'll have to return once. Above the man's head. You have not selected a stage reward. Below the man's head. The man in the black jacket listens intently, his brow furrowed as the armored man covers his mouth with his hand, a troubled expression on his face. In another room, the blonde woman smiles slyly. That's right, above the man with the black jacket. There's something I want to know. Above the man with the black jacket. He's always been such a person. Below the woman. The air crackles with tension as the story takes a dark turn. When we first entered the tower, religion was a big problem. The various religions and sects kept fighting over and over. That's when the heretic inquisitor appeared in. The cloaked figure walks purposefully towards the bottom of the image, their forms shadowed against the splattered red background. The dark-haired man recoils in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Killed them all. Above the man's head. He's only ever known such methods. Above the man's head. The dark-haired man grapples with the unsettling truth, his expression clouded with doubt. I thought the religious groups had all peacefully come to an agreement, left of the man. But was that just the media covering up for them? Right of the man. A new horizon of peace for religio above the man. The blonde woman flashes a relieved smile, brushing off her close call. That was close. Above the woman's head. Shit, fuck, this one might actually get me. Above the woman's head. I am aware that my rash judgment has caused quite the turbulence. Left of the woman. I am quite ashamed. Hunter Kim Gong-ya. Right of the woman. The dark-haired man covers his mouth with his hand, his eyes filled with distress. This might be the end for the Celestial Martial Clan, you fucks. Above the man's head. On the premise of receiving full authority from me, could you please stop the Sword Saint? Left of the man. You seriously? No. Bottom left of the man. We can talk about you in depth later. Bottom right of the man. The gray-haired man charges forward, his glowing sword held high, a look of fierce determination on his face. Sword Saint Nim. Above the man's head. The brown-haired woman stands tall, her eyes blazing with resolve. Please listen to me, the one you bowed your head to earlier today. Left of the woman. The man in the suit leaps towards the man in the black coat, their swords clashing in a flurry of blue and purple sparks, as the brown-haired woman watches anxiously. Let's stop fighting and talk this out. Above the man in the suit. The gray-haired man stares resolutely ahead, his mind made up. I shall ask your granddaughter out. Below the man. The white-haired man levels a cool gaze at the man in the black coat, his glowing sword held at the ready. If she ever enters the tower, sure, I'll meet her. Above the man's head. Could you please listen to the request of the one that might become your grandson-in-law? Below the man's head. The gray-haired man fixes his gaze on his opponent, his expression unwavering. I have not forgiven them yet. Above the man's head. I'm definitely not pausing the fight just to hear you out. Below the man. It's just that after crossing swords, I'm certain I can kill them anytime. Right of the man's head. The white-haired man explodes in a furious rant, his face red with anger. So it won't be too late to kill them after we've uncovered the traitor. Above the man. Why are you telling me all this? Below the man. You're on the right track. You can always kill them later. The man with gray hair clutches his chin, eyes wide with shock behind his sunglasses. Is it over? He asks, staring at the white-haired man in the blue suit holding a spear. Please, let's all be calm now. A voice booms, we don't know who the traitor here might be. The assembled group stands in tense silence as the voice continues, we might even never find out the traitor. However, that's not the main thing. The man with brown hair turns away from the others, a surprised and worried frown on his face. Behind him, the white-haired man in the blue suit offers a salute. How is that possible? Someone asks, bewildered. We can resolve this crisis even without finding the traitor. Another voice assures. The man in blue and white armor frowns, anxiety etched on his face. King's reward means that they'll be aiming for our lives. He thinks grimly. Take a look at this. The man with brown hair says, gesturing with his sword towards the large white screen displaying Goddess's reward and Demon King's reward. A hand points upwards towards a message. You may become the Empire's Chancellor, the Great General, or even the Head Knight. Once you select your position, you will also receive abilities and status deserving of the position. O hero of the goddess, gather up forces with your fellow heroes and destroy the Demon King's core on floor 20. It says the Demon King's core exists on floor 20. Someone exclaims excitedly. Don't focus on finding the traitor. That's a trap, a voice whispers. The traitor might already be cowering in fear. Another suggests, it might even be that the system forcibly assigned the traitor. A third voice adds, so, let's all kick the Demon King's ass together. The brown-haired man declares, confidence radiating from him as the gray-haired man in the red jacket nods in agreement. The man in the brown jacket shoves his hand into his pocket, a contemplative frown on his face. If we get rid of the Demon King, the reward will also disappear. It's a simple problem, asterisk, he thinks as a message appears above his head. The goddess of protection smiles radiantly. The man in black ascends the staircase, his stride confident and assured. Asterisk, the Demon King of Autumn Rain is annoyed. Though the tower may always try to test us, the solution will always be simple. The dark-haired man stands before a blue and white screen that reads, you are given the floor 12 quest. Let's climb the tower, he decides, a determined look in his eyes. With unwavering resolve, the dark-haired man strides forward, ready to face whatever challenges await him. You are given the floor 12 quest. The screen announces as the dark-haired man grips his two swords, a determined glint in his eye. Behind him, the older, white-haired man watches with quiet concern. The group of four, faces etched with concern and apprehension, stare nervously at something unseen. A dark shape slices through the dimly lit room, its movements fast and aggressive. Red streaks slash across the darkness, illuminating a window in a grim, metallic room. The man with the glowing red eye trembles, surrounded by a flurry of red streaks. It's the nightmare. The rain of the nightmare is falling again, we're doomed. He whispers, fear clinging to his words. It's the Demon King. The gray-haired man gasps, fear twisting his features. What the fuck? What's up with them all of a sudden? Oh goddess. Where is our lord? This is all just part of the act, right? What's up with all the NPCs? A voice wonders aloud, suspicion tinging their tone. The man in the black suit stands before the archway, back to the viewer. The quest has finally started. The black-haired man strides confidently down the red carpet, his two swords held loosely in his hand, as two fallen figures lie ignored on the ground behind him. The black-haired man swings his green sword, a blur of motion against the vibrant backdrop. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has manifested. A message declares as a dark window frames a stormy red sky. That's weakened, the black-haired man murmurs, gripping his sword and pistol as he stares out the window at the shadowy figure looming behind a blood-streaked wall. Oh, you poor souls. The monstrous mouth sneers, sending chills down the spines of those who hear it. The gray-haired man in the suit glares at the viewer, his expression a mask of fury. Did you think you foolish plebeians could call over people from another world to use as your shields? He snarls. The man in the suit plunges his sword into the armored man, a cruel smile twisting his lips as his victim cries out in pain. Call as many as you want. A message echoes through the dark hallway where the brown-haired man stands. Bring forth thousands of heroes and even more knights. The man smiles, a purple glow emanating from the object in his left hand. However, they are still human beings, just like you. He muses, I pity your foolishness that knows no bounds. Those that don't see humans as humans. The screen declares, its message hovering over a blurred map marked with ominous red dots. A hand lifts the futuristic tablet, the map on its screen now adorned with two words, ding. Ding. The map, awash in a dizzying blue, white, and pink aura, pulses with chaotic energy. May you be swallowed whole by your own evil. A voice booms as the blue aura envelops the map once more. The Demon King can summon a monster army any moment. The Demon King is aiming for the heart of the Egum Empire, the Emperor's city, Hakemonia. Thankfully, the Demon King's power has weakened after the long journey. Stop the Demon King. If you fail this battle, floor 13 will not open. Three figures stand in the desolate landscape, heads bowed as if in prayer. The Demon King is weakened, the gray-haired man with the eye patch exclaims, his surprise evident. That's weakened, a hooded figure, sword glinting in the crimson light, scoffs as four monstrous figures snarl behind him. How is this fair? The gray-haired man with the sunglasses shouts, gesturing at the carnage around them. Is this quest even possible to clear? I get that it was a tutorial until floor 10, but isn't this too much of a jump in difficulty? Someone protests. Let's stop there. Let's all calm down. We can do this. The tower doesn't give quests that aren't clearable. The man in the brown jacket charges forward, his expression grim as he brandishes a long, green object. We aren't just your average hunters here. Did you forget? You are the head royal bodyguard. So, lead the royal bodyguards. A voice commands, disappointment lacing every word. The gray-haired man with the eye patch glares down at the three armored figures lying prone at his feet, his expression a mixture of anger and sorrow. This stage can't be cleared with just the power of his hunters alone. A voice urges, rally the NPCs and lead them. Treat them like they are real people, and lead them into battle. The woman in blue and yellow observes the three kneeling figures with an air of detached boredom, her fan waving lazily in her hand. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves, Sword Saint Nim. You are the head knight. How can we defend the nation from enemies if the head knight and head royal bodyguard are crossing swords with each other? We have received the role of commanders, so we must fulfill that role. The white-haired man declares, his gaze steady as he addresses the two armored figures before him. Minister of Foreign Affairs, we are in the Emperor's chamber, but the Emperor is nowhere to be seen. The armored man reports, concern etched on his face. With the Foreign Affairs Department NPCs, please find the Emperor. It won't be easy to lead the NPCs while their leader is missing. Roger that, comes the reply. Great General, the blonde-haired man in the white glove announces. Yep, that's me. The man in the dark suit confirms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I especially hate hunters like you. The dark-haired man says, his gaze cold and hard. We'll need to resolve this conflict one day. However, right now is not the time for that. We need the general. In a light blue room, the blonde woman with blue eyes playfully teases the dark-haired man with dark eyes. Ha ha ha. But I'm starting to like you even more now, Hunter Kim Gong-ya. And, since you said you'd give me all the authority, just shut up and listen to me. The four soldiers clad in armor stand guard on the castle walls, the fear evident on their faces as they discuss the potential breach. The soldiers in front of the castle walls are probably losing their minds right now. And, you need to get on top of the castle walls and console them yourself. And, you want me to be noblesse oblige. In a pink room, the dark-haired man with dark eyes looks worried and serious as he delivers orders. No matter what, defend the castle walls. And, if our defenses are breached, this stage will be over. The blonde woman with blue eyes stands determined in a light blue room, her expression resolute as she promises, I have never broken a promise since the day I was born. And, I promise to defend it with my life. The dark-haired man with dark eyes appears commanding in a gray and red room as he issues orders. This is the order of the head knight. And, Department of Finance, assemble. Under a dark red sky, acid rain pours as someone remarks, then I'll head out first. And another questions, what is this rain? Is this acid rain? The blonde woman in a white jacket and black gloves stands next to a startled man in a brown shirt and brown pants, exclaiming, wow. This place looks nice, and it's way better than that dinky-ass port. Kim Gong-ya, a hunter with a determined expression, charges forward in a gray and brown room while holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. A surprised woman with purple hair and purple eyes utters, which Nim? As if she has encountered an unexpected acquaintance. Despite her serious expression, the woman with long purple hair exudes confidence and power as she declares, call me the Black Dragon Master. I personally don't like my title. Confusion washes over the purple-haired woman in a blue dress as she questions the man in black, how did you suddenly get here? To which he replies, that's my skill. Teleportation. Excitement radiates from the man with long red hair as he reveals his ability, I can teleport to anywhere that's within my range of vision. A voice from below adds, teleportation sounds like a sick skill. Concern clouds the man's face as the woman with long purple hair challenges him. Then what are you doing instead of getting to the castle walls first? She responds, it should be obvious. I'm here to bring you with me. Mounted on a brown horse, the man in black raises his shining sword, inspiring awe in the crowd. They acknowledge his worth, saying, I witnessed it on floor 11. You have a sword that the NPCs admire, don't you? Surprise and confusion cross the man's face as he questions, consent? With a question mark floating above his head. Frustration evident in his expression, the man demands, verbally consent that you agree to teleport with me. Without it, I can't teleport you. That's the restriction of my skill. Contemplation deepens on the man's face as he wonders, wait a sec. Teleportation should at least be an S-rank skill. Is it really okay to tell me everything, including its restrictions? Isn't the skill supposed to be a hidden trump card? Confusion clouds the purple-haired woman's face as she questions, that's odd. Didn't you say that I'm this empire's chancellor? Power radiates from the purple-haired woman as she extends her right hand, her expression serious and unwavering. In the face of urgency, the purple-haired woman declares, we don't have time. Just agree already. Distress and urgency fill the air as a man and woman rush through a building courtyard, their expressions grim amidst the falling red substance. Shock and surprise wash over the man as the purple-haired woman asserts, I consent to the Black Dragon Master's skill usage. She adds, there's one more restriction. A sense of dread and doom looms as the man runs towards the left, surrounded by ominous red circles, while a distant voice whispers, it's the end. Tears stream down the armored man's face as he laments, sob, sob. A somber text reminds, beings that are no different from real people. Desperation and despair permeate the air as the kneeling armored man pleads, please take pity on our souls. Another text acknowledges, even if they are an illusion, their fears are not. With purpose and determination, the man strides forward on a cobblestone path, following the woman ahead. Anticipation fills the air as the purple-haired woman stands on a cobblestone path, looking up. A text reads, thank you for bringing me here. Starting with this. Curiosity and intrigue hang in the atmosphere as the purple-haired woman and the brown-haired man stand facing each other. Resolve and determination radiate from the purple-haired woman as she stands on a cobblestone path, amidst the falling red circles. A text declares, I can't just step back after only showing you my bad side. With urgency and speed, the cloaked figure rushes forward across a stone ledge, their destination unknown. Power and confidence radiate from the woman with long black hair and purple eyes as she claims, I didn't become the guildmaster by doing nothing. Amidst a chaotic battle, 3 armored figures stand in a line, their faces etched with determination and despair, as a voice rallies, soldiers of the Egum Empire. Rage and aggression burn in the eyes of the woman with black hair and purple eyes as she shouts, stand forth. Authority and power emanate from the woman with black hair and purple eyes as she addresses her troops. Are you thinking that the walls made of stone will protect you? You are the true wall of the empire. Sadness and hopelessness weigh down on the knight as he looks down at the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. A voice whispers, it's the Chancellor. Driven by determination, a group of armored figures march forward, their footsteps echoing amidst the chaos of battle, as a voice proclaims, stand forth. With resolute determination, the armored figure stands firm, their stance unwavering, as a voice declares, however, as long as you stand, our empire shall not fall. Courage and determination surge through the man with brown hair as he grips his silver sword, a symbol of hope in the midst of despair. A voice urges, until you are unable to wield your swords and spears, don't give up, for the sake of the empire. Hope and confidence glimmer in the shining silver sword held high, its glow a beacon of reassurance amidst the chaos. A voice proclaims, the goddess is protecting us. Intensity and urgency fill the air as the man with the metallic object and glowing red jewel raises it high, while the purple-haired woman implores him, if the other hunters get it first, our profits would dwindle. Awe and wonder permeate the scene as the glowing silver sword with red eyes and jewel emits a powerful light, symbolizing divine protection. A voice declares, the goddess of protection shows gratitude towards your decision. Overwhelming power and grandeur descend upon the castle as a bright light shines down, bathing the figures in its celestial glow. A voice proclaims, the goddess of protection is using up all of her authority. Anticipation and suspense hang in the air as 4 figures stand in awe before a large building, their cloaked figures shrouded in mystery and the atmosphere tinged with foreboding. Gratitude and admiration radiate from the knight's words as he addresses the man in a black jacket, you are a true hero. Dread and foreboding emanate from the blue box with the ominous words, reenacting the trauma of your killer. Intrigue and mystery surround the white text on a glitching background, declaring, No one knew why, when, or how it appeared. The level of the penalty is shown as weak purgatory, in a gray box with a blue outline, adding to the sense of mystery and uncertainty. Carnage and despair cover the battlefield as red rain falls and fallen knights lie strewn across the land, the words above lamenting, however, when it appeared, red rain fell. Malice and disdain drip from the words, you poor things. As a black circle hovers over a map, its red text conveying a sense of hopelessness and powerlessness. A man clad in silver armor lies on the blood-soaked ground, his face pale and lifeless, his outstretched hand a grim testament to the carnage. A vast and desolate landmass stretches out before them, its towering mountains a somber reminder of the darkness that has consumed it. Blackness envelops everything, the only light emanating from the stark words etched in white. Every time a nation fell, the domain of humans shrank. A warrior clad in silver and crimson stands defiant. To somewhere the rain does not fall. Darkness consumes all, save for the haunting words that hang in the void. Every time an empire's territory disappeared, the history of humanity grew shorter and shorter. A map of a fragmented landmass speaks volumes of despair and loss. The words, "This is the intended fate of cattle," echoing through the void. Two warriors stand in a shadowy abyss, their faces etched with despair as the relentless rain falls and the words, "The end. The end of times," hang heavy in the air. Blackness engulfs the world, the only sound the gentle patter of raindrops in the eerie silence. A desolate map unfolds before them, the words, "For what reason would I not slaughter cattle today?" cutting through the gloom. The darkness is absolute, the only sign of life the relentless rain that falls upon the unforgiving earth. A lone warrior stands in the rain, his back turned towards us, his desperate plea echoing through the desolate land. Where is the Emperor? Please save us. Darkness consumes all, the only words that linger in the abyss a haunting whisper, and more rain fell. A blonde scribe sits in the alleyway under the crimson rain, his face etched with fear and uncertainty as he pens the words, "O Goddess of Protection." In the annals of history, the royal historians resigned themselves to their task, the words, and thus, humanity became extinct, trembling in their hands. A scholar in the alleyway ponders over a book, his eyes heavy with concern as the rain lashes down, a symbol of the despair that has enveloped the world. A black circle encloses a single phrase, "You poor things," a testament to the pity and sorrow that permeate the realm. The words, "Master of nightmares, King of all demonic creatures," and "Be swallowed up by thy own evil," hang in the abyss, a chilling prophecy of impending doom. An enigmatic eye stares out from the darkness, its swirling depths concealing a mystery that remains to be unraveled. In a courtyard under the ominous red sky, a solitary figure stands amidst the falling orbs, a symbol of resilience in the face of impending doom. The city streets lie empty under a crimson sky, as the rain of glowing orbs transforms the night into a surreal and dangerous landscape. A man revels in the sudden respite, his cry of, "It stopped raining," echoing through the jubilant crowd as they rejoice under the watchful gaze of the goddess. Amidst the fading rain, a man stands resolute, his words laced with gravity. The goddess is protecting the empire. No, it's not that simple. The rain stopped only where the holy sword's light reached. A tranquil castle emerges from the mist, a beacon of hope amidst the ravaged land, its inhabitants whispering, "All hail the goddess. All hail the Agam Empire." A lone figure ascends a desolate staircase in an abandoned chamber, the emptiness echoing his words. Every dignitary had abandoned the empire. Armored figures stand in silent vigil, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety, as the voice of their leader rings out, "The goddess has not abandoned us." An armored hand grips a spear, a solitary relic of battles past its presence, a chilling reminder of the tower's sinister play. A woman's powerful voice reverberates through the ranks, her words igniting a flame of determination. "Everyone, stand up." Ashamed soldiers hang their heads in unison, their commander's voice cutting through the silence. "How can you act so shamefully?" A fatigued woman stands silently beside a stern-faced man, his words echoing through the room. "Hold up your spears." A man's piercing gaze meets the viewers, his unspoken question hanging in the air. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Amidst the somber surroundings, a Ukrainian woman exudes confidence and amusement, her wry words echoing in the darkness. Have you never seen a Ukrainian give a speech? A calm woman stands amidst two uneasy men, her words laced with both sarcasm and understanding. My country is full of commies. I don't like communists, but they do give good speeches. It was something to take after. An irritated red-haired man confronts a confused black-haired man, his frustration evident. Never mind. I think it was an attempt at humor. What a flop. A confident woman shares her plans with a willing ally, their determination etched in their words. Kim Dong-ya. What are your plans now? I know that we need to protect the castle walls. Yes, that's correct. A skilled warrior stands alone, his expression a mixture of seriousness and readiness, as he announces his formidable teleportation ability. A horde of grotesque monsters bares their teeth and roars in unison, their menacing presence undeniable. A woman's strategic mind is on full display as she meticulously plans her next move. First, we need to create a situation where I can be one-on-one against the Demon King. Gather up the hunters. And if more monsters are brought in? A worried man voices his concern to a composed woman, their dialogue hinting at a looming threat. If more monsters are brought in? A woman's unwavering determination shines through her stern gaze as she declares her mission. Please teleport me in front of the Demon King. Playing the role of special ops. A man's resolute spirit is evident in his confident smile and words of defiance. However, I plan on winning. My death doesn't signify defeat. Amidst whispered secrets and veiled promises, a woman's words echo. I have an ace up my sleeve too. Every hunter has at least one secret. Your sword must be sharp enough to pierce the. A woman stands tall amidst the ruins of a desolate city, her expression a mix of determination and weariness. A lone figure challenges the heavens, their voice laced with both defiance and curiosity. What fun games you play, goddess. Hidden in the shadows, an enigmatic figure exudes an aura of mystery and danger, their true identity concealed. Despair consumes three weary warriors as they face their inevitable fate. This is too pathetic. Light. Of what use is light for those that will not live? A man's gaze betrays his disappointment and disillusionment towards a woman who has fallen from grace. Did you become pathetic yourself while taking care of these pathetic creatures? Amidst the chaos of battle, a figure emerges from the shadows, their glowing sword a beacon of hope and defiance. I shall show you my light as well then. A fierce battle rages, with a man and a woman locked in a perilous struggle against an unseen assailant. The ruins of a shattered city lie in desolate silence, a grim reminder of a hero's sacrifice. One hero has died. Amidst the wreckage, a chilling revelation is made. They were not the Demon King's agents. The woman in the purple shawl looks down with distress in her eyes, standing in a room with a dark sky, as she thinks about the troops that were requested, and that the royal chamber was above her head. The stern man wearing a black coat stands beside a woman with a purple scarf, both worried about the events that just happened, under the text that says the Sword Saint, Heretic, Inquisitor, and Viper should all be on their way with their troops. The brown-haired woman looks curiously at the man in the black jacket and white shirt, as they discuss the paladin searching for the Emperor and that the only remaining person would be the Countess, in a room with a bluish-dark background. The man looks down at the woman with a cold and calculating expression on his face as she remains concerned, with the text, the Countess, below the man. The large text in the white room proclaims that the woman previously accused of treachery was innocent. Inside the dark room with red streaks, the text above the red streaks expresses intense hatred, to die before me. That bitch. The purple-haired woman stands in a dark room with red streaks, facing away in shock and disbelief. The shocked man stands beside a woman facing away, in a dark room with red streaks. Text above him reads, Black Dragon Master, if the Countess really has fallen. And text below him reads, the tower's connection with the outside world. The concerned man holding a silver weapon looks ahead. The pained woman looks down in a dark room with red streaks, as the text below the man reads, for now. The purple-haired woman stands with determination in a dark room with red streaks. Text above her reads, let's focus on what's in front of our eyes. In the ruined city, a purple-haired woman with a tail shouts in distress, surrounded by shadowy figures with wings, the red hue and destroyed buildings adding to the atmosphere of fear and urgency. The text above the map conveys a sense of urgency, with orders to protect the castle walls from the relentless demon army. A pale hand points to a map, text below it indicating concern about the demon army changing formations. A scared purple-haired woman with a tail stands against a red background, the text above her expressing fear and a sense of urgency. A man in a destroyed city looks to the side with concern, his outstretched arm indicating something unseen, the text beside him expressing agreement. Two pale and slender hands clasped together against a dark red background with pink light streaks, the text below indicating teleportation. A man and a purple-haired woman with a tail hold hands, their serious expressions in the dark gray background with red dots conveying a sense of urgency and a need for protection. A group of people in the distance and Korean characters in the foreground create a powerful and action-packed scene, with red lines descending from above. A man with brown hair runs to the left, his back facing the viewer, against a red field with the text, "The front lines," below him, conveying a sense of urgency. A red-haired man with crossed arms and a serious expression faces a black-haired man with a bandage on his forehead. The text above the red-haired man expressing sadness and concern over the lack of allies protecting his vanguard. A man in a blue jacket stands with his fist clenched and a glowing red object in his hand, his focused expression and determined stance creating a sense of anticipation and mystery against a blue and white glowing background. The words, "Hey, zombie," below him. Two orcs with angry expressions and wide mouths, one holding a spear, stand before a red background with purple sparks, the text above them reading, "1 minute is fine. No, even 30 seconds will do," conveying a sense of anger and threat. Two orcs run to the right, one holding a spear, their angry expressions in the red and yellow background with purple sparks creating a sense of danger and urgency, the text below them reading, "Hold out by yourself." The texts, "In order to win this war, you need to become the hope of the people, and it doesn't matter how long it is. You just need to show the scene of you holding back these monsters by yourself," appear against a red background, urging motivation and inspiration. A hand holds a black spray bottle against a brown background with red lines, creating a sense of mystery and intrigue. A serious and determined man drinks from a black cup, the text above him reading, "One doesn't become a hero by surviving for 30 years. Conveying a sense of determination and resolve against a red background with white streaks. A man with a determined and motivated expression stands before a red background with white streaks, the text, "When everyone desperately needs 30 seconds, giving them those 30 seconds is what makes someone a hero," instilling a sense of hope and determination. A confident and determined man walks to the right, the text "Become a hero," above him and a white and blue background with a black circle below him, creating a sense of hope and determination. A man stands before a rainbow background with black lines, the text, "I promised that I would teach you swordsmanship until the 20th floor, right? And it's a bit early, but time for your practicum," above and below him respectively, conveying a sense of anticipation and hope. A powerful and determined foot wearing a black and blue sneaker steps onto a brown surface, the text, "Swivel your back foot a little, and plant your front foot firmly onto the ground," above it, conveying a sense of power and determination against a yellow and blue striped background. A man with dark hair and red eyes looks intently out of frame, illuminated by shadowy red light against a dark background with small red dots and circles, the text, "Now look forward," above him, creating a mysterious and intense atmosphere. Two goblins with green skin and armor hold spears, their closed eyes and the dusty environment conveying danger and chaos, the text above them reading, "There are two goblins in front of you, and below them. They have naturally bad eyesight, and on top of that, they have their eyes closed due to the dust cloud. The goblins run in a dark and dusty environment, the text below them reading, and your holy sword is so shiny that it's perfect to take away their sight completely," conveying excitement and intensity. Two men in dark clothes confront each other, a white streak of energy coming off the foreground man's hand, the text above them reading, "In a fight, what's important isn't an absolute 1 second, but a relative 1 second," conveying action and intensity. A man with dark hair holds a sword, the text below them reading, "Use your sword to blind them and steal away their 1 second," conveying determination and action. A man with dark hair and red eyes gazes to the side, illuminated by shadowy red light, the text below him reading, "And thus, my 1 second became," creating a sense of intensity and power. A man in a red shirt holds a sword, the text above him reading a bit faster than my own heart. And below him, "Let's go, partner," conveying excitement and an action-packed atmosphere. A man looks up at the sky illuminated by a bright light, two dragons in the background, red objects falling from the sky, the text above him reading, "My 1 second, and it's time to become a hero," conveying hope and power. A man in a dark jacket and white shirt holds a sword, glowing objects falling from the sky, conveying a colorful and dynamic atmosphere. A spear with a black shaft and silver point trails green and red against a dark background, conveying action and power. A man in brown combats a green creature, intense focus on his face, the text below him reading, "That's one. Take care of the one to your left next." A determined man swings his silver sword, the text above him reading, "Killing one after another." A green creature swings its spear in combat, the text to its right reading, "Killing the next one before the last one even dropped dead." A man swings his sword fiercely, the text above him reading, "Don't disconnect your sword swings. Connect your strikes." And below him, it's just like music. A low note is a setup for a high note. A man with a determined expression swings his sword in combat, the text above him reading, "Connect them. If you've swung your sword downwards, swing it back up." A defeated green creature extends its arms sadly, the text to its right reading, "If you follow that, your sword will flow continuously." A man with intense focus swings his silver sword in combat, the text above him reading, "A sword's flow is a fight against time." A novice can only dominate 1 second at best, and below him they're done after a single swing. On the other hand, someone with a bit of experience can dominate 5 seconds. Two men fight intensely, the text above them reading, "Do not lose control over time," and on the left, "You're not done after you cut one down. Find the next path," and "A normal person simply lets time flow, but that should be taboo for a swordsman," and on the right, "Live every 1 second to its maximum," and "A swordsman lives by the sword." Did you think living 1 second was easy? Two men duel, one attacking with a sword, the text to the right of the attacker reading, "You're not actually living if you simply let time flow. You're only truly living when you are dedicating something to time," and to the right of the defender, "Gong Ya, you are a swordsman. That's why you need to live by the sword." A green creature raises its arm with a black blade, the text above it reading, "It's now been 10 seconds. A man holding a sword stands in a dark and cloudy area, feeling suspense as a large man looms above him. A man runs to the right, his sword glowing blue and shock and anger evident in his expression. A beast man touches a glowing blue sword, disbelief crossing his face as he questions why the tower gave a skill to a psychopath. Anger consumes a man as he holds a glowing blue sword, questioning why the skill was given to him. A man looks down, anger and disappointment weighing on him as he wonders if he must become like an asshole to succeed. A man and a large green-skinned man stand in a dark and cloudy area, the former's anger evident as he questions why he must be like an asshole to succeed. A green-skinned beast man glares angrily. A red-eyed man holds a sword, anger in his eyes. "As if," he exclaims. Determination fills a man as he holds a glowing blue sword, declaring that he will clear floor 20 in place of the Flame Emperor. A man stands with a glowing red sword, determination and anger in his eyes. "Floor 32, and floor 50, he declares. Excitement and aggression fill the air as a masked man delivers a powerful kick to another man's face, a red glow surrounding his leg. "Even floor 100, he declares. Determination and excitement surge through a man in a black coat as he swings his sword, leaving a trail of red energy behind. "I'll show you," he exclaims. Achievement and excitement radiate from a man standing with his sword drawn, surrounded by 3 green goblins. Hunter Kim Gong Ya is leveling up. The message proclaims, "You are now a D-rank hunter. Congrats." Determination and excitement emanate from a man with red eyes as he gazes to the right. That was 30 seconds. The message reads, "May fortune be with you." Sadness washes over a man with brown hair and a white shirt, a red and white glow behind him. Tension and anticipation fill the air as a man with brown hair runs with his sword drawn, while a man in a suit stands in the foreground, his hand on his weapon, and 2 goblins lurk behind him. Power and strength exude from a man with white hair and a beard as he wields a weapon, 5 goblins fleeing before him. Speed and excitement ignite as a man runs with a sword in hand, its swift movement creating a blue glow and green sparks. Confusion and curiosity cloud the expressions of a man with white hair and a beard and a man with brown hair and one red eye. That was fantastic. One message reads, questions the other. Approval and excitement beam from a man with white hair and a beard and blue eyes. That was fantastic. The message above him declares. Marcus Callenbury, a man with a gray hair and beard, exudes power and authority as he introduces himself with a serious and focused expression. Mystery and intrigue surround Yu Su-ha, a long brown-haired man with an enigmatic smile. As he reaches out with a transparent hand, he bids farewell with the words, the second time. Contemplation and sadness fill the eyes of a black-haired man in a suit. Different names, different people. He muses, reflecting on the realization that he too has changed. Sadness and regret weigh heavily on a dejected man with brown hair. Have never done back then. He laments. Power and authority radiate from Kim Gong-ya, a black-haired man with a confident smile and red eyes. My name is Kim Gong-ya, sir. He declares. Marcus Callenbury, now with a serious expression, calls out, let us fight together, young man. The rank 1 hunter sword saint, a gray-haired man with a sword in hand, displays his power and strength as he charges into battle. A brown-haired man, wielding a sword and surrounded by glowing red lines, joins the fight, his intense focus and determination evident. Excitement and joy erupt from a man running in black and white, surrounded by knights. Ahahaha. He laughs, apologizing for being late. Eagerness and anticipation fill the air as a blonde-haired man in a black robe salutes. I could have arrived sooner, but leading the troops turned out to be a harder task than I thought, he exclaims. A man with sinister black eyes and a smile expresses gratitude. Thank you, Hunter Kim Gong-ya. We will thankfully accept the time that you have bought us, he declares. A blonde-haired man faces an army of green creatures, fear evident on his face. This is an order from the great general, everyone, he conveys. The same blonde-haired man falls backward, still filled with fear. The Empire's great general. Please slaughter the sons of bitches that dared to bare their fangs at the Empire, he commands. A man falls backward, worry etched on his face. Do not falter, the goddess is on our side, he proclaims, yet his surroundings are silent. Determination fills a brown-haired man as he falls backward, surrounded by a red glow. Woo-ah, there is only a single thought that fills my head, he declares. Pride and happiness radiate from a black-haired man. Only go forward, he urges. Oi, good job. It took me a while because I had to bring my guildies along with the royal troops, he adds. A silver-haired man with an eye patch and a sinister smile gazes to the left, excitement in his eyes. A brown-haired man beside him looks confused. Anger and determination fuel a brown-haired man as he holds a bloody sword. But don't worry, I'll show you why we're called the Celestial Martial Clan, he declares. Interest sparks in a silver-haired man with an eye patch. He's not listening. Is he fully immersed? He's got cojones. I like it, he observes. Two men, one with brown hair and the other with silver hair and an eye patch, look down. Hey, my name is Liao Fan. The brown-haired man introduces himself. You probably can't hear me, but it doesn't matter, he adds. Confidence radiates from a dark-haired man as he declares, you saved my life in the royal chamber back then. Did you think the Celestial Martial Clan leader wouldn't pay back his debt? A gray-haired man exudes confidence as he charges into battle, declaring, only look forward while you charge. I'll watch your left, I'm giving you the VIP treatment. I've yet to let a single person die while they stand to my right. Determination and focus propel two men forward as they run, swords in hand, through a dark and gritty setting. Urgency and tension fill the air as a white-haired man, escorted by a man in armor, charges towards a group of people with swords. Go, rising star, I'll protect you, the armored man reassures. Surprise and curiosity cross the faces of a white-haired man and an armored man as they engage in a conversation. Of course. The white-haired man begins. Huh, Hunter Kim Gong-ya? The armored man questions. Solitude and mystery surround a man wearing a black hooded cloak and dark armor as he stands on a cliff. Don't bother him, an unseen voice advises. He's enjoying his precious time right now. A man with brown hair, armed with a sword, charges fearlessly into battle against a group of monsters in a field. Anger and power emanate from a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. "You poor things," it utters. "Did you think that you owned the time that you were given?" Fear and uncertainty grip the viewer as a dark, liquid-like figure with a menacing expression looms over them. "Your goddess has grown weak. You no longer have a guardian deity," it declares. A sense of threat and danger pervades the image of a dark-gloved hand holding a sword against a red background. "Who will you vermins rely on now? Or will you prove your own existence?" it challenges. "That shall be just fine," the figure demands. "Show me." The ominous figure snarls, "Hey, witch, put up the mirrors already." "Scatter," the purple-haired woman commands. The woman unleashes her magic, her mirrors glowing. Chaos ensues as the light streaks dance violently. The purple-haired woman races forward, sword saint, viper. The gray man fights fiercely against the white-haired man. A dark figure leaps with a black sword, surrounded by swirls of energy. They gather solemnly. "Now's our chance. I'll teleport us to the Demon King. Get close to me." The purple-haired woman screams, "Kim Gong Ya." "Grab on," the man urges urgently. "Right, if you don't come, we'll leave you behind," the man threatens as a dark figure looms behind him. "I'll show you the might of the Celestial Martial Clan. This sight will soon vanish." The man charges forward with a determined expression. "For me to have misunderstood such a kind young man. These people won't remember anything that happened." The elderly man expresses his relief. The four gather, their expressions a mix of tension and suspense. "Hey, partner, it's time to bring down the boss, you goof," the red-haired man declares. The red-haired man flexes his bicep confidently. "Just because they won't remember, doesn't mean that things will disappear. Let's go," the man declares, his expression determined. Two hands clasped together, conveying trust and connection. "Okay, teleport." The light surges, surrounded by streaks of purple and blue. "How interesting," a voice muses, amused. Terror grips the five characters as they confront the shadowy creature. "Are you the goddess's heroes?" a voice questions, as the four characters gaze downwards in concern. "I made you all aware of a traitor amongst yourselves. Yet you desperately hold onto your trust in each other, stitching that rag back together." The man seethes. "Rags can never become a proper dress." The woman weeps, filled with despair. "Kim Gong Ya, don't." The two figures desperately reach out, their voices filled with urgency. "Ha, so foolish," the man prays, surrounded by darkness. "You might not remember the events of today," a voice whispers, as the falling man's expression turns to fear. "No," a voice defiantly declares, a microphone in hand. With a mischievous grin, the man charges forward with his sword. With a furious expression, the man charges at the viewer, middle finger extended. "I came here to die to you, fucker." Randomly copying Demon King of the Autumn Rain's skills. The cards promise, filled with excitement and anticipation. "Worthless as me?" the red-haired man asks in frustration. "Perhaps the tower is," the black-haired man suggests, intrigue in his gaze. Resentment pours like rain, the text describes, carrying a dark and ominous tone. "Ignorant fools," the text seethes, as crimson rain falls upon the desolate village. Without a doubt, Flame Emperor Yu Su-ha definitely smashed through floor 10. The footprints whisper, conveying a sense of panic and fear. "This is the next skill," the text promises, echoes of a crying heart. The silhouette screams or cries, their emotions flowing into the fire. Every floor has a hidden quest. The man ponders, deep in thought. "And here's the next skill," the caption announces. 100 Ghost Summoning, the skill card reveals, granting the power to summon murdered foes as monsters. "These three are the skills that have caught my attention," the caption declares, piquing curiosity. The man contemplates, his back turned, immersed in a mysterious setting. "I'm gonna go with this one," the black-haired man decides, determination in his gaze. "Huh, really? I'm not really feeling it," the pink-haired man expresses his doubts. "I still don't get it," the pink-haired man confides, torn between doubt and curiosity. A hand reaches for the gold card, its design hinting at ancient power. You're an encyclopedia when it comes to Sword Saint's daily routine, right? The pink-haired man confronts, while the black-haired man remains silent. He has his day planned out from the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to bed. The caption describes, as the black-haired man absorbs the information. The digital interface displays, selection complete, copying skill, in a blue glowing border. A hand reaches up to a golden object, a skill card, emanating a bright light. Chapter 30 transitions from a black to a brown background with anticipation. In an intimate cafe, a woman with purple hair asks, "Are you leaving already?" "Yes, floor 11 is opening soon," says the woman with purple hair as a man with brown hair looks down. The man with brown hair appears determined as he says, "I have to get ready if I don't want to fall behind." Confident, the woman with purple hair asks, "How are you getting prepared when you don't even know what it entails?" "Kim Gong-ya?" The woman with purple hair looks confused. "Are you okay? You don't look so hot. Do you have a stomach ache?" An embarrassed man covers his face, displaying shame. A man expresses his emotions surrounded by amazing people, feeling a sense of peace and realization. A muscular man firmly declares, "Anyways, yes," while an excited man listens intently. Confidently, a man informs others, "I know the situation on floor 11. Not only that, I also know floor 11's quest." A man with a helmet asks about shared information, eliciting a calm response from a woman. A man confidently states, "Of course. However, I have a condition." A woman with purple eyes hopefully requests, "Please listen to my favor." Cautiously, a blonde woman says, "I can't tell you what that favor is right now, but I promise it doesn't involve endangering anyone's life or asking for money." Eagerly, a blonde woman agrees, "That sounds like a great condition to me. There's almost no problem that can't be solved by having knowledge ahead of time. I'm all for it." Confidently, a woman wearing yellow agrees, "As long as we are able to deny your request. I accept your terms." Excitedly, texts agree, "I guess I'll first hear you out. It doesn't seem like a bad deal for us." "I'm also in favor." Confidently, the man declares, "Sweet. Step 1, complete." Worriedly, the man in the foreground confesses, "I'll tell you, then. From floor 11 to floor 20, we'll be helping the Egum Empire." "I see. Floor 1 to 10 was the tutorial. Starting floor 11, we will have to join a large battle. I'll have to give my guild members a bit of a heads up." Sigh, "They're just not fit for fighting." With relief, the man with brown hair remarks, "And with this, floor 11 has become easier to clear." With confidence, the man with black hair says, "Well then, I'll be on my way. By the way, Paladin Nim." "Yes?" responds the man with gray hair. Curious, a man asks, "You're the vice captain of the Vigilante Corps, right? Would you like to go on a walk with me? I have something I want to consult with you about." Intrigued, the man in the white and gold helmet replies, "I was about to get going as well. As long as the walk won't take too long." Slyly, the man with brown hair states, "That won't be the case. 30 minutes will be enough." Confidently, the man in the white and gold helmet responds, "Then it'll be fine." Excitedly, a voice claims, "I'll gladly accept this date. See how there's not an announcement yet? I'm telling you, it was an unnamed newbie that cleared it." Thoughtfully, a young woman says, "I want to clear a floor too." Angered, the man with ginger hair demands, "How does no one have any information on the person that cleared floor 10? Concerned, a young man thinks to himself, "He's following you." Emotionless, a stern man watches the viewer with a cold gaze. Worried, the red-haired man asks, "Are you sure?" Advising, a young man says, "You wouldn't be able to spot him even if you turned around. The old man has a stealth skill as well. It's almost flawless. I get it, so just make sure that he's properly following me." Thoughtful, a young man reflects, "There's something that I realized from my last try." Calmly, a person in silver and white armor contemplates, "It'll be too late if I try and iron things out with the Sword Saint on floor 12. I need to clear this misunderstanding before we climb the tower." The Sword Saint has a really rocky relationship with the guildmasters. Firmly, a man with gray hair warns, "If he points his sword at me, he'll automatically make an enemy out of the guildmasters. And if we add the news of a traitor on top of this?" With urgency, a man in a blue sweater asks, "Kim Gong-ya, where are we headed?" Smiling, A man in a blue sweater says, "From here on out, there's only the slums." Conspiratorially, a character says, "There's a store I want to introduce to you, Paladin Nim." Intriguingly, a thought bubble reveals, "Until now, I've been baiting the Sword Saint." I purposely tried to grab his attention, using the information I got from the Guardian Spirit. Suspiciously, two characters discuss, "The Sword Saint started tailing me as soon as he spotted me." Mystified, a character thinks, "Of course, Paladin here doesn't know that." A store? Encouraging, a thought bubble enthuses, "It's a store run by an unknown pharmacist, but she's really skilled. She'll hit it big time with just a bit of recognition. I want you to take a look at it and help her out with business." Inquisitive, footsteps lead the way. Intrigued, a character asks, "Is what you just said the truth?" So she's activated lie detection. Apprehensive, a character questions, "I'm just taking caution. You're not scheming anything suspicious, are you?" Earnestly, a character pleads, "I'm trying to receive help from you, Paladin Nim. If anything, I'll be the one in danger, not you. Please trust me." Resolute, a character reflects, "I'm sure they were all deemed as the truth. I'm sorry, people often tell me that I'm too careful. Let's keep going." In a rundown part of town, under the hopeful yet dreary sky, a sign reads, "Ah." A customer. In a lab, a woman with green hair eagerly awaits a customer. Inside the building, a sign reads, "You're still open?" Followed by, "The store's closed for the day, but you're always welcome. You are my first regular after all," exuding kindness and comfort. Amidst pleasant conversation and excitement, a woman in a lab coat smiles, while a man in a blue sweater and another in armor engage in animated discussion. In the lab, the woman in a white lab coat inquires, "But who's that with you?" Shocked, the woman exclaims, "She's the vice captain of the Vigilante Corps. Her alias is Paladin." Stunned, the man in blue and white exclaims, "The vice captain of the Vigilante Corps?" Inside the building, the man in armor, his face a mix of shock and awe, mutters, "This should be the normal reaction for your average hunter." In a desperate plea, the woman in the lab coat exclaims, "Is it a drug bust? I am indeed operating in this shady place. But I promise that I haven't made any drugs or a single gram of harmful medicine. I've always lived conscientiously. I promise to keep living conscientiously. So please, there's no need to investigate me." Inside the building, the man in blue and white, his expression now one of shock and awe, declares, "I take back what I said about normal." The blonde-haired man ponders, while texts around him read, "She probably activated lie detection again. I bet she's confused because everything was the truth." The confident man reassures, "Don't worry. That's not why I brought her here." While the surprised woman questions, "Then why?" The blonde-haired man encourages, "You're not getting enough business for how skilled you are." Adding, "I thought that was a shame, so I wanted to introduce you to the vice captain." The green-haired woman expresses confusion, By introduce, you mean?" her surprise evident. The green-haired woman suggests, "Why don't you give her some potions to sample? Who knows, promising, if they're super effective, maybe she'll even sign a contract with you." Overwhelmed by gratitude, the woman exclaims, "You're an angel." The woman expresses her indebtedness, "You helped me back when my store was about to be foreclosed. You put in a large order. And now, you're even helping me form connections." The man humbly ponders, "How could I ever repay you?" The man with dark eyes and a serious expression stares intently. The blonde-haired man, wearing armor and a helmet, commands, "Excuse me." Adding, "Except for that man, I would like everyone to step out." A stern-faced gray-haired man in a black suit holds a sword, while an armored man in blue looks on anxiously. With clenched fists and a determined gaze, a gray-haired and blue-eyed man exudes power and dominance. In a tense doorway, a stern-looking gray-haired man inquiries, "Sword Saint, what business do you have here?" Frustrated and visibly annoyed, a man in a black suit expresses his disappointment, "It seems that you're hard of hearing despite being so young." A brown-haired young man stares down, a frustrated expression on his face, as he is ordered to leave. An armored man looks up suspiciously, questioning, "Aren't you being quite aggressive? You're telling me that you have something to discuss with Hunter Kim Gong-ya in private? Get out this instant, don't make me ask you again." demands a gray-haired man in a suit, his face stern and determined. Tensions escalate as a man in a suit declares, "You can't get what you want just by throwing a tantrum, or did you forget such common sense due to old age, oh dear sword saint?" With resolute eyes, a black-haired man warns, Hunter Gong Ya has officially joined the 5 great guilds. We will take any attacks against him as a declaration of war against us. Adding, "I don't know what you're planning, but don't think that the Vigilante Corps will stand by and watch this happen." Arrogance and disdain radiate from a gray-haired man as he sneers, "Ha." A pale hand reaches for a black book with gold detailing, a tense moment filled with mystery. A black-gloved hand grasps a black object with gold accents, frustration etched in its gesture. In a menacing tone, a man in white and gold armor declares, "Sword Saint, I've already gotten multiple reports of your human hunting one." Above the man, the Vigilante Corps doesn't have time to interfere with your execution of personal justice. Above the man, with determination in his eyes, a white-haired man declares, "I will stop you, even if it costs me my life." Above the man, unmoved, a man in white and gold armor responds, "No, I do not." Above the man, "But I will fight you with all I have, and I will die doing so." Below the man, a stern-faced white-haired man warns, "And the moment I die, you will be nothing more than a scummy murderer that killed an innocent person." Above the man, "If you desire to live what little life you have remaining as a murderer, feel free to fight me." Below the man, curiosity gleams in the eye of a gray-haired man as he observes, "Miss Paladin." Above the man, "This is a weakness I found out during my last life." Above the man, exuding confidence, a gray-haired man declares, "All right, I shall put my faith in you as well." Below the man, a man in white and gold armor, bearing the insignia of a skull and crossbones, stands tall, his determination evident. With unwavering resolve, a man in white and gold armor declares, "To the brutal morals of Sword Saint, Paladin's kill count of 0 should make her seem like a true saintess." Below the man, concern and confusion mingle as a man approaches a flustered woman, who declares, excuse me." Is above the man's head. "I don't know what's happening," is above the woman's head. Anger flares in a green-haired woman's eyes as she defends a man, warning, "Babylon doesn't have laws like the outside world." Is to the right of the woman. "But I won't forgive you for laying a hand on my customer, even if you are the Sword Saint." Is to the right of the woman. Frustration and irritation boil over as an older man demands, Things have been hard with gangsters having made a ruckus a few days ago as well." Is above the man's head. "I'm sorry, but please leave my store. I'm officially requesting you to vacate the premises." Is below the man. Hope emerges amidst concern as a man with green hair contemplates, "It's like type advantages in Pokemon." Is above the man with green hair. Though they might not have the might to face off against Sword Saint, is to the left of the man with green hair. Good people like them are the only ones that can stop him. Is to the right of the man with green hair. Caution and anticipation hang in the air as a man in a suit questions, "What will you do?" "If you truly want to fall into the gutter, I'll gladly tussle." Is below the man in the suit. Surprise and confusion wash over a man in a suit as he encounters an enigmatic metallic object. Disappointment and frustration weigh heavily on the faces of 3 individuals, the armored man expressing, "Today just isn't the day." Is above the armored man. Satisfaction and accomplishment radiate from the face of an older man as he observes, "Nice. That's step 2 complete." Is below the man. A challenge resonates in the words of a man in a dark suit, Sword Saint Nim. Is above the man. "I'll be waiting for you at the field north of the city, tomorrow at noon." Is below the man. Uncertainty and anticipation linger as a man declares, "It's okay if you come, but it's also okay if you don't. I'll be waiting there by myself." Is above the man. "If you perhaps want to find out what kind of a person I am, please come tomorrow." Is below the man. A worried man looks around a dark alleyway, his face creased with concern. Despite facing the fearsome, killer demon, the man continues forward, his expression filled with a mix of concern and determination. "I almost saw my life flash before my eyes," he thinks. A contemplative man stands in a dark alley, lost in thought. "Eyes, Sword Saint. Really the notorious, killer demon?" a voice whispers from above. A stormy sky weeps, mirroring the heavy emotions of a man below as he struggles to tell his story. A heartbroken man stands in a field of white flowers, his tears mingling with the falling rain. A man's anxious eyes reflect his inner turmoil as he confides, because of that, he shows murderers no mercy. Two men engage in a cryptic exchange, their words hinting at a dark secret. It should be obvious, but everything I've just told you is a secret. Annoyance sparks between two men as they argue. Why are you only sharing that now? You never asked, the other replies. A man contemplates the sunrise, his expression enigmatic. It's not like I don't sympathize with Sword Saint, he muses. A man grapples with a moral dilemma as he ponders. When talking with some of them, you can't help but sometimes wonder if such human beings should be allowed to live. A man in a blue and gold helmet speaks with intensity. All the major guild leaders each have their own story. Since you're now in the same boat as us, you'll find out soon enough. The man in the blue and gold helmet gazes skyward, his thoughts veiled in mystery, but there are plenty of things that are filthy rotten. I wonder how you will respond to them. Concerned, the brown-haired man glances at the armored figure before him. We ended up getting sidetracked. Confidence radiates from the man in the blue and gold helmet as he declares, so. Worry creases the features of the man in the blue and gold helmet as he ponders. How much do potions here cost? The Vigilante Corps is always tight on budget, so it'll be problematic if they're too expensive. A bright blue sky greets a new chapter, promising adventure and anticipation. Its digital display reads, Chapter 31, the next day. Amidst a bustling city street, a gray-haired man smiles as a brown-haired man gazes in surprise at a woman pointing with concern. Tranquility fills the air as a blue sky with white clouds and green trees paints a peaceful landscape, carrying an atmosphere reminiscent of a past life. A man in casual attire navigates through a serene forest, his phone in hand, adding a touch of modernity to the tranquil surroundings. A phone displays a captivating news article. Who is the veiled floor 10 clearer? The headline draws attention to the mystery surrounding the latest achievements. A man relaxes in the park, his easygoing demeanor reflected in the words above him, courtesy of moi. A somber conversation unfolds as a man in red gazes at an elderly figure, the text above conveying a sense of forlornness and isolation. You truly are alone. Arrogance and pride emanate from the white-haired man as he proclaims, Are you so utterly confident that you believe you can face me alone? Having said that, I do suppose someone who has committed so much slaughter would be proud of their skills. Uncertainty and anxiety weigh on a man's mind as he grapples with a difficult decision. Relief washes over a man in red as he reassures, Zombie. Are you okay? I'm okay. Guilt and remorse drive a man in a suit to confess, Sword Saint Nim. There is something I wish to tell you. I know why you want to kill me so much. A guilty conscience truly needs no accuser. So you are aware of your own sins. Surprise and curiosity flicker in the eyes of a white-haired man as he exclaims, I know it's because of the skill, eyes of a detective. How do you know that? A man in red implores, please trust what I'm about to tell you. Pride radiates from a white-haired man with a sword at his side, his words echoing, it's his skill. Eyes of a detective. After living according to his stubbornness, that stubbornness became this old man's life. Conviction and determination fuel a man's declaration, but I'll just have to bet my life on it. Sword Saint Nim, I am a prophet. What? Surprise and curiosity light up the eyes of a man as he learns, thanks to that skill, I learned that you have the eyes of a detective skill. To be more precise, I have a skill that is similar to prophesying. Fear gnaws at a man's heart as he worries, if I do nothing here, you will try to kill me while I end up asking why I have to die. Confidence radiates from a man with a white beard as he asserts, that's when you will tell me that according to your skill, the number 4093 is on top of my head. A man gazes skyward with awe and wonder, a silent plea escaping his lips. Guess. Stern and determined, a man stares ahead, his expression a mask of unwavering resolve. A man in red marvels at a man in black, who challenges, tell me the number of fingers I'm holding up with my left hand right now. It shouldn't be difficult for a prophet. Frustration and anger boil over as a man's fist clenches tightly, his words dripping with menace. If you are unable to guess correctly, I'll deem that you are a liar. Fury consumes a man as he unleashes a primal roar. Wonder and excitement explode in a burst of stylized words. Wah. A man emerges from the shadows, his sword drawn and his stance aggressive. Determination and anger fuel his gaze as he prepares for battle. Mystery and intrigue fill the air as the words whisper through the forest. You will return 24 hours back to the past. Guess. Tension and suspense hang heavy as the older man confronts the younger man, his gaze piercing through him. Suspicion and distrust linger in the words. I see that you are trying to hide your left hand behind your back. Next, you will ask me to guess how many fingers you are holding up behind your back, telling me that it shouldn't be hard if I am a real prophet. Desperation and urgency fuel the man's plea. Sword Saint Nim, please trust me, I'm telling you the truth about my skill. A sense of impending doom echoes in the words. Killing me here will be a piece of cake. But without me, clearing floor 12 safely will be impossible. Stop, wait a minute. Smugness and superiority radiate from the confident stance and words. This is not enough. Instead of a prophecy skill, you might have an X-ray or mind-reading skill. How dare you think you could prove that you are a prophet with just? Yep, I knew that once wouldn't suffice. Disbelief and skepticism permeate the words. No, this is still not enough. Prove to me that there hasn't been some other tomfoolery. Confidence and determination fuel the words. I knew it wouldn't be easy to persuade someone. Fear and desperation grip the man as he pleads. Sword Saint Nim, you shouldn't kill me here, or else there will be countless casualties on floor 12. I'm telling the truth. Defiance and confidence shine through the words. Please believe me. But that's fine. Test me as many times as you want. The bleak night sky appears to mourn with the melancholic words. You will return 24 hours back to the past. While below, my death is longer than your life, echoes like a haunting dirge. Lost in contemplation amidst a verdant field, a man with silvered hair and a brooding gaze stands shrouded in mystery, his presence hinting at a tale waiting to unfold. I'm not saying I'm innocent. The man's voice hangs in the air, nor am I asking you to spare me forever either. Amidst verdant trees, he poses a cryptic challenge. Then what is it? A hand reaches out in supplication, suspended in time with the words, 5 days, hovering above, a plea for a brief respite from an unknown fate. Please don't kill me for the next 5 days. A desperate voice pleads above the face of a man, and follow me around so you can judge with your own eyes whether I am a bastard that deserves to die or not. The air thickens with doubt and uncertainty as the words. It seems as though you still don't believe my words. Hang like a shroud, casting a shadow over the future. With a clenched fist and a hardened gaze, the man stands tall in the face of impending doom. The words, time for the final blow, hanging ominously in the air. A woman's eyes are closed, her face turned towards the distant sky, as if in prayer. Above her, the words, in the far future, you will tell me something, float like a promise, while below, saying that the you now would believe that I am a prophet if I were to tell you this, echoes her hope. With arms spread wide in a determined smile, the woman stands tall against the backdrop of the heavens. The words, the ones who choose to climb the tower, emblazoned below, a symbol of strength and aspiration. Two faces stare out from the shadows, their expressions a mixture of power and determination. The words, Sword Emperor, hover above the younger face, a testament to his destiny. I don't know whose alias it is. The man confides, your faith will be tested. With stoic determination, a gray-haired man stands tall, a sword gripped in his hand. The answer you find will serve as a reminder of who you really are. Young man, did you say you wanted 5 days? The man inquires, his gaze steady. This is how you are destined to learn about yourself. Within the confines of a colossal eye, a man accepts his fate. I accept. I shall follow you for the next 5 days. I shall closely observe every movement, word and behavior from you. Amidst the verdant forest, the man's concern echoes. Will that suffice? Yes, that'll be more than enough, comes the reassuring reply. With bowed head, the man expresses his gratitude. I want to sincerely thank you. A woman's eyes widen in disbelief. One hero has died. The ruins of a city lie before her, a testament to the horrors of battle. At least for now, the Sword Saint will trust me. The words hang in the air, a glimmer of solace amidst the despair. With unwavering determination, the gray-haired man proclaims, I achieved all the conditions required to prevent unnecessary casualties on floor 12. A smile graces the man's face. Well then, Sword Saint Nim, I shall see you on the next floor. The mysterious 32 emerges from the shadows, its elegant script hinting at secrets untold. Amidst the ominous darkness, a solitary figure stands tall, a silent sentinel facing an unknown threat. An arrow streaks through the air, its lethal intent underscored by the urgent cry, "Watch out for the arrows." Amidst the chaos of battle, a man's rage echoes, "Oh, heroes who will save our kingdom," while a woman's wide-eyed gaze reflects hope amidst the struggle. The text blares an urgent plea, "Please help us protect the empire." As the quest unfolds, revealing the dire threat facing the land of Egum. In the face of defeat, a warrior stands resolute, his stance echoing the poignant words, "Floor 12 will not open, the battle is lost." Darkness consumes the screen as a piercing scream fills the air, the words, "Black dragons, assemble," heralding a chilling new chapter. Starting now, the Black Dragon Guild will assume command of this battle. The woman's voice booms, uniting her comrades with unwavering determination. The clash of boots echoes across the battlefield as warriors prepare to meet the impending storm. 3 warriors stand shoulder to shoulder, their faces etched with resolve, Celestial Martial Clan and Vigilante Corps. Flank left, Temple of the Omnipotent God and Merchants Union. Flank right. We, the Black Dragon Guild, shall break through the center. Anyone who has a problem with my leadership can complain after the battle. The woman declares defiantly. Because if you've got time to whine, you've got time to kill more monsters. The words blare across the battlefield, igniting a surge of determination. Warriors face the approaching darkness with grim resolve, their expressions mirroring the dire situation. Make sure y'all are following me properly. I'm going to kill any motherfuckers that die before me. The man's voice booms, instilling fear and respect. That doesn't even make sense. The woman murmurs, her concern contrasting with the man's bravado. Ahaha. Breaking away from your unit will result in instant execution. Please make sure you remain in your respective teams. The man's voice echoes from above, emphasizing the gravity of their mission. Everyone's so full of vigor. Well, help them, but don't exhaust yourself. The woman counsels. Magnificent. The knight's mighty roar reverberates across the battlefield, inspiring his comrades. Do you see that, men? The heroes from another world are bravely fighting the monsters without any hesitation. The commander's voice rings out, igniting a surge of patriotism. Soldiers of the Empire, let us assist them. Men, follow me. Amidst the deafening clash of steel, a knight charges into battle, his determination evident in his fierce gaze. The goddess is still protecting our empire. The words soar through the air, carrying a glimmer of hope amidst the devastation. Hey, zombie, you okay with this? The boy's voice cuts through the tension, his challenge echoing in the vast desert. A man with a smug grin proclaims, "You're not going to be noticed as much at this rate. I don't know anyone who is a bigger attention whore than you." The man with red hair sneers, "Won't this cause you to get less attention than in the previous cycle?" The man with black hair replies, "Well, that'll probably be the case." Amidst the cloudy sky, a man muses, "But this doesn't feel that bad either." A cunning smile plays across a man's face as he silently plots his next move. "Oh really, my man, you've finally matured a little," the man remarks with a smug grin. "Nah, that ain't it. I'm still going to make sure to squeeze out everything I can," the man declares, his determination evident. Surprise flashes across a man's face as he exclaims, "What are you doing there?" The stern-faced man demands, his gaze fixed on the viewer. "I am observing you," comes the unsettling reply. You're not planning on watching me 24/7, are you?" the man asks. "That is most definitely my intention," the other person replies. "Hunt monsters. The rewards for the task will be given out according to the contributions." The man explains, his tone a curious blend of sternness and kindness. The man wields his sword skillfully, defeating green creatures and protecting his people amidst a fierce battle, surrounded by a circle of light. Confident and resolute, a white-haired man stands tall, holding a sword while engaging in a conversation with a younger man. A young man, downcast and defeated, confronts an older man who berates him with disapproval. Sheesh. The battle rages on, with 4 men engaging in combat, each with distinct expressions and motivations: shock, anger, stern readiness, and a protective stance. The man in black is interrogated by two other men, who question him with suspicion and hostility. Stop right there. What business do you have with the guildmaster? Hunter Kim Gong-ya and the Sword Saint, a woman of determination and strength, stands ready to face her enemies with unwavering resolve. I'm a bit busy commanding the guilds right now. Can you summarize your business in 30 seconds? A group of men discuss strategy amidst a tense situation, seeking a resolution. Black Dragon Master, I possess the reward for clearing floor 10. A woman asserts her dominance, revealing a mysterious item map that grants vision of the battlefield. Of course you do. What of it? A woman holds a glowing red screen that reveals the battlefield, prompting a tense exchange. The reward was a minimap. I can see both allies and enemies across the entire battlefield. Wait, seriously? A woman argues passionately, defending her integrity amidst a disagreement. What would I gain by lying? I'm telling the truth. You should have come to me sooner. What have you been doing till now? Tell me, where is the boss monster? A woman demands information from a worried man. I'm not exactly sure since it's surrounded by normal monsters, but the map says it's in that direction. A man explains while a woman insists, verbally consent to the usage of my skill. Right now. I consent to the Black Dragon Master's skill. With determination, a woman holds onto a man's hand amidst swirling shadows. So she's the type that shows her true nature when she's overwhelmed. A mysterious woman's power is revealed as black shadows swirl around her. Teleport. Amidst a dark setting, a woman reaches out with urgency, prompting the man beside her to look shocked. Escaping danger, a woman teleports herself and a man away from a menacing green monster. Where? A man points frantically, alerting others to an unknown threat. Over there, a woman points urgently behind her, leading a confused man to follow her. Teleport. Amidst a chaotic desert, a woman urges a man to use his teleportation skill. Displaying his might, a man delivers a powerful kick to a green goblin. You do know how to handle a sword, right? A woman confronts a surprised man while lying on top of him. I'm at least good enough to handle this bastard. The woman expresses her anger while holding onto the man's hands. Then, go. The woman urges the man with brown hair to proceed. The man leaps into action, leaving a trail of red light in his wake. A beam of red light surrounded by green streaks illuminates the scene with energy. The man charges forward, enveloped in a blinding white light and streaks of green. Karuk, Ku, Ruru, two green goblins confront a man in red, creating a tense atmosphere. Do you guys want to get sliced in half as well? A malevolent man with blood and green liquid dripping from his face taunts with a sinister grin. Goblins flee in terror across a barren landscape, their expressions filled with fear and desperation. Hey now, they're trying to escape. A man with brown hair appears determined and ready for action. Chase after them and finish them off. Don't let a single one get away. The trio of men charge forward, determined to vanquish their enemies. Stop right there, you dirty fucking goblins. A furious woman unleashes her wrath with a menacing glare. Yeah, a man cries out with determination and pain. Well done, Kim Gong-ya. I can't believe it. We're about to clear a floor in less than an hour. A woman exudes excitement and enthusiasm for their accomplishment. I bet less than 50 hunters died. Maybe even less than 30. A man contemplates the surprisingly low casualties. I don't think I could be any happier. Was the reason why this person appeared so stoic in the last cycle. A man grapples with curiosity and wonder. Because a lot of hunters carelessly died at the beginning? A woman struggles with doubts and concerns. And now she's celebrating because of the minimal casualty. A man expresses his disapproval and resentment. She's a surprisingly simple person, becoming sad or happy depending on the number of casualties. A man notes the woman's emotional responses. It's only appropriate for one to properly celebrate momentous occasions. So let me praise you again. You did a truly outstanding job, Kim Gong-ya. A man showers a woman with appreciation and praise. A woman exudes confidence and joy, pleased with an unknown outcome. I'm sure you had thoughts about monopolizing the clear reward. A man reacts with surprise to an accusation. I'm really glad that someone like you is the new hero. A man expresses his admiration for the new hero. I hope you're ready. Starting today, all the media outlets in the tower are going to bombard you. A woman warns of the impending media attention. Right, it's like that. A woman confirms a statement with confidence. Receiving attention, becoming idolized and even envied by normal people, it all feels really great. A man revels in the perks of fame. People who have worked arduously. They might not be able to say they're the best, but they have earned the right to claim that they've tried their best. A man praises the efforts of those who strive for greatness. But they have earned the right to claim that they've tried their best. A victorious man acknowledges the efforts of his comrades in arms. Sword Saint, Black Dragon Master, and the countless people who are always trying their best in life. A young man expresses his gratitude for the people in his life. I want to live a life in which I'm recognized by these amazing people, and a man's personal goal is revealed. A man and woman stand quietly together in a peaceful open space, seemingly lost in thought. With hands clasped, a man and woman express their love and protection for one another amidst a crowded background. Thoughtful man, one eye purple and the other blue, assesses with determination to protect those he respects. Two men, one with covered eyes, discuss their genuine desire for recognition and sincerity. Red-haired man, scowling powerfully, declares his desire to be respected by those he deems worthy. Man with determined eyes and red hair proclaims his choice to live his life even if his dreams seem impossible. Observing a raid contribution ranking list, a man reflects deeply on the significance of the information. I wanted to change myself a little in a world that had change. A man, resolute, stands firm in a darkened space. The rankings changed drastically from the last cycle. A man, determined and focused, stares ahead on a platform with a light blue background. At this rate, we'll clear floor 20 in no time. Purple-haired woman stands confidently with a smirk, her gaze fixed ahead. A purple-haired woman stands resolutely on a platform, urging participants to refrain from entering floor 12 until rewards are distributed. Worried man ponders potential losses, contemplating the risks of leaving others alone. Determined woman highlights critical consequences, emphasizing the potential loss of an invaluable asset. Amidst a tranquil sky, a man finds solace and peace, his eyes closed in serenity. Man with a serious gaze and clenched fists, determined to carry out an undisclosed mission. In a grand white hall, a hopeful voice declares the willingness to carry the burden. A man and woman meet in an enigmatic room, curiosity and surprise evident in their expressions. Hunter Kim Gong-ya, you were amazing. A young boy exclaims, his face beaming with excitement amidst a bustling city. To cooperate with the Black Dragon Master like that, ehe. A man ponders deeply, scrutinizing the motivations of an unseen individual. Hold that thought, please. A serious man calls out, his hand extended towards a blonde woman who walks away swiftly. A serious man with his gaze fixed to the right prepares to make an important announcement. A thoughtful woman contemplates the presence of a mysterious man lurking in the shadows. A cunning man revels in the realization that his nefarious plot is unfolding as planned. Remember what I told you all yesterday. A man reminds, preparing to execute a well-conceived strategy. A stern mentor entrusts an eager young adventurer with a crucial task. A man with a stern gaze demands immediate compliance from a hesitant woman. A ghostly hand points downward, marking a fateful deadline of 5 days. Please simply remain here without doing anything for exactly 5 days. A man commands. If you can do that, I promise to clear up to floor 20 in 5 days. A confident man declares, his piercing gaze promising unwavering determination. A man with a warm smile extends his hand, inviting cooperation and signaling the start of a significant endeavor. With resolute determination, a blonde woman beckons warriors to ascend the tower, heralding the grand opening of floor 11. Amidst a fierce battle, a swordsman in blue armor deflects his opponent's attack, his determination echoing the words, in a test of faith. An enigmatic trio awaits, reminding their companions to recall past instructions and persevere amidst the upcoming challenges. With calm serenity, a blonde woman offers solace and hope, promising that the answers they seek lie within their own hearts. A resolute man echoes the woman's words, urging them to embrace their true identities through the answers they uncover. A tranquil hall beckons, casting an aura of serenity and offering a sanctuary for weary souls. Surprised and confused, a woman questions the validity of a mysterious message, her brow furrowed in disbelief. A stern man stands resolute, his gaze unwavering, as he reiterates the incredible truth that they must remain idle for 5 days. Astonishment reverberates through the trio as they witness an impossible feat, their expressions etched with disbelief and confusion. A confident man, staff in hand, proclaims the rapid conquest of floor 11, a feat that once seemed insurmountable. A woman's anger flares as she accuses a confident man of arrogance and overconfidence. A distraught man bows his head in sorrow as a compassionate woman extends her arms in understanding. A man's solitude and grief are evident as he reflects on his past actions and motivations. A confident woman asserts her right to request a favor, citing her past contributions and accomplishments. A serious man emphasizes his status and authority, setting the stage for a momentous request. A sterile computer message welcomes a hunter and demands a 5-day waiting period. A crestfallen man grapples with disappointment and regret, his head bowed in despair. A sinister trio lurks in the shadows, their presence casting a pall of tension and menace. A devilish grin and menacing aura emanate from a masked man, signaling imminent danger. Divine and demonic forces vie for allegiance, their tempting rewards poised to shape the destiny of the chosen. A man in a white shirt and red hoodie stands in a room with a red background, lost in thought as he looks down. He gazes up, smirking confidently and slyly. With a serious expression, he challenges, "Have you gotten desperate because we aren't fighting, Demon King?" 3 men stand, one facing the viewer with a black robe and eye patch, as text above reads, "The Demon King of the Autumn Rain recommends that you pick a reward." 5 figures appear, 2 facing the viewer, one a blonde woman and the other a man in black, as text above reads, "The Demon King of the Autumn Rain hints that you can also turn down the rewards." 2 boxes present options, one coaxing a decision and the other expressing confusion. A confident blonde woman declares, "This problem is quite simple." A figure confidently strides up red-carpeted stairs, amidst text reading, "Hunter Kim Gong-ya shared information on how to clear floor 11 with us. In return, he asked us to hear out his favor, and we agreed that we would as long as it wasn't something that's impossible." An armored man sternly gazes down at a worried blonde woman, text above reading, "All of us remaining on standby for 5 days without doing anything." It's not quite simple, considering that the media will be in an uproar for 5 days. The armored man and blonde woman stand near a building, as she smugly states, "But it is most definitely not an impossible favor. Thus, I approve of it." A blonde woman and a woman with long, dark purple hair converse seriously, the latter stating, "Yes, it's not an impossible favor, but a promise is a promise, Black Dragon Master." The purple-haired woman worries, "You're right. A promise is a promise." A gray-haired man confronts a calm brown-haired woman, "All right, I guess, even if I don't get what you have in mind." An armored man stands firm, declaring, "You've suggested this because you have a plan, right? I'll play along." "Understood. I shall promise 5 days of silence." A window and curtain are partially visible, as someone below states, "If that's what everyone's doing, me too. I guess I can wait for 5 days." A gray-haired man in a suit stands with his arms crossed, saying, "As for myself." An older gray-haired man appears furious, exclaiming, "I have never agreed to such a promise." A white-haired man in a dark blue suit faces away, stating, "There is only a single promise I've made. To watch over this young man for the next 5 days. As another man in a red jacket adds, "I have no reason to listen to any other requests." A confident man declares, "If you are departing to clear floor 20, I will follow you as we promised." As others agree, "Yes, that's fine. I plan on defeating the Demon King by myself, but it won't hurt to have the Sword Saint behind me. And I see no reason to turn him down." A serious purple-haired woman addresses a man with an eye patch and a male figure, "Now, everyone." An armored man declares, "Thank you for listening to my favor." A purple-haired woman somberly states, "See you in 5 days." As the man with white hair, man with eye patch, and figure in black listen, a young man strides forward, radiating determination. A brown-haired young man excitedly pushes open grand doors. A red-haired man with a puzzled expression asks, "Huh?" 2 armored men appear perplexed, one asking, "All the NPCs are frozen up?" Amidst a calm town, the dark-haired young man explains, "It's because the quest hasn't started yet." A gray-haired man confidently strides through a town, a sword in hand, beneath the question, "The quest?" A man in a red jacket appears lost and uncertain, lamenting, "I still haven't selected a position." The text conveys that the Empire seeks to fill the vacant roles of Chancellor and Head Knight through the current quest. A determined knight urges, "On floor 11, we got a quest as soon as we entered." That should be the normal progression. Please help us protect the Empire. Two men confront each other, the younger one questioning, "You were given the floor 12 quest. But we were in a limbo for quite a bit on floor 12, right? Like, why did it take forever for us to be given our quest?" The text explains, "The quest only started once everyone selected their professions." The text issues a warning, "If we don't select our professions, the quest will not start." The red-haired man appears worried and cautious, in contrast to the younger man's determined gaze. The text conveys, "The invasion of the demon army will not occur, and the Empire's army will not fight against them either." The Demon King of Autumn Reign strongly commends picking a reward. The red-haired man appears pressured and uncertain. Facing the text, the Demon King of the Autumn Reign pressures you to make a decision. "So here's the thing, Mr. Sword Emperor." A dark-haired man grins excitedly with wide eyes, his hand outstretched, asking, "Hypothetically, what do you think will happen if the Demon King dies while in this state?" A hand points to a holographic map, analyzing the location of a boss monster, as the text questions, "I'm asking you, what do you think will happen if I censored up the boss monster before the quest even starts?" Amidst a stormy sky, a green-haired man gestures as he states, "It's quite simple. No one should be able to pick the Demon King's reward." With determination, the green-haired man asserts, "So we shouldn't have any traitors either. The Demon King will be getting wrecked before they can even pull any funny business." Amidst a swirl of red energy, the text proclaims, "The Demon King of the Autumn Reign is furious." The Demon King of the Autumn Reign manifests. The red-haired man recoils in terror alongside the green-haired man as a black energy swirl looms behind them. A dark, liquid-like figure roars, "How dare thee!" A stern voice commands, "Take the correct steps, hero of the goddess." Such insolence, coming here without making a decision. Defiantly, the man declares, "What nonsense are you blabbering about? I definitely made a decision." A hooded figure exudes mystery as a glowing silver sword emerges before it. With determination, the man forces the silver sword through the black figure, declaring, "See? This is the most optimal decision." Words echo above a man, expressing resolve, "I kill you, the Demon King, before the quest even starts. Then, not a single hunter or citizen of the Empire will die. And of course, we also can't end up with a traitor." The man confidently wields a silver dagger, radiating confidence and power. In a dark setting, the man with short black hair contemplates something in the background, a serious expression on his face. "Since I was a kid, I never liked bad endings. Maybe I'm just that kind of guy." He muses, "You finally get it? This is a happy ending without any sacrifices." A mischievous smile spreads across the man's face as he considers the situation, thinking to himself, "I always prefer happy endings, if possible." A menacing black figure draped in a dark robe, dripping with a dark substance, glares at someone off-screen. "Thou dare." He warns, "But so I'm sorry, but I'll need you to die since I won't be able to see the happy ending while you keep interfering like a fucktard." A shadowy figure, shrouded in darkness, booms with rage, "To try and stop me by thyself." Without even receiving the help of the Empire. Clutching a silver dagger, the man in the red jacket flees from the enraged figure behind him. A gold clock with black Roman numerals hangs high above as the man, clad in a dark red jacket, confidently grips a glowing silver sword. "I don't need no help." The determined man charges forward, red jacket billowing, through a cloud of smoke and debris in a frozen world. By taking up my sword as a clock's hand, the blurred object hurtles forward through the dark, gloomy void. A lone purple butterfly, outlined in white and emitting a soft glow, flutters across a black background as the words, "It was a rainy day when that thing opened its eyes," appear to its left. The black figure, with its single red eye, lies defeated amidst a chorus of ribbit. Surrounded by frogs. A bright green frog, perched serenely on a rock amidst green grass, gazes to the left as a black figure observes from behind, the air filled with soft, ribbit sounds. As ribbit echoes, a green frog on a rock contrasts sharply with another, trapped upside down in black liquid, as a dark figure looms behind. Rain falls upon a lone black figure, resembling a frog, lying motionless in a bed of green grass. Black liquid, resembling rain, pours from the sky, slowly engulfing a green frog standing upright. Two small, green frog hands reach desperately towards a smooth, gray surface. A green frog sits peacefully on a rock, surrounded by tiny white bubbles, its bright yellow eyes gazing upwards. Ribbit, croaks the solitary green frog, perched on a rock, its back to the viewer as rain pours from a gray sky. Rain poured down. Chapter 27. A black figure, outlined in a purple glow, leaps through the air, a red glow illuminating the space behind it. Against a blurred background of gray and white lines, a black figure, outlined in purple, appears on the right, a red glow emanating from the left. A man in a black shirt draws on his open hand with a pen, a sense of dread hanging in the air. You have died. Arms crossed, a muscular man with long red hair and a stern face, dressed in a white GI, stands confidently before a blurred white and red background, a silver sword handle peeking from the bottom left corner. Hey, zombie, a voice calls out. The bastard's swordsmanship is nothing amazing. The man with black hair, clad in a red jacket and gray hoodie, charges forward, silver sword raised, his blurry form passing beneath the bare feet of another figure. They're just swinging around their sword with great force. Someone observes, of course, that in itself should be feared. Reaching out with his left arm, the man in the red jacket looks up with fierce determination. That means I can dodge it as long as I know the trajectory. In the dimly lit room, a man in a red jacket draws a symbol on his open hand with a black pen, the words, "You have died," ominously appearing above. This is a time prison. The man in the red jacket declares with a bored expression, tilting his head back to drink from a black water bottle. Clutching his silver sword, the man in the red jacket sprints to the right, determination etched on his face. Back to the camera. The man in the red jacket runs to the right, hand outstretched as if gripping an invisible object, beneath a sky filled with a large black cloud and scattered black orbs. A hand holding a black pen carefully draws a T symbol on its palm, as the words, "If I had progressed through the quest normally," hover above. Amidst a battlefield littered with falling bodies, a man in a dark suit stares upwards in shock. I wonder how many soldiers would have died on that tumultuous battlefield. He ponders, for every soldier that dies, at least 20 years of unlived life disappears. Amidst the dark and red-tinted battlefield, the man in the red jacket grips his weapon, focused determination in his eyes, as menacing figures loom behind him. When 10 die, 200 years. Leaping into the air, weapon held high, the man in the blue shirt navigates the dark and red-tinted battlefield with unwavering focus. When 100 die, 2,000 years. Dark clouds hang heavy in the sky, casting a pall over the land as a voice echoes, and to fulfill that mission, I need to be prepared to be locked into eternity. But even if you know the trajectory, do you have what it takes to dodge it? You little weakling, zombie bitch. Goddamn, stop being so noisy. The man in the red jacket mutters, annoyance flashing across his face as he runs towards the viewer, a red-haired man in white close behind, his expression shocked. Weapon in hand, the man in the red jacket stands defeated against the backdrop of the cloudy sky. You're still a novice at using aura. A voice scolds, that's your problem. You need to distribute your aura evenly across your body. He retorts, that's easier said than done. Shrouded in a dark, hooded robe, a sinister figure stands with arms crossed against a dark and cloudy backdrop. How dare thee, the figure intones, take the correct steps, hero of the goddess. Fear grips the man in the red jacket as he stares upwards, weapon clutched in his hand, a monstrous black figure radiating a dark aura rising behind him. Determination shines in the eyes of the man in the red jacket as he stands against the dark, cloudy sky. Only those who have inherited titles of the empire can. A blur of motion, the man in the red jacket sprints down a concrete street, sword in hand, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. Another day, another chug, he mutters. Red and white streaks blur behind the man in the red jacket as he stands in a fighting stance, sword raised, surprise etched on his face. What? Sword in hand, the man in the red jacket stands in a powerful fighting stance, determination etched on his face. A hero slays the Demon King. A large, hooded black figure, seemingly melting from the top, dominates the image against a backdrop of a gray, cloudy sky. You have died. The Demon King slays the hero. Eyes blazing red, the man with short black hair grips a large sword, the words, "You have died. Come at me, Demon King," etched above him. A confident smile graces the face of the man in the red jacket as he holds aloft an intricately detailed sword. "I am the sword of the Empire." Raising its sword high, a black figure launches a vicious attack against a blurred figure in the background. So be it. The black hooded figure turns to the right, its form a blur, radiating power and menace. "If what thou says is the truth, prove it." Against a swirling vortex of pink and black, a black hooded figure extends an abnormally large hand, clutching a sword. "Don't worry, I'll show ya." Sword held high, the man in the red jacket stands confidently on a gray street, a smile on his face, the gray sky looming above. Bathed in a bright light, the face of a large clock, adorned with Roman numerals, evokes a sense of finality. You have died. Surrounded by a red and white aura, the man in the red jacket, wielding his sword, moves with incredible speed and determination. The illuminated face of the large, gold clock, with its Roman numerals, reinforces the sense of finality. My sword was the only clock hand. A red and white aura envelops the man in the red jacket as he moves with incredible speed and purpose, sword at the ready. One more second, he thinks, I had to swing my sword one more time. The face of the grand clock, bathed in a radiant light, serves as a stark reminder of time's passage. I was simply a sword buying a second. In the peaceful ambiance of a cafe, a man with brown hair sits at a table, calmly examining the cards in his hands, a cup of coffee and a stack of coins before him, as an older man observes him. For the seas to overflow and touch the heavens. Surrounded by dust and smoke, a woman with long purple hair, clad in white and purple, stands in a powerful fighting stance. It must start with a drop. And for me to live in eternity, I must live 1 second at a time. A proud smile graces the face of the woman with long purple hair, dressed in a black and white outfit. I lived my life my way, she declares, as voices chime in around her. Well done, Kim Gong-ya. I can't believe it. To clear a floor in less than 50 minutes. I bet less than 40 hunters died. Your suggestion to cooperate. The woman with long purple hair beams with accomplishment. I can't believe it. Well done, Kim Gong-ya. I bet less than 20 hunters died. Others exclaim around her. You were right about healing Jeshuya the Knight and fighting the golem together. To cooperate with Tommen the Shieldman was superb. There's probably less than 10 hunters dead. So such a thing was possible on a battlefield like this, in less than 40 minutes. A head of brown hair is all that's visible as the man looks down, a voice booming, insolent fool. Why art thou smiling? A wide smile lights up the face of the man in the red jacket as he holds aloft a gleaming silver sword, a red jewel embedded in its hilt. Because I'm happy. A black creature, dripping black goo, looms against a dark gray background. How can happiness exist for a creature that is fated to die soon? Against a gray, red, and black background, the man with black hair smiles sinisterly, his eyes glowing red. You won't understand, no one will. A black creature, adorned with red accents, lunges forward, a red mist swirling behind it. Such arrogance. It snarls, I'm just simple and honest. Sword drawn, the man in the red jacket faces off against a massive, attacking creature with red markings, determination hardening his features. A serene blue sky dotted with white clouds belies the message emblazoned across it. You have died. But hope lingers in the words nearby. However, I never gave up, 'cause I had no reason to. My sword was faster today than it was yesterday. The woman with purple hair, clad in a black jacket, stares down at a brown surface, concern etched on her face. And it'll become even faster tomorrow. I just checked, Kim Gong-ya, not a single. Gazing up at the bright blue sky, the man with black hair declares, because I am alive. Not a single person died. Against a backdrop of a bright blue sky, the man in the red jacket, holding hands with a hesitant woman with purple hair in a beige coat, gazes at her with a serious expression. Two hands, one clad in a red jacket sleeve, the other in white, clasp each other gently. I even asked everyone, and they all said no one died. There are a few idiots that got injured, but Tears streaming down her face, the woman with purple hair leans against the man in the red-lined black hoodie, finding comfort in his embrace. Not a single person died, he says gently. Thank you, she whispers back. A terrifying figure, concealed beneath a black cloak, stands tall on a dark platform, a cloudy sky behind it. Thou dare, it bellows, but a softer voice interjects, my desire to live grew a little. The menacing figure in the black cloak stands imposingly, its voice echoing, to try and stop me by thyself. I already told you, the man in the black jacket says, staring at the ground, a glowing object clutched in his hand, a large shadow stretching behind him. Heroes are supposed to fight alone. Fool. Standing on a gray platform, the man in the red jacket swings his sword with a powerful arc, a blur of motion and determination. A chilling voice rings out from the shadowy figure in the black cloak, set against a fiery red background. Human malice is mine oasis. Red and white energy crackles around the man with brown hair, his face a mask of determination as he channels power through his glowing hand. It's coming. With unwavering focus, the man in the red jacket continues to channel red and white energy, a determined look on his face. A single, cracked black mirror, adorned with two purple jewels, stands as a symbol of devastation and defeat. Eyes wide with shock, the man in the red jacket, sword in hand, stares at something unseen, red and white energy swirling around him. I'm sorry, Kim Gong-ya, whispers the man with short brown hair and a red shirt, clutching a white staff, his gaze fixed on the flying form of a person in a beige coat. A determined look on her face, the woman with long purple hair soars through the air. I wanted to stay in the royal chambers like you asked, but I was feeling too antsy. She is flying through the air, so I followed you to see what you were up to by yourself. He is holding a long sword in his right hand. Era, aren't you playing a fun game? I'm playing hero. It honestly feels epic. He is looking at a beast behind him. I can see that, especially since you're facing a beast truly worth hunting. She is holding a sword in her left hand and there are 5 silver discs above her. But I can't let you have all the fun by yourself. I'm gonna join you. Wow, I did all the work, and you're just going to steal me? He is holding a white staff in his right hand and a silver staff in his left hand. But the tastiest prey are the stolen ones. That I can agree with. It is laughing, such insolence. He has a smirk on his face. Sorry, bruh. He is facing to the right of the image. I wanted to face you alone, but now that I think about it, it's tradition for heroes to gang up on the bad guy. You understand, right? It's tradition. The black object is dissolving and becoming smaller. Thou tries to cover the heaven with such petty tricks. The liquid looks like it is engulfing the desert. No longer shall I fight you with a sword. It is dripping with a black substance. Oh, 100 ghosts. It has a menacing look and it looks like it is standing in front of a cloudy sky. Heed my call, of. They're looking at the viewer, of. She has a surprised expression on her face. This is. He is holding a black and silver object in his right hand. It's not something we can handle by ourselves. Sword Saint, what are you doing just standing there? Why aren't you helping? I wanted to spectate longer. It hasn't even been 30 seconds since this young man and that sewage started fighting. He is smiling. You're right, I was also only going to ask for help after a minute. Sigh. She is standing in front of a light gray background. Whatever, both of you, grab my hands. We need to get out of here. He is looking towards the viewer. No, that's fine. It appears to be gesturing upwards. 100 ghost summoning. What? He is pointing upwards with his other hand, activating skill. The snake appears to be coiling around the frog. That thing grew larger and larger. The eagle appears to be flying away from the lioness. The cloak is wet and appears to be moving as if someone is underneath. The lioness looks calm, yet fierce. The creature appears to be in pain. Every time it obtained a new body, that thing gained a new joy. The creature is laying on top of another creature. Even the joy of slaughter. The bear is looking at the girl with a worried expression. She has a shocked expression on her face. Help, daddy, save me. The beast has a light brown fur coat with yellow eyes. The beast has a brown fur coat and is in an aggressive pose. Anyone? It is lying on its side with its fur a light brown color. Ooh, so fragrant. What is this? This scent. The beast is in a state of relaxation. Entranced, that thing swallowed up its prey. Once it finished eating every last bit, it slowly obtained the memories of its prey. She is wearing a white dress with a black bow. He has his mouth open as if he is screaming and his eyes are wide. How many times do I need to tell you to not go outside by yourself? Haven't you heard what the doctor said? You're so frail, yet. He has a small dark area on his face and his mouth is open. What happened to your clothes? He is standing in a forest and has a surprised expression. Daddy. She is covered in blood. I think I might be healthy now. She is covered in blood. That was the first ever name the Demon King obtained. Activating skill. He is holding a long, slender, blue sword in his right hand and pointing his left hand upwards. It appears to be screaming. They appear to be curious and conversational. Hey, Mr. Sword Emperor, you wanted to know why I picked Ghoul Summoning, right? They appear to be chuckling. TN. Previously TL'd as 100 Ghost Summoning, previous chapters have been updated to reflect this change. He is looking off to the left. Oh, yeah, I did. I wanted to pick a different skill at first. The person is wearing a long, black coat. Such is the skill to strengthen my aura. The figure appears to be moving. It'd be epic if I could shoot terrifying lasers like the Demon King. The hand is holding a red card. But I realized something after giving it some thought. Opening skill card. The text, Ghoul Summoning, is in the center of the rectangle. Rank. SS. Effect. You can summon the ones you've murdered as monsters. Your agents of death will not inherit abilities or memories. It says, you can summon the ones you've murdered as monsters. Death will not inherit abilities or memories from the life they had. They will simply be summoned as monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, etc. However, you can only summon once a week. They are standing in a cloudy sky. Now, here's a question for ya. How many people do you think I've killed? He is looking to the right with a determined expression. The flame retard or whatever and yourself. Isn't that only 2? That's right, or at least that's what it should be. He has a confident expression and appears to be smiling. So why does the Sword Saint's eyes of a detective show my kill count as over 4,000? It means that the tower tabulates death in a different manner. Now, let me ask you this. There is a group of skeletons standing in a field. How much death do you think I've created so far? He is holding a sword. The top right area has a skeleton with a sword in its leg. He has red eyes and a surprised, yet amused expression. Wow, I've really died a lot, haven't I? She is looking to the right and appears to be angry. No way. Is this one of your skills? Yes. He has a slight smile on his face. Well, incredible. A skill that can summon thousands of monsters at once. No wonder you were able to clear floor 10 by yourself. The liquid has a black outline. How doth a vermin such as thou use the same skill as I? He is holding a large silver sword with a red jewel on it. You really want to know? Well, that's too bad, 'cause I have no intentions of telling you. The figure's face is obscured by the cloak. Unforgivable. I shall not stand for this. The smoke has a white outline. O goddess, for how much longer will thou continue to make a fool of me? The man's face is not visible. Hadn't thou promised to accept all of my resentment, my grudges, my hatred? He is looking to the left and looks angry. Sword Saint Nim. He has a skull behind his head. Please fight alongside the skeletons. With your help, they should be able to hold their ground against the enemy. The man is looking towards the right and seems to be thinking. Understood. Although cooperating with monsters doesn't suit my fancy, they're at least less repulsive than you. She has her left hand outstretched. As for the Black Dragon Witch, please help me. Let's beat up the Demon King together. She is holding a circular object in her left hand that resembles a clock. I got it, just don't get in my way. He is holding a shining sword in his right hand. Oh ghouls. They are covered in a red substance. Show me what you're best at. He is surrounded by skeletons that are scattered around the ground. He is holding a glowing sword in his right hand. Kill and perish. The monster is attacking multiple skeletons that are surrounding him. The monster is attacking a skeleton that is attempting to stab the monster with a sword. It appears to have been defeated. It is holding a sword and is looking at the viewer with an angry expression. The monster is roaring and looks angry. Holy fucking shit. The skeletons have a green glow around them. These skellies are overflowing with gusto like a certain someone. He has a very intense and focused look on his face. A monster army that doesn't fear death. The liquid is flowing and moving. What the fuck? That's terrifying. The liquid is flowing and moving. How dare thou? The figure has a red background with a black text at the bottom. Despite being nothing more than a traveler from another world, the figure is moving and it looks very ominous. Despite not carrying any malice or resentment nor possessing life in this world, the figure is moving and it looks very ominous. How dare thou get in my way? He is holding a glowing object in his hand and staring intensely forward. Why does it matter where I'm from? He has his back to the viewer. He has a serious expression on his face and his back is to the viewer. I'm standing here right now. The man is standing on a ground that has a fiery light color. But if you still somehow think I don't have the right, it says, just shove it. The tower presents you with an alias. The man stands on a ground that is emitting a yellow light. He has a determined look on his face. Your alias will be the King of Death, is on a yellow box. The tower has already acknowledged my right to be here. A dark object with a shape like a wing drips liquid over a ground with a golden glow. The man floats in the air. He has his arms raised and is looking upwards. He is surrounded by a golden glow. The tower shows its regards for the king that harvests death, is on a yellow box. The girl is holding a small frog in her hands. She is standing in a dark setting and appears to be worried. That thing did not age. In fact, it only grew more beautiful by the day. A scent enveloped its body, enchanting the people around it. The woman has her hands together in a praying motion. Her eyes are closed. Many eyes are glowing red behind her. Esther Nim is above the woman's head. Oh, Saintess of the Outlands is below the woman's head. The woman is surrounded by many hands. The woman is standing above a man. I heard that you're able to cure any illness, is above the woman. Wa is below the man. The woman is crying and holding a baby. I'm begging you, please, my child is deathly ill. Please share your blessing with my poor baby. Hic is below the woman's right hand. Wa is above the woman's head. The woman is holding her hands out to the reader. Are you aware of the rules? Please leave your child here, and you can return once dawn breaks. The woman is bowing and her head is looking down. Please take good care of my baby, is at the bottom of the image. The baby is wrapped in a blue cloth and lying on a white surface. Wa is above the baby's head. The woman is standing in an indoor area with a large window behind her. Is in the top right corner of the image. The woman is holding a baby wrapped in a blue cloth. Gooj is in the top right corner of the image. The woman is holding a baby wrapped in a blue cloth. Gaga is in the top right corner of the image. So fragrant is below the woman's left hand. Humans always go to such great lengths for love. Is in the bottom right corner of the image. The baby is looking up at the reader. Thy mother even wrapped thee in the best rags she could find. Is in the top right corner of the image. Guga is below the baby's right hand. The woman is holding a baby wrapped in a blue cloth. Life is radiant even when it's wrapped in rags. Is in the top left corner of the image. Thou shalt no longer know sickness. Is in the bottom right corner of the image. The shadow of the woman is holding the shadow of the baby. The very existence of the miracle of life is happiness. Is in the top left corner of the image. Ga is in the left center of the image. The woman is holding the baby tightly, as if she is trying to protect it. Poor thing is above the woman. Once she swallowed the baby whole, the baby's memory flowed into Esther. Above the woman. The woman is holding her hands open as if to comfort the man. The man is holding a dark object in his hands. I see, thou were in pain. Is above the woman. O child, I understand, all shall be fine now. Is below the woman. The woman is looking up at the ceiling. Now live a bit. Is below the woman. The hand is reaching out to the black blob. Live a bit longer. Is above the hand. The hand is reaching out from a black blob. Goo goo is above the hand. The woman is looking down with a smirk. Gaga is above the woman. Giggle Is above the woman. Poor thing. Is below the woman. The woman is holding a baby wrapped in a blue cloth. Giggle. Is above the woman. Oh, is below the woman. He should be healthy now, and he won't need to recuperate either. Is above the woman. Just promise you'll continue loving him as you've done, till now. Is below the woman. The woman is standing next to a person wearing a hooded robe. Thank you. Is above the woman. Thank you so much. Is above the hooded person. The woman is standing next to a person wearing a hooded robe. Thank you, Saintess. Is above the hooded person. The map shows a large body of water surrounded by mountains. Oh, an actor of miracles. Is above the map. The savior of the sick. Is below the map. The woman is smiling and crying tears of joy. The man is also smiling and crying. I am able to see again thanks to you. Is positioned in the bottom right corner. Thank you for making me able to walk again. Is positioned above the woman. The map shows a large mountainous area. Our true savior. Is written in the middle of the image. The man with the blue and yellow outfit leans on a table, hand on chin. The man in the black suit leans forward, speaking. You're telling me more farmers emigrated en masse? He asks. Yes. The man in black replies. It seems they've also joined the Saintess of Salvation. A map covers the image, showing a mountainous region with roads and waterways marked. The savior of all diseased. Is written in the middle. A group of knights with torches stand together, flames licking at the air. The authority of the goddess has fallen to the ground. One says, will you just watch these heathens thrive? Another shouts. The knight with red hair stands before the other knights. Show no mercy to the followers of the witch, is written below him. Two glowing balls of fire burn against a purple and orange background. Burn the witch's nest, is written above them. The hands of several knights hold burning torches, raised high against an orange and purple background. A city burns in the background, engulfed in flames and smoke. A large moon hangs in the sky, is written in the middle of the image. A woman with long blonde hair stands in a fiery background, is written above her. A man in a green jacket screams as he grabs a man in black armor, fire blazing behind them. Don't let a single one get away, is written above the armored man. A man in black armor stands in a blaze of fire, sword in hand. Several people run away, one screaming. They're all monsters under a curse, is written above the armored man. A woman with long blonde hair screams. She looks very scared and shocked. A woman with long blonde hair yells, disgusting vermin. How dare thou treat thy fellow humans no better than beasts? She looks very angry and furious. A black shadow of a person with bloodstains on the clothes stands in the background. The image has a feeling of dread and hopelessness. A black blurred background shows, be swallowed up in thine own malice. The image is filled with a sense of anger and hatred. A black and white blurry background shows black smoke in the middle. The image has a sense of mystery and intrigue. A man in a red jacket wields a blue sword. He holds a red sword in the back. The man is about to attack a black shadow in the air. Gong ya, he yells. The man looks determined and focused. The image evokes a sense of excitement and anticipation. A man in a red jacket runs to the right. He has a sword strapped to his back. He points forward. I'm fine, he says. The man looks confident and determined. The image evokes a sense of determination and resilience. A black shadow swings a sword. There are some red and white lines surrounding the shadow. The image has a feeling of power and action. A man with short brown hair stands. He has a determined look. He is wearing a red and black jacket, which is open. He pushes his right hand forward. He looks like he is about to attack something. Left? Right? He asks. The picture is dark, with the light focused on the man. This image conveys the feeling of danger and excitement. The image is set against a dark background with bright red and green streaks of energy. You have died, as displayed in white, on a black background. The image conveys a sense of destruction and finality. A golden pocket watch hangs by a chain against a dark background with stars. It was left. You will return 24 hours back to the past. A figure in a black robe swings a weapon with a gray handle, surrounded by bright white streaks of energy. The skill's description was previously Ms. TL'd as memories and experience points. ReaperScans.com. A figure's leg and arm in a black outfit move quickly in a dark background, with bright red streaks of energy surrounding it. A man with short brown hair and red eyes wields a silver sword with a blue handle. A man with red hair stands behind him. Back to the past. Skills were apparently included as part of the stats that are retained. A man with short brown hair wearing a red and black jacket stands next to a man with red hair and a white shirt. Just like how the guardian spirit is able to retain his memory with me while returning, the abilities of a skill will continue along with me in my death. A man with purple hair stands surrounded by gray clouds. That includes its cooldown. A woman with long purple hair stands with a determined look on her face. Gong Ya. A man with short brown hair wearing a red jacket and a woman with purple hair wearing a white and purple jacket are standing next to each other, holding hands. Another day passes. You can reuse ghoul summoning. A man with short brown hair is shown holding a sword with a red light around him. A man with brown hair has a smirk on his face and his red eyes are visible. A woman with long dark purple hair is visible in the picture. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. A man with brown hair and red eyes swings a sword over his head. He appears to be engaged in combat with two green creatures. ReaperScans.com. A man with brown hair and red eyes stands in the middle of a swirl of red energy, holding a silver sword as he casts a powerful spell. You can reuse ghoul summoning. He grits his teeth, red lightning crackling from his silver sword, as three green goblin-like creatures charge at him, weapons raised. You can reuse ghoul summoning. A figure in black clothing, a long black sword radiating red energy in his hand, moves at high speed within a swirl of red and white energy. And 13 seconds left. Red energy explodes from his hands as the figure, still clad in black, takes a combat stance. Kim Gong Ya. Landing on the rocky ground in a combat stance, the man with brown hair, still clutching his silver sword, finds himself surrounded by swirling red and white energy. I'm all right. A skull-faced creature cloaked in a black hooded robe emerges from a purple background, its gaze fixed ominously on those before it. Vermin, thou dares as a mere mortal. Doth thou possess prophetic foresight? A yellow box with the words, "You are now able to use ghoul summoning again," hovers above the brown-haired man as he stands confidently, silver sword in hand. Something like that. Against a backdrop of a cloudy sky, a black creature in a black hooded robe extends its arms, its eyes glowing a menacing red. Activating skill. What? He spins, a blur of red and black, his sword a silver flash, as he expertly deflects the attacks of multiple skeletal creatures, bones crunching underfoot. With a determined leap, the man in the red shirt soars over a skeletal creature, his sword poised to strike, as the bodies of other skeletons, marked with splatters of dark red blood, litter the dark gray ground. The man with dark brown hair charges forward, his red shirt a blur, his sword a gleaming arc against the dark blue background streaked with bright lines. "You really are one tenacious motherfucker," rings out as the man, a fierce light in his eyes, swings his glowing blade through the air, red streaks of energy trailing behind. "But damn, this skill is kick-ass," the red-haired man says, arms crossed confidently. "Hey, zombie, you should test out later if you are able to do repeat summons. Go hide in a hole somewhere and resummon them after a week." The clash of blades echoes as the man with red hair fights fiercely against the brown-haired man, who raises his hand, a plea for a break in his eyes. The red-haired man crouches low, gaze drawn upward, a flicker of wonder on his face. "I think that it'll just cancel out your first summons and resummon them. But who knows? If you can do repeat summons, you might be able to advance from just a zombie into the king of zombies." Red energy streaks surround the brown-haired man as he lunges, sword flashing, catching the red-haired man off guard. A hand, pale and trembling, reaches up from the inky blackness. Fuick. They hang upside down, the red-haired man above, face contorted in rage, the brown-haired man below, eyes wide with fear. "I need to repeat it for another week because of you." Disappointment and irritation cloud the face of the red-haired man as a yellow box bearing a countdown appears above him. "You have 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes and 1 second left till you can reuse ghoul summoning." "Hee hee, nope, definitely not my fault that you're weak. I swear that I'm going to beat the crap out of you one day. The red-haired man gapes, a mixture of shock and outrage on his face, as blue light flares around him. God fucking damn it, but I'm already dead. How are you going to beat up a ghost? Neener neener neener. A black dragon witch, outlined in ominous black, materializes within a swirling red cloud. Just channel that frustration into killing the Demon King already. I broke through floor 20 without a cheat-like skill. Black dragon witch, it'll come from the right next. He rushes towards the woman with purple hair, her form sprawled on the ground amidst the grayness, and reaches out a hand to help her up. Got it. The woman with purple hair, now clad in a white fur-lined coat, brown shirt, and belt, fixes her deep purple eyes on something in the distance, determination etched on her face. Purple circles, controlled by the outstretched hand of the purple-haired woman, swirl around her, her dark purple shirt a stark contrast to the vibrant background. A man in a white coat, black shirt and pants, and white shoes stands with a determined expression, his hands glowing with purple light. Black lines erupt from the bottom left corner, slashing upwards against a backdrop of white, creating a sense of chaos and confusion. The purple-haired woman, a whirlwind of power, stands amidst streaks of purple energy, her arms outstretched, her gaze fixed upwards. Black streaks form a disorienting circle amidst a flurry of dark blue, a silent scream echoing in the air. Ah-h-h-h-h-h. A blur of motion cuts through the air, a testament to incredible speed and power. Ha ha ha, nice shot, Auntie. A figure in a dark suit, weapon at the ready, soars through a cloudy sky, rage radiating off of them. Who are you calling Auntie? I'm still young, thank you very much. He hovers in the air, black smoke billowing around him. I know that your youthfulness comes from elixirs. A voice calls from above. We're going to need to have a chat as soon as we defeat the Demon King. The man with brown hair and red eyes glares at the shadowy demon before him. Next is, he shouts. His face contorted in alarm, the brown-haired man yells, it's coming from the left. The man plummets through the air as a frantic voice cries, Sword Saint Nim. Please dodge it. The white-haired man in the blue suit darts to the left, his weapon outstretched. He exclaims. Next, dodge left. It'll create an opening in its torso. The purple-haired woman instructs, her mirror flashing, use that chance to attack it full on. The brown-haired man nods. Roger that. The cloaked figure stands silently, radiating an aura of power. A black blur rockets through the air. The woman with purple hair flees in terror from the massive black figure crackling with purple energy. The cloaked figure, his form radiating a pinkish light, seethes with rage. How dare thou do this to my resentment, my grudges, he snarls. His face pales, skin. The large black figure retreats, dissolving into the smoke. Demon King of the Autumn Rain decides to retreat. The purple-haired woman gasps, her eyes widening as a monstrous figure rises behind them, a sword raised high. The brown-haired man stares at the ground in disbelief. What? A swirling vortex of water appears, consuming everything in its path. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 13. Wait a second, the brown-haired man yells in outrage. How can you run away as a boss right when we're about to defeat you? Do not be mistaken, I shall return again. A voice booms from the vortex. You motherfucking black blob of slime. The man in the red jacket screams back, his face red with fury. The two men stare at the spot where the vortex vanished, their faces etched with bewilderment. The man with the sword, the cloaked figure with the glowing sphere, and the man in the beige jacket stand ready, their faces grim. The brown-haired man stares down at his hand, now covered in strange black markings. What did I, he whispers, do all this for? He covers his eyes with his hand, overwhelmed with regret. The tower acknowledges your choice. A blue box with a white border appears, filled with the words, creating hidden quest. The floor 12 quest has been amended. Golden light flares as a series of notifications appear. The floor 13 quest has been amended. The floor 14 quest has been amended. The floor 15 quest has been amended. The floor 16 quest has been amended. He continues walking, more notifications flashing behind him. The floor 17 quest has been amended. The floor 18 quest has been amended. The Floor 19 quest has been amended. Quests can be amended. Asterisk he wonders. The hero of a time-frozen world. Difficulty. Unknown. Objective. You have forged your resolve. You will not allow a single life to be sacrificed. They say that justice is saving someone without expecting a reward, and they say that devotion is not expecting acknowledgement from the one you saved. And they call those who devote themselves to justice a hero. Oh hero. The text continues. The humans of this continent will never know your justice, nor will they ever acknowledge your devotion. However, justice is still justice, and devotion is still devotion. Will you still choose to continue being a hero, even in a world frozen in time? The Demon King has escaped after being injured. They have not made it far yet. You are more than capable of chasing after the Demon King if you wish. All that's left is for you to make your choice. The man with the confident smile meets his eyes. Will you accept this quest? Yes, he says. The hidden quest activates. Quest. The hero of a time-frozen world. He turns and walks away, his body outlined in a fading blue glow. 2 notifications appear. Searching for the Demon King on floor 12. Demon King not found. The retreat of the Demon King has been confirmed. Timeline alteration. The cloaked figure, the white-haired man, and the man in red walk away, their expressions grim. The purple-haired woman's eyes widen in alarm. What is this? Gong Ya. What's happening? She asks, turning to the man with the sword. He frowns. Well, this is the first time I'm seeing this as well. The red-haired man stares up at the sky, his face creased with worry. I've never seen this either. What is this? Huh? The brown-haired man blinks in confusion. Black Dragon Witch, look over there. The brown-haired man says, pointing towards a stone castle in the distance. The purple-haired woman follows his gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. On the castle walls, he continues, the number of flags. You're right. Grab my hand for a sec. I think we should go check it out, he says, reaching for her hand. I agree, she replies, taking his hand. Teleport, he shouts. They materialize on a stone wall, bathed in warm sunlight. Below them, a bustling market fills the town square, dark clouds gathering overhead. Wow, he breathes, awestruck. Timeline alteration. The man with the dark blue jacket frowns, his brow furrowed in confusion. The timeline change. A man with blonde hair says, his eyes wide with shock. The red-haired man beside him just smiles. A group of knights, their armor sparkling, stride away, one clutching a bright red apple. The purple-haired woman stares at the ground, deep in thought. Originally, the Egum Empire should have been invaded by the Demon King. She murmurs, they could have either won or lost, but the invasion was an event set in time. Altering floor 11, altering floor 12, the brown-haired man watches the changes unfold, a knot of worry twisting in his gut. Unbeknownst to all, without anyone having an idea of what was going on. History was rewritten. By me. What is this rain? A voice cries, is this acid rain? Wow, this place looks nice. The blonde woman exclaims, gazing around at the bustling city. It's way better than that dinky-ass port. The man beside her agrees. Get your apples here. It's the Alibrand apple, beloved by even the elves. The vendor calls cheerfully. The water in the bathhouse has been of terrible quality lately. A man grumbles, those darn bureaucrats. 2 women gossip behind him. Goodness gracious. One whispers, I heard that the princes are big troublemakers. Please give alms. The goddess of protection loves everyone. The purple-haired woman calls out. You there, a voice barks from behind her. Who are you? A knight demands, his hand on his sword. Such impertinence. The knight roars, his face red with fury. Who are you to be stepping foot atop the Empire's gatehouse? Get down this instant. He bellows, drawing his sword. Please assist us in our quest to defend humanity. Sarbased Egum, the man in the red jacket says. He blinks. Huh? You vulgar bandit. How do you know my name? The armored man demands, his eyes wide with astonishment. I see. Originally, he was a friendly citizen of the Empire on floor 11. Asterisk. You delinquents. The man in red shouts, did you not hear me? Get down this instant. Yet for him to be yelling at us like we are strangers would mean. He trails off, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The armored man begins, his grip tight on the other man's hand. Leave the fate of our empire in your hands. Ha, he chuckles, a mischievous glint in his eye. Ha 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 ha, the armored man roars with laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. The brown-haired man throws back his head and laughs, clutching his stomach as the purple-haired woman watches, bewildered. Ha 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 ha. The red-haired man cracks a small smile, his arms still crossed. He he he. The man in red leans against the wall, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. I did it. He throws his head back, a manic grin spreading across his face, his eyes glowing red. He stands triumphantly on the wall, a wide grin on his face. I protected your empire. A figure clad in gleaming armor strides towards him. I kept my promise, he yells, beaming with pride. I have not a shroud of shame, the red-haired woman declares, for hundreds of days. Nor any regrets, the man with the bag adds, his expression resolute, determined to not let a single person die. I defeated the Demon King after hundreds of days. He thinks, a surge of pride swelling in his chest, and I am proud. He stares down at his hand, the black markings stark against his skin. A piece of trash, he reads. I envied and mocked others while wasting my days drinking. Announcements. I froze my heart while using rationality as an excuse. He continues, and I threw away my life. Stage cleared, but the me of today has nothing to be ashamed of, asterisk, he thinks, his jaw set with determination. He leans forward, a wide grin spreading across his face. The purple-haired woman narrows her eyes, announcing to everyone once again, when facing the black dragon witch, the sword saint, she begins, or the world. Today, the floor 12 stage was cleared. The white-haired man in the blue suit stands tall, his gaze resolute. And most importantly, I am not ashamed of myself. Asterisk. Assessing raid participants. Assessment complete. Announcing the 3 raid participants. Raid contribution ranking. 1. King of Death. 2. Black Witch. 3. Sword Saint. Below them, a sprawling city bustles with life. What is he talking about? The knight in silver stammers, his brow furrowed in confusion. Sarbast Egum, a voice thunders. He raises his hand in farewell. Please take good care of the empire. He grins, vaulting over the wall. I'm sorry, but this is the end of my duties as a hero. The man in the red cap says, throwing up his hands. Though, defeating the Demon King should have been more than enough. I'm sure your empire has plenty of corruption. The other man smirks. But that's your job to figure out from here on out, he says, grinning at the man in front of him. You can do it, hoo-hoo, ha 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 ha. Puke, hee 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 ha. The man in white spins through the air. You crazy ass motherfucker. I thought you'd be mature and get lost in contemplation. A voice says, incredulous, but instead, you outright brag about it? The brown-haired man smirks, covering his mouth with his hand. Well, what am I supposed to do about it? He replies, running a hand through his hair, a sly smile playing on his lips. I just really love myself today. You must have lost your mind. You know what? I like it. It's better than you being a whiny baby. Hee 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 hee. Hey, Black Dragon Witch, he calls, already striding away. What are you doing? Let's go to floor 13 already. She sighs, her shoulders slumping. Right, I forgot that there's no one normal among the top hunters. She mutters, it's okay, I understand. Huh? Her head snaps up as a hand grabs hers. White streaks of light split the sky above them. Teleport. Asterisk. The 2 men stare upward, their faces etched with awe. They appear in a grassy clearing, the man in the red jacket, the woman in white, and the silver-haired man materializing beside them. The silver-haired man turns to the man in red. The one who ranks first is always given priority when entering the next floor. King of Death, I want you to represent us and be the one to say, transfer. Asterisk. The man with short brown hair smiles confidently. A bright light, shaped like a star, shines brightly, the word transfer, floating above it. A blue, glowing rectangle displays the message, moving to the floor 13 stage. Another blue rectangle appears, this time displaying, "Welcome King of Death." A silver-haired man in a blue suit, sword in hand, stands with his companions, a woman with long black hair and a man in a red jacket holding a gun. A cloaked figure, surrounded by swirling red energy, shouts, "I shall not forgive thee. How dare thee, to mine children, children I hadst given mine salvation, to forcefully taketh them away from me. Art thou making a mockery of me?" The man in the red jacket stands with a pink-haired woman and a white-haired man, facing a shadowy figure as they cry out, "Art thou taking mine flesh, mine blood, mine spirit?" The silver-haired man, now with a beard, glares at something off-screen as he yells, "I curse thee." What an awful scream. I have never heard such a voice. The man in the blue suit says, concern etched on his face. Same here. Why is the Demon King screaming like that? The woman in the purple robe wonders as she reaches out a hand, dark streaks emanating from it. The young man, eyes glowing red, looks up in surprise, "Huh?" as red energy surrounds him. The red-haired man, arms crossed, scowls as he mutters, "What's up with this guy? They're weaker than before." "What?" the young man in the red jacket exclaims, his eyes widening in shock. "Before. I'm sure they got hurt after being showered in aura attacks from that witch girl." The red-haired man muses, touching his chin thoughtfully, but it isn't like they've been injured. Several gruesome, green-skinned creatures snarl menacingly in their dark cave. And more like their rank dropped. A voice echoes around them. To put it in perspective, on floor 12, this guy was like an SSS rank Goblin King. But now, they're more like a non-SSS rank Goblin King. A large, black structure, streaked with red, looms over the city. You know, like the one you beat half-assedly on floor 5 by going Gorik Gorik. The voice continues. The young man in the red jacket frowns, deep in thought. That's odd. Don't bosses normally get stronger as you climb higher up the tower? Did the witch's aura laser beam maybe have a level dropping effect? He continues to ponder, staring thoughtfully into the distance. Was there maybe an unexpected change to the stage? A blue, rectangular box appears, displaying the message, tabulating floor 12 rewards. The box suddenly changes, now flashing, unable to tabulate. G12. All the rewards will be tabulated upon clearing floor 19. Okay. The man in the red hoodie says faintly, his hand glowing with pink light as a blue box appears before him. You will only receive the basic rewards for now. A blue rectangle pops up, announcing, the Goddess of War's blessing has been buffed. Another blue rectangle appears, this time displaying, you now have access to all the maps from floor 11 to floor 20. Below, a detailed map unfolds, dotted with red and blue markers. A world map. The man in the red hoodie gasps, pointing at the intricate map in awe. I get it, the man in the blue suit declares, striding forward with determination as the purple-haired woman follows closely behind. I know why the Demon King is acting like that. Black Dragon Witch, please think back to the previous stage. The young man with red eyes snarls, a furious smirk twisting his lips. The snow falls softly on the quiet town, the caption above starkly contrasting with the peaceful scene. The history of the Demon King's invasion of the capital was erased, and the refugee camp completely disappeared. The young man and the purple-haired woman stand side by side on a rooftop, gazing out at the town spread before them. The map reappears, this time with a new message. Think about it. Where do you think the refugees came from? They probably came from all over the empire. No, all over the continent. I see, the black-haired woman murmurs, her magenta eyes narrowed in thought. A shadowy figure, wreathed in black smoke and red light, appears as a voice booms, exactly. We've returned to a time before the Demon King properly invaded the continent. Kekwa. A monstrous, horned creature, shrouded in shadow, lays siege to a grand temple. And currently, this temple is under attack. A voice calls out urgently. That thing's level dropped, the red-haired man says, his eyes wide with surprise. The man in the red jacket, eyes blazing red, tightens his grip on his weapon. You know that voice we hunters hear whenever we level up? Your existence becomes better defined, he reminds them. The image splits, displaying two separate thoughts. I got what it meant by our hunter level going up. But I never understood the existence part. I honestly thought maybe it was just trying to sound cool. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes crouches low to the ground, its form radiating menace. That boss monster had probably become stronger by killing countless Empire citizens and refugees. The monster rises, a wicked sword gripped tightly in its claws. A pair of horns, tipped with glowing red eyes, materialize in the darkness. But that slaughter has become something that never happened. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain is furious. The horns reappear, the glow of their eyes dimming slightly, which means that much growth was erased. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain's existence becomes faint. A cloaked figure strains against an unseen force, a muffled roar escaping their throat. Kua, so their existence has become faint. The black figure explodes in a burst of red, a vengeful scream ripping through the air. Ye vermin! Let's go! The shadowy figure roars, a clawed hand crackling with red energy. The white-haired man, the purple-haired woman, and their two companions stand ready, watching as the shadowy figure gathers its power. Two figures, one clad in armor, the other in simple robes, clash in a flurry of motion. Oh, ghouls, one snarls. Oh, demons, the other retorts. More figures emerge from the shadows, armored and fearsome. Mine children. The cloaked figure raises its hand, purple energy swirling around it. Kill these vermin. Two grotesque figures, their faces contorted in terror, flee in desperation. I never liked zombie movies. The white-haired man mutters, sword drawn, as the purple-haired woman prepares to unleash a blast of blue energy. Hey, Sword Browski, the young man with the red jacket calls out, his sword flashing. Why don't we make a bet? As a nearby zombie lunges towards him. The red-haired man wonders aloud, watching the battle unfold. How many lives do you think it'll take for me to beat floor 19? All right. The young man with the red jacket shouts, a confident smirk on his face. I bet it'll take you 100 lives at most. Then I'll bet at most 99 lives. The young man in the red jacket yells, exasperated. Seriously? You're gonna play it like that? Fine, I'll just sit back and watch a zombie bastard kill his own kind. He huffs, turning away from the others. Since it's a bet, I'm not helping you. Bet? Bet. The other man replies with a confident grin. Sheesh, we'll have to do something about their numbers. Black Dragon Witch, can't you output more power? The purple-haired woman shouts. Back to the past. I'm already giving it my all. She retorts, hand raised as she channels her magic. Besides, I'm the only one with an AoE attack here. KD, are you unable to use your skill to fight against them? It's currently on cooldown. I'll only be able to use it in about 3 coins. The young man replies, his eyes widening in alarm. 3 coins? There's something like that. Sword Saint Nim. Could you lift up the lid to that coffin-like thing? The white-haired swordsman asks, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. There's something I need to check. What exactly do you need to check? I'll explain later, so could you ask questions then? The young man pleads, throwing his hands up. I'm a prophet, okay? The swordsman simply stares. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. The swordsman mutters as he hefts a long, metal bar. Okay, Sword Saint Nim, that coffin is actually a secret tunnel. The young man explains quickly. There's a hammer that's effective against undead down there. Can you go grab it with the Black Dragon Witch and use it, please? I am a man that has decided to only walk the path of the sword. The swordsman declares, his expression resolute. And that thing has an AoE effect. The young man shouts, red electricity crackling around his arm as he battles a zombie. If you imbue some aura and hit the ground once, a large wave will wipe out the zombies. Understand? The swordsman pauses, momentarily stunned. How do you know all that? I'm a prophet. Okay. The young man exclaims, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Goodness gracious. That took care of most of the zombies. The swordsman observes, surveying the carnage left in the wake of his hammer blow. Now, time for the Demon King. But before he can finish his sentence, a colossal, one-eyed monster emerges from the shadows. What is that? The young man cries, staring up at the creature in terror. That's clearly a giant, and it's a zombie, so that'd make it a zombie giant. A disembodied voice notes, could be a giant zombie, just saying. It was probably a guardian of the temple, and it became the Demon King's subordinate after being killed. The voice continues. Heretic Inquisitor would have been able to properly analyze it. Anyways, I shall handle the giant. The swordsman announces, squaring his shoulders. Yes, please, the young man squeaks. A lone figure, cloaked and armed, stands in a dark forest clearing, the air thick with the threat of unseen danger. Anyways, I shall handle the giant. The swordsman repeats, taking a step toward the monstrous creature. No, Sword Saint Nim. Please continue taking care of the zombies with the hammer. The young man begs. Now, young man, that giant is a perfect opponent for me to test out my swordsmanship. The swordsman declares, a gleam in his eye. I'm a prophet, okay. The young man cries, throwing his hands up in a gesture of exasperated agreement. Black Dragon Witch, the young man shouts. Please shoot your beam at that giant's eyeball. The purple-haired woman narrows her eyes, focusing on their massive opponent. I've been wanting to do that anyways. She grins, her fist crackling with energy. Perfect, let's do it. The giant roars, a beam of fire erupting from its single eye and engulfing the night sky. Ghoul summoning. The young man yells, a swarm of ghouls materializing around him. My goodness, KD, does your skill not have a cooldown? Something like that, the purple-haired woman says, her expression grim. Now, you two just need to face off against the giant, but there's something you must not do. Please, do not attack its eye. She pleads. How come? The young man asks, his eyes wide with confusion. Because something bad will happen. She explains, her gaze fixed on the giant. But KD, look at that giant eyeball. Can't you see it? The giant's eye, huge and yellow, seems to pulse with a malevolent light. Yes, I can see it, the young man mutters. I also can tell that it's an eye that's begging to be attacked. The purple-haired woman sighs in exasperation. But then why? KD, if you could shoot beams like me, and you saw such an eyeball. The young man pauses, his face thoughtful. I see your point, but you can't. She throws her hands up in the air. I don't have time to explain right now, so please. The purple-haired woman hesitates, glancing between the two men. Let's follow this young man's orders for now. He claims he's a prophet. She says with a shrug. Even the Sword Saint. Fine, she sighs. I'll do my best to not hit its eyeball. Thank you. The young man chirps, relieved. Mine General. A voice booms as a creature made of black and blue energy lashes out. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 14. A message flashes across the air as the young man, the purple-haired woman, and the white-haired swordsman regroup. You rascals, a voice scolds. How many times do I need to tell you guys to not run in the temple? The trio turns to see a man in white robes approaching. In the name of the goddess of protection, I present you with a blessing, sister. The man says warmly, placing a hand on the purple-haired woman's head. Two children, one with purple hair and the other with pink, cling to his robes. Let's go, the purple-haired woman says, placing a hand on each of her companion's shoulders. Transfer. If the other hunters get to it first, our profits would dwindle. The swordsman mutters, hefting his sword as he steps into a dark forest. The scene shifts underwater, where a green-haired man and a purple-haired woman stand facing an unseen opponent. The green-haired man charges, his lion-headed sword ablaze with red energy. A red dragon, wreathed in flame, soars through the air, another, smaller dragon trailing behind it. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 16. The young man in the red hoodie stands amidst a raging inferno, his expression grim, sword gripped tightly in his hand. Demon King of the Autumn Rain decides to retreat. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 17. The world seems to pause as a single message appears. History is rewinding. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 18. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 19. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain's existence becomes faint. A single red eye, glowing with malice, glares out from the shadows. Vermin, a voice hisses from beneath a dark hood. If not for thee. The young man in the red jacket stares up at the cloaked figure, his expression a mixture of fear and determination. Hadst thou just followed the proper steps, if not for thee, none of this wouldst have happened. How dare a measly swordsman from another world? The young man with brown hair floats in a gray cloudy sky, his stern expression a reflection of his anger and frustration. The young man, now gripping a blue sword, stands ready, flanked by an older man in a blue suit holding a pistol and a woman with dark purple hair wielding her own blue sword. Finally, the older man says, a sense of determination and anticipation hanging in the air. The young man smiles confidently, his sword glowing brightly as he holds it up. I can properly see your eye. A single red eye surrounded by black fabric stares forward in shock. What? The young man looks down, a dark expression settling on his face. It's as I said, it took me getting all the way here to finally catch a glimpse of what your eye looks like. He points his sword, the tip aimed menacingly at the clouds below. It'd be a travesty if the Demon King and the hero didn't lock eyes once. So fight me with all you got. A dark, cloaked figure hovers in the gray expanse, arrogance radiating from its form. Vermin. Or just run away again. Aren't you curious how weak you'll become if you run away again? The cloaked figure, its face twisted in displeasure, continues, if you don't fight me right now with all you have, you won't be able to beat me. Below, the young man responds, is that all thou hast to say? Anger and disgust emanate from the words scrawled across the air, how a scavenging hyena such as thee. What doth vermin like thee knowest? In a shadowy alleyway, the young man, now identified as Esther, snarls, his hand gripping a small, shiny blade. If you don't, Esther swings his silver blade, fear and shock gripping him as he faces the dripping, black, single-eyed monster behind him. I warned you, fight me with all you have. Black liquid drips and bubbles, a chilling testament to the monster's power. My time will become longer than your history. The young man floats upwards, enveloped in a hazy light, the words, you have died, hanging heavily in the air, a testament to the bottle's tragic end. A bright blue box materializes, a stark warning against a black backdrop. You are penalized by the skill. Fear and helplessness grip Esther as another blue box appears, the words within sending chills down his spine, reenacting the trauma of your killer. The words, certain nightmare, loom above another blue box, the warning clear. The level of penalty is medium. A sense of unease permeates the air as the final blue box materializes, the words, hungry ghost realm. Asterisk, a chilling portent of what's to come. A man with black hair and a woman with red hair stand before a raging inferno, the air thick with the smell of smoke and ash. The roaring, the fragment, the monster, Demon King. Burn it all down. A man with brown hair and red eyes watches in fear and concern as flames engulf the surroundings. Burn the witch's nest, show no mercy, they're all monsters under the witch's curse. Don't let a single one get away. A woman with long, black hair walks away from the inferno. Amidst the chaos and destruction, a woman with blonde hair and green eyes stands defiant, her expression a mixture of anger and determination. Amidst the inferno, the woman with blonde hair stares out, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. Why? She whispers. In a peaceful town, bathed in the warm glow of the sun, an older man and woman in blue robes smile warmly, the woman holding a broom. Beside them, a younger woman cradles a baby swaddled in blue fabric, her face radiating joy. 5 figures in dark robes lie sprawled on the ground, their bodies still. Their fellow men. A voice whispers, the words heavy with sadness and loss. 3 figures stand against a dark backdrop, 2 cloaked in shadow, their swords glinting menacingly. The central figure, clad in silver armor and a dark blue cloak, speaks, their voice echoing with power and authority, it is the will of our Lord. Upon the orders of our King, the Tsar of the Great East. Flames rage around a terrified man in a purple cloak as a figure in silver armor raises their sword, their face hidden behind their helmet. As decreed by the Pope, punish the heretic claiming to be a saintess. Above the armored figure, a voice calls out, as ordered by the ruler of the forest, O spirits, bless this arrow. A man with green hair, clutching a staff topped with a blue orb, stands beside a man in a blue robe, his back to the viewer. A figure in silver armor sits atop a magnificent red dragon. This orb presented to us by the Emperor of the Merpeople fills our staff with magic. To protect our honorable treaty, we Dragon Knights will. 3 figures in silver armor, their faces obscured by shadows, stand ominously against a blood-red background, their swords pointed threateningly at a lone figure in a purple cloak, their back to the viewer, reaching out desperately. The three armored figures stand with their backs to the viewer, the red light glinting off their armor. "Who art thou?" they ask, their voices echoing in the sudden silence. Flames engulf a wooden building, casting an eerie glow on the chaos below. A young man with reddish-brown hair stares up in horror as a woman with short dark hair, a determined glint in her eye, raises her weapon. To incinerate humans? In the heart of the inferno, a lone figure kneels, his head bowed beneath his hood, his face etched with pain. "I know it's hot. Just endure it for a bit longer," a voice whispers through the flames. Flames lick at the young man's back as he holds an older man close. "Gramps, it'll all be okay." Black clouds blanket the sky, a piece of dark cloth fluttering ominously below. "Everything will," the wind whispers, carrying a sense of uncertainty and mystery. Dark streaks slash across the cloudy sky as a woman with long blonde hair, clad in a long white dress with a dark blue sash, walks resolutely down a dirt road, her face etched with fear and uncertainty. The woman continues down the debris-strewn road, her expression determined, yet a sense of caution hangs in the air. Under a bright blue sky, a man with a basket of red apples offers one to the woman, a wide smile on his face. "Saintess, it's the first apple I picked, please try it." The woman, her dark red hair framing her face, smiles back, gratitude and happiness shining in her eyes. "I never thought I'd be able to run again. It's all thanks to you, Saintess." But the moment of peace is fleeting. The woman kneels alone amidst the debris, her back to the viewer, her blonde hair whipping in the wind, her posture conveying a deep sadness and despair. She lies on the dirt road, her white dress stained, her eyes reflecting the desolation around her. La Fondor, Dejina, Solif, Cho, Eugensash. She stands, a lone figure on the debris-strewn road, her face etched with sadness and loneliness. Mobajajajazen, Tofo, Enna, Garchov. Two hands, clenched tight, covered in dirt and grime, reach desperately upward, a dark liquid dripping from their grasp, their trembling a testament to the fear and desperation consuming their owner. The woman with blonde hair, her face streaked with dirt, her eyes filled with anguish, shovels dirt into her mouth, her despair palpable. The woman sits, her head in her hands, her body racked with sobs, her white dress a stark contrast to the dirt staining her hands. She looks up, her face stained with tears and dirt, her eyes red-rimmed and filled with anguish. She wipes her eyes with dirt-stained hands, a thought bubble appearing beside her. Poor things. Tears stream down her face, her eye glowing ominously, black and red liquid dripping down her cheek. "I pity thee." Black liquid engulfs her, threatening to consume her entirely, her face etched with sadness and distress. Thou art also human." The black liquid spreads across the sand, the sky a bloody red. "Born as humans, thou canst knowest of the beauty of life, and as humans, thou canst also weep. So wherefore?" Inside a wooden building, a woman in a long brown dress and a young girl watch in fear as black liquid oozes from the ceiling. "Wherefore doth thou not bear any hesitancy to call thy fellow humans monsters?" The girl points upward. What in the... A cloaked figure, its face shrouded, a single glowing red eye burning bright, emerges from the shadows. "How canst thou be humans while mine children art condemned as monsters? Be this thy world?" The air crackles with tension. "Art thou the only humans in the world? I see that thou needeth proof to validate thine own existence as a human." A hand, surrounded by red droplets, reaches desperately upward against the dark background, a symbol of despair and isolation. The cloaked figure stands silhouetted against the fiery landscape, its voice echoing with power and authority. "Well then, 'tis now time for thee to prove yourselves." Black liquid streams from the figure's eyes as it cries out in sadness and rage, "I shall curse thee." The pouring rain. "Thine evil is what created me, will stop any more villages from burning." The man with brown hair stands amidst the carnage, his hands stained with blood. "Be swallowed up in thine own malice." A man with red hair stands in the eerie red light, his face etched with concern. "Hey, Gong Ya, wake up." A man with black hair, his face contorted in anger, stands defiant. This place isn't your hell. Red lightning blasts the man with brown hair, his scream echoing through the air. Ah! He throws himself into a fighting stance, red jacket a blur against the gray, determination etched on his face. He swings a blue sword, red lightning crackling around him, his grunt a testament to his effort. Ah! A man with red hair, his face a mask of fury, yells out, now. The man with brown hair, his red shirt stained, fights on, fear and worry in his eyes. Its head is open. He leaps into the air, bringing his leg down with a powerful kick, his yell echoing his determination. Ah! The black, liquid creature flees, its form dissolving, black lines trailing behind it as it cries out in pain. It collapses to the ground, its single red eye filled with pain and sadness, black smoke rising from its writhing form. It shrinks, its once imposing form dwindling, despair filling its red eye. It's become significantly smaller. There's very little slime left. The demon king of the autumn rain's existence becomes faint. And no, not like this. Red droplets fly from the creature as it shrinks further, its voice racked with pain. The resentment of mine children. Their cries, Its remaining eye flickers weakly. Retreat. A map shimmers into existence, mountains and cities outlined in glowing light. Run away to floor 20. You can't beat me anyways. Just quietly go back to your base. The man with brown hair, sword in hand, stands before the futuristic display, determination hardening his features. The map shifts, now displaying a dark castle. The final demon castle. Go back to your roots. Because that's the final stop for you, Demon King. In a desolate landscape, a young man with short black hair, clad in a red hooded jacket, stands beside an older man in a blue suit, worry etched on his face as a shadowy figure appears before them. A man in a dark blue suit holds out a dark diamond, a woman with purple hair smiling at his side. I'm going to let you have the final hit, KD. The shadowy figure screams, red blood spraying from its mouth. Damn it. Demon King of the Autumn Rain retreats to floor 20. The man with black hair, clad in his red jacket, stands with his back to the viewer, a smattering of trees behind him. The words glow bright blue against the cloudy sky. The retreat of the Demon King has been confirmed. Timeline alteration. The man with black hair stands amidst a swirl of blue particles, his red jacket a splash of color against the blue. Sword Saint Nim, Black Dragon Witch. Altering floor 19. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but I want to clear floor 20 by myself. He looks up at the sky, shimmering with blue particles. Thank you for all your help so far, but I want to be the one to settle things with the Demon King. Please let me go alone. He stands between a woman with long purple hair and a man with white hair, his head bowed. The woman with purple hair, her face determined, stands against a swirling blue and purple background. I'm okay with that. We were able to get this far thanks to you, and I was the one that broke the promise of waiting 5 days anyways. I swear I'll wait this time. The man with white hair, a sharp glint in his eye, stands beside her. Today is the end of the 5 days. Once you've finished on floor 20, come see me. You and I have a lot to talk about. The man with short black hair, a look of quiet confidence on his face, nods in acknowledgement. Yes, sir. He stands before the glowing blue lines, gratitude filling his voice. Thank you so much. He steps onto the blue circle, the word, transfer, appearing beneath him. A blinding blue light explodes outward, energy crackling in its wake. He materializes in a forest, white flowers cascading around him. Welcome, King of Death. You have entered the bonus stage. He looks up at a cloaked figure standing amidst the falling petals. There is only one challenger, the King of Death. May fortune be with you. He walks through the forest, the air thick with anticipation. All the rewards from floor 11 to floor 19 will be tabulated. Tabulating. A yellow glow envelops him. Tabulation complete. The tower acknowledges your achievements. He stands, fists clenched, golden cards swirling around him, adjusting the authority of the King of Death. His eyes widen in surprise. You are granted the authority of an apostle with restrictions. You have the authority to modify any skill you possess, with the exception of an X-rank skill. He stares at the message, surprise evident in his voice. It's leaving the choice up to me. He grips the silver gun, his brow furrowed in thought. I don't know why the tower was built, nor who built it, or why it's filled with living beings from another world. He stares at the silver sword, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. But now I have at least an inkling as to what kind of being the tower is. He closes his eyes, yellow smoke swirling around him, his grip tightening on the sword. The black figure, impaled by the silver sword, seems to absorb its power, its single red eye burning bright. A being that watches over our choices. His eyes snap open, now glowing red, his expression fierce. And a being that remembers my choices. This is the final act for you, Demon King. The black figure recoils, its form writhing. This. It throws back its head, a roar ripping from its depths as white flowers rain down around it. Initializing the bonus stage. This is my village, death not darest to ruin my paradise. The air crackles with tension. Rain will not fall today. Novel chapters 44 to 45 to be continued. The screen flashes, bathing the world in blue. Initializing the boss stage. A man in a red jacket and black pants floats in the air, a glowing yellow light surrounding him as a black, swirling mass churns below. A black, liquid-like creature with a single, red eye screams against a bright blue and white background of trees and flowers, I shall not forgive thee. A young woman with long blonde hair sits on the ground, head lowered in sadness and regret, surrounded by black, splattered marks near a large building. In mine eyes and mind, the ashes are still vivid. She thinks, those flames. How could I forget thy malice? Before a swirling red, white, and blue background, a woman with black hair in a black dress stands with her back turned, her anger and pain palpable. Dost thou desire to rewind time and burneth mine paradise once again? A voice asks from beyond. A black, liquid-like creature, its single red eye burning with anger and power, clutches a large, black sword amidst streaks of red and white. A map with blue dots, encased in a black border and a pink grid displays a single red dot at its center, promising excitement and anticipation. The world's smallest stage, and the world's weakest boss monster, reads the inscription above and below the map. A man with brown hair in a red jacket and black pants, his face turned away, clutches a gun as a black, liquid-like creature with wings circles dangerously behind him. A black, liquid-like creature with one red eye, shrouded in black clothing, raises a sword as black bubbles emanate from him, facing off against a man with brown hair wielding a sword in the background. A determined man with brown hair stands in front of a bright blue background with white specks, wearing a red hoodie and black jacket and pants, gripping a glowing blue sword in his right hand, his gaze fixed on the viewer. We've changed positions, he declares. A panicked man with brown hair, wearing a black jacket, red hoodie, and black pants, sprints to the right, glancing back in terror against the backdrop of a blue sky and a forest. Remember, on floor 12, you were the Demon King, and I was the hero. You were the one invading, and I was the one defending. The voice echoes from behind. A man in a black hooded cloak and black pants is lifted into the air by a glowing blue sword, fear and pain etched on his face. He cries out as he ascends above the forest. The man in the red hoodie stands on the forest floor, concern filling his eyes as he looks up at the cloaked figure soaring above him. Life really is full of surprises. You're the one that's defending now. A voice calls down from beneath the cloak. Standing on a cliff overlooking the verdant forest, the man with brown hair, gripping a glowing blue sword, stares down with a serious expression. Die, he mutters. The man in the red hoodie, sword glowing blue in his right hand, stares in surprise at the cloaked figure moving above him through the forest. Sorry to tell you this, but that's the most meaningless thing you could say to me. The figure calls down. The man groans. With a fierce and determined expression, the figure in the black hooded cloak charges right, sword held high, as red and white petals rain down around them. A stream of black liquid, like ink or paint, splatters across a pristine white background. White petals drift peacefully down from the blue sky, falling gently among green trees as a large text box appears. The Demon King of the Autumn Rain's existence becomes faint. It reads, Kawa. A pained voice cries out. Black liquid splatters across a light brown background as white petals cascade down from above. A man with black hair, determination etched on his face, wears a red jacket and black hooded shirt as he swings a sword downwards. "I need you to become even weaker than you are now," he declares. A man, shrouded in darkness, swings his sword downwards with intense focus. "Ah," he yells. Enveloped in a white aura of energy, the man with black hair stands in a fighting stance, his face a mask of seriousness as he grips his sword. The demon king of the autumn rain's existence becomes faint. The air hums around him. With a determined look, the man in the red jacket and black hooded shirt swings his sword down and to the right, his movements a blur. "More," he demands. Darkness reigns in a shadowy and mysterious place, heavy with danger and suspense. "Uacahh." A tormented voice cries out as the words "the demon king of the autumn rain's existence" becomes faint hang in the air. A black, shadowy figure, caught in the path of a gleaming blade, is sliced apart and begins to disintegrate, pain and distress radiating from its rapidly dissolving form. A black, shadowy figure, sword gripped tightly in its right hand, charges across a grassy field, a windmill a lonely silhouette in the distance. The black, shadowy figure, engulfed in a shower of white petals, is ripped apart by the searing path of a sword, its form dissolving in agony. A serene field of white petals stretches out under a bright sky, an air of peace and tranquility settling upon the scene. "Ah," a voice sighs in contentment. A woman with blonde hair, her face twisted in fear, struggles against the black, viscous goo that covers her. Applying rank adjustment, rings out above her head as she cries no. A person with blonde hair, clothed in blue and black, is engulfed by a rapidly dissolving black substance, their desperation, pain, and stress palpable. Revoking the demon king of the autumn rain's alias, a voice declares from beyond. A blonde-haired person with glowing red eyes screams in panic shock and confusion, their hand raised in a futile attempt to ward off the black substance that engulfs them. "This can't be," echoes in the turmoil. A person with blonde hair, clad in blue and white, throws their hands in the air as a black substance engulfs them, their cries of "Ah! Ah!" a symphony of pain, anguish, and despair. A blonde-haired person with emerald green eyes screams, their face contorted in pain as they glance downwards, the black substance relentlessly consuming them. "Oh, Tower, do not do this to me," they plead, a desperate awe escaping their lips. Confusion and worry hang in the air as a blonde-haired person in blue and white walks away, arm raised, while another figure with dark hair, clad in a hooded jacket, watches them leave, the grass and dirt path stretching out before them towards a distant building and a wooden fence. Arrogance and disdain ooze from the figure in the red hooded jacket as they look down upon the blonde-haired person, their eyes wide with shock and mouth agape. "All right, you're finally weak enough," they declare. Vulnerability and terror grip the blonde-haired person in blue and white as they raise their hands defensively. Don't come closer," they stammer. Determination and defiance flicker in the air. "Then stop me, with your sword, your authority, or whatever you have." The challenge hangs heavy. A black-clad leg steps onto a dirt path dotted with delicate white flowers, a poignant image of sorrow and regret. The blonde-haired person in white pants and shoes walks slowly down a dirt path, their blue and white clothing a stark contrast to the somber mood. "Because if you don't, I will end up reaching you. After everything you did to my children." Their voice cracks with sadness and despair. Shock and outrage blaze on the face of a woman with long blonde hair as she cries out, her white shirt and blue skirt askew. "What gives you the right to do this to me?" she demands. "Wrong," a voice cuts through the air. A man with dark hair, his eyes narrowed in determination, stands in a white shirt, black jacket, and gray scarf, a weapon clutched in his hand. "As you've said before, I am an outsider from another world. I get it, from the demi-human alliance, to the church, the kingdom, and even the empire." His voice is steady, serious, and completely focused. Clutching a weapon, a man in a red jacket over a black hoodie points accusingly. "All the inhabitants of this world combined their forces to burn down your village. Hypothetically, let's say that there is not a single human on this continent free of blame," he argues. Standing against a stark white backdrop, a woman with long blonde hair clenches her fist, anger and frustration radiating from her. "But that blame doesn't apply to me. I'm a complete outsider. We hunters are free from such blame," she insists. With a furious expression, the blonde-haired woman glares upwards, her anger palpable. You have no right to blame me. Nor do you have any power to stop me now. I didn't do anything. I simply healed the weak, she cries out. Confusion and surprise flash in the eyes of a man in a red jacket, gray hoodie, and white shirt as a voice rings out. You didn't commit any misdeeds? I'm sure, Esther. A single green eye, filled with fear and worry, looks upward as accusations hang heavy in the air. Felt as much fear as you're feeling right now. She screamed for help, calling for her father. Yet what did you do to her? Sadness and disappointment fill the eyes of the blonde-haired woman clad in white and dark blue, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. That's not all. You swallowed the baby that the poor woman trusted you with. Despite all that, you prided yourself as being the people's savior. The accusations sting. Shame and sorrow emanate from the blonde-haired woman in the white shirt and blue skirt as numerous dark, shadowy hands reach towards her. You broke the trust of the people who believed in you. Their voices whisper. Anger flashes on the face of the blonde-haired woman in the blue shirt as she yells at a dark-haired man wielding a weapon, his expression remaining calm and composed. That's not it. I simply. Guilt and shame weigh heavily on a young man, his face obscured by shadows, his mouth open as if in mid-sentence. You concealed the truth, the fact that you ate the little girl and became Esther. You maintained your silence because you feared that people might treat you as a monster. The words hang in the air. I didn't know, cries a shocked woman with blonde hair, her hands clenched into fists and eyes wide with terror as a man's arm enters the frame, pointing a sword directly at her. A woman with long blonde hair shields her face with her hands, her emerald green eyes wide with fear and vulnerability as a monstrous black maw looms below her. I didn't have the memory or the intelligence of humans, she cries out. Help! Pleads the blonde-haired woman in the white dress, her arms outstretched in a gesture of fear and desperation. The me back then didn't know what those words meant. Remorse and regret weigh heavily on the blonde-haired woman, her hands clenched into fists as she stares downwards. You made a mistake because you didn't know any better? That's right. Had I known, I would have never harmed Esther, she admits. Isn't that what humans do? Asks the blonde-haired woman, her green eyes blazing with newfound resolve. Anger and betrayal fill the room as accusations fly. I am sure the kings that persecuted you made the same excuse. We thought she was an evil witch with an army of monsters. We didn't know, but that was such an obvious lie. I am sure some of them lied because they were calculative bastards. A man with brown hair and a beard, clad in a dark gray shirt and jacket, voices his frustration. But are you certain that all of them were lying? What about the soldiers who were simply following the orders of their kings? And what about the citizens of their territories who were forced to become refugees? Do you really believe that not a single one of them is unable to say that they didn't know? Conviction and determination ring true as a man in a dark gray shirt and red hoodie, silver sword gleaming blue in his hand, stands beside a blonde-haired woman in a white and blue dress. Sorry, but I never got a proper education, so I am pretty dumb. Because of that, I only know of a single form of justice. And that's karma. Tension crackles in the air between a dark-haired man with a serious expression and a blonde woman. If you truly believe what you ate and threw back up is human, that's fine with me. But then you should receive the exact same punishment. Don't you think that's only fair? Confusion and shock cloud the face of a young man in a red jacket as he turns towards the blonde-haired woman in a white shirt and blue pants, her back to the viewer. What are you suggesting? He stammers. Oh, Tower, I wish to use my clear reward. Calls out a young man in a red jacket and black pants, a surprised look on his face as he pulls something from his hand. He turns to the concerned blonde-haired woman beside him and continues, You said I could modify any skill I want, right? Eyes wide with shock, a young man with brown hair in a red jacket and black hoodie stares at a large yellow box before him, his arms flung wide. Ghoul summoning, rank. SS, the Tower affirms your question. However, too much modification is impossible. A blue box with white text flashes, a warning message shimmering within its pixelated frame. The Tower gives you an example, so you can understand. The blue box declares, a cautionary tone in its message as a young man with brown hair peeks at it with a surprised expression. Confusion washes over the face of the young man as he stares at the blue box. Evolving an SS rank skill to an SSS rank skill is the limit of your authority. He reads, his eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. Determination sets the jaw of the young woman with long blonde hair as she speaks. I request to modify the ghoul summoning skill. Everything else can stay the same. I only wish to modify the part that says will not inherit memories. I want the ones I summon to inherit their memories if I want them to. Bathed in a bright yellow glow, the blonde-haired woman gasps, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. What are you planning? Someone asks from beyond the light. Standing before a bright yellow glow, a young man with brown hair, his face set in determination, pleads his case. How about it? Don't you think that's a pretty reasonable request? I am not asking for them to inherit their abilities or for the skill's cooldown to become shorter. I am only asking you to change their memories. Energy crackles around the young man in the red jacket and black hood as he stares upwards, a determined glint in his eyes, his mouth open as if about to speak. A blue rectangular screen with a glowing blue frame flickers to life, the words, gauging the level of your request, appearing on its digital surface. The tower acknowledges that your request is reasonable. The blue screen confirms as a cheerful ding sounds, a wave of approval washing over the scene. Requesting permission from Zirakwa. The air hangs heavy with anticipation as a man in a dark blue suit jacket, his brown hair neatly combed over, waits at the bottom of the frame. A man with short black hair and piercing red eyes, clad in a red jacket, holds out a card amidst a fiery orange backdrop, his expression serious and resolute. King of Death's request has been approved. Ghoul reincarnation. Rank. SSSS effect. You can summon the ones you've murdered as monsters. Your agents of death will not inherit. A yellow rectangular screen with a glowing orange frame displays the information, a powerful aura emanating from its digital surface. Monsters. Your agents of death will not inherit abilities from the life they had. However, if you desire, your agents of death are able to inherit their physical forms and memories. They will only be summoned as monsters if you do not wish for them to keep their memories. However, you can only summon once a week. The yellow screen explains. Against a backdrop of blue sky, green trees, and white flowers, a man with short black hair in a red hooded jacket extends his hand, a large yellow orb glowing in his palm. SSS rank skill. All right, he murmurs. I'm now going to kill you. A woman with long blonde hair and emerald green eyes, clad in a white dress with a blue sash, sets her jaw in a threatening manner. If you don't like how I am phrasing that, you can think of it as me swallowing you. With resolute determination, a man with short black hair in a red hooded jacket raises a blue sword high above his head as white petals drift down around him. Just like how you swallowed Esther and the sick, I'll swallow you. And spit you out. A woman with long blonde hair in a white dress with a blue sash lies sprawled on her stomach in the grass, clutching her middle in pain. Ah, she groans. I'm really glad you've become a human. Because if you just stayed as a monster, you couldn't be a target of ghoul reincarnation. A man in black pants, a red shirt, and a black jacket pushes a blonde-haired woman in a white and blue outfit backwards towards a dark and menacing forest. Ah, he grunts. AACK, cries out the blonde-haired woman as she stumbles back, narrowly dodging a sword thrown by a shadowy figure, white flower petals swirling around her. So shabby, mutters the man in black, a surprised look on his face as he watches. Just look at her form. She doesn't have a stable foothold, and she's not even looking forward while swinging her sword. There's no confidence in her swing. A man with long red hair and a serious expression, his brown skin a warm contrast to his crisp white shirt, observes the battle with a critical eye. TCH, she's a textbook example of a swordsman that only relies on skills and aura. No, she's not even a real swordsman. Huff puff, a woman with long blonde hair in a white and blue outfit pants, her brow slick with sweat, stares down at the sword in her hand as exhaustion sets in. Sunlight filters through the trees, painting the forest floor with dappled light and illuminating a carpet of delicate white flowers. Watch closely, zombie. This is why I keep insisting on the importance of the basics. Because in the end, the only things you can truly rely on are your own hands and feet. With unwavering determination, the blonde-haired woman in blue and white swings her sword through the air, her movements a blur of focused strength. Now show her her end. A man with long red hair watches intently, a serious expression on his face, as the blonde-haired woman, surrounded by streaks of red and blue, readies herself to attack, her green eyes locked on her target. White flower petals rain down as a black-haired man in black pants, a red shirt, and a black jacket advances on the blonde-haired woman, forcing her to backpedal in surprise. Ah! The blonde-haired woman, her face creased with worry, kneels on the ground amidst a shower of white flower petals, defeated and helpless. A concerned man with short brown hair, clad in a gray jacket, red shirt, and jeans, sits in the forest, his shoulders slumped with exhaustion. So these are the final moments of the Demon King, he observes. A blonde-haired person in a blue jacket struggles to breathe, hunched over in pain beneath the canopy of the forest. A hand grips a gleaming silver sword, its gold and red lion head hilt practically vibrating with power. One who harvests the inscription begins. A silver sword, its tip gleaming, promises mystery and anticipation. Death, it said. A man in a red jacket and black pants raises a sword above his head, poised to strike a fallen woman with long blonde hair, her dark blue jacket blending into the ground. A man with short black hair, his brow furrowed in confusion and curiosity, stands beneath the hood of his black jacket. Sorry, not sorry for butting in while you're trying to act cool, but hold on. Don't kill her yet. A red-haired man with a beard, worry etched on his face, interrupts the tense scene. Fucking come on. Why? Anger and frustration color the voice of the man in the red jacket as he looks up at the red-haired man, who hovers calmly in the air above him, legs crossed. Well, because I think you're making some assumptions. A man with black hair, clad in a red jacket and a black jacket, glares upwards, his anger and defiance evident. And what assumptions am I making? The red-haired man rubs his chin thoughtfully, his expression troubled. Let's say that she's no longer a monster. Does that necessarily make her a human? To be more precise, a human like you? Uncertainty flickers across the face of the black-haired man as he looks down at the sword in his hand. She could have simply become a normal NPC. Are you sure NPCs can be targets of ghoul reincarnation? Probably, I think, comes the hesitant reply. Distress and worry wash over a dark-haired man, his shoulders slumped with exhaustion as he stands in a grassy field. You think? Get it together, man. The tower is extremely cold-hearted in situations like this. Are you going to take responsibility if it anticlimactically tells you sorry? NPCs weren't a valid target. After you pulled the trigger without thinking? Shock widens the eyes of a dark-haired man in a white shirt and a gray hooded jacket, his mouth agape as he stands frozen in the grassy landscape. The setting is a grassy field with a forest in the background. Take a closer look at the skill card. It says, Ones. You've murdered. Do NPCs apply here? Someone asks. But NPCs are also people. The other person replies. The blonde-haired woman scoffs at the man, responding arrogantly, That's what you think. Flustered, he stutters, The scene shifts to a conversation with the tower. Excuse me, Tower Nim? The man asks. The tower pays close attention to what you have to say, it replies. The man, looking determined, continues, There's something I want to ask. He submits his question to the system. Is the ghoul reincarnation skill able to turn NPCs into agents of death? Or does it only apply to hunters like me? Requesting confirmation from Zaraqua. The system processes his request, displaying a blue loading circle. A asterisk ding announces the result, unable to confirm. Confused and worried, the man looks up at the message. This question surpasses the authority of the tower. He walks forward, clutching his glowing sword. Excuse me? He asks, bewildered. The man glares defiantly as the system verifies his authority, verifying the authority of the questioner. Cleared. Currently, the King of Death possesses the authority of a temporary apostle. Bathed in golden light and surrounded by white butterflies, the man watches as his question is acknowledged. The tower acknowledges the King of Death's question as an official subject for discussion. The air fills with yellow light and white butterflies as the tower makes a shocking announcement. The tower requests a vote from the 6 pillars of all lives. Surprised, the man looks down. Wait, what is that? He exclaims.
Coming through.